What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Hello and welcome everyone to a night of finals here. We have NECC Valorant coming at you on twitch.tv/NECC_esports. I am Coach Jim and I will be hosting the desk tonight. Joining me at the moment, Jacob Van Ryn. Jacob, how's it going tonight?
Hi, my friend. It's nice to see you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate this. This is awesome. It's a fun time of year.
That it is tonight in the Emergence Division. We're going to have Marymount, California going up against Springfield College. Jacob, who do you like in this one?
Oh, boy. Springfield's been playing really well. They beat the top seed, Rio Grande, in the semifinals. I guess with that momentum, I'll give them a slight advantage. I think this could be one of our more competitive championship games of the three tonight. So this could be a really good one. I guess my lean would be Springfield just because of the way they played as of late. But I think this one could go either way, quite frankly.
As you mentioned, Springfield College, they took out Rio Grande, they took out Alabama Huntsville. On the other side, Marymount, California took out Johnson and Wales and North Alabama. Alabama had a lot of schools being represented here in the Emergence division that made the playoffs. With that being said, looking at the map bans here, Jacob, first map of the night, gonna be Ascent. Springfield picked Attack to start with. How do you feel about picking Attack to start with on Ascent?
Jim, you're putting me in this situation here where I don't know the answer to that. You know my knowledge of these things. Come on, my friend. No, I think that Springfield will play well. They've been the hottest team over the last few weeks. Obviously, they feel comfortable going. This is their situation. This is the map that they chose. So I think that's obviously they wouldn't do that without any reason, right? So I mean that's what I would defer to on them. And on the flip side, you talked about Marymount and their run. They beat a pretty good Johnson and Wales team in the first round. That was a 7 seed, but not a bad group there, quite frankly. And then their win over North Alabama in the semifinals was a really impressive victory for them as they beat the 3 seed. So, I think this one could go either way. I think obviously getting that first map win is huge for momentum either side. And I think that could go a long ways in determining the outcome.
It's really interesting on the 5 map ban, the 3 maps that Springfield got choice on, they picked Attack on all 3. The 2 maps Marymount had choice on, they picked Defense. So a bit of a difference of opinion there between the 2 teams on what they want to do first. It actually means that we will see Springfield on Attack on all 5 maps if it does go best of 5 to start us out on all 5, which could be really interesting. With them choosing Attack, it's odd that Marymount would pick to go on defense and let them have Attack on all 5 of the maps. Jacob, this being the Emergence division, I don't want to call it our lowest division because they're all very competitive. But this being the what unfortunately sits at the bottom of the totem pole, we're going to be seeing some of the talent that's looking to improve, looking to move up the ladder here coming to our fall season 2021. Was there anything you wanted to talk about going into the fall as we got a minute here before this one gets set up?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. First of all, we're going to see 3 championship games tonight. I think what's been really interesting, Jim, about Valorant in this postseason run is that in our Challengers division, we saw a 7 seed make a run, and they're going to be playing in the finals of Montclair State against top-seeded CSUDH. So that's an interesting story. And then in our Champions division, it's 1 versus 3. So this is not one of those situations, obviously, this matchup being a 2v4. This has not been one of those tournaments, Jim, where in one of these games where it's been 1 versus 2 throughout. We saw that pretty much. The seeds hold sway pretty much in Rocket League. We had a 1 versus a 3, but by and large, it was 1 versus 2. Last night, we saw a lot of great Rocket League action. And as we look forward to the fall, as you asked me about that, we have announced our intention to once again bring Valorant back. It's become one of our more popular games. Obviously, our team likes it. Our staff enjoys it. And we've got really great programs. So we're excited to begin to see these teams, as you alluded to a moment ago, move up and down the ladder, quite frankly. And does the winner of this one automatically get a spot in the next division? How do we manage that? And those are discussions that are going to be had. We saw some teams last night in Rocket League where, they probably should be up a level, and that's great, right? I mean, we want that. What we pride ourselves on is our ability to, have that competitive balance week in and week out, and that's what we strive for. So, we're excited about that. We're excited about our continued growth with regards to Valorant. 3 divisions this year. I think we'll probably have upwards of 5 by the time things get underway in the fall. Could we do an East and a West, similar to some of our other titles? We'll see. But we're excited about it. And certainly, a game like this where it's become really popular. And I think that, I think we've done a good job with it. We're excited to make it sort of one of our hallmark titles.
And that it has been. It's one that I've enjoyed calling all year. They've got me hosting the desk tonight, much to my own chagrin. I did too good, Jacob. They put me on the desk. I did too good. Tonight, in our match here for the Emergence Division, we'll have Orbital and Septilence. They will be on the call. That one will be starting here shortly. Just waiting for the producer to tell me to throw it over to them. With that being said, though, we have people in Twitch chat. We're here all night for you guys. So if you want to say something in Twitch chat, when you guys in Twitch chat want to say something, here at the desk, we love to interact with Twitch chat. We're definitely going to have some predictions going up there for you. I know our producer is going to be putting one up about who we think is going to win game one, and maybe an early prediction for who we think is going to take the set. But I have gotten the word from our producer in the back that we are good to go for the ads, and when we come back, we will have Emergence Finals, Marymount, California versus Springfield College. Don't go anywhere.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome to the NECC 2021 Spring Emergence Finals. I am Septilence, here with Orbital to bring you what is surprisingly going to be a very close matchup, one that I just learned a little bit about off stream. I have never seen one of the two teams, Marymount, California, before. They'll be going up against Springfield, a team that I am very familiar with. So I am super excited about what we've got going on today. Orbital, how you doing, my man?
I'm doing okay. I'm excited. A lot of stuff going on in the scene, and then a lot of stuff here with the finals. We have back-to-back finals here, all best of 5 series, so potentially 15 maps of play. Which, if we go that distance, that's going to be fantastic, nonetheless. But keep in mind, we're going to do emergence first, and then I believe it is the challengers, and then it is going to be champions. So, increasingly amazing gameplay, in my opinion. And all these leagues tend to have, especially in playoffs, have a significant jump. Like, everyone's amped, right? It's the postseason. Absolutely. You don't want to lose. I expect fantastic play from these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm super excited to see what's going to be coming out from these two schools in particular. Like you said, a possibility of 15 maps in total, but none of them will be Breeze, that new map that just came out recently in Valorant, of course, because same as we do with all the heroes, nobody's really familiar with the map yet. We don't want to give anybody kind of a advantage or disadvantage. So we're going to be sticking around a little bit different, sticking to those maps we know and love. And speaking of maps, our first map today going to be the one, you know it, you love it. I always call it the face of Valorant. It's going to be Ascent.
Yeah, I would find it extremely funny if it were allowed to actually do opening maps, just completely blind. Good luck. It reminds me of the old school League of Legends. I think it was over in the LCK, where 5th game in a best of 5 series will go straight into blind pick. You don't know what the heck's going on. It's just pure chaos, absolute mayhem. You don't know what's happening. No one knows, and it's just a freaking blast. But of course, Breeze is not going to be available. But again, like you said, Ascent will be coming out. I believe it is going to be Springfield on the attacking side first. I think they were the ones that were not able to select Ascent, so they got to pick possibly attacking side. We'll see if that actually holds true. And so we'll see a Marymount California 1 coming out on the defensive, which, again, I'm always kind of tuned into the attacker side. Whoever gets to attack, I always feel sets the pace of the entire game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very curious, do you think there's any agents that are kind of a given here on Ascent? I know usually the map kind of indicates who we're going to be seeing on the battlefield. Do you think there's an agent that is a guarantee?
Honestly, I would pray Sova. Sova is probably my go-to here for this. I mean, you could say Jet, you could say, even Killjoy here and everything, but Sova. If you're not running Sova here, I feel it's just very rough. There are so many good corners for a lot of those utility pieces that you can use. The shock darts can go through so many windows. That a little bit of a banger going through with the site. The pings of the echolocation of trying to find out where your opponents are. And I personally had that feeling, but I mean, here in the playoffs, anything can happen. If you're not running it, there's probably some of the utility that they may have been holding specifically for this playoffs match. The finals, it's where all the cards are out. Nothing else matters. Throw it all on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I talked about at the very beginning, I have seen Springfield before, and I didn't get the chance to say it because they locked it in so quickly, but aggressive act on that Reyna and Scuba on that Viper, that is exactly what I was predicting to see. They both play those agents all the time, very feast or famine gameplay styles, and just great coordination between the two of them. Aggressive act, he is kind of the wishbone here for Springfield. If he shows up, if he brings his 100%, this is going to be a shutout. But if he is not on his A game, that's usually when we see Springfield start to struggle a little bit. And like I said, I've never seen Marymount, California before, so this is going to be a brand new team for me here in these finals.
And I mean, you can already see some of the agents that they're bringing out. It's a very standard Jet and the Omen. And again, there is a point where the Sova, yes, it's good, but as you start tailoring in, depending on how the meta kind of shifts, I do agree. Just waiting and seeing what's going on. The Sova is great for clearance at points. But on a map like Ascent, it's a little bit, I feel, longer. There's a few more avenues to kind of work with some of the blinds, flashes, whatever you want. So you actually see that sky coming out for the side of Marymount, California. And so some of these situations come up where you're just like, all right, the Sova, and actually Tiki actually locks in the one Sova for myself, so I'm happy, right? But I do like what we're seeing here. It's just kind of a matchup and testing each other out right now. You're trying to touch base, see what's going on, and this is your map to play with. Best of 5, you have basically 2 safety nets that you can fall through until you really have to kick it up into high gear.
Right. Oh, yeah. I guess we should say that. I'm not sure we brought that up yet. This is a best of 5 series. Oh, no, we did talk about that because 15 possible maps. So, yeah, just a reminder, this is a best of 5 coming through. So, whichever team loses this, they are not on death's door, not even close. And now, we're going to be jumping into this. These are very different rosters coming out here. We see an Omen on both sides. We see a Reyna on both sides. And that is where the similarities stop. These are very different team comps coming out here.
Yeah, and you were talking about the feast or famine, and for Marymount, California, I feel it's very slightly the opposite. You are looking more to, especially with that Killjoy, you can slow down the tempo and you can easily shift up how you work with the defense, right? I'm always on the side of always throwing down the Killjoy on a retake advantage if you're on the defense. I've seen it used on the offense, holding someone off if it's a time limit game, if the attacking side is a little bit slower on the move and only 30 seconds left, drop down that Killjoy ultimate if it's available. However, we'll see how it plays out here in the first opening rounds.
Yeah, absolutely. And this pistol round, everybody knows, not exactly my favorite round in the game, but one that is so unbelievably crucial. Is whichever team wins this, they really start to set a bit of a precedent for themselves. Pengo able to find Dusk straight away, so a great elimination here in favor of Marymount. Make it 2, make it 3. Here they come, absolutely tearing Springfield apart. Scuba with the Ghost, able to find 1, but desperate to find at least 2 more. Tiki's going to be able to pick one up on that sofa with a Ghost of his own, and now 2v3, making a 2v2. Scuba desperate to save the day here. A Viper and a Sova going up against an Omen and a Killjoy. The spike will be planted, so on the guarantee you get a couple of extra credits. That poison wall coming up, able to open up a little bit of space, and Tiki not quite able to react fast enough. Warrior is going to be able to find a kill. Champ finds another. Plenty of time for this defuse to make its way through.
A jumping right click, the classics coming out. I think with a total of 4 kills there. I think is what I counted, but overall I do like this as Springfield. In these early stages with the pistol round, I personally prefer to see, and a lot of this is personal preference, of course. I said that I think already like 7 times here in the early broadcast. But talking about the pistol round, I do prefer seeing teams actually just hard push. I don't feel there's really any need to try and wander your way through a lot of these. It slows down the pace, and especially in a situation where you're all pistols, you're all mid to close range, you're going to be pushing anyway, right? Why worry about how is someone going to rotate? Just push in. You know everyone has to rotate over. It's going to be a firefight. You know, really test out your aim here and see who's more on point for the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about right away, you know, aggressive act, kind of that make or break on the side of Springfield. Did not get any value there in that first round, so definitely going to want to turn things around. And again, you know, plenty of time to do just that. So now I'm curious, is this going to be a round where Springfield can turn things around early, or are they going to really start to lose a lead? Aggressive act going to be able to miss a crucial headshot. I always say with the Sheriff in a firefight, you've got one of those bullets that really counts, and after that, you just do not match that fire rate.
Not at all, and it's also surprising to me because Marymount, California won that round. They're still opting for 2 pistols, the frenzies, and that's just going to be Dust going and snapping up Atomic. They're going to go ahead, start rotating over into the A hold through A main, and it looks like Springfield might have been hitting back as they were also buying out some SMGs, which is very surprising on a round 2 after a loss.
Yeah, we see that force buy coming out from teams quite often. You know, it works or it doesn't, because this really could ruin your economy, but so far it looks like it is working super, super well for Springfield. Marymount now trying to get any kind of value, but already Tiki with a blind fire through the cloud, able to find Chimp down. Killjoy versus the world here. Warrior has to be that warrior and die for the cause, but unfortunately Tiki with a triple kill going to guarantee a flawless round early on for Springfield. They lose the first, they come back in the second, and now things are all ready to start over again.
And actually I feel it's going to be good because Marymount, California, they won round 1. This time they sub-bought. There was a single, I think, Marshall, right? Taking a look, and that was really the only weapon that you saw, and that was on Vortec, right? Not exactly the person that you're really worried about overall. So now they have pretty much all rifles. You're taking a look down the side. So this is pretty much weird to say. This is round 2 in a round 3, round 3 in a round 2 scenario. Although it's flipped, so you wouldn't really be able to tell who won round 1 with the gun disadvantage.
Yeah, no, you absolutely would not be able to tell who had that early lead. And like I said, Springfield, they were able to tie things up, bring it back around in that second round. It's going to be a slow one. Vortex trying to find value. If you would have just blind fired into the cloud, he would have found 1, but instead it's going to be Chimp. Warrior as well, able to find Jellies. Going to be a 2 taken offline for Springfield. 5v3, make it 5v2 as Scuba is the next to fall. And this looks like so far it is going to be Marymount. A very dominant round here in round 3. Oh.
Yeah, just getting the few picks, and that's going to be Atomic striking back with the 3K. I think that was matching aggressive, or not aggressive, Tiki earlier, who matched that. So that I kind of expected, right? Rifles versus SMGs, and also remember with the Viper walls, everyone is blind, so really blind firing is your best option. That's actually what they did. Just blind fire through there. No one's really safe, and you end up as Springfield just kind of like, well, we kind of cut off our own line of sight. We got to walk through a hail of bullets, which if we see an Odin at any point here, specifically to counter on the defensive side, I actually wouldn't be surprised at all. That would be one of the best things, because you know Springfield is always going to feel safe. You got to make them scared whenever their own wall is down to even try and push into a site.
Right, absolutely. And I also want to point out that was 2 flawless rounds in a row, one from both teams respectively. So that is just not something you see super often, the momentum swapping so aggressively back and forth between these teams. And Jelly's trying to find momentum once again for Springfield and not quite able to pick up that bullet. It's going to be that 5v5. And looks like we've just seen a lot of gameplay in this midsection, in the center of the map, excuse me. And this is going to be a slow burn round once again. These are the rounds that Springfield has been a little more consistent on winning, just the ones where they give it a little bit slower. They don't just push in blindly and kind of get their heads taken off for it.
Yeah, the fast and scary rounds kind of extended a little bit further because of that awkward buy. Now that everyone's on rifles, you aren't allowed to pressure that quickly. Right. That's just not an option for you. So you can see the slow hold, waiting to try and find one of those opening frags. And unfortunately, no one really went down, or fortunately, depending on who you're watching for. But all the utility is down. You can actually see A has kind of been let go by Springfield, so they're actually opting to push through mid, and I think this might be a huge win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Chimp and Atomic going to be taken offline straight away. Warrior has to be able to find at least one kill here, but no, instead aggressive act with that semi-wall bang, but past the wall shot there onto Warrior. 5v2. Potential to be another flawless round here on the side of Springfield, but Vortex probably going to be able to find at least one elimination unless they get their head taken clean off. Aggressive act just barely able to dump, crouch right out of the way, and now Dusk able to find Vortex. 1 kill away, Pango versus the world, but no, aggressive act with a 3K, another flawless round in total. That is 3 flawless rounds in a row.
Yeah, and Springfield is doing a pretty much textbook job, and it's a little bit on the slow rotated Marymount, right? You hear the opening blind fire coming in that mid, in the mid pizza area, straight into mid market. You're wondering why you didn't see the two A agents rotating a little bit faster, right? They were very slow on that retake, kind of left the Killjoy all on her own. So maybe Marymount decide to move a little bit quicker. That gives them a bit more opportunity to set up properly and possibly catch a little bit of what Springfield's trying to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, this has been so even so far. It's just been 1-to-1 every single time, these trades coming back and forth. But now Springfield, they've got 3 ultimates online, one of them being the Hunter's Fury. And that's a very aggressive ultimate to either plant the spike or defend it, but they may not even need it as Atomic walks right into a 2v1. And speaking of the devil, Tiki now with that Hunter's Fury, just desperate to find a kill, but looks like he may not be able to pick up that elimination. Got a little bit of damage in, but not really enough to make a difference. Now the bullet's going to do a much better job than those arrows. Pango taking offline, a 5v3 here in favor of Springfield. Jelly is going to be able to get that free spike plant as well. This round looking good for Springfield. This might finally be their time to shine.
Yeah, you want to talk about momentum? This is it. This is completely momentum based. Whoever grabs the opening frag, whoever gets the first proper move is going to find that win, right? At least that's what it's looking like so far. That could easily change on a dime, but I mean, you're looking at flawless round versus flawless round, pretty much back to back, which I've never seen while casting just yet.
You know, it's been 3 flawless in a row, and Springfield is looking to make it a 4th. I mean, that is definitely not something you see every day. This game shaping up to be a close one at the very least, and I was confident in Springfield's abilities going into this, and then, you know, we take a little bit more of a look at Marymount, and they have definitely made a name for themselves already, making this 2-2 in round 5. This is really, like you said, momentum. This is what it's really all about.
Momentum base, as we do see a little bit of crouching, and yeah, that's gonna be a hold. Chimp, nope, no more flawless. Chimp goes, nope. Jellies goes ahead and snipes it down, still gets 2. Was able to pick up 1 more. Yeah, that was
weird. That was a collapse.
So I think in total, Chimp and I think it was Warrior, those two were able to collect 2 on the back end, so that does help. Right, no more flawless rounds, no more just hard stacking all of your econ after every single round. Now you're forced into draining that pocket just a little bit faster.
Absolutely. I mean, at least 2 people on the side of Springfield have to buy, and you can still kind of see the damage has been done because of those flawless rounds. They have, I think, about 2,000 more credits per player than we see on the side of Marymount, and that could be very big toward the end of the day. If they can win a couple rounds in a row, force Marymount to continuously buy, they can slowly but surely break down that economy.
Slowly and surely, as we do see Tiki go ahead and try and get a little bit of variation. And again, the stalling out, I think, is so far in the favor of Springfield. But question, of course, is if they get picked off earlier or not. And the reaction timing, just like that, Atomic catches Jelly sleeping.
Yeah, Jelly's just kind of standing out in the open, did not have his crosshairs in the right place, and Atomic taking full advantage of that opportunity. Every single time we see a team with a lead, the other team tries to turn it around. Aggressive act, going to be able to make it a 4v4 for the first time in a long time. We're actually going to see a player on both sides fall.
It's going to be the wall used as well. You can see it on your mini-map over there, over on the B site, kind of zoning off the defender's spawning point. Now it's going to be a 3-1 with a lurker in the back. Cypher trying to throw a few picks onto Atomic, and it's just not going to find his purchase. So, you know, little bit lower action here as the duel is won by Atomic.
Yeah, Atomic is going to be able to find another one onto Dusk. A bit of a slow burn. Dusk just did not have the crosshairs in the right place. Very similar to their teammate who fell earlier this round. 4v3 in favor of Marymount here. They are looking to find this and make sure this spike does not get planted. They want to keep this score as close as possible for as long as possible.
And I like how spread out they are. It's a very strong and wide net, and this is the rush that you're taking a look at.
Oh, Aggressive finds one, Vortex finds another, Pango picks up a second, but has to reload. An aggressive act, desperate to make the team get a victory here. Able to do so, 3 seconds left, and the spike will not be planted. Maybe find those eliminations. No ace, no spike plant, a free round there for Marymount at the end. The offense just could not get fast enough.
No, and that's unfortunately what it occurs. And the stranglehold for Marymount, California was actually very nice. So a lot of people might actually attempt to all funnel into the B site, prep in the long hallway, and instead they've cast a wide net. You set two, one waiting and pinching into a little bit of a crossfire section, but then you have people holding mid, which I really do prefer when you're faced off against multiple people. Now, granted, aggressive act popped off, got 4K, but it still allowed Marymount to get the round, which is the all-important factor, right? Get that round in, get that victory for yourself, and look to build yourself up come the second half of this game.
Absolutely. You definitely want to look for a build-up here. And I talk about a lot how Valorant is kind of a defender-sided game where the defenders have a mild advantage just due to the map and due to the spacing and momentum of the attacking team having to push into you. But right now, this is kind of great for Springfield that they've been able to take so many rounds off of the defense. Then when they swap over to defense, they're going to try to get more aggressive. Speaking of aggressive act able to find 2 kills. Vortex with 2 of their own, a wallbang kill included. Jelly's trying to clean things up, but Dusk instead going to be able to find Vortex. 3v2. This is Springfield's opportunity to really flip another round in their favor.
And Marymount actually getting spotted out by that neural theft, so very obvious where the defense is going to be prepping. You can see where they're holding it with that recon. It's going to be pretty easy for them to close it out. Springfield should have this one in the bag and be able to push themselves to 4-3. Bar Warrior using that lockdown. I don't think this would be a time to use it, of course, but it is not actually. Nope, uses it. Okay.
As we're saying, I don't think it's going to be the best idea. They're going to full commit it anyway. The spike already in that faster time. We see Jellies finds Chimp, and it's going to be this Killjoy. Warrior has to make this count with that lockdown, able to get them off of the spike, but not able to do much else. It's going to be another round win for Springfield, and an ultimate that I think Marymount, they're going to want back.
Yeah, so again, going with what I thought, of course, is I do prefer lockdowns on defense on the retake advantage. That's barring that you can force them out into a pinch position where you have your teammates ready, right? I feel it's always good if you have that lockdown and you plan to use it, call it at the beginning of the round, let your team know, hey, play it slow, keep everyone alive, so when we retake, they're forced into a hallway such as A main, right? You force the attackers into that zone, then you can pressure in, grab a couple pinches, and they have nowhere to go. That's kind of how you use the lockdown, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I definitely do not disagree with that. I think, like you said, it's pretty aggressive for the retake in particular, and just kind of to get that great value early on, kind of force them off the point and possibly go to clean things back up. But instead, Marymount, they get a little bit overzealous, a little bit over-aggressive, and bite the bullet for the cause there. It's going to be 2 ultimates versus 1. The ultimate on the side of Marymount is just going to be that Omen teleport. Not exactly known for its kill ability there, and now we see that that Empress as well as that Viper's Pit online for both, or for the side of Springfield. This is going to be interesting because if Marymount can find kills first, which as I say it, Atomic is going to be the first to fall. The trade coming through from Chimp onto Jellies. Going to be that 4v4, both teams missing a player. This is going to be fascinating to see who really finds that next elimination and flips things in their team's momentum. It's going to be Vortex with that Blade Storm, able to find one. Aggressive act picks up Warrior, 3v3 all over again. Vortex looking for a second, but all the blades committed into the wall just a little bit too deep, and now Aggressive act picks up Vortex with that Vandal. It's going to be a huge misplay coming out from that Jet, just having those blades aimed a little bit too low.
Yeah, and we're starting to see Springfield climb a little bit further away. These mistakes are definitely being honed in on, and in some of these leads, it's really about who can capitalize on the mistakes more, who is able to identify that, hey, maybe these players are a little shaky, maybe we can pressure here left and right. And Pengo a little bit slow to try and help, but Chip ready to hold it down on his own.
Yeah, Dusk is going to miss a couple of crucial shots there. It's going to be that 2v2, all the flashes coming out from Pengo, and Aggressive act in Boathouse here. Pengo able to find Tiki. It's all going to come down to how aggressive can Aggressive act be. Pengo with the double kill coming through, and a defuse win around that seems so convincing on the side of Springfield. Instead, going to be handed off to Marymount. A thrifty round nonetheless. 4-4. I mean, we are hardly getting any kind of value here at this point. This is just team after team, round after round. It's just constantly in between these teams.
It is blatant harassment kind of thing to pull that off by Chimp and Pengo. 2-3 in a 2-3 situation. I believe it was Chimp that actually was down to 9-0 health, right? Health bar almost down to, I think, just 1 or like 0.5. If that were real, that would be hilarious. But again, very well done to play that out in a situation that they should not have won with SMG. So really keeping eyes on Pengo and Chimp to keep getting that feeling together, right? And be able to pressure in on a retake and be able to check your corners as a squad.
Yeah, absolutely. And checking corners is realistically what this game is all about. Keeping an eye on those corners, looking for who is around you or who could very possibly be around you. And now Chimp trying to get a paranoia early on, getting a little bit of recon, kind of confusing the approaching team. Aggressive act with the blind flyer, going to give his location away in the process. Another slow burn coming through. I mean, Springfield, they have really not had the best of luck on rounds. Either of these teams, they want to try to go into halftime with 7 points just so they can guarantee themselves that 1-point advantage, have the lead going into halftime. And if Springfield can get that, on a defensive-sided map like Ascent, that can be a huge advantage.
And so we do see another split 3-2, and with the Sky holding inside of that A link, I'm not sure this is going to feel good. Pengo has to get ready.
Oh, Pango has to get ready indeed, but aggressive act with the help of 2 teammates, able to take Pango down, a 4v5 in favor of Springfield. Vortex gonna blind fire into that cage there. Tonic able to find Jellies, and just like that advantage for Springfield taken offline. Jellies most certainly not having the best game so far. Aggressive act finds 1, but is taken out by Warrior in the process. Tiki gets that vengeance kill, 3-2. Tiki going for the spike plan as well. He knows they can't get over there in time. He's gonna be able to plant it, and now it's all about that defense. Now retake.
Yeah, and you have 2 semi-aggressive. Chimp, though, has done very well finding those picks. Make it 2, make it 3. Can he make it all? Vortex says, nah, I got you, fam. I got that help. And these 2 lock it down.
Again.
Chimp coming out with some
Chimp
fire.
all day long. I mean, he is just all over the place right now. He's almost got the most eliminations in lobbies in 2nd place for that. And it's just insane. That's 2 rounds in a row that Chimp has almost single-handedly kept alive.
Yeah, and it's now down kind of to Chimp and Aggressive Act, right? Who is going to pop off more in these clutch situations? So far, Aggressive Act has done amazing, right? 14, 5, and 3. But when he falls, it's very noticeable, right? In the case of Chimp, I feel it's less of a burden, right? Atomic to Gamer, and Vortex have both shown up. And also Pengo and Warrior in clutch situations. So, yeah, maybe one mistimed ultimate with that Warrior lockdown. But so far, it's really been the entire team kind of pulling through here.
Yeah, we've really seen kind of both these teams. You touched on this a little bit earlier. We've seen these teams both really utilizing the micro mistakes of the opposing team. It's this one small error. It's this one small mistake that then all of a sudden ends up costing them a round. I mean, that really has been the approach we've seen from these sides several times. And Atomic Gamer are going to be walking right into Scuba, able to take their head clean off. Scuba not even getting the moment to react. Now Springfield, they're suddenly about to be at our first 2-point deficit that we've seen if they're not careful in this round.
Yeah, and you still have the Sova ultimate. You still have the Hunter's Fury if you want to try and make a move, but you're wondering, right? You're down the Viper, the one that you were using as cover and as a lot of kind of clearance. So Vortex can't find it.
Yeah, going to be down to 5 health. Fraction of a bullet from death there, just barely able to make it out. But Pango able to find Jellies instead. 3v5, this Sky making a big difference. Instead, Tiki with the Bulldog sneaks up behind, able to take that Sky right offline. A 5v3 turns into a 4v3. Tiki trying to make it even more Tiki right now with a double kill already. Chimp finds Dusk, and just as quickly, Springfield's been able to tie it up. It's going to be taken away from them once again at that deficit. Oh, but it's going to be Tiki all day long. He's found a 3rd, looking for a 4th. Atomic, able to find Aggressive Act, and it's going to come down to Tiki. He has found 4. Can he find 1 more? Only 1 kill away from keeping his team alive.
Well, I mean, if he's going to do it, he's going to do it in style because that's an ace. That's everything. That's a whole 9 yards for this Sova.
He's in a serious health deficit, though. He's only at 45 health. That is just a couple of bullets. Chimp coming in, full health, full shields. Tiki's got to catch him off guard if he wants to keep this alive. Chimp going to be approaching the spike, and he sees him. Can he get it? He can! The ace from Tiki! Able to secure the 5th round win here on the side of Springfield. A phenomenal turnaround. Just when we thought we were going to see that deficit, Tiki single-handedly keeps the team alive.
All right, so some people have come out to play here. Oh my lord, it scared me, right? The first whiff on the original semi-clip, right? Just 3 shots straight into the wall. I was terrified Tiki wouldn't make it happen, but he does. Pulls off a freaking ace in a clutch round, keeps it 5-5. So no matter what, it's at least 7-5 or 6-6. Those are the only 2 outcomes that can occur now.
Right, absolutely. And like I mentioned, both these teams, they want that 7-5. They want to give themselves that initial advantage early on and make sure that they are able to have that slight advantage going into halftime. Vortex about to get into a bit of a firefight with Aggressive Act. Who fires faster? It's Aggressive Act with the wall bang onto Vortex. 5v4, Chimp able to find Tiki, that top fragger taken offline. This is a danger game on both sides. This round is a crucial one.
Yeah. Not sure. Vortex kind of aiming a little bit high, in my opinion. Maybe hoping for a jumper.
I agree.
But, again, you know, picking on the mistakes. This is the exact thing that we're talking about. It's manifesting all over the place.
It really is. I mean, Vortex thinking an NBA player's about to walk up on him. And speaking of mistakes, here comes Jellies onto Chip. Pango with the classic onto Jellies. Neither of these teams can ever find an advantage. It is just constantly one after one trade. Atomic is going to be able to find Dusks now. 3v2 in favor of Marymount. This could be huge here. They want to take this and at least guarantee themselves 6 in halftime.
There's no chance for any analytics. There's no chance to actually break down what's going on because it's just kill after kill, and I love it.
Yeah, it is just, they almost feel calculated. It is just kill after kill after kill coming through. And now, as I always say with that Sheriff, you've got one bullet to make it count. Unfortunately, Warrior was not able to do it. Instead, it's going to be that Phantom coming out from Scuba, able to keep things alive. And I referred to these two earlier, Scuba and Aggressive Act, as the top fighters of the side of Springfield. Atomic over, I had never seen him before, and he is absolutely making a name, getting a lot of damage in here and there across the board. Scuba has no idea where Atomic is, but can take a pretty good guess. Looks like they're going to be able to follow them through a little bit into Boathouse. Here comes Atomic from the left side. I do not think Scuba is ready on the boxes, and instead, it is Scuba with the kill. 6th round win here on the side of Springfield.
Just take a moment, soak it in, because that was chaotic. I think there were more kills that came from just blind firing into smokes, into any obscuration of vision, than it was actually calculated. Like, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, no, that's like you said already. That's kind of what this has just all been about. It's just constantly, okay, this, you know, kill into kill into kill into kill. We don't really have to talk about what's happening. We just have to kind of see it, proof in the pudding. And now Vortex going to be bringing out our first operator of the game, spending every bit of their credits to do so here in this final round before halftime.
Yeah, and there are points where I like chaos. I hate it when only one team's initiating and the other team is already shutting it down, right? Like, chaos only thrives where chaos is alive. So in this situation, it's amazing to watch. In this situation, it's amazing. If it were any other two teams, I'd be a little bit worried.
Absolutely. And now, speaking of being worried, that is another ultimate down the drain on the side of Marymount. They do have that Empress, and we see the Hunter's Fury on the side of Springfield. Do you expect both those ultimates to come out in this final round? Because there's no reason to really hold on to them. You're going to be reset after this round anyway. I'm very curious to see what comes out here on the side of this operator. I mean, there's a lot of stories waiting to be told, waiting for these loose ends to be tied up here, and waiting to see what comes out for either of these teams. Only 55 seconds on the clock. They're running out of time to make the magic happen here.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that we aren't seeing a mid play at all. With I think a shot actually went out from the operator, so that's why they're worried. But again, you had the Viper. Why not use that to wall it off? You know, clean up the line of sight a little bit. But Aggressive Act is ready to go. If he catches the Sova unawares, this could actually be a huge play for Springfield.
Oh, and Vortex gonna be the first to fall. What a shot from Aggressive Act. I talked about it earlier. Top fragger across the board, most kills in lobby, and absolutely deserves the title of Aggressive Act, because that is every act he gives us. Now Pango able to find Tiki, and it's gonna be 6v5 on the board, of course, but 4 alive on the side of Springfield, and 5 make it 3 alive on both sides. Only 13 seconds left to plant. Aggressive Act desperate to do so. Scuba looks like he's not even on the point quite yet, getting ready to plant. Will be able to do so just in the nick of time. That'll kind of reset the timer a little bit. Now there's a little bit more time for our defenders to make the magic happen. Things are looking bleak for the side of Marymount here.
You're also facing an Empress up Reyna. Yeah, it just doesn't work. 4K for Aggressive Act to round out this half. And honestly, I'm starting to get worried a little. This is the best of 5. And you are so trigger happy. There are so many points where I'm looking at this, and I didn't have time, obviously, because it was just so quick. But now I want to sit down and point out these guys are so trigger happy that it's actually becoming a complication. There are multiple times where I feel like holding your shot would give you a better momentum, let you see that maybe 2 or 3 are coming up behind, and trigger discipline is a huge thing. And so here, I want to see them, at least one team, slow it down, say, hey, maybe we can play a little bit more calculated. Maybe we can play into their aggressive acts and find a little bit easier round wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just like you said, kind of trigger happy. I definitely agree with that. We've seen them trying to take these firefights early, trying to get aggressive, and that's not necessarily always the best option, especially when you're playing that defense. Maybe you want to play a little bit slower, let them push into you and make these crucial mistakes that you can then take advantage of. But instead, everybody's just desperate to be that hero, desperate to have those kills online.
Yep, and you can already see the first bit of utility coming out of Marymount. Immediately signals a 5-man run into A.
Oh! Tiki finds one, Dusk finds another, and the pistol round already not looking good here on the side of Marymount. A 5v3, they get a 5v4, but Pango taken offline. Atomic the Gamer versus the world here is going to be a 1v4. Might be able to find a kill, but currently sitting around 30%. Going to be able to get that healed back up. And Scuba just waiting, but no turns his head at the last possible moment.
What?
And now we see Dust as well with Jellies with the Frenzy. Going to make sure there are no hero plays today from Atomic. And the score just getting bigger and bigger here on the side of Springfield. Now up 8-5.
Awareness. I'm gonna say that right there because Dusk, I think, possibly could have saved his own life. Awareness of what's going on. Just maybe look up from picking up a gun. Right. That's a little joke. Overall, though, very well done by Springfield to be able to hold that one down, only losing 2, and especially in a pistol round, you're not too worried about it. But a little bit of a problem there by Dusk. So possibly gonna take a look and see what's going on here. It looks like we actually do have a pause coming out.
Yeah, a bit of a ping issue, I believe. It looks like they're trying to ride out a rough ping wave on the side of Marymount. Chimp, in particular, it looks like his ping is hovering around 100 to 140, at least from what I've seen these last couple of seconds. So we're going to give him some time to reboot, get some things figured out. And I believe there's a timer on these pauses. I think they have like a total of 5 minutes to really utilize these timers, or utilize these pauses, excuse me, a little bit of a misspeak there. And it looks like he's still riding around that 128-ish ping. So, yeah. All we can really do is predict. Do we think that's the reason we've seen Springfield start to run away with this, or do we think maybe they just want to try and get it figured out and see if they can turn momentum?
So now that we have some time, and I think it's very fun to talk about, right? Let's slow it down. Let's analyze, because a lot of the mistakes and occurrences that have been happening, and it hasn't actually been due to macro rotations or anything like that. It's all down to micro. So yes, you could say Chimp is specifically the one that is slowing down, but he's still one of the top fraggers. I honestly can't say that that's specifically him. It's just right now Springfield, in terms of who is getting the snapshots, whose aim is better, who is prepped better in terms of, are we ready for someone to walk around that corner? It's so far Springfield on top of the ball. So Marymount, yes, one player having a slight ping issue, which is bouncing between okay and just horrendous. But I really think it's just overall everyone not having a little bit grasp or ready with that trigger.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I do think that it hasn't really been one player's fault quite yet. We haven't seen any huge misplays or anything. It's just been every single firefight, somebody's aiming a little bit too high, somebody misses one bullet, and that's really how these fights turn. It really has been quite close every time. Springfield just able to come out on top of these last couple of rounds, and now Tiki trying to find another cheeky kill early on, not quite able to do so. A slow burn, this is exactly what I think we need to see, especially if Chimp is suffering from those ping issues. We need to be seeing Marymount play it a little bit slower.
Yeah, and this slow, you already know, though, you're facing up against a couple good guns. The rifle coming out in the SMGs might just be best to throw the round away, but I mean, just get some.
Oh! That Spectre fires a lot faster than the classic. Atomic the Gamer finding that out the hard way, so to speak. Pango now getting a great flash around the corner, but aggressive axe still going to find one. Dusk with another. He's got that Ares online, able to find Pango. This could be a flawless round. Never mind.
That's your curse in a nutshell. That's all it is. And spray down by Warrior.
Oh, he's got a Bulldog now. Tiki with a Bulldog of his own. Warrior picks up 2. Gotta find 3 more. We've seen 1 ace already. Will we see another one?
I don't know. It's 21 HP, or not 21, about 5 over on the Killjoy. 10, dang it. 5 off.
Pretty, yeah, case in point, not a lot. That is a knife kill range if I've ever seen it. And only 8 seconds left. There's not enough time. Maybe you just go for the save. Go to hold on to that Bulldog. It's not going to save you a whole bunch of money, but it'll save you a good amount. Yeah, that's exactly what Warrior's going to do here. They know they can't beat the clock. They know they don't have the spike, and they hand another round. Oh, no aggressive act, and he falls. This could be a disaster. Only 1 bullet from death, but the timer will expire. No! Warrior, you should have just held your trigger. You should have not given yourself away. That would have helped the credits a lot there. Warrior, now, you've got some credits, but you've got to spend them. That's the issue at hand.
Oh, it was looking so good. And I mean, he was also very loud running directly underneath Raptors. So, I mean, like, let's be honest. I think anyone could have heard that happen. But still, Aggressive Axe actually hopped down, faced the other way, and was like, oh, I heard bullets this time. I'll turn and look. So, remember, boys and girls, and everyone playing Valorant, check your corners, please.
Absolutely.
For all that is holy, check your corners no matter where you go.
If there's one thing you remember about Orbital not casting here today, check your corners. That's all we ask. You will hear us say that probably 100 times, and that was a perfect example of why you should be doing just that. So now we have to be seeing a little bit of damage coming through Vortex. Able to find Scuba right away. A good omen here. If I've ever seen one on the side of Marymount. Atomic the Gamer picking up Jellies as well. 5v3. This is going to be tough for Springfield. We've seen them come back from this, but we've definitely seen them struggle with it as well. Dusk finds the wrong person there. The tripwire getting set off by Vortex instead. Warrior paid to the price. twice. Aggressive act, a Sheriff, and a Dream here. This is probably a round for Marymount to take.
Yeah, and that was probably the most aggressive Cypher act I think I've ever seen happen. He jumps straight in, takes an SMG, and Atomic Gamer gets a snipe straight through, clipping the wall.
Nice.
3K for himself. And, I mean, he is doing very well, right? 17, 12, and 3, popping off here. Now has the Empress available, which should guarantee a round if he's able to keep up with this very well-coordinated firefight. He should be able to at least close it into possibly 2 if he utilizes it here.
Yeah, no doubt. Second most eliminations in lobby, second only to Aggressive Act by about 5 kills, I believe. No, 6 kills, sorry. So Aggressive Act at 23, Atomic sitting at 17. And we talk about the Reynas, they are feast or famine. Both of them, they are hungry. They are feasting today because they are both at the top of their respective leaderboards, top 2 eliminations in lobby. And now this is going to be a great opportunity here. Marymount, they've got the advantage. They've got the momentum. Ooh. They've got to keep it if they want to stay alive here on Ascent.
Yep. Taking a look and seeing a full stack on the B. This could be really dangerous for Jelly if he's not careful.
Yeah, Jelly's about to walk into a 1v5 if he's not careful. He was going to hide around the corner. Maybe able to get an ace if we don't see Springfield checking their corner. Not Springfield. If we don't see Marymount checking their corners. Jelly's in the bag, able to find one. Can he find more? Nah, he's not going to win that 2v1. Warrior instead with 2 of their own. Jelly's and Scuba going to fall. Aggressive Act down to 5 health. Just barely able to make it out with their life. This is going to be a tough one to turn around. The Killjoy ult with the lockdown coming out on the side of Marymount. That is an aggressive ult, to say the least. Definitely a great way to keep the point open.
And this is the whole thing with the attacking side. Yeah, you got to drop it early. You don't really have a choice, right?
Right.
If you can't fully clear the site, or if you haven't cleared it already. So dropping it down, knowing that you can get on the site and prep a little bit better now. I do agree with this, especially with Springfield. One hurting Empress or one hurting Reyna, and then a Sova with no ultimate. You have it fairly locked down as long as you don't all stack in the same corner.
Absolutely. You definitely, like you said, do not want to stack in the same corner. You want to make sure you're getting things lined up just a little bit. Now this is going to be a lot of damage coming out. Tiki able to find one, but he is so unbelievably low. Aggressive Act taken out by Warrior. Even if he gets the kills, I do not think he's got time to defuse the spike. Might be able to get the vengeance kills after all, but now it looks like he's gonna go for it. I do not think he's going to get it. The spike will probably, most certainly will explode onto Tiki there. Great effort, great hero play, but unfortunately just not gonna work out. That is 2 rounds in a row now for Marymount.
Yeah, and they're holding on. Right, they are holding on for dear life, and at this point, the econ is kind of hurting for Springfield. These guys have been buying back and forth. Remember, we usually see at least 2-round buffers, very clear buffer rounds, where you're just like, cool, don't buy anything, leave it alone. So far, we've seen a major weapon come out every single time. This is the first time I would consider this being an econ for Springfield. Right, you see a Bucky in hand, or I think that's a Bucky, plus a I want to say Spectre, and it's just like. It's not really an econ round, but for Springfield it is.
Yeah, not exactly, but it kind of has to be, unfortunately. So now it looks like we're going to be seeing some great value coming out with that. Hopefully, they've got to find the eliminations to really make these buys count. That slow burn gameplay coming out. We see 3 ultimates on the side of Springfield, only 1 Empress on the side of Marymount. So I'm curious to see how that's going to work out for them in the long run. If these ultimates come flying out early on, or if they choose to hold them. A great wall coming out from Scuba there, just able to separate the team a little bit. Scuba about to get collapsed on both sides, 3 on their left and 2 on their right. Only with a Bucky and a Dream here. That's not the best situation to be in.
Yeah, here's a couple shots. Immediately pops all of the toxins back up. Says, all right, gonna hide in my corner, and is gonna be met with a blind fire.
Vortex checks their corners, and it pays off. Scuba going to be taken offline there. Jellies finds Warrior a 4v4. Slowly but surely, now Hunter's Fury coming out on the side of Springfield. Aggressive Act with the Sheriff picks up Pango. The numbers advantage not for long in favor of Springfield. Marymount already able to turn things around.
Chimp snapping down on a few, drops it into a 2v1. Marymount, California, happy about where it goes. And Atomic going nuclear, gonna get the spike down and push it to a 9-8. Well played in dire situations.
Yeah, well played indeed. This has been nothing short of hyper intense so far. 3 rounds in a row on the side of Marymount. That lead that Springfield had, they were so comfortable with. They have not won a round in quite a while here. Chimp also found, I think, 2 eliminations in that last fight, still bouncing around 130 ping. So kudos to you, my friend. That is a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, and I also want to say it doesn't feel like it's 8-9, right? With how quick this game has, it feels like an upbeat tempo, but it's actually a full 8-9, right? Like we're running on into the latter half of an hour, and it's fantastic, right? Feels like it's been so short, but it's actually been very long. So these players, if they keep going at this pace, I am excited to see if their endurance can actually hold out all the way to games like 4 and 5.
Yeah, this very well may come down to the mental of the players rather than the physical of how well they play the game. They're going to get tired if they can keep up this kind of back and forth trade momentum time and time again. This is going to be a long game for these guys. They are going to go all the way in every single one of these maps. But now, maybe only one of them is just waiting to get warmed up. I'm sure somebody in chat has said like, "Oh, they're just trying to make it interesting." What they say when their team starts losing, those basics. But maybe it's true here today. Maybe one of these teams is really bringing it down to the wire for that pure entertainment, and then they're going to kick it into the 5th gear and really start to take over and run with it. This is looking like it's going to be a tie once again. Marymount already up in the numbers, but Dust walking around with the Odin. This is going to be an easy one to pick up some kills if you can find some people to kill.
That is the most colorful Odin I've ever seen. Chimp is going to relieve him of his duties. There it is. Chimp relieves him of the Odin. 5K down the drain. Scuba is going to get a few more frags, but is going to pay with his life.
Tiki. Can he do it again? This is going to be a bit of a disaster, I think. I think he's questioning, do I go for it? Do I go to play the hero, or do I keep my buy here? But Chimp coming around the corner. Tiki might be walking right into it, but he's got his knife out too. No! Oh, just completely free for Chimp there. Tiki did not have that knife online. And crazily enough, even though they have lost 4 rounds in a row, Aggressive Act still the most eliminations in lobby.
Yeah, so far, so well. But again, if you can't convert on those kills, is it really worth it, right? KDA only speaks so much. And it's great. And now you're sitting on 4 ultimates, right? You're only missing the Hunter's Fury. So you have all of your equipment necessary to come back with a victory, in my opinion. Like, you should be able to utilize some of these ultimates, give yourselves a little bit of breathing room, and pop back in to put yourselves at double digits. Like, this is the point. This is the time to go ahead and do that.
Absolutely, and I think running it on the defense like this, I think Neural Theft is kind of going to be your best friend. You'll know exactly where the enemy is. You'll know where you need to be. And Scuba with the Marshall almost has his head taken off for his efforts. Dusk is going to be picked up by Vortex as well. Slowly but surely, Marymount, they may have found their footing here. They may have found where they need to stand for the rest of this fight. This is, what would this be, the 5th round in a row that they're looking to win?
They're doing amazing so far. If you don't count the round shift or the half shift, it's been 5 rounds. Highest round limit so far has been Springfield with 5. But Marymount are challenging it. Atomic to Gamer ready to go, and Pengo on fire, a little bit slow, but still gets a kill. And they put it into a 5v2 with pretty much full health bars.
Yeah, no, this is going to be okay.
Oh my god.
Blinking, you missed it. 5v2 turns into 5v0 there as Marymount. They have crawled back from a 3-round deficit, now put themselves 1 round in the lead, only 3 rounds away from taking a set. This, like I said, they may have found their footing. This has really been a massive momentum shift for them.
Yeah, and I say it a lot, but the tempo shift and the who conducts the game is always on the attacker's advantage, right? They're the ones that dictate the pace and everything of the sort. And if you can identify that and understand that from a team's perspective, you can easily shift a bad set of losses into a good momentum turn, right? Like, that should be a thing. It's difficult to pull off, don't get me wrong. Like, this is weird, concepts and everything aside, but it's true. They've been able to nap it back. They've gotten the tempo down. They've gotten the change of pace whenever they want to down. And now they're in prime position to take over this first map.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely prime position indeed. And I think we talked about the win condition we're seeing on the side of Springfield is using those ultimates. Guess what they haven't done? They have not even touched these ultimates. And now we see Jelly's taken offline before his can even come to fruition. Scuba with a great flick down onto Vortex there, able to tie things up in a 4v4, but only a minute left on the clock. This could be a round for Springfield to win, but they've lost so many in a row.
Yeah, they lost so many, and this is it, because if they lose this one, they're forced into an eco, which is terrible. That would obviously mean, I think, Marymount goes into the 12-round mark, depending on how it goes, but I don't think it's going to happen. Looks like they're firing back this time. Springfield ready to answer with a little bit extra bullets.
Oh, speaking of extra bullets, Aggressive Act taken offline there. It's going to be a 3v3 across the board. Everybody hanging out around full health, and it looks like now it's going to be all about that slow momentum burn. Tiki finds the kill onto Pango, trying to tie things up all over again at that 10-10 marker.
Yeah, and now the Viper's pick goes down. I like the Shane Shimp, though. Ready and willing headshot, though. Oh, this is going to be Springfield getting the defuse down, and they are able to tie it right back up. They're saying, nope. We're ending this drought of wins. We are keeping at least 2 of our weapons and are going to go in to round 21 with somewhat of an... Are we going to get overtime in our first game?
It feels really likely. It feels really likely. I've been trying to avoid bringing that up, but Orbital, you have now said it, you've spoken it into the universe, and it looks like
the curse has been stamped in. It's going to happen.
And I'm trying to do a little bit of math really quick here. It looks like we are Oh my goodness, there is a whopping 143 eliminations across all 10 players in the lobby right now. This has been a very kill-hungry match. 2 players already breaking 20. Aggressive Act looking to break 30. There's been a lot of kills here. Almost everybody in that double digits.
Yeah, almost everyone. And Jelly says, hey, I want 20 as well. It's got a ways to go with 9 more if he wants to make it, but he's putting on a good effort.
Absolutely. We appreciate the aggression no matter what. And I'm curious to see, realistically, this feels like it's going to go into overtime. There was such a time where I was like, oh, Springfield, they found their step. They've got this in the bag. Very same thing for Marymount, but Springfield wins that previous round, ties it up 10-10. Oh, Vortex sprays into the cloud, but that does not pay off. Jellies finds that kill once again. It's going to be a good momentum booster, 5v3, and I believe the Empress coming out on the side of Marymount. This is going to be a fascinating option here. They're really going to have to get some kills to make that worth it.
Yeah, looks like he can't. Dust just nullifies it. A couple bouncing shots. Chimp goes up. That was a little fragger move right there. B hops all over the place.
Yeah, Chimp knows somebody's around that corner, already able to find 1 elimination, looking to find a second, but it looks like he may get collapsed in on. Warrior going to be pushing into A site, going to be looking for that plant, and probably able to find it. Chimp probably going to find his way through that window, going to have his head taken off for his efforts, but a phenomenal paranoia. What a guess, honestly. Able to find 2. Warrior is going to be able to find that spike plant, even though the numbers are in favor of Springfield. They are playing this very, very slow.
Yeah, first time in, I would say, a pretty nice time to start doing it, right? Up to or down to 4, and you really got to pick your options.
Absolutely. Now Warrior trying to crack this fight wide open, only looking for a couple more kills to do it. Chimp finds Dusk. Aggressive Axe finds Warrior. It's going to be a 2v1. Chimp, if anybody can bring this back, I feel like they are absolutely capable. The false defuse does come through, but Scuba with the headshot there, able to find a couple of crucial eliminations. That final one onto Chimp. We just cracked 150 eliminations in total in lobby now, but 50 of them belong to Aggressive Act and Atomic Dick Gamer, respectively.
Oh my gosh. All they want to do is shoot the guns and go burr. That's really all that's going on here. And I love it. Yeah. Dust goes ahead and says, I want to show you burr, and goes and grabs another. Oh my god.
Oh, I love the Odin. One of my favorite guns in the game to watch. I hate playing against it, but my goodness, when somebody just blind fires through a wall and picks up a 3K, nothing funnier for me. I think that is absolutely just so cheap yet so effective, and we've seen it so many times before, but looks like we're going to be seeing, like you said, that Odin, a couple of Vandals, and that Phantom coming out. 5 Vandals across the board on the side of Marymount. Like you said, probably the most colorful Odin I've ever seen. That is a fascinating skin he's got going on there.
He ain't hiding in any bushes. That's all I'm saying right now. He is
that's the truth.
Full out in the middle of the road, ready to spray and pray his way to victory. And Marymount, for the first time, I think this is the first time I've seen a full spread instead of like a 2-3 push, which I think is surprising. And this is actually going to, I bet, send Springfield into a little bit of shock. First time, I think they are going to have to be a little bit more aggressive and feel like they need to go hunt. Right. If not, they won. Right? If they don't go hunting, I feel they've won this.
You know, I definitely do not disagree with that. I think you've got some great observations there. And like you said, this is the first time we've really seen a full split coming through. But I've got to wonder, this late in the game, is a risk like that worth it? You've been able to keep things close. You've been able to put them kind of toe-to-toe, eye-to-eye, so to speak. But Atomic going to find that first kill. The lockdown coming out as well on the side of Marymount. They're looking to plant this spike as quickly and as aggressively as possible.
Yeah, the lockdown was used. And with the Lurker of the Reina there, I think that was a very good play. Marymount coming out with some cheeky tactics.
Yeah, Dusk with the Odin. He's able to find 1, but it may already be too late. That gun can only fire so fast. The 2v4. Scuba at half health. Maybe you just die for the cause here. Go for 1 or 2 exit frags, but slowly but surely these players have to cross paths one way or another, and something tells me Dusk. Something tells me he's not going to check his corners as he walks through, but no, he most certainly will walk out of the smoke cloud. No, Chimp able to fire just a little bit faster with that Vandal. Warriors turret actually able to find Scuba, and now we need somebody to win 2 rounds in a row or we're getting extras.
Oh, it's going extras. Just, I'm going to say it and hope the caster curse works. Or we're going to get some fantastic overtime plays because these guys do not want it to end. I mean, we've seen some long overtimes, right? We have seen some excessively long overtimes. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's a cap on overtime here in the playoffs and in the finals. So we could potentially just see an extra 5 to 10 rounds if these teams continue to battle back and forth. Now, it's not been back and forth the entire time. Remember, we had a 5-round streak, I think, coming out for Springfield, right? Albeit middle of half, and then Marymount as well. So it's not impossible.
You know, definitely not impossible for one of these teams to take a back-to-back. And Aggressive Act relying on the Sheriff here in this crucial round is quite surprising to me. This could be a round handed over on the side of Marymount just because Springfield does not have a lot of firepower to their name. They had to go for that short buy. They had to kind of do their best. Dust, even just with a classic. I mean, Springfield, this is a bold choice.
I don't think they had a choice, right? You make the call, right? You are forced into that do or die. You have 500 chips and $1,000 buy-in, and this is it. You have to hold. You have to make sure to get all your money in that last round and pray for a little bit of success. Dusk, he was the one that was buying Odin's back to back, right? That's why his pockets are so low, and this is the price he pays.
Yeah, absolutely. Aggressive act, and Vortex now going to be able to go toe-to-toe, but one comes out victorious. 2 eliminations here in favor of Marymount, excuse me, Springfield. They are the team that lost to. The Hunter's Fury is online for Tiki, and oh my goodness, if he used it right there, could you imagine 4 eliminations going through like that? But now he's going to rely a little bit slower. Atomic, the gamer now. Tiki going to fall. This is going to be crucial. Like I said, Springfield, this is kind of that do or die, and in Valorant, that usually ends in die.
Well, a couple nice frags so far. Is going to get aggressive access. Scuba, last one to be alive, was able to pick up, I believe, an SMG. So I think that's just a stinger coming out, saying, all right, let's sting some people to death if I can. But the spike is down, so it's pretty much round over.
Yeah, Scuba, kind of carrying around that B, looking for a couple of stings, but unfortunately, probably not going to find him. Picking up that Vandal instead, a little bit more consistent, maybe a little bit more damage. Dangerous. I'm curious to see, Scuba, do you commit to this? Do you let them get this round win and try to full buy your next one, or do you save it for the next round? I feel like Scuba's not sure either. They're kind of just dancing around. Looks like they may go for that exit frag, and instead it would just be taken out by Pango. All of those efforts for naught. 1 round away. Marymount looking to win Ascent here.
Yeah, I would have actually preferred to save because you like to play with that Odin sometimes in there, and you see now some of them actually have to buy light armor instead. You could have held on to the Vandal, played it out, tossed it to either Tiki or Dusk, and actually go. So yeah, you can actually see this here. I feel it would have been a little bit better, but still, you're working with the best options that you have. Jelly, go ahead, swap it around. I'm curious what they're doing. So there we go. Yeah, so you see what happens. I think Jelly actually picked up the Odin. They're still swapping it. What?
Huh. They're not really sure who wants the Odin.
That Odin went through 3 separate hands and then some. Like, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, they're not quite sure who wants that Odin coming through here. 4 ultimates on the side of Marymount. I mean, this is their round to take, and it's exactly what they want. Winning 13-11 is just obviously so much better than pushing into overtime. And Vortex, not even using the ult, already able to find Jellies. This could be Marymount's official point on board. It took quite a while to get here, but they finally might be able to crack this open and make it happen. Tiki looking for a kill, and instead Vortex with the wall bang. Another crucial kill coming through, forcing Atomic here onto the Empress. This is going to be some great value. Instead, Atomic the Gamer picks up Scuba. This is, yeah, like I said, I'm glad I was right. Marymount's round to take here. Dusk picks up 1. He's got a Spectre. Spectre in a dream here, not quite able to find that second one, and just like that, the magic has happened. Some great value coming through. A game with 170 eliminations in full lobby. Marymount, they have come out victorious on Ascent.
1 kill shy of a 30 bomb in map 1. Aggressive act right behind with 28.
Only 2 shy.
These guys, like, I don't know how to put it. Like, a lot of teams will tend to actually slow down first in map 1, or try and test the waters. They're going all out. This is the equivalent of first quarter basketball, sprinting everywhere and then praying you have enough gas for the rest of the quarters.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we're looking at here, is these players coming out super, super strong. We talked about this already, both the mental and the physical of playing several maps like this. That is going to weigh on these folks hard. Like, that is a very, very, very difficult thing to do. A maximum of 5 maps. You're looking at over 100 rounds if it goes into overtime even twice. I mean, that is an insane amount coming out from these teams. And I don't remember what our next map is going to be. Is it Icebox? Okay. It is going to be Icebox. I think we're going to throw it to a super quick break for just a couple of minutes. So everybody, if you guys want to go fill up your water bottles, go use the restroom as well. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with Icebox.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, Watch it.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. Like we said, just a super short break there so we could refill our water bottles and whatnot. And now we're going to be jumping right back into Icebox. We saw a rather not exactly dominant performance coming out from Marymount, just barely able to scrape out that win 13-11. Now moving into Icebox, we've already seen several different agents on board here.
Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't clean, but it was exciting. I will 100% give it to these two teams. It was exciting. It was thrilling. No one knew how it was going to end. And personally, as a caster, those are my favorite ones to watch. So here on Icebox, a map teams have now started to get a little bit acclimated with. And one that I'm surprised that I'm actually not seeing a Viper, considering how well you can contain a lot of those opportunities. I'm surprised we aren't seeing it. But again, it is the team's choices.
You know, I'm very curious to see kind of that Viper not coming out from Scuba. We know they're comfortable there. I think those walls would be great to close off those tight corridors. In particular on Icebox, this is all about kind of those long hallways and kind of those great shots coming forward. We see a Phoenix on both sides, which is great. He is my favorite character in the game, one that I play quite often. That Sage coming out as well, a Killjoy. So a lot of more similarity here coming out. We see the Brimstone kind of versus the Omen here. That's kind of the real big difference on these teams.
Yep, and that's just going to, you know, on entry and re-entry, that's really all that's going to turn down to.
Right.
So my big question, of course, like you said, the Phoenix is, I think, personally what you're looking at, right? This is a possible 7 lives versus 7 lives in a single round, if you're playing it right. And in those situations, it really depends on how well you utilize that extra life that you have been given because of the ultimate. Considering how mirror match this is, the Omen and the excuse me, and the Brimstone, you know, providing different things. I am more akin to Springfield's because I like the Brimstone, you know, laying down a lot of that heavy damage and a lot of that utility. There's not much you can do if you're trying to entry. I like just like the brute force that they potentially can have.
Right, absolutely. The brute force of a Phoenix is quite terrifying, all things considered. And I'm curious to also see if it's going to be kind of that versatility. This is a much more vertical map than a lot of what we see in Valorant normally. Is there's going to be an actual high ground coming through, and then of course they want to utilize that. Any first-person shooter, if you've got the high ground, it is super important to keep an eye on it. But already Vortex taken out by Scuba's turret. Bit of an insult there. As the first elimination in the game is going to be one via a turret from a Killjoy. That is not something you see often.
Nope, that's twice we've seen it in one series, which I think speaks something of volume here, right? And so we're gonna have to wait and see if that continues a trend. But Warrior getting some nice picks off in open territory here.
Absolutely, aggressive act, able to find Pengo and Chimp. Got to pick up Dusk as well. Warrior already onto aggressive act. Something that looked really dominant there for Springfield, actually going to be flipped onto its head a little bit.
Little competition. Tiki goes ahead, snipes one out with that ghost. Little Sage on Sage action. Atomic to Gamer with that Phoenix is able to take out Scuba. Now down into a 1-on-1, but Phoenix is hurting right now. Has a simple flash bang. Doesn't catch anyone.
No healing.
He's going to try his best. Tiki full health right now. It's all about who sees who first.
Absolutely, and like you said, Tiki full health, going to be able to find Atomic, and there we go. Might not be able to make it out. That Spike may go. No, I think they're all right. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Time will tell. Okay, just barely going to be able to make it out with their life, but that was interesting because, I mean, if Atomic had even a single hot hands or a single wall, really could have turned that around, but instead only had that curveball, used it at the wrong time, and just kind of handed that fight to Tiki, who was still vibing at full health.
Yeah, I think got a little bit scared in terms of what might be occurring, right?
Right.
You could see him halfway getting around the corner. Around that time, I would still usually be walking. Take your time moving around that corner because really, it's not that widespread. It's all vertical, like you said. You don't have to worry so much about covering as much ground, but got a little bit freaked out, started running, and that obviously tipped him off. Hey, I hear footsteps. Go ahead and take the kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Got in, found that one bullet kill, and I think the Phoenix being at, critical condition was just insult to injury. I think that round was going in Tiki's favor no matter what. They had the positioning, they had the mild advantage, and now Chimp trying to find something, but aggressive act with the Spectre, going to be able to pick up Vortex instead here, so not a great value coming out. The hyper aggression on both sides is, you can only assume, going to be hyper intensive. We see Marymount, they're down one, they really want to turn that around early on, but Tiki looking for another kill already. Jelly's peeking this corner, able to get a little bit of a wall bang there. We're going to find Atomic face to face. One Phoenix takes out another, and Chimp just cannot fire fast enough with that classic. Going to be taken out by aggressive act Spectre, and this could be a flawless round.
I mean, we saw it in map 1. I mean, why not a few more here? That would just be par for the course. And yep, that's it. Aggressive act, 3K.
Yep, aggressive act with the 3K to flow this round coming through. Able to pick up that third kill with the classic nonetheless. So this already feels a little bit more dominant for Springfield. Already 2 rounds in a row is something I feel like we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah, you see 1 or 2 and you're like, okay, and then all of a sudden it just goes, But we also know the age-old saying, Valorant doesn't start till round 3, or maybe I just say that, because that's when you see the first weapons, and maybe even round 4, right? You kind of expect with the weapon disparity that, hey, okay, this time Marymount should come out with a victory with all rifles in their hands. However, we have seen it go back and forth, so kind of wait and see what occurs here.
Absolutely, you want to see, like you said, you want to wait and see what kind of comes out on the back of this, and I'm curious if we see Springfield pick up a 3rd round. That's going to be crucial for them to really keep this momentum in their favor. But Marymount, we've seen them turn around things that we never expected before, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that happen here on Icebox either. I think the verticality of this map is really screwing up on the side of Marymount a little bit. We know they struggled to check their corners, but now they have to check up above them and below them as well. That's a whole new dimension that they were not considering on Ascent. Vortex going to be caught out in a 2v1, taken offline by an aggressive act. Spectre 4v3. Warrior trying to keep things alive. Jelly is actually going to take out aggressive act a little bit. Unfortunate. Atomic the Gamer is going to find Scuba. Dusk finds Atomic. This looks like the round for Marymount to take, unless Dusk really pops off here on this Brimstone with the Spectre nonetheless. This is a tough ask from him.
I mean, it would have been a 2v2, as someone on the enemy team says that to the teammate, poking him in the side like, bro, it could have been a 2v2. Could have been a 2v2.
To be fair, in favor of our Phoenix player, that wall's pretty stinking big. So I mean, that's a hard thing to accidentally walk into. So I mean, I want to give Jellies here a little bit of leniency because aggressive act. I mean, I feel like check your corners isn't even the term. Pay attention, bro. That wall is gigantic.
I feel you're just trying to say that so you can give yourself a little bit more credit by playing Phoenix a lot more.
Absolutely. No. 100%. 100%. Gotta make my Phoenix players look good so nobody gives me flack for playing Phoenix.
Oh yeah, but still, little things like that. Still, I do like what I'm seeing from both these squads. It feels slower. I don't. Yeah, I know. I just love seeing that. Like I don't know how to describe it anymore.
You know, this feels more team-based, where Ascent kind of felt like 5 people playing on a team. This feels more like more strategy coming out here on Icebox.
Yeah, and also the calls, right? I've seen way more people. Yeah, like right there, that's going to be Jellies. Just couldn't close it out, but Aggressive Act follows up. I'm just seeing people actually call it, and I feel check corners. You can see how they're taking some of their shots. Atomic to Gamer and Chimp go ahead and close out too. This now 2-on-2 with a spike down, and I mean they're well coordinated. I'm loving it. Scuba go ahead, taking a little peek, but I think I might get it. No, Scuba snaps one in the body. Pengo goes don't go that way. Tiki is gonna get a revive. I think so. Now it's 3-on-1.
It makes sense. I really think it does. Just getting that out to secure that victory. You also resing your top fragger makes sense. Obviously, you want to res the person with the most kills on your team, and it was.
And also, we did give them flack for not the difference as well. Tiki, is you are a Sage and you are a top fragger. You know you're going to be getting that ultimate multiple times. Why not use it? Because you don't just get the person back. Technically, you get econ back. You can get one more gun in the round. You can pick up just a few more equipment pieces if you so choose. So that is also saving you a lot of creds in the process. So I think it's well timed if you know your Sage doesn't have to hang on to that because they are not getting any frags.
Certainly. I mean, using a res in, what was that, round 4? Like, you've got plenty of time to get another one. I think the aggression of the ultimates is a fantastic idea. In particular, that res, huge game changer, huge round winner for the team. And I think we can run it back from Jellies. Yeah, he's being committed here. There's that curveball. He's going to be able to find Chimp. Great reaction time. Great job checking his corners. Now Atomic going up against the turret. Aggressive Act finds Vortex. Things started strong here for Marymount, but Springfield, they have come out much, much stronger.
When Aggressive Act goes ahead, it grabs one on Warrior. Headshots galore. Pengo gets one with the classic. I'm loving these classic kills, even in later rounds.
We've seen a lot.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of classic kills today, but Jelly is able to find Atomic. 4v1, Pengo only has the classic. Will we see any more? You know, that was pretty much impossible, if I'm being honest. So Pengo not quite able to find that kill. And another round win for Springfield. Slowly but surely, I feel Springfield, they have found their footing. They've really started to work together as a team instead of, again, just those 5 players on the same map situation.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. Because before in map 1 in Ascent, I personally would have still given Marymount a chance to come back in a 1v4 situation. With how chaotic it was, with how often they were just kind of running around, I actually still would have given them maybe a 2 to 5% chance. In that scenario now, with how Springfield is playing, I give them 0. This should be both teams, whenever it's a 4v1 or even I would say a 5v2, this should be closed out for that squad with how they're playing and how they have cleaned it up from one match. Like, it's crazy the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. The differential here has been absolutely massive, and I'm very curious. It almost feels like we're seeing 2 different teams. Just the coordination we've seen from these teams here on Icebox, and maybe they just don't like Ascent. Maybe they were like, just keep running in. Somebody will win eventually. Let's get out of this map. Like, I'm done here. But now the lockdown coming out super early on. So both these teams really utilizing these ultimates way more than we saw last game already. Scuba finds one, Aggressive finds another. Warriors lockdown. He's going to be able to get some damage done, but Aggressive Act trying to clean up the round before that lockdown even matters. Going to be taken offline. Simply will not matter there. A 2v3 Reyna alive on both sides, as well as that Sage. Tiki going for the plant, and Chimp looking for that body shot when Tiki runs away from it. Vortex sneaking up behind Aggressive. Might be able to find him if Aggressive backpedals even a little bit, but it's crazy. All 4 of these players together. Vortex able to find that kill onto Tiki. Now it's going to be a 2v2. Things suddenly looking bleak, especially as Chimp gets that res onto Warrior.
I'm loving the timing on these reses so far. X just
does not matter though.
Snapped it right back down.
Yeah, I think they went for the res, just trying to get that back online, get the numbers in their advantage. Same way we saw that res coming up from Springfield last round. Aggressive Act. Mythical 6K here. No, just kidding. Only 5 are possible, excuse me. So it's going to be that looking for that final kill onto Chimp. The spike is a ticking here. Looks like they may have to just give up on it. No time to finish this fight. Oh, no way. Oh, the shot! Huge from Scuba. They still win the round, but that would have been wild. Chimp actually know the op. Oh. Bit of a disaster there for the economy on the side of Springfield, but not really anything they have to be too worried about. Scuba already purchasing another one, so they're not sweating that at all.
No, and it's 5-1 now. That is amazing to see if you are a
biggest difference we've seen. Yeah, that's
it's
the largest
crazy.
difference we've seen.
Like, I don't know how to explain it, but I will, right? Fantastic job from Springfield to clean it up. You can see the coordination, and especially between Aggressive Act and Tiki. When
Absolutely.
you have a Sage and Reyna, you want to play up. You know you can bring Aggressive back. 2 off of an ultimate charge right now. A Tiki picks up 1 orb on the map. That should be fine, but Vortex says, yeah, your Phoenix is gone.
Yeah, that Phoenix taken right offline, and now regretting it even more that they dropped that operator as it took one of their teammates immediately off the playing field. No resurrection in sight so far. They've got the lockdown to push in. Springfield, they're looking to cap the point, of course, and set that spike down, but Vortex with this operator, you've got to get rid of him. He is a menace. Scuba with an operator of their own. The shot onto Warrior Pango immediately with that turret. Scuba finding 2, looking to find 3. Both operators still online.
If you get 1 frag with the operator, that's considered worth, in my opinion. You get 2, that's fantastic. 3, you are a unicorn, in my eyes. Like, that was amazing. The Aggressive Act goes ahead, closes it out. Amazing, and just skillful display. Nigh textbook on how you win around just off of frags.
Absolutely. And now the operator was dropped on the side of Marymount. So they had 1 opportunity, unfortunately, and now it's going to be taken offline. If they did, all 5 get eliminated in that match. And 1 operator still alive for Scuba. Looks like they chose not to grab the second one.
Don't grab the second. Why would you need it? Right? Vertical map, a little bit difficult. You really only have about 2 options for where the operator will go, and that's where we see most of the frags. It's straight up, in my opinion, through B tube and blue and B green. Those are your 2 options that you can really lay down heavy suppressive fire with the operator. Other than that, you really don't need clearance. You need that Vandal. You need a little bit more in your ammo kit to be able to hold ground.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, speaking of holding ground, Aggressive Act tries to do just that, but unfortunately, it looks like Atomic going to be able to pick up that kill. And wow, an immediate lockdown coming out from the side of Springfield. A very aggressive option. It looks like they're going to be pushing in toward B, looking for that plant, but the lockdown, that was a weird one. Definitely going to be able to open up a huge opportunity here. Tiki going to take every second possible and get a very early spike plant.
Yeah, with the wall up, you guarantee the spike down, which I can see. And Scuba, oh my gosh.
No. What is that, the 3rd one we've seen? My goodness, these turrets, they are bloodthirsty today.
Give us a spectator view of the turret. At some point, I want to see the turret and just see him waddle, like, just kind of swiveling every so often. That would be great.
A bit of a misplay from Jellies. They're going to commit a hot hands early on, just trying to keep himself alive, a little bit of extra healing, but the opposing Phoenix able to get rid of him there. Atomic finding a triple, looking for maybe 4, but now Scuba going to be taken offline. The operator drops, and Vortex able to find Dusk. Second round win here in favor of Marymount.
That's going to be it. You hear the beeping go a little faster, but
I think they've got it.
Yeah. Actually.
Wait, do they?
Yeah, they do.
Whew, okay,
Wow, actually.
Wow, that's a little bit closer than I expected. I thought they had that one in the bag, but just over a second left on the clock. My goodness.
Usually we overestimate, right?
Very
We're like,
true.
oh, they're not going to make it. And they make it pretty much with like 5. This time we were like, there's
they got 5. Oh man, that was quite unlucky there for the side of Springfield. You got to think if they were able to last that fight literally slightly over a second longer, they could have won that round. But unfortunately, it is going to end in favor of Marymount. If you are a Springfield fan, if you're a Marymount fan, rejoice because this could be the start of something great here on Icebox.
It is great, but again, you're not fighting through an eco round right after a round win. You're fighting through about 2 more bulk purchases, is the best way I can put it. You still see the Vandals. You do see these. I believe that is going to be the Phantoms coming out as well with the Vandals. So a little bit heavier handed that you have to deal with. So pretty much mirrored buys.
Yeah, absolutely. And Pango already able to take Tiki offline. That res nowhere in sight. Dusk finds 1, but Warrior immediately finds Aggressive Act. Looking for a second. They know Dusk is low. They know he's up there. Desperate to find that kill. Vortex with that operator of their own, but not quite able to find the shots they're looking for. The operator, of course, a very feaster famine weapon. If you're missing your shots, not exactly great, but if you're hitting them, my goodness, is that weapon powerful. Speaking of powerful, Jelly's able to take Vortex straight offline. A 3v3 coming to fruition here. This really could go either way.
Could go either way. The running back has been used, so now it's just a pure firefight. I think is the best way to put it.
Not the turret. No, not again. I'm not strong enough. Not again. Dusk is able to make it out with his life, taking a little bit of damage there. I'm curious. This is gonna be a slow round. The operator on both sides still up and running, I believe. So Dusk with that Vandal slowly but surely making his way around this corner. He's at a health deficit. He's got to catch somebody off guard, but instead he is the one caught off guard by Atomic the Gamer there. 3v2 coming down to Jellies in this Killjoy Scuba. This is hard. They've got to go for the spike plant at least, and unbeknownst to them, nobody is over there, so the spike plant will come for free.
Yeah, spike plant wasn't what I was worried about because that was a very well called rotation. You know, you ram your head in and you just go, well, there's probably everyone over here. So well timed by Springfield. My question is, of course, how are they going to rotate this? And Scuba says, yeah, cool. We'll be able to defend this, no problem.
What a shot. Yeah, what a shot from Scuba. Immediately ties things up and makes this just feel so possible. Looking for a second, looked away at the worst possible moment, and Atomic able to find Jelly's critical condition, the turret, not able to pick up that kill. Now just the operator online, goes for the classic, able to get rid of the right back, but now being flanked from behind. Warrior with the headshot. I think there's enough time to defuse this time. I'm gonna be a little bit more confident in my statement. I think they've got enough time on the clock.
Yeah, I think that's clear. Yeah, 5 seconds, way longer this time around, and it was a good thought. Springfield, I think, made the right decision in rotating over, and honestly, Scuba snapping a kill in that, putting it to a 2v2. It came down to the FPS curse, is what I call it. You always look at the worst possible second. Right. It goes without fail, right? So not much you can do about that. Very well played by Marymount, California on the retake, and we're having a series now. I'm excited.
Yeah, this is definitely coming into a little bit of a series. Reminder, folks, at one point in time, this was 5-1. There was a very large deficit. Now we are all the way up to that 3-6. So this is definitely a good opportunity for, like I said, you know, Marymount, they needed to win that one round to flop momentum. It looks like they've done that here.
Yeah, I wonder who's also been talking to them, because we are obviously seeing the pace slow down. Earlier, it was like we could see it kind of. Now it's straight up true. These guys are playing much more methodical. They're playing a little bit more by the book, and you can see the rotations come through. No one's trying to take that crazy peak. No one's trying to run in on their own, and it's very much solidified as Jellies goes ahead and finds Pengo unaware.
The Pengo not quite running in on their own, but pretty darn tootin' close, being the first one to absorb those bullets there. We saw that Killjoy just slightly behind Vortex, able to find Dusk back behind the warehouse. Now it's going to be that 4-4, excuse me. I'm curious to see which one of these teams really starts to take this momentum. Aggressive act, trying to do just that, running in, trying to find an early kill, but instead Vortex going to find Jellies instead. Chimp is going to be up on that high ground. Tiki committing the res onto Jellies. Tiki able to find a kill onto Vortex as well. This Sage, she can do it all, but instead Chimp looking for 2 kills of their own. Atomic with the operator finds Scuba and Jellies just all on his lonesome. Warrior with a great headshot coming through. Plenty of time to defuse the spike as well.
And that was a rough one. You saw the spike go down. Springfield actually did it, but that was within the defender lockdown.
Right.
I'm not sure if that's really the best call, because that immediately forces Springfield into a rough defense. Right. You immediately have to back out, but the spike's down, so that means Marymount can easily just defuse it. So if you know the Killjoy lockdown is coming, I feel you actually just pull out. Right. Leave it alone. Wait. Get a couple frags on the outro. And I think they would have had enough time to keep playing and possibly get the plant. So maybe a little bit jumping the gun there, but nonetheless, I think well played and well executed on both sides.
Yeah, I do not disagree with that in the slightest. And you mentioned this already. Whoever talked to these teams, you did your job, because they have certainly slowed this momentum down. And that's made these rounds last a little bit longer. And it's made these teams fights last a little bit longer as well. We don't have people just blind charging into a 1v5 anymore like we were seeing on Ascent. And Dusk busting out the Odin. We have seen quite a lot of Odin gameplay today, and I completely understand it. Like I said earlier, one of my favorite guns in the game. It just packs such a punch.
Yeah, always packs a punch as long as you hit your shots. As Pengo finds 3 round in the corner and immediately dips. I love how fast he
Good man. Good call coming out there from Pengo. That was going to be... Oh, and he's still taken out by aggressive act. Unfortunately, not able to run out fast enough. Vortex finds one. Dusk just cannot spray that wall hard enough. Might be able to this time. Just barely able to do so. Vortex taken offline. Jimp and Warrior coming out from the shadows here, able to pick up Tiki and Dusk respectively. 3v2, and again, all of a sudden, Springfield around, they start with the lead. All of a sudden, they are forced into that deficit.
Yeah, and it's all about that, you know, who can get a couple frags. And honestly, Warrior, I'm so surprised seeing so many blind fire picks. They got to just be throwing it up to the wind there. Chimp goes ahead and picks up a resurrect, so it's a 4-on-2. So Springfield now between a rock and a hard place, rotated over, another rotate over into the A. But this time you're facing off against 4, probably not even going to wait for that. Any help? Yep, can't even get the play.
Yeah, Warrior has just been a beast here on Ascent so far. Not necessarily the best game, but one of the better games of the players, currently being that top fragger for their team. 6 kills short of aggressive act, and I'm very excited to see, will this momentum continue? Killjoy, they can get some value, but it's very rarely you see a Killjoy at the top of your leaderboard.
Yeah, I honestly would nice I've seen once or twice, and that's just off the coverage that they can get. I haven't been able to see the nano swarms come out as much. I think Warrior's been placing them in kind of odd spots, but I do love the nano swarm and how much coverage you can get here in such small, tight corridors. You can actually lock down an entire site or any entry points with just 2 of those, right? You toss them down in each of the doorways and you're good to go. So far done very, very well for themselves. Warrior 11, 8, and 2 now might be able to pop it up and be able to bring a round half even, which would be crazy to me.
Yeah, no, that would be absolutely insane. Crazy to say the least. I mean, again, folks, this was 5-1 at one point. In the previous nearly 6 rounds, we have seen Springfield only win 1 of them. They have not been able to find that footing again or that momentum they were looking for very early on. Scuba now trying to find that very momentum, committing that lockdown as well, and it looks like it's going to hit nobody, but it will open up the point at the very least to find the spike plant. The most successful we've seen in a while, but Warrior with the Phantom on the high ground, able to take Scuba out right away. 1 Killjoy finds another, and a 4v5 comes to fruition all over again. Not for long. Pango onto Jelly's Dust, taken out by Vortex. Warrior finds Tiki. Not quite a flawless round, but darn tootin' close here on the side of Marymount. They are going to win yet another round and tie things up on halftime. My goodness.
You know, last time we had a tie in map 1, and it was because both teams constantly went back and forth around wins. This one's just straight up. Marymount came
Taking
out of the
turns.
woodworks and just ran straight through with a couple rounds. So very impressive. Different routes and different strategies were used, and yet we ended up in a deja vu setting of the end result.
Yeah, that was fascinating to say the least. Like you said, last round on Ascent, or last map on Ascent, it was just kind of, okay, your turn, our turn, your turn, our turn. But now this time it was just 6 rounds in a row for the both of them nearly. There was, one weird round amongst them. On the 3rd round of the map, we actually saw Marymount win, and then Springfield ended up winning 6 of the other 7 starting rounds. So Marymount, they did find that one momentum early on, and then they found their footing all over again right before halftime, and all of a sudden things could not be any closer. We are basically back at a complicated 0-0.
Yeah, and the scoreboard still says a lot, right? Aggressive Act still sitting at 18-9. This time, though, Warrior picking up some of the slack and Atomic the Gamer right behind. So keep in mind, Atomic the Gamer was the top fragger for his team on Ascent. This time around, it's Warrior. I want to see who can step up for the side of Springfield and help out Aggressive Act.
Yeah, speaking of stepping up, both Tiki and Chimp have really been doing a phenomenal job on these stages, getting appropriate healing, getting appropriate reses, and just doing damage when necessary. Dust able to find Pango, trying to secure a 7th round win here for Springfield, a win they've been itching to have for quite a while, quite a couple of rounds. Warrior playing it slowly but surely around that back corner. Vortex as well, going to utilize that opposing smoke to make his way around that corner. This is fascinating, a 4v3 in favor of Springfield, but we've seen them in this exact scenario before, and they ended up losing those rounds.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. And if they're faked out by this rotate, it depends. So are they going to fake it? If Marymount make the call and pull the fake rotate, they are going to come out with a huge advantage. Oh, Dusk,
1v3, 1v3, poor Dusk. Oh, he fell right into the trap, and now immediately we see the snapback coming from Springfield. They fell right into the hands of Marymount here. This is exactly what they wanted them to do. They wanted to find that 3v3. Warrior going to go for essentially a free plant as well, a slow rotation coming out from Springfield. Marymount playing absolutely their cards in every best way right now.
This in map 1, like what? We get rotates, we get fake rotates, we get the peaks. It's all over the place, and Springfield so far are recognizing that and at least playing the retake on a straight shot. Nice picks by Aggressive Act. All of it might have been for not if Marymount can't close it out.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody can find a 3K here, I would not mind putting my money on Warrior. Now they're going to go for the false defuse. Warrior finds 1! Going to be able to pick up Tiki right away in the other 2. Critical condition, to say the least. Warrior still vibing around that full health. We're going to take a lot of damage. No, did not check that corner appropriately. Plenty of time for that spike defuse to come through. By plenty of time, I do mean 4 seconds, but still, a round win is a round win. Springfield, they have put themselves back in the lead.
Oh, how is Warrior finding kills with the turrets and nano swarms? I don't understand how this is happening over and over again, and it's extremely impressive coming out from a set of utility that normally you're just like, cool, it does a bit of damage to get you low enough to get the headshots or the body shots. No, it's full on collecting kills for him. So it's just, I don't know, I'm baffled by it and I love it.
Yeah, no, this has been very fascinating. We've seen, I feel like we've seen 4 different teams, right? I feel like we're accidentally watching like a different game, but no, these are the same 10 players from Ascent, just very different play styles here on Icebox. Maybe this is just something that calls for a different meta or different utility coming out, and that's exactly what these teams have kind of fallen into. They've been able to do just that. Tiki with the Spectre gets a little bit of damage, but Aggressive Act cleans up on the back of both of it. They're looking for 2, trying to find a third, but has to swap down to that pistol. Not able to get it out in time. Warrior picks up that kill, but it may already be too late. A 4v2 here in favor of Springfield. Looking for another round win. Marymount definitely getting a run for their money.
Yeah, and they're doing very well. So Jelly, go ahead and possibly cleaning it up. Pengo.
Come on, Pengo.
Shut down.
Yeah,
See,
no,
you walked around.
Excited, but no, that's no dice.
And going back to your point about, why do we see this huge swap up? I think there's one more possible thing that we are not talking about, which is not as much practice here, not as comfortable on the map, right? That's another thing. When you're not as prepped, you tend to be more cautious just naturally, right? You walking inside of a home that you're not used to, you start looking at the steps. You start looking where your foot is being placed, and that forces you to open up a little bit more in terms of your awareness patterns. So I like seeing this. I like them taking a little bit more passive steps and understanding that everywhere holds a little bit of a challenge. And we'll get to see them continue this. Again, 6-8, very, very close. No one can tell who's going to come out on top.
Jelly's about to go for the... Oh my goodness, they have no idea. They don't know. Oh, Vortex finds Jelly's. They're unable to get anything with the Bucky. Unfortunately, not able to get the value that he wanted, but already going to put a serious deficit onto Springfield here. Marymount, they are up 5-3 in numbers in the round.
This is going to be a scary point, and just seeing the legs, Aggressive Axe is trying to find something with the Marshall, but facing off against someone with a Vandal.
Yeah, that's
really
a
hurts.
Weird firefight. That's definitely a difficult one to come back from. Chimp able to find Tiki. Aggressive Act, critical condition, Scuba, moderately to severely on their lonesome. Able to find Vortex, but is that going to be enough? You are still down 2. Urena, critical condition, hiding in that back line, and everybody else just waiting for you to show your face.
Yep. And that's what happens when you show your face. Warrior goes ahead, drops Scuba. Aggressive Act goes ahead and gets the Marshall shot.
Okay.
Atomic to Gamer, and showing off that maybe Aggressive Act can also do a one-shot kill. Is going to go ahead, pick up the, I think that is... Yeah, my brain doesn't want to work.
Yeah, I got that Phantom online there, and I think Aggressive Act's gonna pick up that Phantom and just hold it. You can't get in there fast enough.
No, Pango!
No! Oh, Pango unfortunately taken out. Very, very sad. You hate to see it, and I'm sure Pango does too. They've got some credits, but not really enough to be letting that happen.
I mean, come on. Penguins can only waddle so fast, so Pengo's like waddling his fastest at the back of the site and just like, no, I can't make it. So
there's that great spot on this map of the little penguin on the barrel. I don't remember exactly where he's at, but I love it. It's my favorite part of this whole map.
We will find it. There's no snowman, right? There's the that's the cross out. I almost feel like that's a nod and of respect to the Olaf Meister boost. Where they have it all plastered on the map. There we go. Yeah, we got Chimp going down.
We were a little more worried about the snowman, but yeah, Chimp couldn't wait. Chimp couldn't give us a little bit of time to talk about snowman. Had to find 2 kills at the start of the round. Aggressive Act, that top fragger on the side of Springfield, taken offline. This is looking good. It looks like we're going to go all the way to that 8-8 already. This is a phenomenal turnaround here for Marymount. And again, if they win this one, they only need to win 1 more. This is a best of 5, which is a first to 3.
Yeah. Some people will always, prefer to go attacking side first, set the momentum there. But remember, when you're attacking second, you are able to dictate each round specifically. So if you can kind of reset the mental, reset everything that's going on. If you already gave yourself a safety net on the defensive posturing, even though, yes, I do agree, it is a defensive game, right? With the abilities at hand, right? Valorant is naturally tilted over that side. It's still, the pace is always set by those who have to go in, right?
Absolutely.
They opt how far they step forward. If they only step 1 or 2, the defense has to react to 1 or 2. And here we are seeing it. Marymount are stepping 5 and 6, forcing Springfield onto their back foot and caught reloading. Atomic the Gamer kind of sprays and laughs into Dust's face as he tried to swap for the Odin.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dust had the Odin, very long reload animation, tried to swap to the Classic, then tried to swap back. Just did what we all do when playing first-person shooters, panicked a little bit in the face of death, and that, unfortunately, is just the name of the game here. But this is already going to be tied up 8-8.
This is finals. I mean, how could you ask for a closer finals, right? So far, tied all the way through. No one has had a definitively. We got slightly there in the first half, and then it just went all bonkers. Everyone's just going straight up into, hey, we want to keep it tied up. We want to see what happens. And that's going to be aggressive act. Missing an unfortunate shot with the Marshall might have a second chance.
You should run.
Yeah, absolutely. And that Killjoy lockdown coming out super early on. So we see them they want to take this as quickly and as aggressively as possible to run it back. Immediately going to be ran back. So no value coming off of that. Marymount, this lockdown, and even if it gives them the opportunity to plant the spike, that's just going to be huge nonetheless.
Yeah, and this gives them ample time to reset. So this is what you want to do. You buy yourself time to prep for the retake. And Atomic to Gamer finds Dusk lurking. Well played by Marymount.
Absolutely. Vortex able to find Tiki as well. And this is going to be absolutely massive coming through here. We see this is going to be a little bit of value. Vortex able to find a triple kill with that Phantom. Just looking for a flawless. Able to find it thanks to the help of Atomic.
That was a very quick round, complete tempo shift by Marymount, and I have to give compliments to Atomic to Gamer for that. Lurking is probably the hardest, in my opinion, in any FPS, right? If you're playing the Lurker, you are on your own, you are facing off against everything, so you usually put your most skilled shooter on that task, right? You are saying, hey, we trust you to hit your shot against anyone that pops around a corner near or far, and Atomic has doing that. He stopped a potential flank opportunity that Springfield were attempting to do and hauled it off, giving them a single round lead.
Absolutely. Just giving them that round lead is going to be massive nonetheless, and a single round makes or breaks it, right? I mean, if you win 13-11, that's only the 2-round differential, but this could be absolutely massive. I think Marymount very capable of holding this lead.
Yeah, very capable, but Springfield on the same side have that opportunity, right? 3 ultimates in the hand, run it back, plus the Resurrection and the Empress. These are 3 big-time ultimates that can really buff up your squad in a retake or in a defense.
Absolutely, and speaking of defense, we need to see how the ultimates are going to be utilized by them. Now we see that run it back coming out early on. Atomic finds Tiki already, so now Rez taken offline for the side of Springfield. Marymount, they were up 4 just a moment, but now both stages taken offline. Those Rez is nowhere in sight. Pango finds Dusk, a 3v3. Pango finds another, making this a 4v2. Unfortunately, Jelly is going to fall to run it back all for naught there. The Empress still online, but I do not think you commit an Empress in a 1v4 like this. Slowly but surely, the spike plant comes through. Scuba has absolutely no idea how close to death they just came. That was right around the corner. Scuba and Pango basically just high-fived in the darkness and called it a day. A 4v2, the spike already planted. Vortex definitely just thought his teammate was an opponent. You could tell by his crosshair plays. He was ready to take his head clean off, but no, it was in fact his friendly Phoenix coming through. A great blind, aggressive act, able to use that paranoia to get rid of Vortex. Atomic gets that vengeance kill right away. 3v1, and I do not think there's time to defuse this spike anymore.
Yeah, I don't think there is either. Maybe just go ahead and run away, save that weapon. And I do have a little bit of a gripe here. Aggressive Act was the one sent over to B's side to play that potential lurker, you know, stop any potential rundown, but was extremely late on the rotate back over.
Right,
I feel there was enough firing from Marymount, California 1. There was enough obvious volume and pressure that it was a full 5-man push. But it wasn't until the spike was halfway planted that you saw Aggressive Act actually rotate over. And I feel that was a little bit of a mistake on the side of Springfield. Not going to be the end of the game, but definitely hurts them as Marymount are currently in a 10-round position to potentially go up 2-0 in this series.
Absolutely. And that's exactly where you want to be, 2-0, right? This is a first of 3 of technical best of 5. So they want to have that 2-game advantage. You only need 1 more. And as simple as that sounds, that's all you've got to do. You've already won 2, right? So if you're able to win that 3rd, you can take this away in a 3-0 victory, which would be honestly kind of crazy impressive on the side of Marymount, because these games have been wild close.
Yeah, and Tiki just goes ahead, fires a couple shots into Atomic's back, and he is not able to respond.
Yeah, we see Brimstone fall. Tiki instead going to be taken out by Pango afterward. Aggressive Act finds Vortex, but he saw somebody else coming just around that corner. Going to be trying to commit nothing here. Chimp is going to get that Resurrection onto Atomic, so 3v3 turns into a 4v4, and Warrior bloodthirsty here. They know Aggressive Act is nearby.
Oh, they do. Aggressive Act. They didn't take a gold fix. Misses the headshot. Wow. That would have been a huge shot.
Yeah, instead Warrior actually landed a shot onto Aggressive Act. That is surprising. Aggressive is going to pick up Atomic there. A great flash from Jellies. Great coordination onto Warrior. Finds Pango. It's got to come down to Chimp. Can this Sage save the day? Oh, going up against Aggressive Act, that's going to be difficult. This is a bloodthirsty player, to say the least, and that Killjoy as well, floating around in the darkness.
Around. Quiet. And a hold. Remember, the spike isn't down, so still plenty of time to try. Oh, that turret. That's unfortunately going to call out the position. So Chimp now caught and known.
30 seconds left.
No,
he got around. He's going to fight. He's going to get it. No, he got the 3. He get one more.
Chimp, oh my goodness.
He's gonna get the heal. Oh, this is gonna be it. Oh my god!
Clutch! Oh my goodness, let's go. That was absolutely phenomenal coming out there. What a round. That is a highlight reel moment if I've ever seen one. That was absolutely amazing.
That would not have happened in map number 1. Absolutely no way. That was the most calm, calculated play I have ever seen coming
Just
out.
that patience.
Oh, trigger discipline, walking discipline, all of that culminated into a freaking round win to make sure no potential close game is coming out. Marymount 2 rounds from winning map number 2. Oh my lord.
Yeah, absolutely. That was, whew, what a round. And honestly, that Sage right now top fragger on the side of Marymount. Sitting at 17 eliminations, one more than anybody else on the team. Looking to make it 18, able to do just that. Dusk gets a kill, but dies for the cause there, pays the price of his life to get that kill in the mix up there. Jelly's looking for a kill of their own, able to find one, looks for 2. A Peg immediately going to turn that around. And Springfield, you've got 3 ultimates. You've got to stop sitting on your hands here. You've got to get these ultimates out here.
At least the resurrection, right? Just throw down the resurrection. Now, granted, this is the best time to use the defending lockdown as well.
Right.
Perfect time. And
Speaking of the devil.
Best time right now to use it. Maybe get a revive off if you wish, but you can walk in, go ahead, pop a few, and possibly look at some frags.
Oh, no way. Atomic spray. Tiki gets the res too. That kill was so crucial, but instead Atomic gonna get caught up by that lockdown. Jelly's able to find the kill. This is actually going to be insane. This could be a round 4 Springfield to win.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of snipe warrior again. Find
Another
what
one.
is this Nanostorm? 1-on-1, full health for that side, and a little bit of defense, but Warrior catches it out, and Marymount are in position. That was also the textbook definition of wrong equation, but right answer, right? We saw the sprint by the Sage. It was the funniest thing I've ever seen. A sprint by to go res as the opponent is spraying you down to completely disregard the Phoenix, and yet you come up with the resurrection. Like, that was hilarious to say the least. I loved it.
I want to put something out very quickly. Is aggressive act with 27 eliminations. The next on team 12. That is. Oh, there's my little friend. There's a little penguin I was talking about. There he is, hanging out on the dock. There he is, my little buddy.
Zoom in. Yeah.
Look at that little guy. Look at him. I absolutely love him. I love that he's got a little hat too. Oh, he's great. Anyway, back to the intensity of the Valorant matchup here. Sorry, I got a weak spot for penguins. I can't help myself. But Vortex now trying to get a little bit aggressive early on, trying to cover that high ground of A, and it looks like we may see kind of an approach into A. We've only got to wonder, Marymount, they know they're one round away. Do we think they're going to get a little bit overzealous here because they are so confident?
Oh, they haven't heard the Odin yet, and that could be the big game changer, right? So I'm very curious. You have to wait in here. That's going to be the attack. Oh, they had that ultimate. That is so lucky.
Yeah, the lockdown, that's going to be massive. Oh, no way. Dusk picks up Warrior. That is a sight to behold. Okay, that was a really weird interaction. Tiki just walked right into Atomic, and Scuba finds Atomic. Chimp finds Dusk. 1-for-1 trade across the board here. 3 versus 3. The spike has been planted. Marymount there, 3 short kills away from taking map 2.
And I just want to say that orbital strike also knocked out the lockdown. Like, that was
I think that's why he used it. I think that was the idea, was to use that lockdown or that orbital strike to get rid of the lockdown, but instead found a kill, which, I mean, hey, again, wrong equation, right answer. Able to find a kill there was absolutely massive, and there it is. Just like that, Jellies picks up that final kill. Excuse me, Pango picks up that final kill. Oof, sorry, that was awkward. Pango picks up that final kill, and we see Marymount, they're able to take a victory at Icebox. They have taken a 2-0 lead over Springfield.
And I mean, considering the standings, right, this is almost to be expected. Maybe not this close, but Marymount came into this as 2nd seed. Both these squads have actually done very well in terms of upsetting during the playoffs. So meeting as a 2nd and 4th seed, slightly unexpected here, but still, Marymount is considered the higher seed, and you can see it right there. Yes, Aggressive Act came out 27 frags once again, but look at the average amount of kills across all those players. All of them double digit, all of them playing fairly close in the averages, everyone between, or almost everyone close to 200 to 275. Impressive average combat score for everyone on Marymount, California, one side.
Absolutely, and something of note is this game actually had 9 less eliminations, which actually isn't a huge difference. So Ascent had 170, we see 161 here on Icebox. So that is a little bit, we talked about that slower paced gameplay. It kind of shows in those 9 eliminations. Now, I believe we're going to throw it to not really a break, but more to Jim Lowry over on the analysis desk, Coach Jim. So I think that's where we're headed next.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
And we're back at the desk. Marymount jumps to a quick 2-0 lead here in 2 rounds where they were actually down a substantial amount. I can't speak at the moment. I'm still in shock with the 2 comebacks here from Marymount. Jacob, you were watching them a little bit as well. Down 9-5, I believe, on map 1, down 6-1 on map 2, comeback and taking both maps handedly. What were you seeing there in the first 2 maps?
Yeah, I mean, it's so strange because how quickly the momentum shifts in this game. I mean, like you said, they started off so slow in map 1, and Springfield they carried all the momentum early on, and then it was like a light switch went off or something like that for Marymount. They began to just sort of figure things out. They began to sort of reassess what was going on, and they seemed to just gain their confidence, and they really steamrolled to that map 1 win, and then map 2 was just like map 1, as you said. Springfield off to a great start, and I don't know if Marymount, if they're just reacting to the situation, they're responding well or what, but they've done a great job, and now they find themselves obviously just 1 map away from champion.
And it is a map Springfield chose. Haven was Springfield, one of Springfield's choices. Springfield going to be on attack when we come back to that one on map number 3. Some stuff to point out, though, and Septilence and Orbital did a really good job calling those first 2 maps. Atomic and Chimp on the side of Marymount. Heavy carries there on map 1. But on map 2, everybody pulled away, and they all pull away in all the maps. But 19, 19, and 18, I believe, were the kill counts for Atomic, Warrior, and Chimp there from Marymount. And it just seemed like what they would call a team diff, I think, Jacob, there. On map number 2, just everybody pulling weight there from Marymount. Aggressive Axe had a great map 2, 27 kills. But the next highest on the board, I believe, was Tiki at 12. And a single carry really just isn't going to do it for you on a 5-man team.
Yeah, and I think that for Marymount, I think that what they've done a very good job of is responding to what Springfield has done. I think they've sort of reacted to what they've done. They've read, they've taken control as each map has gone on. And it's the sign of a group that's well coached. It's the sign of a group that's well disciplined, right? A lot of times we see teams, they start off slow and that sort of spirals, and they're not able to overcome. You know, that momentum just sort of becomes a landslide of sorts. And Marymount's been the exact opposite. You know, they've said, all right, this is what's going on. This is what we need to adjust. This is what we need to do a better job of, and straighten things out. And I give them all the credit in the world, because we don't see that a ton consistently across our titles. A lot of time it's the team that strikes first that really carries the momentum. You don't see a lot of sort of those counter punch type activities, but Marymount's done a great job with that, obviously, and kudos to them. And now if you're Springfield, this break comes at a great time. You say, all right, guys, like you said, we've got off to great starts. Now we just got to carry it through. I don't think Springfield is sitting there saying, we're on life support. I think they're saying, listen, we just have to finish. You know, we started off right. We need to start off well again, but we need to finish. And I think that Springfield can get this 3rd map. I think we could see this one go to 5, quite frankly.
It could get really interesting here on the last 3 maps. Something else to point out, big runs on the side of Marymount. They were down 6-1,
Yep.
Brought it back. They got to a 6-6, so 5 rounds in a row. But then they were at 8-8, and they ran off 6 in a row to take it. Just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't see that, right? I mean, 2 or 3 you see, but you don't see those 5-0, 6-0 stretches, quite frankly, all that often. Especially we didn't expect in a title game, that's for sure. But I think that if you're Springfield at this juncture now, you've got to say, listen, we've been the better side for large portions of this game. We just have to carry that out and finish. And I think this is a team that's growing. We've talked about their success. We've talked about them sort of at the right time. Now they've been stunned. I think they had to be flying high after that first game. They're thinking after that first start, they're thinking, here we go, more of the same, right? We just knocked off the top seed in the semis. We're rolling right now. We're playing great. And Marymount punched back. And now Springfield, they've got to respond. They've got to get things going in the right direction. They've got to get better if they're to prolong this, because they need this one to go 5 now. We know that.
They do, and it's gonna have to come from the bottom of Springfield's roster. Gonna have to come from. They have to get some depth coming from the bottom. Our producer tells me they're ready for map number 3. Jacob, me and you are going to send it back to Septilence and Orbital for the call.
These two schools, this has been hyper aggressive. Springfield and Marymount. Ascent was danger close, 13-11 is the final score. I believe Icebox was 13-6, so not as aggressive there on the side of Springfield. But Marymount, they are now on series point.
Yeah, and I feel we saw the glimmers of a full squad really come together and putting what they practice into the game, right? A fake rotate, a full rotate as well. Like, these are guys starting to make the calls to come out now. Granted, I talked about it. It felt like Ascent was kind of chalked up to maybe we are a little bit overconfident and maybe a little bit more safety and a little bit more awareness in map 2 with Icebox.
Right.
This is Haven. Another very old map. Everyone's pretty much played on it. If you have played Valorant from the beginning, you know this map inside and out. 3 sites, lot of opportunity, and you're spread extremely thin.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see this because I talk about a lot of Valorant, defensive sided, yada, yada. But Haven in particular, not exactly the case because of that third point. The map it forces the defenders to be much more spread out. It forces them to be a little bit more consistent with checking each point. And honestly, I'm going to be shocked if I do not see a Sova here. This is a map that I feel Sova is almost mandatory. And it's also no Cypher. Those are both agents that I feel this map was made for them.
Yeah, again, the meta has shifted. Of course, we can't disregard that. And when the meta shifts in shooters, it's a lot different than, say, your average MOBA, where the meta shifting just means everyone plays these top 10 champions or something like this. In a shooter, the difference between the agents is not as drastic, right? It's more let's toss up the coin. Let's say, hey, these are going to possibly come out. Then we need these ones to counter. The differences in the counters are much more apparent. So you have to be a little bit careful if the meta shifted. And there's a Sova like you were talking about. So we do still get some of that old school coming in there. But you do have to be worried about the potentials coming out. So I like the very slow ramp up. We do have a Sky once again, which Pengo, I think, played in map number 1 to fairly decent extent. So I'm very excited to see what they can do when their utility might not reach as far as they expect.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see this because on the side of Springfield, they don't have... They have very little recon. They've got the Sova's kind of arrow to get a little bit of information. They have no Cypher. They have no Killjoy. They have no extended information on where Marymount is going to be. Marymount, they've got that Killjoy online. They're able to get that information a little bit earlier. I think that could really flip this in Marymount's favor early on.
Yeah, but you also have to think, if you're on the attacking side, right, or even on defense, what do you have that can obscure that line of view? A lot of smokes, right?
Right, absolutely.
Taking a look, we see these are like 3 entry people that'll just mess with your vision. Doesn't matter how many cameras you have, doesn't matter how many times you try and throw down all this stuff. You will not see a good portion of the map for a decent amount of time if you're facing off against Springfield and you are unlucky enough to be in the site that 5 members choose to go to. So we'll wait and see what they opt to do. It looks like it's going to be a 3-2 split straight into C. So nice little hard push. We'll see if it gets him anything.
Yeah, the Atomic going to get smoked out there. Going to be having to play a little bit slower in there. The first shots have been fired. No kill coming through. Atomic picks up aggressive as Scuba picks up Atomic in the process. They're the 1-for-1 trade coming through Reyna and Jet respectively. It's going to be a slow burn for both teams. They really want to make sure they've got an opportunity to move in. Tiki on the Sova gets that spike plant out in the open, and Chim just hiding in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to push in with the team. Getting it flashed right around the corner. Pengo will fall, and all of a sudden the numbers here are so aggressively in favor of Springfield. They're coming out hot here in round 1.
Yeah, it took him a while. And this is Springfield playing with no limits, right? I feel that's kind of what's happening here. That was the most aggressive 5-man push. I don't think we've seen a full 5-man hard rush into a site just yet, and that happened here on C, right? That was just 5 members rushing, saying, we don't care what happens, we're just going to go with it. And they did it, right? And I think that gives something to what we should expect coming out here. It's not going to be exactly the uncoordinated, just blasting one that we see coming around the corner. It's going to be 5 members pushing methodically at certain times and without fear or disregard of KDA, of stats, of whatever. It's 5 people trying to win at all times.
Right, absolutely. This is going to be quite interesting to see how well this can be turned around utility-wise. I'm fascinated to see if this is going to be able to flip for Marymount in this early round, or if they're going to kind of stay on this shorter side, maybe give up the first couple of rounds and just hold the economy. It seems to be their strategies. We see a couple of them just rocking the classic for the time being.
Yep, a little bit of a molly going out, and the site clearing potential that you have just from the basic abilities from Springfield is pretty good, but Aggressive Axe is going to go ahead and mow him down. 3, make that 4. Just all of a sudden, Marymount's going, what the heck? Maybe we were a different team, but this is a whole different squad. What in the world? Springfield with a massive, massive push. And Atomic just popping a few bullets in the back. Still takes one down, but Aggressive Act comes out with the 3K.
Yeah, Aggressive Act with that 3K. Like you said, this is shocking, to be quite honest. 2 rounds already being handed to the side of Springfield. Like you said, this feels like Icebox just kind of flipped on its head a little bit. This time it's Springfield coming in hot, getting hyper-aggressive early on. And this is becoming a more and more difficult hill for Marymount to climb. It looks like they're going to go for that full buy now, all coming into the Vandal. Oh, excuse me, and a Phantom.
Yeah, if Springfield, and I'm not calling it yet, of course, because it's only the opening rounds. Now we get to see the weapons come out if this continues. If Springfield can keep up this level of dominance here on the attacking side, I would not be surprised if we start seeing a mini reverse sweep come out, right? The aggression coming out is a complete 180, and it's going to throw everyone for a loop. If Marymount cannot get a handle on this type of aggression, on this type of coordination coming out of Springfield, it could spell disaster moving through.
Absolutely, it could spell disaster indeed, and I'm very curious to see if this will come to fruition. Atomic getting hyper-aggressive, taking a little bit of damage, able to make it out. Instead, Chimp with the first frag onto Jellies there, making this a 5v4, of course, in favor of Marymount. Going to be able to rotate out and around. Tiki trying to cover that back option. Scuba going to be eaten up by the Paranoia. And like you said, it is just Smoke City here all across the board right now. Springfield, they're just looking like a chimney because it is smoke all day long, and that's definitely going to give them a huge advantage pushing into these fights.
Yeah, well, the problem is in this time, they've used a decent amount of them early on, so you don't really have it for the later field push, but if they can start rallying through, it's going to be huge. Oh.
Atomic goes a little wide, still able to find Scuba with the help of Vortex and the wallbang, nonetheless, a 5v3. This is, like you said, third round is crucial because everybody gets their weapons online, and Vortex looks like they just needed a Vandal in hand, already able to find 2. Looking for a third. Tiki with the spikes, still stuck back in spawn, not really sure where to approach.
Sure at all, and so, again, I think Marymount have found it, right? Again, with the weapons in hand, it's always that option. And again, I jumped the gun. That's why I kind of gave myself that disclaimer, right? Have to wait and see if they can acclimate to this aggression. But again, once we get to the full round of weapon buys, I will be very curious to see how Springfield and Marymount kind of deal with the ever-changing tempo. Now these guys are desperate, right? Desperation with a lion backed into a corner. You don't want to see a Bear's Fangs.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, they've been backed into a corner here. They need to win this. It is impossible to plant the spike. Now they've got to look for exit frags, but Vortex just hiding around the back corner, able to find a double. There we go. Marymount's first point on board.
Yeah, and that was to be expected once again, rifles versus SMGs. Now we get to, wow.
Here we go.
Fourth round Odin.
I think Dusk may have done that on Ascent as well, but don't quote me on that. We've seen him with the Odin a couple of times, and I'm curious to see, is he going to have the utilization that he wants? Pango still sitting on the Classic, so looks like they may not. There we go. Going to commit at least to a Spectre. Not a huge fan of that, as this is kind of a full round buy coming through, but if that's what you have to do, so be it.
I know it doesn't get utilized very often, but I do like the idea of suppression. Sound suppression is huge. That's why you walk. That's why you sometimes don't just run straight through. So maybe opting for that instead, because I mean, sitting on 22 extra 100 credits, you probably could have gone. There you go. Yeah. All right, Dusk.
Blind fire into the darkness there, and Vortex taken offline by Dusk. Jelly's now going to be able to commit just a little bit further, looking with that run it back. Knows somebody's there, but instead the run it back has been ran back. Gamer finds one before being taken out by Tiki. A 4v3 in favor of Springfield, desperate to win this round and keep themselves in the lead. Early curveball coming out, an early flash coming out as well from that Sky, trying to get some value. And Chip with the wall back, going to be able to pick up Jelly's 4v3, turns into a 3v3. This is going to be a close one. Now we see some great damage coming through on both sides, but unfortunately, nobody's really sure where anybody's at. Aggressive Act able to pick up Warrior 3v2 in favor of Springfield all over again, and Marymount desperate to tie things back up if they can.
It's all coming apart now. They're getting a little bit desperate on both sides, a little bit worried about what's happening here. They hear the spike, and Chimp still playing backline. They need to get over. They need to start finding it. Oh, can't snap on to a certain person. Tiki actually takes both for a 3K.
Yeah, Tiki with the 3K, able to secure that third point as well. It's going to be able to put themselves up 3-1. And only 4 rounds into this, the fact we've even seen it, Odin, like you said, is amazing. And that Odin's the very reason that fight was cracked open so early on. Another short round bye going to be here from Marymount.
Yeah, and now we're starting to see, like, this is what I was hoping to see for a long time. I'm pretty sure you were expecting it too. Springfield, known for aggression, can be known for playing very, very well. And now we're starting to see it. Maybe the first 2 rounds were a little bit rough, or first 2 maps were a little bit rough, finding their steaming. But once all the points are off, right, like, you just go for it. And sometimes you need that boost of confidence, right? Just go for it. Don't have to worry about any of those, little hesitations or any of the pressure put on you, and just play.
Right, oh, what a curveball from Jellies, but he's looking at the wrong spot. He has no idea that he just caught somebody. Checks the wrong corner, but Warrior still can't find the shot. Shoots Jellies right in the head, but it's simply going to be able to pick it up, and Scuba with the molly finds Pango as well. This is going to be a bit of a disaster. Chimp finds 1. He's got to find 4 more. Looking for a second. There it is. Able to tie things up. Will he find a third? He has to reload in the corner. Swaps to the classic, and Tiki all over again with that closing double kill. 4-1 in favor of Springfield.
Man, that started looking pretty crazy. Chimp started rolling right there, just unfortunately with an SMG. If that were a Vandal, I think he probably could have cleaned up.
Yep.
Now in a 4-1, Springfield does have Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder, and the Blade Storm. So this is all enough to kind of clear out at least one of the sites to get a good plant, and a clean plant at that.
Yeah, like you said, they've got a lot of ultimates to really open up a point. They're going to be going up against Vortex with an operator. I'm curious to see if Vortex is going to be able to get that done. There's a couple of sites we see Vortex standing in the perfect spot, looking down C long, because, there's nowhere to hide there on that mini area. But I'm curious to see if it's going to pay off, as we see already a very aggressive push toward A.
Very aggressive. Kind of slowing down in long, because, again, Killjoy has so far been the one to kind of stop it up with the Nanoswarm, which so good. So good to see.
Absolutely. Pango finds 1. Scuba finds another. A 1-to-1 trade coming through here. Losing that Phoenix and Killjoy respectively. Pango going to get caught in the corner by the molly. Taken off. Line dust with a great projectile utilization there. 4v3. Chimp finds 1. Tying it back up. Aggressive act offline that breach. Crazy, crazy low on the side of Springfield. Marymount, they are desperate to find this round win. They want to get something on board, but Atomic picks up Dust. He was critical condition hiding in that corner. Looks like we're going to be able to see even more. Atomic rolling through, finds Tiki. Scuba, going to be taken offline. A single bullet from death, and Atomic almost single-handedly secures that second round win for Marymount.
I cannot fault Pango at all for getting killed by those projectiles. That is the one time I will probably ever admit that. Because of how well placed those were. That was a corralling from long range on that poor Sky. So very well done on that. Can't convert, unfortunately, because Atomic the Gamer just popped off. I think utilized the Empress. I'm not sure if it did. I can't remember. Yes, actually did. 0-6 right now on the ultimate charges. So very well done to save that round and keep it within 2. Now the big question again, 4 versus 3. That's a media Blade Storm call.
Vortex! Just a little bit too high, but no, it does not matter. Okay, second time's the charm. Able to find Jellies there. Maybe going to look for a third, but aggressive act. Going to be pushing right into this operator with this Blade Storm online. Oh, Great Cloud coming through. Going to give Vortex a little bit of time to get out. And Atomic finds Scuba, but no! The Great Flash comes through. Aggressive act does pick up Vortex. That Blade Storm still, of course, online. Chimp, however, finding a double kill. This Blade Storm's going to have to be huge. You're going to have to find an ace to make it count. Picks him a second. Warrior with the headshot finds aggressive act. I thought that was a destined ace coming out for aggressive act there, but instead, third round win. Looks like Marymount looking to tie things up.
I'm not gonna lie, that was still pretty dang good. Usually you have to see a right click with the Blade Storm to get that kind of action, but 2 precise daggers straight to the head means aggressive act is ready to go. These last few rounds, last few maps have not been in vain, right? He is ready to put up big numbers. Maybe the team is ready to follow in his footsteps. Gonna be a large order, right? Yeah. Not everyone's gonna drop 30K. No one's gonna drop like everything 25K for a whole team, but they can get close, right? This is an opportunity for them.
Absolutely. And aggressive act has been near the top of the leaderboard, even though they have lost both times. Aggressive act was second on the leaderboard on Ascent and first on the leaderboard on Icebox. So he has been doing his darn tootness to try and keep this team alive, but unfortunately one player cannot make up for the slack of the other 4. Not that Springfield is playing poorly, but maybe they just need to play a little bit more consistently, because aggressive act can only get so many kills.
Aggressive act can only do so much with so many bullets and so much health. It's taking a look here, a little bit slower pace, maybe a little bit of an
speaking of aggressive act.
aggressive act. All right, this is starting to get ridiculous.
Yeah, Atomic. I mean, it's just aggressive act and Atomic going back and forth time and time again. Both these two have some great value coming through. Dusky is going to pick up Atomic Act and a 4v3 here in favor of Springfield. They want to find some great advantage, and Pango going to be able to let them do just that. Aggressive act able to find that kill 2v4. The orbital strike coming out. I mean, that looks like it was just to guarantee that spike plant warrior has fallen. Vortex. I mean, a 4K. That's a pretty tough thing to ask for.
And no Blade Storm either, only has the operator, so you better be hitting at least above the waist if you want to close that one out. We'll see. Shot. Oh, that's one.
Down to 11 health, though. Less than a bullet from death. Spike's already been planted. I think a defuse is out of the question. Gonna walk face first into Dusk. Not quite able to find it. Yeah, only had one opportunity. Goes a little bit wide to the left there. And Springfield has another round win under their belts.
Yep, this is that is pretty good, and I'm excited. Like, this is... Every game so far has pushed into that tie round scenario, and I can't ask for more. I love seeing that. Now, this time around, I want to see Springfield at least hit 8. It's always gone 6-6 every single time so far in the first 2 maps. I want to see someone break it. Springfield now had the momentum. This is, in my opinion, the largest momentum game that they had. It hasn't been, you know, very, very close. It's chaotic. That was a secure win that time. Let's see it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very curious to see if they're able to keep this momentum moving. Vortex waiting already. Tiki just blink and you miss it. Tiki taken offline. Some great value already, but Jelly's pushing into Vortex. Might be able to get a kill of his own. The run it back being very well utilized, and there it is. Able to find Vortex. Atomic falls as well. The 2 top fraggers on the side of Marymount already gone at 4v3. This is a tough one to come back from.
And the only ultimates you have are the utility. Oh, good crouch by Scuba to keep his head on his shoulders. Oh, that is one that you don't see very often. Now 2v4. Pango with the ultimate still in hand, but only a pistol. I don't think he's going to be doing anything.
Yeah, I don't think committing an ultimate here would be a good call, but we've seen people make some pretty questionable options here today, and some of them have paid off, so very well could be likely. Yeah, Pango smart enough to hold on to that ultimate aggressive act using the Phantom, finds that headshot. Warrior, you know, are you going to be that warrior and die for the cause, or is it time to kiss this round of Haven goodbye? It most certainly is, as aggressive act picks up that double kill.
I think that's one of the few times I've seen aggressive act actually be that quick on the trigger with that. That was precisely around the corners. Most of the time we do see the missed shots, you know, a little bit iffy reaction timings. Aggressive act was saying he was having none of that. Snapshot anytime an inch of the body comes through. And that is also something I do want to talk about. I'm curious if either team has really practiced, and this is something that I don't think a lot of people will do very often, but I think it's good to do. Play the map with a teammate, go into hiding corners, and ask if they can see your weapon. I don't think people realize how long the weapon is sometimes. That is a dead giveaway. So I'm curious if they do, because some of these kills are happening specifically because the barrel of the gun is sticking out.
Oh, certainly. Now, Tiki, speaking of barrels of guns, Atomic looking right down the barrel of the operator. They're going to be taken offline early on. A bit of a vengeance kill. Tiki was the one taken out last round first. And now this time it's going to be a kill in favor of Springfield. I'm curious to see if Marymount can really turn this around. The last couple of rounds, I mean, Haven just feels like it has not been their map so far.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you can only practice so many maps. You can't be a pro at all of them. You usually pick only 3 that you're going to excel in and maybe drop one on the other. However, again, Marymount never really win out on the first half of the map. It's always in that second half. It's always the second half where they kick off. It's like they get the second surge. It's you know, it's the miracle of the Air Bud series almost. It's like, hey, you know, second round, the coach has a talk, the bud is barking in there, and it's all glory, you know, movie magic or something. But it seems that Marymount has that.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, they have that underdog tale, that movie magic, as you call it.
Even though they're second seed. Even though they're second seed.
So far, I do agree that's kind of how they've felt so far. The first half, never really their half, but the second half, they really start to come alive. And I think that's in part because they have started on the defense every single round, every single map so far, including this one. So maybe the offense is just where they're more comfortable.
Yeah, maybe that is, and I mean, it certainly worked for some of those teams in the Challengers and Champions division, so maybe taking it afterward as aggressive act gets a collateral, I think is what that was, and Vortex finally gets some revenge. Dusk goes ahead, snipes it down, Warrior snipes it back, turns into a 2v1, and Dusk goes ahead and puts the final nails in the coffin.
Yeah, cannot fight the Odin close quarters like that, going to be taken off. 7-10, so the curse has been broken. Springfield, they're the first team to actually hit 7 before that halftime marker. Marymount, they are still at 3. I mean, this is a disaster for them if this score continues to separate itself.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say it's a terrible disaster. We've seen them run 5 in a row previously, so maybe it's not that much of a deficit. If they come out with some sneaky plays here, again, they do have the Skye, the Reyna, and even a Killjoy on their side. So Killjoys, in my opinion, always secure at least 1 or 2, depending on how you utilize it, right? So they have the tools and utility, and so far, I'm not counting them out. They at least have 3. 3 is really the magic number that you need. If you're playing pretty close on the tight wire, Vortex, though, ready and waiting with that Blade Storm.
I'm curious if Vortex is going to be able to get some utilization out of this. They know exactly where she's at now, and this Jet going to have to dash out quickly. Going to be counter-dashed in aggressive act. Aggressive indeed. The Phantom able to get 1 kill there. Atomic will fall as well. And again, those top fraggers taken offline. This suddenly just became so hard for Marymount.
Yeah, and Tiki is on point with that operator so far, cleaning up along that seed lobby and making sure no one comes in. So now it's just a very simple act of cleaning up the last 2, pushing to an 8-3.
Yeah, this is looking like an 8-3. If unless the impossible is ran here by Marymount, an 8-3 is very likely. And then I believe, best case scenario, you're looking at an 8-4 going into halftime, which is not phenomenal, but definitely still doable. Jelly's now able to find Pango, and this is looking very, very comfortable right now for the side of Springfield. Warrior finds 1. Can you find 3 more? You most certainly cannot. Aggressive Act is going to find that kill, and now 8-3 here in favor of Springfield. They wait all the way till map 3, but they're finally coming back to life.
And I will give credit to Warrior right there. Actually did that through a concuss, I think is what that was, and was able to actually still pull off the kill. So a little bit of endurance right there to be able to pull that one off. However, last round, of course, you got 3 ultimates on Springfield's side. You're going to use them no matter what. Those are all 3 very aggressive ultimates. So Marymount just kind of sitting with the defending Killjoy. It would be great on the retake if you can burn that, run it back, and the Hunter's very early. However, I don't think Springfield's going to do that.
I'm not sure Springfield's going to be able to do that quite yet. And it's going to be 3 ultimates to the 1, and that's the run it back coming out from Jellies early on, trying to maybe just get a little bit of recon or maybe just try to figure something out. But now it's just Scuba blind firing into the darkness. The run it back does not come to fruition. No valuable ability coming out. Aggressive Act. With an aggressive Act, they're able to find Vortex for being traded out by Pango. Jellies picks up Chimp. Another reload comes through slow enough to get them killed. Jellies finding a double already. Tiki with another operator kill onto Atomic. This is just, right now, this is Springfield's map to take.
This is fantastic to watch. I wanted aggression. I wanted. Oh no!
That was awkward. I don't have anything else to say other than that was a little awkward there. Somebody does get detained. It looks like Tiki caught out by that lockdown, but I don't think we're going to be able to see the Killjoy make it over far enough to really utilize that before he breaks out. Odin versus Weapon there. Warrior able to be taken offline. 9-3 going into halftime. Only 4 rounds short of taking Haven. This is looking to be our fastest map so far.
I don't care what happens. I just love the fact that you, as a Phoenix main, had to watch that happen.
It hurt. I'll be honest. It did not feel good. A small part of my soul broke away when I watched that happen. But if I were to say that's never happened to me, I'd simply be lying. So it's a world that I've unfortunately seen firsthand.
Multiple times God, that's me anytime I try and fire a gun in this game, I swear. 10 seconds left until we take a look at, again, I'm waiting for Marymount to kind of kick online themselves. This was a very aggressive Springfield setup on their attacking side. I don't think they've ever been that aggressive on any of the sites. Usually it's a slow burn in. So maybe they feel very comfortable. But here we go. Oh my gosh. Super aggressive move forward by Aggressive Act. He gets 2. The Mad Lad pulls off the hardest push and a rush of a defensive C lobby set that I have seen. I think just won the pistol round for his squad.
No, that's not even a think. That's just a do. He just dashes forward, picks up a double off the gate, and that is just immediately a free round win. They are now 3 rounds away from not letting this be a complete shutout. Aggressive finds a 4th kill, not quite an ace, but darn tootin' close. Just actually cracks 20 with that elimination, double the amount that anybody else in this lobby has.
Where did that decision making come from? That was a boost into a follow-up. They had to be practicing that because the flash came
absolutely
at the right. That was immaculate.
That was not an accident.
2-man blind straight into a couple. They hard practiced that.
This is fascinating because I talked about right at the very start before we even saw map 1. I said if Aggressive Act shows up today, Springfield, they can take this away. But if Aggressive Act does not play well, then that really may cost them. And we've seen Aggressive Act here on Haven almost more than any other map. I think he's got the cleanest KD so far, just now cracking that 23 rounds away from winning the map for his team. I mean, this is really some possible comeback potential, but Atomic finally going to give at least a small advantage to the side of Marymount.
That's going to be a nice little grab, and now a full A site. If Marymount, for some reason, are able to pull this off, that would be devastating over on Springfield's side. That would probably lead to a little bit of a return fire, maybe about 2 rounds total.
Oh, no way.
Gamer gets one with the classic on Dusk. Couple snipes out of Aggressive Act, ready to go, and finally finishes that one off, but it's still a 3v4 position.
I like that Aggressive Act lives up so much to his name. Like, he is such an aggressive player. Like, the name is not a joke. He is very... I will push into you if you do not push into me. And Vortex now able to find that kill. 4v2. Tiki picks up one more. They've got the firepower. Yeah, Scuba's able to find Vortex. All of a sudden, the numbers advantage disappears, and the Spectres very well may have done it, but no, Warrior with the double kill there. That classic just barely able to clean things up. Not able to grab the gun in a panic to get away from the spike. Might be able to live, only able to pick up a Spectre in the mix-up there.
People underestimate the classic. Again, it is one of the few weapons that you can right click and deal as much, maybe about, you know, half to 3/4 amount of damage as you would with a Bucky shot. So like, if you underestimate that weapon and say, oh, they only have classics, you're going to get a face full of lead, and that's just kind of what happened there. So an amazing hold. That's all I can say right there. By Marymount, California, to win back a round that is usually definitively the opening round winners.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, that was definitely a round they were not, you know, according to the script of Valorant, that is not a round they were supposed to win. That is something that usually the team will lose in the situation they are in. But I talked about the offense just feels like something they're more comfortable with. And I think, again, that is showing there with the fact they were able to take that round. The first round, that pistol round, I don't even want to count that as a round due to that phenomenal timing coming out from the side of Springfield. But now Marymount, I mean, this is where we've really started to see them shine on every other map.
Oh my gosh, that whip from Warrior.
What reaction time. I mean, that had to be a fraction of a second, and Warrior basically 180 to Aggressive Act.
Had a little bit of help. Let's not lie. It got a little help, but still getting the frag. Atomic the Gamer already on C's site, trying to hold it down, and they're putting it. Multi-man Dusk with the shorty says hello to B site. Come on in.
The shorty, one of my favorite guns in the game, because when everyone gets tilted if they're killed by a shorty, that's just kind of like a fact, I think. Nothing against any of these players, but anybody in Valorant ever. The shorty is such an insult of a weapon, and Dusk able to find that kill right away. Now he's got the shorty in a 2v4, so I honestly put him at a deficit in this situation, because he has to get up close and personal to make a kill work. Okay, that makes sense. He's now got that Spectre online as well.
No, not just because he had the shorty and now has the Spectre. You're sitting at a Sova who has 5 to 10 HP. That's all he has in the pocket.
Right.
He is not going to live. He is going to get picked off once, and he is down. So you are the only member on your team. That is what you're relying on.
Yeah, absolutely. Dusk is trying to get around and get some things figured out. You're going up against 4 full health opponents. The spike already ticking away, and now Dusk has fallen. Tiki with a literal 2 health. Finds one, you know, almost finds 2, but Jim will pick up that exit frag there. And what did I say? I mean, this is where we saw Marymount shine on every other map up to this point. That is now 2 rounds in a row they've got under their belt. I realistically could see them bringing this back.
I could too, and you know, I said it in previous broadcasts, I think, during the regular season, but at least here in the NECC, these have been some of the most aggressive teams that I've seen on the attacking side. You were talking about how it's a defensive game, and yes, I feel that's true if you're playing maybe in a pub squad. When it comes to coordinated play, it feels like such an aggressive tempo game at some points, right? Maybe not as fast as CSGO, but still up there. That defense is almost negligible at some point. Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, Vortex got a little bit countered there. It was actually 2v1. They thought they were in a clean 1v1 with the opposing Jet. I'm not sure what the idea of the smoke cloud was, but, you know, to each their own. And now, Atomic about to walk into a 2v1 of their own. Aggressive Act taking their head clean off. Jimp does find that kill. Might find Scuba as well if they're careful. Goes for the reload, takes a lot of damage in the corner there, and Scuba able to find it now. Pango has to find that kill to just not even make it a 4v or tie it up. No. Oh, wow. Okay, Pango does find that kill. That is a bit of a surprise. A 3v basically won as Pango is critical condition there. And Dusk with the Odin might get lucky and find a kill.
I mean, I think Pango was surprised too. Got out of the blind and was like, oh yeah, now I'm dead.
Pango.
Just like, feels bad. Warrior, I think, was the recipient of that. Yeah, Pango's still up with about 5 HP. 12. Dang it, I keep getting close. It's all within about 10. Now that's going to be the Odin fired.
You got to reload eventually, bud. Yeah, Pango's dead. It's simple as that. Pango's got nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and is caught out by not only an Odin, but that Vandal as well, approaching from the other side. 2 rounds away from Springfield being able to force us into that map 4.
Yeah, and if they can, I mean, that's great. This has been a phenomenal map for Springfield. I don't know if this was their map to choose, but they have excelled on it to a great extent. And by no means has it been easy. I think not just off of the back of aggressive act 2, by the way, is 22. This is the entire squad. Look down the line. They already all hit double digits, and it's been their aggressive tactics paired with aggressive act, right? You don't want to stifle an aggressive player. You want to be able to match it and support them, whether that's with the utility, right?
Right.
Whether that's just with throwing a flashbang with a little bit of a molly, it's worked for them, and that's how you enable your teammate to rise and soar above the rest.
No doubt, no doubt. I'm very curious to see if Jelly's pre-firing a little bit too much, was not able to find a kill, instead going to get killed by Chimp there. I'm very curious to see the progression coming off of that. The lockdown seems to be the next ability at hand. Atomic turning the corner, gonna be able to find Scuba, but not able to find the bullets necessary. Not quite able to take Scuba offline. It's gonna be a 4v4 to the truest extent. Scuba did take some damage in the process, but not quite enough to really make that 1v1 worth it, especially when you're the one that lost.
Yep, not what you want to see. Dust powers down from heaven, bullets from heaven, quite literally.
Yeah, quite literally some bullets from heaven. And Pango, that was not your best call. I gotta be honest, that was a bit of a mistake. Just pushing into that Odin. This was a round very easily for Marymount to win, but they kind of handed it away.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit rough. Another one. Aggressive act actually throwing up the blades. I don't think that was being utilized earlier. Might have just been kind of a statement play here to secure that 12th round win. And Warrior goes ahead, drops 1, and that's going to be the defusal going down. Trying to fire through, gets 2. Warrior, if Warrior gets us back, this is ridiculous.
No way. No way. Oh! What were you doing? Warrior, that was... The spike defuse I don't think comes through, though. I think that's still around. Yeah, that's still going to be Dusk taken offline, so... Not exactly the best case scenario there, but Warrior, you could have gotten such a cool play.
I think that was still cool. Let's not disregard that he just picked up a 3K out of nowhere, was able to stop, crucially, the diffuser, and be able to secure the... That could have been putting Springfield on game point. Warrior literally clutched up right there.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been...
It could have been better. I will agree. It could have been better. Still a really monumental play.
Yeah, no, I agree, because without that, they probably would have had plenty of time to defuse the spike, but just enough pressure coming through, and it was you pulled the attention.
And just fantastic job. Now you got to do it at least 2 more times. You got to get some of the eco off, and actually you have. You take a look, it's all shares coming out plus a judge.
No, Tiki, what were you doing?
Yeah, I think they're happy about the current scenario. This should be at least 2 more rounds, I think, for Marymount.
Right, no,
Jelly says otherwise.
Jellies did find Vortex, but Tiki was just like jumping up and down, and Atomic got pretty much a free kill there. Wow, what a shot from Jelly's been immediately canceled out. Warrior and Atomic able to pick up 2 kills of their lonesome. A 3v2, gonna go for that spike plant on C. Dusky's got the judge, and if he can get up close and personal, this gun does nasty amounts of damage. I mean, it really could find some great value. Jelly's with the Vandal as well, so they've got that close quarters, they've got that long range. Now they've just got to find their targets.
And hope no one's in mid-range. That's your call right there. I don't know if they're actually going to look. They might just hope. And yeah, Peak and Atomic the Gamer is going to snipe you down. Dusk is hoping to bring someone to court, and does.
There it is.
But I mean, it's only 1. You're hoping for frags here. That's all you're hoping for.
Now he's swapping his gun, which definitely makes sense, you know, especially on C. It's a relatively open point. You've got that box in the middle. You can kind of dance around, but all things considered, the judge not going to do quite what you need it to. Now we see Dusk. You know, he's kind of giving himself away. He takes the turret offline. Here comes the flash right around the corner. He's going to have to push out. That spike's going off whether he wants it to or not. But Pango able to pick up that exit frag. 11-7. This is getting danger close. This is what I talked about. Marymount, they were just waiting for the offense.
Yeah, they were. And again, the safety net definitely not as thick as it used to be.
Right, absolutely.
Missing from it, but it's still there. Still very much there. You stacked up a little. Actually, you didn't as much as I thought you would. Chimp really hurting right now. Has to be able to survive this round. And this is the worst part. Another Odin in place. Springfield went ahead and picked that one up. So 4 ultimates as well. They have everything they need to turn around. I'm going to be... Okay, I say this over and over again. I'm going to be very upset if they don't utilize these ultimates. At least 2. I want to see 2 used here. Secure this round. Secure that 13th. And move on to map 4. If they don't, very upset.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, if just looking at this momentum, it's got to be... Use your ultimates. Players, all 10 of you, if you ever watch back this VOD for research purposes, got to use your ultimates way more. We saw them Icebox. They were perfect on Icebox. I will give them credit for that. But everything here so far on Haven, everything on Ascent has not been to at least my personal preference on how frequently these ultimates should be coming out.
And again, another way is, yeah, just kill them off, but that's not always as reliable or as much as you might wish. So you did take out Atomic the Gamer, who is the top fragger, 16 frags here, so 1-1 in terms of that, just straight KD. But you want to use it, right? And again, yes, you are not the aggressive team. You don't have to force yourself to use it, but it's never a bad sign coming in here. So 50 seconds left. 4 members to 5. Dust still in heaven right now, ready to rain hell upon any sinners that walk into a site.
Absolutely, and here comes that lockdown coming out very early on from the side of Marymount, excuse me, but still Jelly's taken out by Vortex. A great shot in that lockdown. Going to be destroyed, that orbital strike, able to take it offline. 3 ultimates left for the side of Springfield. That's exactly what they need. They need to use these ultimates. They want to get as many kills as possible, and they want to secure this. They want to secure this round.
Now, this is a hard call to make. You saw Pengo actually hop through I think the molly coming out of the Phoenix, and that's gonna be a hard rotate. So this is gonna be rough. They're gonna have to sprint right in, face off against Tiki, and they're gonna have to get the plant down.
Tiki, I don't know where Tiki thought people were going, but he's firing way too far off to the side. The spike plant does come through.
Oh
Tiki
my god!
Just storms in with the Phantom, finds 2, and it's gonna come down to Chimp. Can you find an ace, my friend? You most certainly cannot against an Odin like that. That's a 12th round win here for Springfield. They are 1 round away from taking Haven. And, you know, Marymount, best case scenario, they force overtime.
That was a ballsy rotate call. I would have understood going to B after that A with the amount of time you had, but that C plant gave you no time to set up. You knew you were running into probably a single defender at worst. And it's just the worst feeling in the world to get cut down like that. They tried their best. They worked with what they had at that time, but it was definitely time constraint. And now they're put in dire straits, right? Only 1 ultimate was used in that time. Springfield still have 3. Not the 2 I was looking for, but again, you pick off some early frags. You don't really need to utilize them all. Right. Here, though, go ahead, lay it down. Just come on, blow it away. Don't let Marymount have an opportunity to come back.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this is Springfield's magic moment. You've got that run it back. You've got that Hunter's Fury. You've got that Breach Ultimate as well. You're ready to put these things online, but just use them. This is you realistically want elimination, and this round is yours. But instead, Atomic finds that elimination. Aggressive act, kind of calling his pants down a little bit, not really paying attention, just kind of not ready for that firefight. Tries to hide in the corner, not quite able to get there. Tiki waiting for Pango to turn the corner as well. Gonna be able to see each other, but nobody comes through off the back of it. This is gonna be fascinating as the Blade Storm from Vortex is now online, but peeking this corner with a Blade Storm is a tough thing to do. Instead, able to find Tiki. Oh, able to find Scuba as well with the help of Warrior. This is gonna be a flawless round on the side of Marymount here. This is a surprising turnaround. Dust is gonna pick it up with the Odin. Do we find an ace here in this final round?
So cheesy, but so effective. Long range, though, having a couple issues. Goes ahead, crouches down, takes a couple shots. Pre-firing his way, hopefully, to victory, but I don't think it's going to happen. They immediately know. That's just an Odin walking through. If he goes to try and go for the plant, it's going to be nigh okay. But, yeah, you can also save here. Oh, if this is spotted, if they can clutch out an Odin out of Dust, that could be disgustingly huge.
Yeah, that would be relatively massive to rip this Odin out of his hands, but best case scenario, you just wait till the spike needs to go a little bit longer. Vortex with 1 blade left in the belt here. This is going to be difficult to push into an Odin. It looks like they may just let Dust get away with it. He's going to take a little bit of damage. Warrior able to get that projectile out there, but not quite able to find the kill. Now a slow rotation from Dusk. He is just as panicked as we are. There comes the spike, and it looks like he's going to be able to hold on to this Odin. No, they might sneak up behind him. Warrior! Warrior with the hero play rips the Odin out of Dusk's hands in that final moment. He gets to buy another one, but it is going to cost him all of his credits to do so.
There are points where, in that sense, I do agree. Don't chase, right? There's no point chasing. Make sure to secure the round, and he's probably going to rotate out a little bit, which is what they caught. However, you got to do that at least 1 more time. This is the thing. They're down on low credits. That's a great point to have. However, you got to do it 1 more time. They still have some ultimates up. If you collapse 1 more time, we could see an 11-12, potentially move it to a 12-12. It's risky. It's difficult. You let yourselves kind of fall into this position, but Marymount has shown that they can come back in the most unlikely scenarios.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, this is the only time we've really seen them at a deficit like this. Every other round, every other map, they have won. They had the lead for a majority of it if it was not just a tie over and over. But this is a Herculean mountain to climb. I mean, they need to win 5 rounds in a row. Excuse me, 5 rounds in a row just to take a 1-point lead. But you've got to win by 2. So that's going to be a very difficult thing to look into and how aggressive they're capable of getting.
Yeah, 4 to tie, 6 to win. And that's not how you want to put it out. Aggressive act.
Oh, no.
Goes ahead, drops it down 2. He is the savior, says nope, no win it back, no reverse here in your final hour. You guys are the ones with the massive 2-map safety net. We will go ahead and grab one for ourselves. Chimp might have something to say about it.
Chimp very well may. Only needs one more elimination to tie things up here, and that's not exactly going to give your team the lead, but it will most certainly help. And it looks like we're seeing the rotation around onto A just in time for Jellies to have his head taken clean off. Pango again, desperate to win this round. Here comes the Hunter's Fury, able to make it super difficult. Pango is going to be taken out. Oh, Dusk finds Chimp, and this is looking more and more like all she wrote here. Might be able to find Dusk. Oh, there goes the Odin. Warrior, if anybody's capable of doing this, it's got to be you. You've got to find 2 eliminations. The spike plant does not come through, excuse me, actually gives up on it beforehand. And now they know exactly where Warrior's at. This is everything short of a disaster. Warrior has to get aggressive. Might be able to find one onto aggressive act, but it's going to be a tough ask to say the very least. 4 seconds left. The spike plant no longer can come through. Warrior was less than a fraction of a second away from planting that spike and possibly winning it, but instead, Tiki secures a first-round win here for Springfield.
And that is rough, right? That could have swung a different way for Warrior, who honestly in that game stepped up like crazy. Scoreline does not say it. Scoreline absolutely does not show how crucial Warrior was to even make that a contention, but it worked. And in that last moment, just unfortunately, you know, tried to cheese it a bit. Usually you just let the whole clock run out. That way you get the full plant down. Yes, you're going to be locked in animation for maybe half a second afterwards, but tried to cheese it, didn't get the plan out, and that set everything off into a cataclysmic failure. So one round, though, they still have 2 more. They still have an extra map on their side. So this is not the end of the world, but Springfield's starting to come online, really looking alive here.
Absolutely. And something interesting about this is that round of Haven only had 134 eliminations, which is notably less. There on Icebox, we saw 160 or 161, and there on a set, we saw 170 even, but 134, that is, like I said, notably less eliminations than I think we expected to see. So I'm surprised that that's going to be kind of coming across this aggressive act once again, top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, just craziness all around. Like we're seeing it's a huge storyline. You're seeing the growth come out for both these teams, whether they're, kind of all clumped up into a corner or, backs against the walls. I talk about it a lot. There's only 2 options that you really have. Right, when your backs are against the wall, when you're down 0-2 in any series, or even 0-3, right, in a best of 7 series, if you're playing like Rocket League or anything like that, or even Super Smash Brothers, I say this everywhere. It's universal. When you are backed into a corner, you have 2 options as that team in a deficit. You either passively let it roll over you, you pray that your regular playstyle will work, or you shoot for the moon. What's the worst that could happen? You look a little silly on your final game when the other games are already not in your favor? No, go for that action. I always say go for the action, because what's the worst that could happen is you lose. Best case scenario, you take your opponent by storm and you flip the script. So I'm hoping that's what Springfield is doing here. Split's coming up next. They have that chance.
Yeah, absolutely. And Split, one of my favorite maps in the game, mostly because you see a lot of Sage, you see a lot of Raze, and Raze is my favorite character to watch. I think she's really entertaining. I love her Showstopper ultimate, and I'm curious to see if both sides choose one or just Jellies here seems to be hovering over the Raze. This is a map that I feel like I have a memory of Springfield in particular doing quite well on this map, so I'm curious to see if this is something they're going to be able to turn around. But we see a Phoenix already coming off from Atomic, and he did quite well on this earlier.
Yeah, he did fairly well, and again, giving that aggressive player that front hold. We do still see the Raze over on Tiki's side, so if they're giving it to Tiki, that'll be really fun. See that. I think it was Jet and Raze were the 2 that you always see the highlight clips back in the beta of. Always with that rocket jump and being able to pop around like old school TF2, pretty much, just rocketing around the map. But taking a look at the side of Marymount, they have locked in their composition Reyna, Omen, Phoenix, Sage, and Killjoy. So a good mix of information plus utility to hold a plant.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very curious to see if they're going to be able to hold that A. Like you said, that's definitely a good opportunity that they're going to be looking for. But we see only one Sage. Tiki hasn't quite locked it in yet. Tiki doing a phenomenal job earlier on that Sage, Icebox in particular, finally going to be able to lock it in. And now a couple of differences here and there. We see a Reyna on both sides, a Sage on both sides, and that's where the similarities really start to stop.
Yep, that's about it. I mean, as we get in here on Split, my eyes are going to be instantly drawn to aggressive act on the Reyna. It's such a showstopper. Even with the nerfs, it's still seen as one of the huge priorities. And especially since we've seen in maps 1 and 2 already, it's been their priority, right? Like, hey, get aggressive act in a good position, and with the Empress buffed up with some of these utilities and a possible extra revive, right? You have that extra contingency plan. Now on the side of Marymount, I really want to see Warrior. Warrior so far on this Killjoy has been immaculate, but Atomic to Gamer has had a little bit of a rough time really stepping back up. Map number 1, godlike, 29 frags, 1 off a 30 bomb, and yet faltered. Map 2 had a little bit better showing, I think 22, 23. Map 3, really rough, 17, barely up there. Yes, higher than the rest of your squad, but really faltered. So he needs to kind of, I want to say, emulate what he did before. Here on the defensive side, they've done very well. They need at least 4 rounds, and they want to prioritize having a good safety net for this map particularly. However, aggressive act already pushing in. Jellies goes ahead, snipes out Atomic the Gamer. Dust grabs 1, and Chimp is going to find 1 on the opposite side. So 3 versus 4 here on a site. Marymount going to be happy with the positioning. Actually, they might not, as they're circling around the side. Springfield ready to go. They're going to go a couple more pistol shots as A site is free and open for the open plant.
Yeah, absolutely. The open plant is ready to come through, and of course it has already done so. 4v3 here. Chimp is going to pick up Jellies, however, so immediately going to be that 3v3 matchup once again. Okay, maybe not. Vortex has their head taken clean off. Warrior gone down as well. This is like a very good round and a great start for Springfield.
Yep. Same MO as last time, map number 3. Cool. We got nothing to lose. We got to go balls out. Right. We got to make sure, and excuse my language for that, of course, but that's what it is. You lay it all out on the line, and this is the way to do it. Again, don't let anything stop your path, even if you lose that round. Keep up the aggression. Marymount have to realize it, and this is me flipping it over to them. You have to realize that they are aggressive. Springfield are not going to pull any punches. They're not as reserved as previously. So how do you adjust? What are you going to do to identify their strength, and how are you going to neutralize it?
Yeah, this is going to be interesting now because we see them going for that short, I mean, not really that short buy, kind of that stalled buy. They're going to go for 5 classics up against Spectres. And while the classics can do a lot of damage, they have a horrible fire rate, especially compared to something as aggressive and as quick as the Spectre here. So I'm very curious to see, finding even 1 elimination, stealing that Spectre could flip this fight on its head.
Oh, it'd be crazy. And Tiki says, nope, Warrior is down. That's going to be a spray down by aggressive act, and then follow up with aggressive. 2 for 1 scenario. Atomic is happy to get Scuba on the back end, but still 2 on 4 here over on B. They're still inside, and the plant goes down. Tiki is going to hold it on the side of back B. An aggressive act throws down a 3K, make it 4.
Yep, make it 4. Just going to tie that bow on top of that gift and just send it right back to his teammates. Aggressive act. That was pretty much their round to win. 5 Spectres versus 5 classics is a near impossible situation to come out on top of if you have a team with the classics. But now the economy's alive on both sides. I'm curious if we're going to be seeing that full buy coming out from the side of Marymount, and it looks like we may. It looks like we've got 4 players already locking in that Vandal. Vortex, however, hanging out on the classic. Not a huge fan of that idea. There we go.
Yeah, it always takes a little bit. This is also the squad that I don't think it was them, actually. I think it might have been Springfield that passed around an Odin over 3 different.
Right.
I do not wait, or I do wait until the timer actually starts ticking down. Once the walls come down and the barriers come down, that's when I say, okay, the weapons are in.
Right, absolutely. And now we're okay. Pango finds 2, a 2-for-1 trade there. Vortex picks up Tiki as well. So 4v2, make it 4v3 as Jellies with that Spectre able to catch Atomic out around the corner. This is going to be a difficult situation. The blast back that was a weird idea, but did not work. There we go. That one worked a little bit better, getting you high in the sky, but dropping you right back down into that line of fire. Jellies there. It's going to be some great value coming through, but not quite the value they were looking for as they fell right into Chimp's trap.
Literally duck hunt. Tried it once, couldn't make it over, popped up again. Oh, there's a gun right there in your face. And that's just kind of the funny aspect now. Raze you used to see Raze's bullet, right? I think B-hopping was probably one of my favorite things to ever see in CSGO. You kind of have that here, just at an accelerated pace. So making sure Jellies is able to actually hit those properly, that can bring a lot of surprise factor to this game. However, if you get stuck on a box and can't boost yourself over, you are in for a bad time.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have a bad time if you boost back yourself right into the open, and that's kind of what happened there. But now, moving forward, they're going to see if they make that same mistake again. Maybe they're not actually comfortable on the Raze. Maybe Jellies in particular is kind of doing this for the map rather than doing this for comfortability reasons. Honestly, only the players know, right? We have no idea what's going to be coming out off the back of this. But now Dusk already with a round 4 Odin again.
I think it's pretty common. I don't think he's ever going to stop. It's just going to be very entertaining from here on out. Big buys, big return, and hopefully not big losses. Atomic getting a nice little flick onto Dusk's head.
Absolutely. Atomic able to find that onto Dusk's head. Like you said, that was some great value coming through for just a fraction of a second, but unfortunately, it's going to be not quite enough to win the round for the team. They're going to have to find a couple more eliminations here if they want to really secure the lead here.
And this is going to be a silent rotate, but look how much utility is laid down already. That is so much set up in case. And yeah, that's going to be the Nanostorm pop. I don't know why you didn't cut out the other one. You saw one, or you saw both only hit one.
That was weird.
Yeah, and aggressive act goes ahead, just says cool, whatever. I don't even care, you know. Casters tell me all I want. I'll just walk through it.
Aggressive act is so fascinating because if they were not playing today, this would have been over a really long time ago. Not to take away from the rest of the team, but aggressive act in particular has just been spectacular for almost every map that we've seen. Some great plays, multiple kills, even when his team loses the round. I mean, it has been very impressive gameplay so far.
Yeah,
currently most in lobby by double.
Yeah, he has been phenomenal, and it's also one of like the bittersweet parts of an FPS, right?
Right.
In MOBAs, you have this kind of fascination of the fact that it's purely team based. It used to be you could get away with one person carrying the entire game, right? Depending on the game that you're playing. In FPS, the gap is much more so. CS:GO, one man can literally, I think, carry a lot of those games depending on how the econ works out.
Absolutely.
Here in Valorant, it does feel a little bit harder, right? You're sitting there, there's so many abilities that can be used, so much utility that really sets you off edge that one person cannot carry. You need at least two around that same level to be able to properly take over some of these rounds.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I'm very excited to see kind of what's going to be coming out here. If one of these teams really wants to take this and run with it, we're tied up 2-2. I'm getting flashbacks to Ascent that we were just on earlier today.
I'm getting flashbacks to every single map that we had.
Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. The early rounds are always very just like this. Warrior finds aggressive act and Atomic about to eat a bullet for breakfast, but no, instead he finds Jellies. I thought that was Jellies' kill to take a flawless round.
All right.
My goodness, Marymount, we said, oh, we need to see something different. They said, hey, watch this. You know, they found it. They got some great value, and they actually had the Odin, but Pango decided to drop it. So no Odins online for the time being.
We went back to the old style of gameplay where we're just going to get flawlesses. That's what we're going to see from here on out. And if that's true, I feel that's actually going to be to Springfield's detriment. Right, they were the ones that controlled that momentum in map number 3 and were able to kind of wrest back the flow of the game. If these flawless rounds come out, it's going to shake them up. As much as I hate to say it, it's hard to pull a mental out after you set it. Very top teams can because they have to. Right, you're sitting there on the biggest stage. You have to be ready to completely flip the script. But here, I have a feeling if Marymount is able to pull 2 more rounds in that same style, either flawless or one off, Springfield are going to have a hard time. We might see a minor kind of crumble or collapse of their mental.
Yeah, absolutely. A collapse of the mental is definitely what I'm keeping an eye out for here, especially because this is map 4. I mean, we are just this is becoming a very long series. We talked about that at the beginning of Ascent when we thought it would go this far. Is kind of how much can your mental take, your physical as well. This is going to get tough. This is going to be difficult for these players. But that Omen, I thought he was going to TP himself right into a firing squad, but instead he chose to tuck tail and run. And now Pango just kind of waiting slow for an opportunity.
You only see those in like the funny compilations of Valorant. You don't actually get to see it in a final. Just looked around and said, all right, couple eyes on me.
You know, that was quite funny. They were already like facing the same way as well. It was just turning. It was like, oh, and then he just kind of got his way out of there. And now Pango might be able to find a kill. Turns the crosshair too far and instead aggressive act with that sheriff. There's a new sheriff in town. Indeed, Atomic is going to tie things up. Warrior with another one. Warrior with 2. Blink and you miss it. I say, oh, your things are tied up. And Warrior says, haha, and then finds 2 kills immediately. A 4-2 matchup. This is looking like a good round for Marymount here.
Well, a little bit of sneak across by Dusk. Aggressive act is ready to turn around 3 versus 2, but I mean, aggressive act counts as 2, so it's really a 3-on-3. And we'll see because Warrior counts as 1.5, about to boost himself up to 2. I think like this is getting crazy. Again, time's running down. That's gonna be 2 more picks. They just need to hold out. You can see Warrior kind of running around, stalling for time. Again, I think that's gonna be the round win. There is the clutch by Warrior, and honestly, I want to say he will not seem like the most impactful player, but his fighting sense is immaculate. It's not how many kills he gets, it's the quality of the kills that he is picking up.
Yeah, no, I wholeheartedly agree. He's getting the kills when they're most crucial. He's staying alive when it is needed most. I feel like we have yet to see him make, how do I say this? I feel we have yet to see him make kind of crucial spacing mistakes. He'll lose firefights, but he's not storming into a 1v5. He's not checking his corners, right? He is doing all of the right things, just sometimes you're going to lose those firefights. I feel Warrior in particular, like you said, pretty much an unsung hero right now.
It's like you read the textbook and now you're learning how to put it into practice. Like you didn't start playing tennis and then practice afterwards. You read a book, said, I think tennis is interesting, and then I hop onto. So your mechanics may be a little bit shaky, but by textbook, he is doing extremely well. And this is something that I do want to say to any players that are playing this, never think that this is end of line. If you feel like this is great to see in emerging players as well. This is why this is emergence, right? This is, you want to see talent cultivated. And I think, honestly, Warrior is one of those people that I would love to see continue to progress and go further and further beyond.
I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with that entire sentiment. This has just been a phenomenal game. Honestly, we've seen all 10, maybe all 10 of these players really kind of shine in these moments, but Warrior in particular, very consistent the entire time, as well as Aggressive Act. The two of them consistent in very different ways, which is interesting because it hasn't just been, top fraggers are the only interesting players, but instead we're getting a lot of kind of the behind the scenes almost of what these teams kind of go through when they're outside the firefight. Aggressive Act able to pick up 1 kill. Vortex finds Jellies, and now a 1-person lead, but seemingly not for long. Instead, Atomic able to find Aggressive. Vortex picks up Scuba, and a fight that I thought was going to end there in favor of Springfield, actually going to have them at a very large deficit.
Man, Atomic the Gamer heard us talking about Warrior. I was like, bro, who got top frag in map 1? Who almost hit a 30 bomb? You better get the spotlight back on me. And Dust says peekaboo. What the heck? We're playing every single child's game out there known to man right
Everybody's
now.
mad. Everybody wants to be everybody wants to be in the spotlight. They're like, these casters are giving some people too much attention. Put us back on the block. But now 4 seconds left. Dusk might be able to get one more kill if he's lucky. Yeah, gonna be able to find Warrior. So good for the economy, but still a round win nonetheless for the side of Marymount, now putting themselves up 5-2. That's 4 rounds in a row they've taken. Sorry, 5 rounds in a row.
It's been a while since I've seen rote play like that. That's like, you don't see it very often because most of the time the accuracy degrades a little bit when you're on there. And that's kind of the offset, right? I think it's considered like running accuracy or something close to it when you're just kind of sitting there, but it's so funny to watch.
It is quite comedic. That is also to be killed by somebody just dangling on a rope like a bit of a peekapoo. That's something. That's
it's rude, it's disrespectful, but it's hilarious. You gotta like semi applaud your opponent for that.
It's the split equivalent of a shorty kill. I really think it is. That's how it feels to me. Is being killed via peekaboo is pretty insulting, and now they run it back, just immediately taken out. Atomic did find a kill with it, however, so not completely to waste. The Empress being committed as well, and I really don't think they needed it, but to each their own there. Tango is going to be able to find one. Atomic with a triple kill. Tiki did find Vortex, but that was a very aggressive round in favor of Marymount. That's what I feel we need to see if they want to keep this momentum.
We talked about so many points. We really have talked about so many points, and this has been a storyline. I wanted to know what Marymount were going to decide to do in terms of combating the aggression, and it was just pour on more aggression. And I love it. That is an actual answer, right? You scare the opponent, and it's actually taking what Aggressive Act did in map number 3 in the opening rounds and shoving it right back in his face, right? Hey, we're going to go to you. We're going to meet you where you aren't expecting to pull the trigger. We're not going to allow you any seconds to kind of pre-fire, right? So very, very well done to sneak away, or I don't even want to say storm and take 6 rounds in a row already at the half limit. If they take even more, we know what Marymount can do on the attacking side.
Tiki with the Bulldog, able to get some great value early on. Takes out Warrior, that player we've been speaking so highly of. And now Chimp, I think, just caught out in the open. Okay, or not. Chimp somehow able to survive there. I thought that was going to be a destined death coming through, but no. Able to make it. Vortex with that operator online as well, waiting for somebody to be foolish enough to peek. And it looks like they must have not been aiming down sights because we just saw that Brimstone walk right through that golden opportunity.
Right by, maybe trigger discipline, a little bit too much discipline. Need to yell someone, yell fire before he can pull the trigger. But Tango pulling a long reverse as Atomic is I'm done waiting. Let's go ahead and start moving in. Spike is down. We need to get there. Chimp follows up with it. And Atomic gets a headshot.
This is the Icebox team all over again. I mean, this is so dominant. They just
but Jellies!
As I say it, Jellies with the showstopper, and my friends, the show has most certainly been stopped on the side of Marymount. Might be able to find 1 kill, might be able to find 2. Oh, you mad lad! The thrifty nonetheless. Pango tries so stinking hard, but just cannot find the footing there. The spike goes off, gets the exit frags, but that will never be enough if that spike is still on the ground.
That is good though. You don't often see it. I guess I'm mixing up my words here. You don't often see a full ace come out after a spike goes down, but that hurts a lot more than you expect. The spike only gets you so many creds. I think it's less than, I want to say, 1,000 creds. So you're sitting maybe 600 extra for it. When you lose all of your weapons, I would actually consider that almost a loss. Right. You lost out so much on the econ. So taking that minor win, especially when you're already at 6 rounds, means that you just gave yourself a larger opportunity to save up and possibly gain 2 more.
Oh my goodness, look at this aggressive push coming in from Springfield here. I mean, they are all 5 coming in through garages on B. This is definitely a fascinating choice, and the lockdown could probably get some good value in the process as well. Vortex, he's going to have to rotate up and around to the high ground. This is going to force what I would assume is going to be a rotation toward mid. Or maybe they just try to push it back in through B. Only time will tell what this team decides to do. And already it looks like they're going to go back through garage at B. This is a dedicated push, because this could be a disaster.
It could be a disaster, but I like the gamble, right? They're still playing on that aggressive side. I want to know if the mental was going to break. It did break, I want to say, for about 3 rounds there. Just kind of, flawed mistakes that shouldn't have been made originally, but now they're back on it, right? We make a plan, we go for it. This is what Springfield is all about.
Yeah, I mean, they are desperate to get this plant on B. They have been avoiding A like the plague so far. Or you're able to pick up Tiki, but not able to find another one. Vortex does find Jelly, so still in favor of Springfield. Now at the disadvantage, Marymount, they have found the appropriate kills, and they are going to be able to secure a 7th round win that gives them a guaranteed majority or guaranteed advantage going into halftime. If they could make this 10-3 on halftime, I mean, they could be, 9-3 on halftime. They could be very good at looking at their offense.
Yeah, and there were actually 2 options that they could have. When we saw him back up from the defender killjoy, defender lockdown, I feel that was a little bit too late to call the rotate, right? And I can see why they stuck around. It was the lesser, it was actually the larger demon of the 2. If they saw the nanoswarm plus the sage kind of AoE go down, that should have been the immediate call. Rotate over. You had plenty of time from there. You probably could have even gotten a wasted lockdown. But instead, they stayed around. It was just a little bit slow on there. So I like the idea, just a little bit slow on the execution for Springfield.
Yeah, a little bit slow on that execution indeed. And that's definitely something that we've seen. We've seen very fascinating things with these teams as we've been going on through this series. Now coming up all the way onto the map 4 first, they were too aggressive. Then we got to a point where nobody was being aggressive enough. And now we're back to kind of that middle ground of, like, don't be afraid to shoot each other. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it's always the last 20 seconds of the round where the kills really start flying out.
Yeah, and I actually I like it. The tension builds up. You get to see what people do under pressure. At the same time, yeah, you got to find that balance. There's always a balance in there. A little bit of a problem going through, but I like it. I love where these teams are kind of funneled in. And this goes to a game 5. It will be so impressive.
Yeah, Atomic just barely able to make it out with his life, down to 9 health, even committing to run it back, just in an attempt to maybe find another kill and stay alive. But the run it back stays at 9 health as well, so he's kind of put himself in a weird scenario there. Will finally run out. He'll be sent back to wherever he popped that ultimate, and now Vortex looking to find a 2v1. This is going to be tough. Some Brimstone abilities coming out, trying to make it a little bit harder to push through. Aggressive Act almost dying in the process. Will be taken out by Pango with that Phantom.
That was a spray and pray right there. Chimp goes ahead and cleans one up. And man, we've been talking about Springfield doing very well with their kind of revamp, but Marymount have come back with a vengeance. This is a story of 2 teams. Honestly, no matter what, no matter who wins, both these squads can be proud of how much they have achieved.
Right, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, this has been a great finals to be looking at. It was not a shutout by any means. Vortex, however, great double kill at the end. They're able to secure another, I think, the 3rd flawless of this map alone. I mean, we've seen quite a few of those already, currently sitting at 13 eliminations. Atomic, The Gamer, and Aggressive Act both tied for most elims in lobby, which I don't think comes as a surprise to anybody at this point. The 2 of them have owned the top of their kill feeds respectively. And I'm curious, because now Dusk committing an Odin of his own, but Warrior bringing out their Operator.
Yeah, this is starting to play into just who has a bigger gun will win the round. And might as well spend the money, right? Might as well spend the money. Dusk, we expected it. He has played the Odin very, very well.
Absolutely.
Warrior, I'm not so sure. I think he's gotten it once or twice, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Dusk with the most colorful Odin we have ever seen, still rocking that skin matchup there. And now it's going to be trying to push in through mid once again. This is really something, again, I want to point out that I feel like we've just seen Springfield avoiding A like the plague. It has just been B, 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 B. They have yet to really even try to push in toward A, and pushing in toward B is really not working out for them. Proof in the pudding there. Jellies is able to find Chimp. Aggressive Act picks up Atomic. They've got the numbers advantage. They got to keep it.
Yeah, and I will say, I think that's from like early game yips, right? They got ace, they got swept, I think, right there in a flawless very early on over on the A side. So I think that might be playing into their mental a bit. But that hold in the bottom mid was beautiful. They picked off 2. It's dropped into a 4v3 here. So now they rotate in, able to pick up a few more. Vortex shuts it down on Jelly. So now you're taking a look. You do have the Sage Resurrection. This could be big.
Yeah, Vortex was just hiding in the corner. There was nowhere to go. Pango and Warrior desperate to turn it around. Two very aggressive players. What a matchup we have here left in these final moments. Only 34 seconds on the clock. Warrior may not take the aggression here. They may actually choose to go ahead and try to hide for the remaining 30 seconds because Aggressive Act doesn't even have the spike.
This is, well, now he does, but we got to see where they meet. This is so curious to me. Wyatt walking around,
10 seconds
prepping, and they both go opposite directions. No, Warrior.
No, the spike
Gonna get a bad
comes
surprise.
through. Warrior, yeah, about to find out the hard way that this now finally comes down to the eliminations. This is gonna be fascinating.
Well, let's go ahead and walk through it. Turret goes up. Didn't see it. Aggressive Act did not see the turret. This could be the make or break because if you see the turret, you know exactly where Warrior is. You know, moving through Heaven into ramp, possibly into main. Long roundabout. Only a couple seconds left. Who is going to get the spot? They're going to turn possibly. Aggressive Act knows and is holding. That's it. Easy snap on the head. Aggressive Act plays it well. Cat and mouse right there. Could not ask for more.
Yeah, no, that was most certainly something cat and mouse indeed. Aggressive Act was able to find, I think, 4 in total there in that first round. So as I said at the beginning of the round, it was 13 and 13 from Atomic and Aggressive, but now Aggressive all the way up to 17. That is definitely 4 eliminations coming out in that round. Is that a momentum swap here in favor of Springfield, or is this going to be an opportunity for them to kind of not be able to turn things around yet? Keep in mind, folks, Marymount, they are 5 rounds away from not only winning this map, but winning the series, winning the set.
Yeah, and honestly, it feels bad that you get a 4K right at half end, right? You want that maybe in the middle, and that way you can kind of play off that advantage of all that, creds that you got, all the momentum that you got from killing them off. It sucks, but it feels good, right, for your squad saying, hey, we still have that opportunity to kind of come in, close it out. Let's do better this time around, and we'll see. Marymount, again, now on their favorite attacking side. Let's see if their attack here is as good as their attack on the other maps.
And I've said it 100 times, I'll say it one more, is the attack is really where I feel we've really seen Marymount shine. This is where they've really started to win rounds kind of time and time again, but now Aggressive Act making that difficult to say the least. Gonna find Atomic right away. It's gonna be a 4v5, and of course, that is so much harder than a 5v5. Vortex gonna peek the corner, able to maybe, no, instead, Jellies with the spammage, able to find Vortex just around the corner, a 3v5. Now, Jellies took a little bit of damage, but gonna get healed up by that save. This is looking like it's going to be a tough round, especially as Warrior also goes down. We're looking at one of these players at least finding a 3K.
At least a 3, possibly a full house of kills.
Right.
Down behind the wall, and Pengo actually able to get behind the box, which is very impressive in the current scenario.
Pango and Chimp.
Chimp is going to take a couple pot shots, and Jelly just runs up and executes Pengo. Next one going down as everyone collapses. 3K, at least.
3K from Aggressive Act. I wanted to see Chimp go for the 4, but no, unfortunately, not going to be coming out quite yet. Aggressive Act, however, did just hit 20 eliminations, which is fascinating when you look at the fact that the most eliminations after Aggressive Act is 7. So Aggressive Act is doing notably better than the teammates. If you look at the other side, we see Pango sitting at 14. So there's definitely a lot of eliminations coming out from the side of Marymount. But Springfield, I said this earlier, if Aggressive Act was not here, this would be an unbelievably different series.
Yeah, and I think there is something to learn if you are the Springfield squad, right?
Absolutely.
How do you play aggressive? How do you move forward? It's not just aggressive accuracy, which has been immaculate, right? This man has been unstoppable just like that. It's also just playing smart. How do you find your corners? How do you find the opportunities, right? That is what gives him such an edge, and he has a very good handle on it. However, the rest of the team kind of has to get on his page and kind of in his head as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Pango almost biting the bullet there, coming critically low, down to 8 health in the process. And on the bright side, the spike has already been planted, so every second this fight lasts is a better second for our attacking team, for Marymount here. They want this to last as long as possible to make sure there's not time to defuse the spike at the very end.
Yeah, and I mean, going back to your original, Pango actually ate multiple bullets, just not the right one. So he is going to survive for a little bit longer. Actually, I think went down earlier, so that is going to be Chimp not being able to finish it off. That will be an 8-5, so still relatively close. But still, now full weapons should be coming in for the side of Marymount. I'm expecting them to be able to take a couple rounds again. Every time they have full weapon gear on themselves, they pop off. If they can follow through, this could be a rough time for Springfield. They have a 6-game kind of safety net for themselves. And I think, okay, so they are able to buy. So yeah, I expect pretty crazy setups here. So far, Aggressive Act has put on a show. I would almost want to see him hold a site on his own, maybe A site or B site, and then just send a 4-1 and just pray that the 4 can hold up.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we may be getting into that kind of just pray for the best strategy. Things were looking so strong for Marymount early on, and now Springfield, they've been able to take a couple back, and Jelly's trying to find another one. Atomic falling immediately. I think that's the second round in a row, at least, maybe the third that Atomic has been the first to go down.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little bit of a hamper on there. We're going to have to wait and see if he can follow through. Everyone kind of pinched up through the mid. He's going to be following through. Aggressive Act, trying to kind of find and spot, but again, not pressuring in too fast, which I agree with. Slow it down. You are on the defensive side. You have to wait for Marymount anyway. Go ahead, let them walk into you.
Yeah, I mean, that is realistically all that can be done going through sewers here. I'm very excited to see. Can you turn around a 5v4? Dusk only has a sheriff, so we are kind of looking at a 4v4 if you catch him off guard. But this is really going to come down to that next elimination. If this turns into a 4v4, that's great. If this turns into a 5v3, not so great if you're a Marymount fan.
Yep, not so great, and they do make it onto site fairly easily.
Get the plan.
Goes down, and Warrior kind of sitting off on the side. This is looking a little bit spicy. Let's see what Springfield can do.
Oh, that off angle immediately pays off. Chimp with the double. Chimp lets loose, able to heal back up as well. Warrior finds Dusk, and this is looking like a good round. We see Aggressive still alive, but only with the sheriff to their name. That is a mighty hard thing to come back from.
Yeah, this is also no hate over to Aggressive Act, but this is why you want 3 above average players on your team rather than 1 exemplary. I feel I agree.
I wholeheartedly agree.
You want basically 3 lives to work with. That is 3 opportunities that your team has to kind of push through. 1 falters, you still have 2 people that are on that same level and are making that same play. Here, it's all or nothing for Springfield. They've done it so far for 6 rounds. I want to see if they can do it some more. And honestly, the rest of the team have been faltering on the wayside, but Jellies and Dusk have had some fantastic plays popping in and out, which we cannot negate. If Dusk has that Odin, which he does, I expect something to occur, whether it does or not this round.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I would expect something along those lines to occur. Maybe not this one, maybe the next one coming through, but this is Tiki trying to play that high ground advantage. The wall's going to get busted up, and Vortex going to play it slow, not going to push right through that choke, instead going to rotate back around toward A. I think a big difference we're already seeing is that on the side of Marymount, they are not afraid to go A. When I think we saw Springfield go A once, it didn't work, and then they just hard pressed B the rest of their attack. And now we're seeing that differential come through at 3v4 in favor of Springfield. We've seen Marymount come back from worse.
Yeah, we definitely have. Both these teams know how to make a comeback, and that's the scary part. I love it so much, and it makes it so entertaining. Taking a look here, we are hoping for Springfield to be able to get in. The spike was planted. 4 members up in heaven, and Pengo gets his flank off. Unfortunately, shows his position, so can't kind of pop out. However, rest of the squad is positioned in, so this could be huge. 1-3 flank could be a pinch into A side if they pull this off.
Absolutely. This could definitely be pulled off. And again, every single second is so unbelievably important. The Odin coming out from Scuba, just spraying and praying.
Ooh, Jelly!
Tiki finds Warrior, and Aggressive picks up Chimp. I think there is enough time on the clock to defuse. I think it'll be close, maybe sub 5, but I think they've got time to get this defuse coming through here. So let's see what's left on the clock. Yeah, sub 5. Look at that. That's pretty darn tootin' good guess there. 4.66 left on the clock. 9-7. Again, this is starting to feel like a Sen all over again.
I hate that you can guess the time and yet I can't guess health. I have been like 0 for like 5 on health guesses, so I don't think I'll do it anymore. But yeah, so a lot better time, and that was one of the clean plays that we seen out of Springfield. It was actually well timed. You could actually, I think, kind of hear it, right? Okay, 3, 2, 1, fire the Raze ultimate, go in afterwards with a little bit of follow-up damage. And it worked out very well, right? Clean it out, still have 4 members alive in the after process so that they can hang on. It is now getting much closer to tie game, and this is what I want to see, right? Rest of the squad helping Aggressive Act. You got to kind of keep with his level, and that's a difficult way to play. But the Odin kind of helps. Vortex, though, getting that blind fire kill.
Yeah, Vortex getting pretty lucky there, able to take not only a player, but the Odin offline early. That's going to be fantastic here. Aggressive Act does pick up 2. Pango and Warrior taken offline. Chimp finds Jellies. Vortex finds Scuba, and that lead all of a sudden disappears 3 into 2. And now it's very, very intense to see if we can see this team crack double digits, or are we going to see Springfield hit 8?
Well, and the worst part, actually, Marymount can't get in for the revive because everyone's in a site. So no resurrection coming in. Tiki mows him down, and Aggressive Act gets the final. Tiki and Aggressive Act pull off the full house of kills to push themselves to 8. And now, taking a look, Marymount are strapped for cash. They are sitting on an eco round with 5 ultimate, mind you, so that's still pretty good. But really the only that you're going to have is going to be that Killjoy lockdown. The rest need weapons to be effective. Springfield making it work.
Springfield, they are pushing for a map 5 here. I mean, 9 to 8. This is just hyper intensive work coming through. They've gotten it all the way down to the wire. Once again, this map looked so good for so long on the side of Marymount, but they have, I don't want to say they've dropped the ball, but they have not been looking as clean in the second half as they normally do. And now, committing that run it back early, it looks like it's not going to be able to get any kind of values. It is immediately dismissed, but it was a good enough distraction for Warrior with the Sheriff to find Jellies. That's already the great start to what could be a thrifty round.
Scuba, he started posturing up, and it felt like Marymount, all of their spider senses tingled at the same time and said, no, don't do that, don't do that.
Aggressive Axe finds Atomic, and that lead just immediately down the drain. Do you go for the res? Tiki will, so gonna make it a 45. That may actually force the side of Chimp to go for that res of their own. That may be
oh my god!
Oh my god!
That's it! We're done!
What?
Cut the cameras!
Cut the stream! It's over! Aggressive Axe just single-handedly picks up the entire team! That was seconds. That was like 3 seconds. That was a 30 bomb from Aggressive Axe. Just secured their 9 to 9. Both teams 4 rounds away from securing a victory here on this map. That was the fastest ace I've ever seen. I don't know about you, Orbital, but that was a blink and you miss it ace.
I've seen one earlier in the regular season. I believe it was on Bind, and everyone funneled into A by accident. It was a complete crossfire between the Odin and the Vandal. It hurt. But that was just disgusting. Aggressive Act came out like an Avenger and just stomped down their dreams of a win. Forces in, Dust goes ahead, puts an Odin straight to the back of Vortex and gets a kill. That is now a 3 as Aggressive Act goes down in the Empress. That is not going to matter though, as a quick snap back means Atomic the Gamer is out. 2 versus 4 with the spike going down. Yes, you have the Sage, but you can't get to anybody. So this is pretty much all they have. Last line of defense to possibly give them the opportunity. Tiki finds Pango, and I think this is going to be it for the first time here. Or second, I should say. Springfield making a run, and this could be it. This could be the reverse sweep in the making.
Since halftime, there have been 7 rounds completed. 6 of them have been in favor of Springfield. This is almost the exact opposite of what we see on any other halftime so far. It has always been Marymount coming to life in that second half. I sound like a broken record at this point, but instead Springfield, here they are, warm and ready to welcome Marymount into that map 5.
Not just that. This series has also been very interesting to me because this map in particular, we were always talking about how the attackers always felt more prominent, right? This one has been completely defender-sided. Both these squads feel like they know how to lock down any of the attacking options, and it's always the defender side that seems to have that advantage, and here Springfield feel better on the defense.
Absolutely, and Warrior just holding on to that lockdown, ready to boot there. Looks like they're going to be trying to push in toward B with 3 defenders currently there. Aggressive Act being one of them, so like we keep saying, that is basically 4 defenders waiting. Dusk has that Odin as well. Looks like he may be going into that slow rotation around the side. Here comes that lockdown, but immediately that orbital strike and a kissing goodbye, and Vortex! Oh, as a wise bellhop once said, this is a disaster here. Oh, Dust with 2, 3 in total. Jellies finds Atomic, and my goodness, a flawless round to say the least. Only 1 bullet of damage done. That was a disaster.
I don't think I've ever seen an Odin actually be fully out of ammo, except for there. That was the only time I've actually seen 0-100 on anyone's screen for that weapon, and I find that amazing. Springfield look much more alive now. I don't know really what occurred. Maybe Marymount let it get to their heads and they're just kind of floundering right now. But it feels rough. And I think the biggest point I have to say is Atomic the Gamer, right? Map number 1 came out with a 29 bomb and so far has stuck between about 15 to 17 on the kill board throughout the entirety of the rest of the series. A little bit of a rough time, maybe trying to find his balance once again in the face of a very, very hot aggressive act now. Now, as we do see Atomic the Gamer rotating bottom through, Jellies and Tiki are both going to find a kill each. Looks like Springfield are ready to go. Rest of Marymount are sitting right here in mid. They're trying to duke it out back and forth. The spike is already down all the way in B lobby. Spray down by Pango gets Jellies, but it's a little bit of compensation. 4 members still strong. Vortex able to snap one back up, but walking
Vortex.
Scuba was a little bit slow on the return, but is still able to get the kill. Only left is Pango. He has a spike, but only 36 HP. He is praying for a miracle here as Tiki is ready with an upper deck execution.
Oh, no. Tiki just waiting to take it off the top rope here. Pango was lost, and I gotta say I would be as well. Sitting at, what is it, 38 health, going up against 3 full health opponents. This is gonna be something time will tell in terms of this is, oh, no. I'm just...
Marco.
This patience here. Pango checking one corner, no idea that death is awaiting him around the other. Tiki just so patient here so far. This feels, if this was a rom-com, this would be hilarious, but right now this is instead just coming through. Pango and Tiki going toe-to-toe. Oh, yeah, 3 seconds. Pango gets to ride this out, even though Tiki is footsteps away. The 12th round win here on the side of Springfield, and Marymount they're 1 round away from being forced into a map 5.
I pray someone clips that. For the love that is all, like, everything that is holy. That is the most hilarious thing I have ever seen. They did not move a muscle. By the way, neither of them moved a freaking muscle from
like
those
2 statues.
I've never seen that, but that was glorious right there. Not a sound was made. No one moved. Round ends with both of them living. And now it's 12-9. Marymount, they have 3 ultimates in their pocket. If they're able to find something, this could be a salty run back in terms, but that's big. Jim gets a snipe.
Yeah, that's massive. That's going to be that showstopper taken offline. So Jelly's ultimate down the drain pretty much right away. And all 5 still alive on the side of Marymount. They're going to have to get some healing here. Oh, Pango! That was a fight I did not think Pango was going to win. And still is going to fall to aggressive act. But that 2-for-1 trade is exactly what you're looking for. Atomic caught out by Tiki. 4-2 turns into 3-2. Warrior does secure that plant. And honestly, this could go in. This is very likely to go into extra rounds here.
Don't say that. We said that like 3 times now, and
every
none
time
of them
we say it. Yeah, every time we say it, it's wrong. Maybe that's what I want, Orbital. Maybe I just want this one to end. Maybe I just want to force it into that map 5. But now 3v2, this is going to force Springfield to play patient. If they just blindly charge in, there's a firing squad waiting for them on the other side of the wall there. Vortex might be able to. No, is going to be caught out by Tiki. So 2v2. Jim finds Tiki, but aggressive act basically makes up 2 people. So this is going to be really difficult to come back from.
And a lot of health still. No Empress though, and a nice little blind again.
There it is.
Chimp.
Nice.
Chimp coming in clutch here. Warrior was a sacrifice this time around. And honestly, who can blame him? He's done so much. Take a little pressure off of himself. He plays the bait role. Chimp goes ahead, gets a 3K. And now it is double digits for both. However, Marymount have to win 2 more. They still have the resurrection and the running back. So 2 very key ultimates that I want to see them utilize. I would prefer to see a hard rush into B, pop the running back directly in, and then just hard pressure. You have the opportunity to bring it back, use it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very curious to see if there's going to be kind of a little bit of a turnaround coming out here. They've got the full buy coming through on the side of Marymount, but this is a disastrous moment if I've ever seen one. I mean, this is going to be tough.
Because even then, your next round afterwards has to be a complete buyout. It's pain. This is pain in the workings. But if you can make it through, pain makes you stronger.
Absolutely. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. But if they die here, it will not be good for them. Atomic, so many times he's gotten close to the sewers and then just walked away. We see just waiting for that. Run it back. An aggressive act. Chimp may have just secured a round win here. Aggressive act falling is going to be a massive disaster here in favor of Marymount. A 4v5, Jelly's just around the corner, but now giving away their opportunity, giving away their positioning to Vortex. Only time will tell if they're able to secure this kill. Pango waiting for that corner peek. not quite going to be able to find it, but instead that Molly coming out might be, or the hot hands, excuse me, might be able to open up a little bit of space.
And honestly, I still want to count them out, but Atomic gets a little clutch.
Jellies.
Oh, Jellies falls, but Tiki has been on a rampage lately. Really nice frags left and right. And so another player that I really want to watch, the Resurrection is up for Tiki. In the middle of the round, that could be huge and clutch. If Tiki can actually get too aggressive, that would actually secure a round win.
Yeah, I mean, 4-4 would be so much easier, obviously, than 4-3. And Chimp talking about Sages on a rampage here. Dusk going to be taken offline. Scuba finds Warrior. Tiki finds Vortex. Gamer does find Tiki now, 2-1. This is going to be a tough one to come back from, but I think Scuba, not quite capable there. 11-12. This is one more round on the side of Marymount, and that is a guaranteed or overtime.
All right, I agree with you. For once, we are going to agree, and hopefully... Cast a curse or not cast a curse, whatever. I want to see overtime. It's not a game 5. Don't get me wrong, not a game 5. But this would be electric if it goes to overtime here. Everything on the line, because if Marymount can't tie this out, I have a feeling Springfield might have that bind advantage, right? Like I talked about earlier, Ascent was the other one that I was talking about, all that crazy stuff. But I have that feeling. I don't know why, I just have that feeling.
Yeah, no, I think if we go to a map 5, honestly, I give the advantage to Springfield on that. They have been playing a little bit more consistently in this late game, and I don't mean round 24 of this map. I mean the late game is in the end of map 4, possibly going into map 5. So I think realistically, we've seen Springfield playing a little more steady, and that's just not really an insult to Marymount. That's just kind of the play styles. We've seen Marymount, a couple of the rounds they've been able to win up to this point, have felt, I don't want to say lucky, but they have felt down to the wire, only a couple of bullets difference.
Mm-hmm. It's all on the line here. So already we do see a little bit of a harsh split, 1-3-1. So Marymount's really hoping for the pick. The last time they round out the round that they won just earlier, it was off finding aggressive axe. So can they do it again?
Yeah, Pango just waiting around that corner. Scuba waiting for somebody to walk around. 50 seconds left, so we need to see Marymount do something. They've got to commit to one point or another. This is going to be some great aggression coming through here, but now that lockdown is ready. It's going to be coming out very quickly from Marymount. Atomic will be the first to fall, and aggressive act finds Vortex. This is going to be more and more in favor of Springfield here. This is really looking like we're going into that map 5. Unless we see a serious turnaround, Warrior does get that spike plant, but that simply may not be enough.
Not be enough, Pango. Yep, get caught lurking. And that should secure it. 2 versus 5, all full health. Warrior goes ahead, sprays on one. Might be able to find another. Can't find it. Chimp. Can Chimp do it? Nope, cannot.
No, it looks like that is going to be the round win. A 13 in total here. They got plenty of time for the defuse in Springfield. They've secured map 4. Darn, they only had 21 seconds left on the clock. That's wild. But now they do come back in this 4th map and take us all the way to that map 5. I know we are right away going to be throwing it over to that analysis desk once again with Jim Lowry hanging out over there with JVR as well. I'm not sure if he will be joining him once again, but it looks like he will be. I wasn't able to do the math this time for the map, but I mean, it is bound to be a lot.
Yeah, it's bound to be a lot, so we'll see it soon.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
And welcome back to game number 5 with some old faces and some new. Still Orbital on the desk, of course. And with me is Jim Lowry. You saw him on the analyst desk just a little bit ago. And now we get him in for the actual cast. Jim Lowry, how you doing?
I don't know, Orbital. Was that a shot at my age there? I mean, come on.
No.
I know I'm old, but my face doesn't look that bad. But no, I'm going to sit in for Septilence here. You know, his heart just couldn't take it going to a game 5. Aggressive Act. You heard him. He had that heart attack on that ace round there for Aggressive Act. So he just couldn't take it. He's being rushed to the hospital now. He's fine. He's fine. But
we're just putting him further in the hole every single time. I love it.
Just burying the hole there. But no, I've been watching around, sitting at the analyst desk, killing time, playing Hearthstone in the background, and but watching this, I have double monitor. But watching the stream, and Aggressive Act's just going off there on map number 4. I have them clocked at 38 kills. Tell me if I'm wrong there, Orbital.
I think 38 or 37, or maybe even 36. Either way, extremely close to 40. We ran down 3 different numbers, but extremely close to 40, which I have not seen in a regular game, right? Like that is very rare. That means you are at the top of the kill board, pretty much averaging 3 to 4 kills every single round. Like that is monstrous to say the least.
I mean, 24 rounds, 38 kills. That's about 1.75 kills a round.
Yeah. Yeah, give or take, considering you're losing some of those too. That's what I usually defer to. But yes, still 1 to 2, and I think that's a fantastic number to kick up, right? In a situation where all seems kind of hopeless, he has been able to claw back in the sense of an 0-2. Now they're at 2-2. Momentum in their court for winning that last game. I mean, what does this do for the mental for these teams? Both for Marymount for losing 2 in a row, and Springfield coming back from such a huge deficit.
You know, I don't know. Like, Springfield came back. They brought it back. Their mental's on point right now. They were down 2-0. They said, no, we're going to come back here. We're going to make this 2-2. We're going to go for the reverse sweep right here. Meanwhile, Marymount, they thought they had it in the bag. They had a pretty substantial lead there on map number 4. And then Aggressive Acts just said, no, I don't feel like losing today. I have to think Marymount, their coach, right now has to be just like in there, like, guys, just stay with it. Stay in the right headspace. Because if their headspace leaves, then it's going to be a walk in the park here for Springfield.
Yeah, and let's move over to Marymount, right? Because there have been some surprising figures that have shown up here and show why they are the second seed, why they have kind of, popped off in such a sense. I think 2 of my top favorites right now, of course, Atomic the Gamer, but Warrior kind of coming out of nowhere, right? Scoreboard says middle of the pack, but the rounds that he has impacted have been immeasurable.
Oh, yeah. I was actually looking down here. I've been looking down at my notes here as the producer's talking in my ear finally. And I like all of the names on the side of Marymount have come up. They're a very close team when it comes to the kill board. Atomic's been at the top, but everybody else has been in that second position at some point during these maps. So a much more cohesive team there. And I don't want to say anything negative about Springfield, but Aggressive Act is definitely their carry, where Marymount is more of a team collusion.
And that's the thing, is it's been a story, right? It feels like it's been a story from start to finish. First game or first map, literally chaos reigned. You're throwing party poppers all over the place. Someone's firing one side, someone's firing on the other. And then follow through. If you watch the storyline of maps 2, 3, and 4, it's gotten cleaner and cleaner on both sides. It's like everyone kind of buckled down, the mental was set in, and as time passed on, it just got cleaner and cleaner. And so very excited to see. And I think someone on the side that I want to watch for Springfield is actually Dusk and Tiki. Tiki in map 4 really showed up, really clean frags and great entries following behind Aggressive Act. Dusk, with that Odin, has seen immeasurable play, and being able to lock down a single site on his own has been one of the key points that gave Springfield such a lead, or such a comeback momentum in that map 4.
See, you're talking about Tiki. I want to talk about Jellies. Jellies had not been at the top of the board for Springfield, and right there on map 4, they came. I believe they were right behind Aggressive Act. I mean, not right behind Aggressive Act, but they were in the second spot behind Aggressive Act there. And I had said at the analyst desk after map 2 that it was going to have to be one of the bottom 2. And at that point, Jellies was one of the bottom 2. It was going to have to be one of the bottom 2 to show up and get something done there. If Springfield wanted to make the comeback, I'm just glad that my prediction was correct.
I mean, predictions aside, you have been fantastic. Breaking all this down and actually bringing it at the same time, real time, I think is going to bring so much insight in Game 5, where everyone is at their peak. This is tension at its highest. And to think, this is the first grand finals. That is the most ridiculous thing to me. We still have 2 more grand finals to go, or 2 more finals to go of the challengers and the champions divisions. This is going to be emphatic statement here between these 2 teams. We are going to get ahead, take a look at Bind, and once again, Springfield will be rounding out on the attacking side first. This has been the 5th map in a row that they are attacking, so even across the board, taking a look at some of them that are locked in, still the Reyna, still it looks like that Brimstone, and then the Killjoy. So very standard for Springfield. On the flip side, heavy locking already, Reyna, Omen, Sage, Sova coming in, and then the Phoenix.
You know, I'm actually a little bit sad. All season Scuba been on the Viper, and I know it didn't work out for him on map 1. I just really love seeing it, though. It's that off-meta choice that really makes it interesting for me. But they've been good map 3, map 4, doing the utility work that needed to be done to set up the rest of their team.
Yeah, and this is about the time that you need to buckle down and really say, yeah, I can pull it out for you. I'll be able to pull the win, and we'll go ahead and kind of load in here as we are in to map number 5. Now, taking a look here on the attacking side, what are you kind of expecting with how these teams have played? Because so far, you know, maps 1 through 3, it was like the aggressive side always got the lead, right? We saw the attackers really pump up those rounds, and then in map 4, it felt like the defense started to take over. These guys really played the defensive back well. I think Marymount came out with like a 7-round lead on the defensive round, which I don't think ever happened before. Do you think we'll see some of the same here, or do you think it's going to go back to that aggressive tendency?
You know, I think aggression or non-aggression, what's going to come down to is rotation. Bind with the teleporters is a rotation-heavy map, and whichever team rotates faster and more efficiently is the team that's going to get the advantage.
All right, there you go. We are seeing a few picks here straight down that hallway over on the B side, and that's going to immediately call to rotate from the A site as a, you know, looking at some of the options, we have an opportunity here. I mean, with how close these guys are, and even talking about the statistics here, Bind, one of the few that we could probably see an overtime go to. Thank you to our producer for calling that one out. And I mean, we haven't seen one that's gotten very close. We've seen 11, 13. We've seen it so close, but this might be one of the times that we actually see it come to fruition.
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping somebody gets to 13 rather quickly. Well, we see a trade there.
Yeah, quick way to start it off. Aggressive Act goes ahead and snipes down Chip in a vengeful act. B going ahead, popping up, and that's going to be inside of that Heaven site. Or not Heaven, Hookah. I'm very sorry. I'm going to go ahead, slide in to this hallway as everyone is hoping. Vortex goes ahead and picks up Dusk with the headshot, and Scuba fires off a couple shots. Nicks Atomic a little bit in the shoulder, and they're going to fall to Atomic sitting on a prayer, able to take one down before he falls, sets it into a 2v3 with Marymount in the man advantage.
Yeah, no, and pistol rounds are always interesting. It's the one round when nobody really has an advantage. So just the fact that it's taken this long, though, and the spike's still not being planted is kind of ironic.
Yeah, well, Aggressive just gets a snapshot for a 3K. Oh, the man popping off, but I don't think they're going to get the plant down in time. It's really just looking for those open frags. That will be it. Pengo picks up the final 2, and that will secure a 2-0 for Pengo moving into round number 2.
And unfortunately, on the side of Springfield, Aggressive Act died there, which is not what they wanted. I mean, they didn't really have anything, so their death didn't hit as hard. But if Aggressive picks up that kill, they not only get the plant, but I think they win the round.
Yeah, just a little bit of a rough time. We've seen the pistol rounds kind of almost falter back and forth, right? We've seen kind of the standard 2 rounds in a row for one side, and then we've also seen 1-1s there with how aggressive some of these guys like to buy weapons. And this time we actually do see a full aggressive buy on both sides. This is going to be SMGs and light armors across the board, as we do see B Long beat the semi-play once again.
Now, one thing to note, Pengo didn't buy armor. That could be something to note there.
Yeah, even though we got 2 kills, which is kind of crazy to think about, right? He should have been the one prioritizing that armor and sitting on 2400, but opted to save, so hoping for a big buy later. You see all 5 members kind of rotating too, with a lurker over with Scuba on the back end of Cave. No death so far, but Dust taking a little bit low. No armor for himself. As again, a hard little wait as everyone's realizing, oh, everyone has guns.
Yeah. A lot of guns.
Shouldn't happen here in round 2.
Well, and with Jellies, they're getting the info and knowing that there's a lot of people over there at B.
A little bit of a spray down. Chimp goes ahead, takes out Dust for the first frag of this round. We're gonna go ahead, spray through, but keep in mind, Warrior is creeping up. It's gonna be 2 members closing in on the back of B. It looks like it can be a pinch. Is Springfield are not ready? Aggressive Act ready to start making a move though. 1 frag for 2. Aggressive Act ready to make
Here
it
comes the rotation though.
Yep, this is going to be the rotation, but only 1 on site, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. Chimp goes ahead and gets 2 on the site. Check your corner. Scuba is going to take down Chimp, but Atomic is able to find the round win. Marymount come out with a crazy round win.
It looks like we've got a lag problem with Springfield asking for a pause here.
Yep, we might go into it. We did see, I think, Chimp had it earlier, unfortunately, so we are going to go into that pause, but I mean, we're also seeing this lets us analyze it a little bit, because I feel that play inside of B site shouldn't have occurred, right? That Chimp getting away with 2 frags, I feel is an oversight on Springfield's side.
Yeah, that's just a lack of a corner check right there. That's all that is, just a lack of a corner check. And you know, Chimp must have thought, you know, he had won the lottery there when 2 people walk in, just bold as brass, like, oh no, we got this. What's up? You know, easy money. I really think they thought they had everybody dead on B side. I think they thought they had it cleared. But the rotation was coming. They were about to get spanked anyway. That rotation was coming. They were behind them. They had high ground. It was coming no matter what.
Yeah, and just kind of following the natural move of the game, right? But at the same time, right, you still have to be on your peak condition in those game 5s, and that's what I am very worried about. This is a very long series that has gone on thus far, right? Not many teams are experiencing going to a best of 5. Most of the matches that they play are best of 3, right? Yeah, you can go 3 games. That's expected here, right? That's the expected. So you have to be ready for the 5th game. You have to be still on your aim game, as we are now out of that pause, and it looks like A will be the option that Springfield are going for.
And they could very well go through mid and then take the teleporter over to B, but it does look like they're pushing A at the moment. Seen some fun things this year with that middle teleporter.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a silliness as Atomic gets a little bit of a collateral shot over on his mirrored counterpart. Chimp going ahead and saying a little bit. Dusk trying to spot out where he wants to throw down a little bit of damage. A little bit of shock darts actually catches, and Pengo is going to watch his teammate fall. Actually watch his own life flash before his eyes. Aggressive Act is going to get a little bit of an orb, as it's going to be a firefight breaking out on B site. Warrior goes ahead, snipes out Scuba. Chimp goes ahead, takes out Tiki, and finally Aggressive Act all on his own with only a 22 overheal and a Sheriff to boot.
A hope and a dream here, a hope and a dream.
And bounces away, can't turn it in time, so Vortex finds his evil counterpart and is able to snipe out the kill. 3 rounds straight for Marymount, California 1.
No, it's been a series of runs here, both ways. It's just been a series of runs. So I'm not going to count anybody out till it's over.
I will not either. We see the first ultimates coming through, so that's going to be the Empress over for Aggressive Act. Of course, he has 6-3 and 0. Or the flip side, though, Chimp getting an early resurrection. This could mean a pretty aggressive defensive push if they so attempt to.
It definitely could mean that. I'm still waiting for someone to take advantage of that teleporter.
Teleporter always available. It always is able to be utilized, and so far no one has wanted to. Dusk again with that Odin. Atomic the Gamer takes out Jellies. This man is starting to come alive once again, able to heal up, probably back to full. The question becomes, who is going to back him up? We do see Sage all the way over on B's site. I'm not sure if that's where they want to be, as 4 members strong are ready to start bullying in. 2 members still sitting inside of Cubby. So that's where they're going to be positioned if a rotate does occur. Couple shots go up. Pengo catches Tiki sleeping. Aggressive act finds Pengo in return. That's going to trade it into a 4v3 with still available. Oh, the flash is real. Atomic the gamer takes the dust. Yeah, and Dust just
spray kill in the back.
just the spray and pray while you're blind is able to find something.
The Lana Kane there, the old spray and pray. For any of you Archer fans out there.
You'd love to see it, and you love to not, as depending on who you are a fan of. Marymount still up 3 members, 25 seconds left on the clock, so Springfield are hoping that they can get on this site.
And this is a 2v2 at B side here. Phoenix isn't here, so this is a 2v2. Atomic's the one who's missing too, and he is their possibly best defender.
Ooh. That's going to be the grab. They have to get the plant down, and you can hear it going off. Nice shock dart. Lands right in the middle, but it's still the plant.
Atomic's coming. Here comes Atomic.
Yep,
run it back.
the run it back. Taken out.
Yeah, that means he's all the way back on the other side of teleporter.
Yep, teleporter has been used, so he is going to be able to flank up. Got to wait. Gonna be these 2. Warrior needs to get in position, maybe not push too quickly. And I have to see positioning from Scuba, hiding out in the tunnel. Is he gonna be able to make it? No hop down, still in hookah. Waiting on the side. Nice little scope out. Warrior is able to be found. Can't find the snap though. Aggressive act is able to pick up the 3K. Gets a couple shots off. Still full health. Can't find the follow through. Scuba from long range takes down Atomic, and Springfield get their first round win here on Bind.
See, that the mistake there was using the run it back from the other side of the teleporter. It put Atomic so far away. When they got taken down, they had to make up all of that distance, and it bought time for Springfield. These players are all far better than me, and I hate sitting here like a Monday morning quarterback, but that right there was just a failure on Atomic's part.
Yeah, that's just... It's happened actually once or twice now, you know, using that run it back from just a far distance. And it's the same thing I feel whenever you use Sky on some of these maps, right? You get a little bit worried about how far the ultimate can go, and time is not your friend. So you kind of have to factor that in whenever you are playing these maps. You will get another chance later on to be able to utilize it, but so far the resurrection is still available. So a potential 6-on-5, or 6 versus 5, depending on how this one is played out. And if Springfield can find some of these opening frags that they are much needing. Shots go through, straight through the smoke. Jellies picks it up in the smoke. So that's going to turn it into a very important fight. 4-on-5. A little bit of spray down trade of 1-for-1. Vortex taking 1 to the grave. Looks like B site will be the hold, but a little bit of sneaky lurk coming in from Link and B lobby. This could be Atomic's big moment.
Well, it's going to have to be because nobody else on his team has a gun. It's a classic and a sheriff going up against Vandals and Phantoms at the moment.
Yeah, and unfortunately Atomic does go down, so that leaves the Sova and the Omen, both of them kind of running for the hills, maybe go collect a few guns. Actually looking, because the rotate has been called out by Springfield to go ahead, make their way into a site. Looks like the Sova is still questioning, and I don't like this call. Probably going to use a teleport. No, going to run all the way around, which means Pengo is in a 1v4 scenario. A little bit of a scary touch. Gonna use a teleporter finally, and gonna be a little bit late to the party. But again, Spike is down. They have nothing really to lose, so might as well go for it. Jellies goes ahead, snipes out a little bit of a corner. That'll be Jellies getting Pengo, and 1 more down. Warrior gonna go ahead and save that weapon.
You know, when you say there's nothing to lose, and Warrior had picked up a Vandal, in that situation, if both members of Marymount just go and pick up one of the assault rifles on the map, the economy advantage there, if they both live with assault rifles, is huge. You're talking about a 5,000 credit turnaround. At the moment, it's only going to be 2,500 because they were only able to pick up 1 weapon. But you could have had a 5,000 turnaround, and I mean, you weren't going to win that 2v4. That wasn't going to happen. So I know Pengo didn't lose any money, but he also didn't bring any money back to the team.
Yep, that's just a little bit of a rough time. And, you know, it's up there, right? These teams have constantly been battling back and forth. The largest gap, of course, was that 7 or 8 round victory in a row. But still, this is pretty normal for these guys. So maybe not collecting the weapons as they probably should have, you know, tossing a little bit of free econ down into the drain. Not the end of the world, thankfully, in these scenarios. Right now, 4 ultimates on the side of Springfield, 3 for the side of Marymount. We could start seeing a lot of these Hunter's Fury, some of these running backs, and even the Empress kind of making an appearance. But first one is the Orbital Strike opening up, I feel kind of randomly.
You know, I think they were hoping that somebody was sitting in hookah waiting for an ambush. So not only was that looking for a cheeky kill, but it also let them know that hookah was empty. They can push into hookah now without fear.
They could, but that's a Hunter's Fury being used on Springfield's side to try and clear out this B site and actually gets a snipe. Chimp gets knocked down from the other edge of the map. Feels bad right there as the attacker Killjoy is going to go down to attacker lockdown. Pengo is going to get a couple frags, lose his life for that one. Dust get headshot. Now the follow through, I think this is a double up on that problem. So it's going to go through. No one detained as Tiki goes ahead and braids the fire. Shots playing out, and Vortex is going to get shot. Jellies finds one on Warrior. Now in a 3v2 scenario, Marymount have a very difficult defense to mount. Atomic to Gamer always trying to find that flank. Hasn't been too successful, but is going to be able to at least get behind their backs.
An aggressive act waiting here very patiently.
Oh, can't get the snipe either. Jellies gets a 3K. And that's going to be Springfield tied up 3 for 3 here. Marymount looking hopeful, but can't really find any purchase.
I want to point something out there. The last 2 rounds, Springfield had 9 kills. Only 1 of them went on to aggressive act. So we've been talking about the rest of Springfield having to do their part. You know, aggressive act is their carry, but the rest of the team has to do their part. And that's what we looked at right there. 8 out of 9 kills from somebody other than aggressive act. That's the team getting their own cash, putting money in their own pocket, and making sure that they have the weapons to support their carry.
Yeah, it's crazy how well a single player can do if you have the rest of the team backing them, right? Even with the utility being thrown out, even with just a little bit of suppressive fire, it goes a long way. So starting to see that Odin come back out for Dusk, even though he's 1-6 currently right now, still going to be laying down all that fire. Jellies actually loses his shield, I think, from a very quick Hunter's Fury. A couple shots go out and nothing else is found. Light spread coming in here, 3-1-1 with the heavy spray by Dust. So looks like B once again is going to be the opening, but Pengo with that cheeky teleport finds aggressive act. Big fragger is down, and now Pengo in an extremely rough spot. Vortex not able to help. Warrior goes ahead and clips it out. So that is quickly 2 more members falling after aggressive act. 5 versus 2. Marymount have found an incredible opening.
You know, at this point, just go hide, save money. Dusk has an Omen. That's a big purchase. Just go back up, make them come find you. Maybe pick up an exit kill or 2. Just, you don't want to give up those weapons right now. Right now, you're in an econ race. Your team is winning the economy race at the moment. This was kind of a thrifty round for Marymount, but you have to let it go. You have to let them have this one. Save the cash. It's going to be important in the long run.
Oh, absolutely. I have to agree. As a spray through, and Pengo doesn't take your advice, Jim. That's the worst part about it. Dust just mows him right down. 13 seconds left for the round win. Maybe they go search for some of those weaponry. I think Chimp may be able to find a single rifle, something like that. They do go ahead, hop in, and Chimp just zones him out, and they actually get it. Springfield walk into B site and lose some of the equipment they could have easily saved for next round.
And Chimp picked up the Odin. Economy turnaround right there. Chimp picked up the Omen. What are we doing? I don't like to go negative, but I know I talked about Atomic with a bad move. Right there, Dusk and Tiki? Right? No, it was Dusk and Scuba. All Dusk and Scuba had to do, go back to spawn, grab an espresso, sit down at the cafe that's right there by spawn point, have a bagel. That's all they needed to do.
All they needed to do, and they just got a little bit antsy. Maybe it's that game 5 nerds, right? The pressure coming out, maybe to perform or try and make a play, but either way, they are forced into buying a second. So 2 Odins in play, rest of the rifles making their moves, and Springfield are now moving a mite slower, depending as a spray down goes through. Jellies able to find Atomic. That's a huge frag for them. Running back is used. Jellies finds another. So that is 2 for the price of 0 right now. Finally, the running back is taken out. Aggressive back still just spraying through, and aggressive finds it. These blind fires are doing so much work. Vortex finally able to find a heal off after that kill. Springfield though up 2 members, and they get the spike down. This is all but pure pressure from the side of Springfield.
And now it's Marymount's turn to do something smart. It's you got to save the Omen. If you're Chip, you got to save that gun. That's money in your pocket.
Well, it doesn't look like he is. He's actually going to walk and get 1 frag, possibly turn the other. No, he can't. Aggressivac takes that one, and Odin's right back in favor. Aggressivac goes ahead and saves that for his teammate Dusk. 4-4.
Oh my god, I'm sitting here like, as a math guy, I love math. I love the math in the games. I'm a Dungeons and Dragons player. It's all about the math. It's all about every advantage you can find. And just watching them trade advantage back and forth in a game that has a really big economy portion to it. And as good as the mechanics are of some of these players, sometimes I just think that their economy brain isn't right where it needs to be.
Yeah, it sometimes feels that they practice making maybe the micro for a while, and then maybe not so much a textbook, the minor details that you don't see all the time or you don't practice consistently, right? It's all just knowledge that you have in your head. That's an opening frag of 1 for 1. That's going to be the run it back and the orbital strike, I think, taken out of play for these members. Tiki sitting on 18 health. That recon drone is getting so much info, though, coming into here. So a little bit slower pace here. You can see Sage all the way over on B site for Marymount. They're playing it long.
And here's where I'm looking for the rotation to come in. Here's where I'm looking for this rotation to come in. They know everybody's on A side. They have all of the information. All they have to do is just go puppy rush B side, trade 1 for 1, and you should be able to get an easy plant. Scuba went in early though.
Oh!
And Chimp doing work.
Chimp gets 2 headshots as Jelly's on the other side finds a third. But his health is very low, and Sova's as well in the red. You can see the health bars in favor of Marymount right now. Marymount, very sorry. And we're going to see another rotate over. So Spike does go down for Springfield's advantage. But the health just might not be in their favor.
And they don't have the alts either.
No, they do not. So Jellies and Tiki, a little bit worried about how they're going to play this one. 18 health. So Tiki can get a headshot. That'll be great. But a resurrection comes out. Warriors back and immediately back down. But that's enough time to stall it out. The bait resurrection worked wonders. And that's going to be the secure of the 9th round for Marymount. They will move up to 5 and 4 with 3 rounds left. I think for a half.
Jelly's again asking for a pause. They'll probably get it. Jelly's in that one, 4K. And I would like to point out, I pointed out earlier that there was 1 kill in 9 rounds there for Aggressive Act. Now we're a further 3 rounds past that. 3 kills in, I think, 4 rounds, and the rest of their team step it up, and the Jellies is the big one. Jellies only 1 kill behind Aggressive Act right now, trying to put the team on their back and do as much as they can.
Yeah, and this is the time to do it, right? You don't need, if you have Aggressive Act, it's kind of like you don't need to really worry about the opening rounds. Be there for game 5, right? Be there, be that big person that can really help alongside your carry and share that spotlight, right? Very well done thus far. Has the running back in his pocket, also has the orbital strike, so Dusk should be able to play it out. Only the running back for Atomic the Gamer, who, taking a look over on the side of Marymount, it hasn't been spectacular, but it's been even, right? This is like what you would expect to see, kind of like textbook definition of a team that's played Valorant and is working their way through. It's just even across the board, it feels.
And the one I want to look at from Marymount is Chimp. They have been behind those boxes on B side twice and have found 4 kills there. If I am Springfield, I am throwing grenades, I'm throwing other abilities. I'm never going into B side without throwing something behind those boxes, because that's where Chimp's going to be. And until you kill him back there, he's going to stay there and he's going to keep bringing in kills because he's found a good spot. And if, as snipers go, if you find yourself a good spot, you're not going to leave. You're not going to leave until they force you out.
Not at all. Sometimes snipers do like to move around, but in this game, it is very simple to just wait. If the opponent doesn't learn, keep going until they do. That's really all it is. So 3 minutes left, and again, they are trying to work on getting a restart going. So now here, again, 5-4. We've seen 2 ties come out in the opening half of each map. I think that was map 1 and 2. I want a little bit of a prediction here. Jim, question for you. Do you think it will be 6-6 once again, or do you think Springfield or Marymount will come out with a round advantage here on map number 5?
I think it's going to go 6-6. I think it's going to go 6-6. I kind of wanted to say Marymount 7-5, but I think it's going to go 6-6. Aggressive Act has had a few low rounds, and I think Aggressive Act with this pause here, I think they're going to take a deep breath. I think Aggressive Act gets a 3K in the next 2 rounds.
Oh, okay. Bold call, making that out there. So we'll see if that comes true. A couple 3Ks, maybe even more for Aggressive Act if that can work. We do go ahead, see a little zoom in. It's kind of funny. Yeah, we do have confirmation. It is Scuba, unfortunately. Just trying to make sure that everything works because no one wants to play on any unfortunate scenario, right? You want to make sure everyone is up to par. We are still waiting on that. So now not even the half. I want to talk a little bit about the mental. I want to try and pick your brain a little bit about this, right?
Okay.
Because these pauses can cause that mental fluctuation, especially in an FPS where it's every round. It's not like a consistent single game, right? Each round is kind of a reset, a little reset of everyone's mental. How does a pause this long kind of affect the mental? Is it positive or negative, or is it just kind of even across the board?
It's both. It really depends on the player, and it depends on the situation. This kind of situation, it's a really close game. So anybody who's got any kind of nerves, it's a negative for them. Anybody who's got any kind of problem with nerves, and most of these players don't. If they did, they wouldn't have got this far. But anybody who's got any kind of nervousness to them, this is terrible for them. Because it's just prolonging what could be something bad. Whereas anybody who thrives in this kind of situation, they're it's like a spring being compressed. They're ready to go. As soon as we're off this pause, I think this might be the most aggressive round we've seen so far.
Yeah, we might see the most aggressive. And I also want to ask you, right? I think it's also kind of fun. Would you consider this? I know it's not intentional, right? No one. I don't think anyone believes that it's going to be intentional, but would you feel this is the equivalent of maybe like icing a kicker in football? You know, you put everyone on edge, and how bad that can affect, like, who do you feel is going to be most affected by this pause? You talked about Aggressive Act for the side of Springfield. Is there anyone on Marymount that you feel is going to be heavily affected in this sense?
You see, here's the deal here. Icing a kicker is kind of a bad comparison because that's purposely being done by one team. That's one team purposely making somebody wait. And this is just an unfortunate, internet issue. Both teams are in the same spot. Both teams are in the same spot. Nobody wanted this pause. Nobody wanted this pause.
Nobody did.
So, and if a team did, having somebody unplug their internet connection is a risky proposition. And I don't think anybody's going to do that. Not in this league. I trust all the teams in this league. I don't think anybody's going to do that one. With that being said, though, the low on the leaderboard, those are the ones who might, find themselves at a little bit of the nerves getting to them. You look at Warrior, you look at Scuba, you look at Dusk. They're maybe like, oh man, okay, they're thinking about what they've done wrong so far, or at least they could be. I mean, I don't speak for anyone. I learned a long time ago never to speak for anyone. But no, if you're on the low side of the leaderboard, maybe like, man, I haven't played as well as I need to. What do I need to do? And they're worrying and worrying and worrying. Whereas if you're Aggressive Act, if you're Jellies, if you're Vortex, if you're Chimp, if you're Atomic, you're like, all right, we got this. We got this. So it's the ones who have the good mental right now that need to be talking to their teammates. They need to be talking. They need to be, and we're gonna get a forced draw.
Yeah. So little bit of an update. We did have some complications, I believe, due to the we didn't really talk about it. There was a patch coming in, so we will have a force draw. We will be right back, getting everything set up in the proper order. So we will go back 2-5-4, same score, hopefully same income for everyone as well. That is yet to be seen, but shouldn't be too much of an issue. So we will go right back. Unfortunately, one of the players could not re-enter the lobby, so we'll get that taken care of. Of course, just huge questions, right? You were just talking about icing the kicker. Yes, terrible comparison, right? But the nerves are still there. So you were saying it earlier. I'm very interested to see as well who is most affected by this all, and I want to also kind of ask you, because we have to consider previous games as well, like all the mental coming right up to it, in a sense of 2-2, right? Especially in a reverse sweep scenario, do you feel Marymount is going to feel that much more pressure, or do you think they're going to be calm, cool, and collected, and also just kind of throw everything to the wind in the latter half of this game?
It's really hard to say. It all comes down to what they're talking about right now. That's what it comes down to. What are you talking about right now? Are you talking about the fact that you just lost 2 in a row? Or are you talking about the fact that after you guys win this one, you're going to go get pizza, maybe a pitcher of beer for the ones who are old enough? What are you talking about? That's what it comes down to. If you're talking about positive things, you're going to have that positive attitude. If you're sitting there going, man, we just lost 2 in a row, we can't lose 3 in a row, that's the wrong way to look at it. Especially in the college level, across all athletics, you got to have that positive mental attitude. If anybody's ever seen Major League, pitcher's having a problem, catcher calls timeout, calls in the whole infield, the pitching coach comes out. They're not talking about him having a bad pitching outing. They're talking about what they're getting later. They're talking about, some of the things going on in the locker room. They're talking about, somebody's wife, somebody's kid, what somebody's getting for dinner. So, you gotta have that good mental. And as funny of a scene as that is, people don't realize that's a catcher doing a good thing. You talk about anything else except for anything negative going on. You just put somebody's mind somewhere else, and then when they come back to doing what they're supposed to be doing, then their mind's going to be right. And that's what it's all about. Their mind has to be right.
Yeah, mind has to be in the right place. And so let's go ahead and kind of go over the conditions that we've seen thus far. Some of these primary groups, the Reyna coming in, was a high priority. We also saw the Phoenix make some plays. So on both sides, do you see an agent specifically that should stand out in terms of how much they bring to the table and might be able to kind of make or break the current scenario in terms of what will happen in each round? Like, is there any agent that you feel is going to have an overwhelming advantage, at least from what you've seen in the first 9 rounds?
Let's say I don't think any specific agent's going to have an advantage. I think this comes down to the players at this point. I think the teams picked very good comps respectfully. So I don't think anybody has an agent advantage. I just think it's going to come down to the individual players. We did go to draw again, trying to get the numbers correct. At this point, I think Septilence knew this was going to happen. He wanted to bail before he got stuck here. I think Septilence has something to do with this. That's what I'm thinking. Septilence has something to do with this. Our producer's agreeing with me back in the booth. So if we can get some shame, a little bit of shame for Septilence in chat, that'd be awesome.
No, he's not even here. He can't defend himself.
Shame. Here we go. All right, trying to get the numbers right. Our producer's doing the very best that he can. I usually give.
Yeah, and so we did have a few things, of course. Getting everyone into the lobby is always kind of stressful. Again, when you're on a time crunch, and they feel bad, everyone feels bad. So just mulling over, and of course, we are excited to have so many more games. Remember, after this, do not go anywhere. We still have more analyst tests. I think Jim Lowry will still be on that. But then we also have, we'll also have the Challengers finals right after this one. We'll be moving that, and then after that, the champions to end it out for the Valorant season here at the NECC esports or NECC games. Thank you so much to everyone tuning in and having a blast here. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better opening finals series than going to game 5 and potentially on a map that is notoriously known for going to overtime with just how crazy it can get for a final map. I think that is a fantastic way to kick off today.
I was sitting here. Everybody knows, I usually make fun of our producer, Caleb Glooby. And I'm not going to right now. I might later, but I'm not going to right now. The man's doing work trying to make sure everything is the way it's supposed to be right now. A thankless job being our producer, especially my producer, because I am one of the biggest jerks that works for the NECC. And I think everybody that's met me knows that I throw shade. I'm good at throwing shade, and I don't care who I'm throwing shade at. But Caleb Glooby doing work for us right now as we're just waiting for all the numbers to come out correct here. But yeah, looking at the scoreboard here, Chimp 10 kills, Vortex 7, Atomic and Pengo both at 6. Warrior yet to get on the board, I think. Or no, there it is. 4. There we go. Caleb, one step ahead of me. Got it to Warrior to 4. So there we go. So 10-7-6-6-4. We talked about, at least I talked about at the analyst desk, and I talked about a little bit when I jumped in with you here in game 5. Marymount across the board, their team very steady. They all got something going on. Everybody's got something going on that side. And Springfield, we've seen every member of that team do some glorious things. Now they just have to put it all together. It's been 1 or 2 people per map. If that entire team can put it together at the same time, it's going to be something special to watch.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You have all the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and I think this is, I know we're in a pause, and I know it's always kind of boring to talk about, but this is like, kind of what a team is, right? It's a point where 5 jigsaw pieces come together and work in unison. It makes a whole picture. You talk about orchestras. It's everyone come together, playing the same song, making it work fantastically. And that's just kind of the thing. Who can come together better? Who has better ties, right? Like, how well can you play that all together? And like you said, Marymount have all the pieces. It's working there. Springfield has a few, maybe some pieces a little bit larger than the others, but it's still a puzzle nonetheless. And I'm loving what we're seeing. It's been so close the entire day. We should be underway here shortly as we get everything tied up with the econ, with everything moving on. I want to pick your brain. Oh, go ahead.
Music there, and that's a really good analogy. If you think about it like an orchestra with a great first chair violin is always going to have really good music coming from one piece. But an orchestra that has great first chairs and great second chairs for every instrument, they're going to sound a lot better as a whole. Marymount has the better orchestra. I think Springfield has the better first chair violin.
Yep, and that first chair so far is making a lot of noise. Can't discard that, making a lot of noise all the way through. But let's go ahead. Since we have the time, I do want to kind of put your thoughts, because you will be here analyzing just about everything. I want you to go ahead and talk to us a little bit about the upcoming series that we might watch and what we might get to see as well, to give people and the viewers a little bit of a treat, right? A little bit of a showcase early on. Let's go ahead and talk about the challengers a little bit. These two teams, do you have any info that you can kind of glean or anything that we might get to watch for?
You know, you're killing me, because I'm supposed to be doing this between games here. I'm gonna have to do it twice now. But no, Montclair going at Cal State University Dominguez Hills. I believe it's a 1v7 match. Montclair, the dark horse Montclair, coming out of nowhere in the semis, getting the win, pushing themselves to finals. Talk about a mental. About mental. Montclair, top of the world right now. They're at the top of the hill coming down. They are as positive as you can get as far as a mental game right now. They got nothing to lose. They're not supposed to be there. And if you're Dominguez Hills, you're like, well, shoot. Like, if we're supposed to win. So if you're sitting there on we're supposed to win, and you start to go down a couple, your mental can crash super fast. So Dominguez Hills is going to have to be very careful about their mental game, whereas Montclair just has to keep playing. All they have to do is keep playing like Dorian Finding Nemo. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming, just keep swimming. That's all you have to do if you're Montclair in that one. But I'm excited to watch that one. And we have, I guess I got the little bit of inside info here. We actually have the map bands. We have the map bands for this one.
All right,
First map, match 2 is going to be Icebox. And I love Icebox. I love it. Icebox is going to be first map, and Dominguez Hills has picked attack. So Montclair are going to get to play defense on Icebox. And that's the taste. I'm not going to give you the whole map band, but that's the taste. Icebox, map 1, match number 2, going to be Icebox. Nobody wants to miss that. You know, our one of our directors here, Jacob Van Ryn, he was with me at the analyst desk earlier. He pointed it out to us. You know, the fact that we're running a little bit late here, but the fact that the match 2 competitors currently in Twitch chat watching this matchup pushed us to 112 current viewers. Huge numbers.
That is amazing.
We have big numbers for Valorant. In the fall, our best stream of the fall was our Valorant Champions Division Finals. Me and Caleb Glooby called that one. It was a 3 a.m. Eastern time call. That might be what Champions is tonight as well. And that was the first time I had called Valorant. And it went to Game 5, and Game 5 was Icebox. It was the first time Icebox was allowed competitively, and I was stoked. And it was a 14-12 final on Icebox.
That is amazing.
14-12. And it was just so much fun to watch, so much fun to call with Caleb Glooby. What do I use to keep my beard so fresh? Hopes and dreams. Hopes, dreams, and a little bit of water, some shampoo. You know, you got to keep it soft, Luxa. You got to keep it soft.
We're just answering some of the questions, and I love it so much. Now we're just getting into personal grooming and hygiene. We're going to go down all the questions.
Go for it. I love Twitch chat. We talked about this. We had an education panel about esports, which I hosted, and somebody was talking about Twitch chat. Everybody in the panel said, you have to ignore Twitch chat. Everybody on the panel said, ignore Twitch chat. And I'm sitting there as the host of the panel, and I'm not supposed to have an opinion. But I asked the producer, I'm like, am I allowed to say anything? He's like, yeah, go ahead, man. I'm like, I love Twitch chat. I love looking at Twitch chat. I love being here. Like, Twitch chat is the bomb. Ask me questions. I wish we could have Twitch chat in real time. I really do. I know we can't do it because the stream sniping would be real. But I wish we could have Twitch chat in real time. I keep it up on my screen. I'm in there when I'm at the analyst desk. I'm in there just talking in Twitch chat just with my typing, trying to do some hype. And I'm, saying nice things about you guys, Orbital, Septilence, because you guys did great 4 rounds. 4 maps. You guys did a great job. It's unfortunate that Septilence had to bail. I don't mind sitting in, but it's unfortunate he had to bail because you guys had a really good chemistry going there. And, yeah, Alexa, I don't think either me or Orbital wants to do the caster setup tours. I don't think we want that one.
Yeah, we'll skip that one. No one wants to see me like my monitor stacked on a book is really what we're looking at. So let's not do that.
Yeah, I mean, if we got time, I could go through the art I've got in my office. I could do that one. Epic Robo, no conditioner, just shampoo and water. But if somebody wants to see something cool, we got time. I show it off usually during League of Legends streams, but one of my League of Legends players is in fact an artist. And I don't know if you guys can see this. He did some art. It's Kindred from League of Legends. There's the wolf side. There's the lamb side, and it's a duo art. I'm gonna try to back up here. It's just a duo board, and a really great art. We've got more of their art up in our game room upstairs. Speaking of music, he's got a Jin mask with a music sheet behind it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Actually asked one of his musical buddies for actual notes to put on there, so it's actually music behind it, and it's kind of cool. So that's what I got in my eye. I got more art behind me there. I'm an art guy. I'm a culture guy. So that's what I got, but no tour, no actual tour.
No tour.
What happened to the Springfield game? Shmush. We're still here, baby. We're getting it set up for you. Caleb Glooby in the back doing miracles back there. We're almost ready. He's got the cash back. He's got the weapons back. He's got the KDAs back. The only one left is Aggressive Act. He's doing that one right now. We're coming back, Shmush. No worries. We're coming back.
We will be back shortly. And again, keep in mind, I do want to give you guys a little update for those that are not up and current. First 2 maps were taken by Marymount, California 1. They won it in fairly close, right? I think 14-12 and then 14-8 were the 2 scores, or 13, very sorry. And then following through 2 map wins for Springfield. They absolutely crushed it through, and I think that was fantastic to see. So it is a straight up heavy, even competition here with both teams fighting for the final setup. We are still trying to make sure that everyone is still even. We did have to have a quick reset. So again, we are here, and thank you so much for your patience following through. I think let's go ahead. I do want to also, we gave a shout out to a lot of the people already, a lot of the broadcast and producers, but I also want to give a shout out to who you will also see if you have a favorite caster. I know I'm not the top favorite, but Jim Lowry here has been amazing. He's been phenomenal here on the desk, but we have even more action coming to you. Taking a look, I think Infernosis will actually be here for the following 2. So he is a man that is going to be running a freaking marathon. If you're excited to see that man come through. Off the top of my head, my brain doesn't want to work. Jim, do you know who will be on for the Challengers and Champions broadcast here?
As the desk analyst, I do know who will be on the Challengers and Champions. I have that information, because I'm a baller. For the Challengers final, we're going to have none other than Fellow and Infernosis. And then for Champions, we're going to have Vincent and Infernosis. Infernosis going back-to-back. Second hardest working man in show business behind myself. And everybody in Twitch chat, Orbital trying to self-defame here. Orbital's obviously everybody's favorite. Can we get some Orbital hype in Twitch chat? Help me out, people. Orbital hype in the Twitch chat. Give it to me right now.
Thank you for that. And of course, though, everyone here, we have been on the top, and we've been tracking the entirety of the Valorant season. I think this is one season that has been fantastic to watch, right? 2021, no better way to open it up. Fantastic numbers across the board, but fantastic teams. And if this is a showcase for all future events to come, I think these teams will go above and beyond, right? This is exactly what you want to see. You want to see a game 5. Of course, ironing out some of these complications always feels bad, but the competition has been phenomenal, and seeing a lot of these players and seeing them grow, I think is the greatest thing. Because, I mean, you're an educator as well. You know exactly what that is. And seeing these guys, you can't do that to me. But seeing players grow and their growth in esports, I think, is also a fantastic thing to talk about.
I mean, I don't know if I'd call myself an educator. I am a coach. And I think there's a huge difference. I respect all the professors on college campuses. I respect all the teachers in high school, junior high, grade school. Those are educators. I'm just a coach. Educators have one of the hardest jobs in America. They're underpaid, understaffed. Shout out to everyone who goes into teaching, because those are the heroes that more people need. But as a coach, I love being able to bring somebody in. I love being able to help them with what they love, but then turn around and, here at Upper Iowa, they're all student athletes, which means I get grade checks on them, and I turn around and I want to help them in the classroom too. We're all about our players graduating here. That's what it's all about, and that's what it should be about everywhere. If you're in a college sport, and hopefully you're willing to go up above and beyond, play pro, move on to the next step. But remember, if you're in a college sport, you're also there to get your degree. So if you end up not going pro, you still have a job somewhere else waiting for you. And that's what we're really looking at. I'm going to go back to Twitch chat just for a minute here and try to buy Caleb some more time. Yes, I do have a pet. I have a dog. He's half golden retriever, half Australian shepherd. And if before the end of the night we get 50 new subscribers, I will throw a couple of pictures on NECC's Twitter of my dog. So 50 new subscribers by the end of the night, we'll get pictures of Coach Jim's dog. That is what we're looking for right here. I don't do anything to my eyebrows, nothing. My eyebrows are just my eyebrows. They're awesome all on their own. What are my favorite games? I like Civilization 6. I like Stellaris, anything grand strategy. I play a little chess, and back in the day, I was on the ladder for StarCraft Brood War. What else you got? I'm going fast and furious here. Orbital, Luxa coming out saying you have an infectious smile and laugh. May want to talk with Luxa later. It looks like you might have it in there.
All right, I'll be there. Don't worry.
What else do I cast? Anything and anything the NECC will let me cast. I also do all of the casting for Upper Iowa University esports, and I do broadcasting for some Upper Iowa University athletic events, as well as being their television producer on campus. If you live in Northeast Iowa, you can catch all Upper Iowa athletics events on ABC 9.2 out of Cedar Rapids. There's my own plug there. Caleb can't stop me. Coach Jim is clutch. I'm not clutch.
Think about it, Jim, on the desk right there. He's gone.
Aggressive act is clutch. I'm not clutch at all. If Glooby has 1 million fans, can we get some Glooby love in there too? But where's the orbital hype? There it is. Orbital hype right there. I forgot we're on a 3-minute delay.
Takes a little bit.
So there we go. We got a little bit. If we can get more orbital hype in there, that'd be great. We had to go back on the match. Caleb Glooby, he did everything he needed to do, and then everything reset on the man. The game's against him.
Man, he's literally manipulating it. So again,
it was rough.
We are getting everything set up exactly as it was before we left, and that is what he's been working so furiously on. And thankfully, in Valorant, you can actually specifically target each thing. He is giving each individual person the old stats, the old gold amount, and the old ultimate charges. So everything is pretty much exactly the way it was. And that, I just want to say, has been the most ridiculous thing. But we are back. To everyone that has been tuning in, waiting patiently, or not so patiently, as you've been hyping up the chat, of course. You have been in there. We've been talking so much, and we got Jim Lowry here. We got Orbital on the mic, and then we also have Caleb Glooby on the back line doing God's work to get us back into game. 5-4 is the scoreline. Last game, best of one, all on the line here. Springfield versus Marymount, California 1. We are back, round number 10. Let's go.
I told you, this is going to be the one. We're going to see all of the aggression right here coming out.
Just infinitely, just everyone like, listen, we have all this pent-up energy. We've been waiting for about 30 minutes. Let's go. Yep, there it is. Vortex goes ahead and gets Jellies right out of the gate. We are taking a look over on that B site. Once again, 2 lurkers on the set. And Omen, unfortunately, I think double teleported. He was hoping to go through that mid lane and immediately snaps back to A, so maybe baiting out a teleport play.
And not a bad move there. Giving the notice on the teleporter, waiting to see if anybody's there, and then going back through. Not a bad play. The audio cues go into this game so heavily.
Yeah, any shooter, footsteps, gunfire, any sort of movement is something crucial that you use. I'm not gonna lie, I've scared myself 100 times playing this game. It is terrifying. Pengo goes ahead, takes out aggressive act. That's a huge fragger that immediately needs to be taken care of, but Tiki ready to avenge his fallen partner. It's still 4 versus 3 here. Springfield trying to find an opening, funneling in through A port and Cubby into A site. They have a monumental task ahead of them, but Warriors seems ready to shut down any hopes that they have. Dust gets a spray down with that Odin now. Just 2-on-2 with the lurker on the backside.
Atomic went the wrong way. Not Atomic. Vortex went the wrong way.
Yeah, went a very wrong way indeed, and so Scuba is going to get sniped down. That is through a box utilized, and that's going to be Chimp snapping it down 6-4 as we get an opening round. Marymount look like they're ready to play once again.
And just unfortunate there for Springfield. Vortex went the wrong way. Absolutely the wrong way. They actually didn't have a numbers advantage there, and Springfield didn't know about it. They were worried about it being at a numbers disadvantage, but luckily it didn't hurt Marymount there, because Vortex was out in the middle of a cornfield somewhere. He had no impact on that fight at all.
And that's the mental, right? This is what it comes down to. The mental ideas. How can you mess with your opponent? How can you make it seem like 3 are there when only 1? That's what I'm going to do. Take an Odin straight to the guy. Aggressive act for the 2nd time in a row is the first frag out of all people. We were wondering who was going to be affected by this pause. It seems the main fragger for Springfield may be having just a few complications.
Yeah, no, aggressive. I thought they were going to come out. And hit hard. And Aggressive X has come out and been first death 2 rounds in a row.
Just a rough time. And I mean, he still has plenty of time, right? This is still the first half. We still have an opportunity, right? And it's still fairly close. 6-4. They win 2 more rounds. They put it at a 6-6, just like you predicted earlier. So it's still an opportunity. However, gun is sticking out, and Scuba, you gotta hide your gun a little bit better. Vortex and Pengo go ahead and take them down. Now into a 2v4 as Atomic goes down. Run it back is utilized, so Springfield gets another chance. 2 members up, still 33 health though for that Sova. Very quiet, moving through everyone on A's site. Pengo though might hear it. That's a flash, and he gets the spray. A blind spray for Pengo. Huge blow, 1 for 1. That's gonna set it into a 3-on-1, and Springfield are hurting for a couple rounds. Tiki though picks up 3. So far, picked up all the kills for this round. If he gets an ace, that will be phenomenal. Matching aggressive act in terms of sheer power, but can't find it. Warrior Sova on Sova action is going to lay waste to the last member of Springfield.
No, and this is a huge one right here. Huge round for Springfield. If they don't get this one, I think Marymount just rolls to a win.
Yeah, it's weird to say, but there's a drastic difference between an 8-4 scoreline and a 7-5. Right, it's a safety net feeling. It's that opportunity awaits, because if you're in an 8-4, the winning side, Marymount in this case, if they went 8-4, would only need 2 rounds to push themselves in double digits, and that just plays on your mind. If it's 7-5, Springfield still feel that they probably have a nice safety net. 5 rounds is plenty of time, but it's just playing with that mental once again. Oh, holy crap!
Big miss.
Sniper battle. It's gonna be a throwdown as a little swap around. Vortex trying to toss around, gets the Odin for himself. Double Odin's coming out with the rifles, and they're just gonna spray down Hookah. Seems to be the play once again. B site though. This is Springfield finding it. Tiki gets a masterful Hunter's Fury. Chimp goes ahead, takes down Dust. Aggressive act is not the first to fall, so main shot is there, but he's on 6 health. Oh, this hurts to watch right now. A little bit of a shock dart finds Chimp, and he's just going to heal it right back up. Gonna be like, yeah, that never happened. A little bit of a recon bolt goes out. I don't know if too much information is going to go through. Yes, they are found out. Location is being revealed in a little spray around, and they find it. Jellies and Tiki take out Vortex and Chimp. Now in a 4v2, 4v1, Tiki going crazy. 3K possibly make it for aggressive act ready to go. He's playing that option and might find it. There it is. Headshot to the dome. Atomic the Gamer is going to fall with an even up 7-5.
Switching sides.
Great round. That was the round Springfield required. They required that round there. That's the mental back in their favor. Right there. Tiki going off 2 rounds in a row with 3Ks. Something to think about.
Yeah, and again, it was Jellies for you, and for me, it was kind of Tiki and Dusk. I really wanted to see them pop up. and now it's even. This is looking more like an evened out team. Yes, Aggressive is not dropping that 20 or 30 bomb, but the rest of the squad is popping up. That's what we want to see. Now it is two orchestras battling it out for who sounds better here on Bind. It's an insane time, and these guys have gone toe-to-toe with each other and nothing for respect for each other, right? These are two groups in the Emergence that are battling out over 5 courses. So now, back in the pistol round, we have Marymount on the attacking side. Let's see what they're up to. Couple shots go down, an aggressive axe, and Jellies immediately shut down any sort of a push with 2 quick shots to the dome. They're going to find a few more going through as the recon bolt is revealing Pengo was able to take out that little bit, but Tiki goes ahead and takes that kill. Now in a 2v5 scenario, Marymount doesn't look like they're going to find much, but Warrior is able to clutch it back, so at least 1 frag goes their way. However, they are stuck over on the A port and hall side, and that's not where you want to be when the spike is all the way back in between A short and lobby. A little bit of a rough time as they swing back and around. Tiki throws out another one just to say, yeah, I'm still here. Don't worry. Aggressive act, waiting in a dire situation, able to pick that one up with a ghost.
I'm pretty sure they only fired 1 bullet there. They knew that one was one and done.
that's when you know it's over. Warrior though firing back, and it's actually in a 1v2 scenario. We've seen Warrior clutch up before, but against Aggressive Act and Scuba, this might be a little bit more than he would want. 28 seconds. Someone hiding around the corner. Still no spike in him.
Gotta frenzy. Oh no, keep the frenzy. The frenzy is what you want. The frenzy is your friend. There you go.
3-minute delay. Still heard you. That's the way to do it. And he stops back. He did it just to hold out because he knows it's all about the timing and just walks into his death. Unfortunately, that is going to be it. Scuba evens it up in a 7-6. So still neck and neck. No one wanting to give up any advantage.
No one at all. I don't know. What about you, Orbital? I like the frenzy. What do you like?
I like Frenzy because I suck at aiming, so having a larger clip is always nice.
Precisely. You can miss with 3 shots, still hit with 1 of them. It's all good. That's what it's all about.
If you are not confident in your aim, you heard it here first. Get the Frenzy. Just
Frenzy, baby. Go Frenzy all day.
I feel like we're terrible influences in telling people, don't practice your aim. We are already into...
That's why they put the Frenzy and the Odin in the game, baby.
That is true. That is true. We are into round number 14. These guys, every single map has so far gone, I think, into the 20s. So it's been a brutal evening just to start things off already. Heavy fire coming down onto this B site as it looks like Springfield are trying the defense 1 for 1 so far. They're going to snap through. Dusk goes ahead and fires away. Warrior is taken down. So one of the big carries. Scuba goes ahead and cleans up. Pengo gets 1 in return, but it's down to a 1-on-3, and that is a clean sweep. 15 seconds is all they need to wipe out Marymount, California.
And they're Dusk and Scuba doing that one. Dusk and Scuba, the 2 players on Springfield at the bottom of the kill board, getting it done right there. Dusk with a 3K right there. We talked about it. If Springfield's team showed up, gonna be an easy game. If they don't have to put it all on Aggressive Act's shoulders, gonna be an easy game, and the team is starting to show up.
Yeah, and not just that. We've seen ever since game number 3 or map number 3, we felt that Springfield was getting off the starting line, right? It felt like they were coming together. It felt like they were moving a little bit more in unison. And in game 5, I think Septilence said it best, right? Worried about if this went to a game 5 on Bind here, Springfield would have a little bit of an advantage because it was just a momentum shift. Aggressive Act now finding these picks over and over again. This is the aggressive acts of games 1 through 4. And he is putting in work. Rest of the squad kind of pumping him up. Dusk goes ahead, gets sniped with that SMG, showing off with that Spectre. Pengo not even seeing it coming. Now Chimp, Vortex, and Warrior a little bit worried, hiding out back in a lobby. They had some opportunities, but crossing over could be dire as we see a possible pinch coming in.
And this could be a terrible round for Marymount. This was a full buy round for them, and it wasn't a full buy round for Springfield. This is the economy that Springfield needs. Marymount is broke. If they lose this round, they will not be able to buy.
Yeah, not being able to buy just signals that you're losing round after round, right? That's where usually we talk about, the 2-round advantage that you're almost always given when it's going back and forth. And a little bit of rough time, no time for losers bonus here. taking a look, a little bit of a slow push, going in through B short, might go through the hookah window if they choose, but it's going to be a 2-1 split, hoping to catch someone.
It's got to be a fast rotate. It's got to be a fast rotate. Aggressive Act going to go around, not going to use the teleporter. Very good choice here. Not going to give away that audio cue. He's going to come in the back door. He's going to clean this one up.
He is going to try, and that's going to be a side down. Scuba goes ahead, cleans 1, 2 more left remaining, 10 seconds left. They only have to wait it out, but they want the kills. Chimp goes ahead, takes out does. Vortex takes down Scuba. Couple more seconds, Aggressive Act is able to take Chimp, and it's still 1 versus 3. It looks like we do see Vortex walking around slowly, just trying to find those exit frags, as it's going to push it to an 8-7. Springfield finding a lead.
Not only that, every member of the surviving team there from Springfield threw away their SMGs, picked up assault rifles. There's the economy advantage. Not only did you win the round, but look at the amount of credits they have on their side of the equation. And it's a mixed bag on the other side for Marymount on this buy. And you saw Chimp go down there. Aggressive Axe came in right behind them. Chimp had no chance there.
Did not have one at all. And I feel there are points where you have to force yourselves to econ, right? You have to give yourself that round disadvantage. And I think this is one of the points that they should have. However, they do opt for the SMGs and a Sheriff and only light armor versus Vandals, Phantoms, and the Odin. This is going to be a pain train of epic proportions unless they do a full push. 3-1-1 with a lurker over on Link. The opportunity pushing into B once again. Everyone forcing the rotate, and Atomic ready to go. He is trying his best, is going to fall without getting a single scrap of damage down. But Vortex ready to fire through, getting a few shots through the smoke, not able to pick up a kill. Couple shots coming through. Tiki able to find some revenge. Scuba goes ahead, pops down Pengo. That's going to put it into a 3v5. Dust goes ahead and gets his ultimate after that kill on Chip. Atomic is going to fall right after, and this looks like a wash, a flawless victory coming out for Springfield after they get this defuse.
And that's massive. Absolutely massive right there from Springfield. They keep all of their guns. They're going to have so much money. The flawless with the extra cash for the defuse. And it's got this is going to be a full buy round here from Marymount. If they don't win this one, they're going to lose the next one as well. And this is going to be an 11-7 match.
Yeah, and I just want to point out, you're also facing down 4 ultimates. Aggressive Act is 1 off. He needs 1 orb to have 5 ultimates ready. That's disgusting, to say the least, right? You had the Empress, you had the Lockdown, you had the Running Back, you had the Hunter's Fury, and you have the Orbital Strike. It's going to be decimation if Springfield attempt to pull it all at once.
And they're going split push here. This is going to get really interesting. A pick and a rotation is what we need to see.
Pick and a rotation indeed, but it doesn't look like anyone from Springfield want to poke their head out to test the waters. Jellies holding showers here might be met by a god and a half. He's going to go ahead, walk in, Vortex ready to go. Smoke is down. That is seen and can't land the shot. Aggressive finds it, but Jellies finds 2 back. That is a trade I think they will happily take, as Jellies now at 16 frags for himself is patting himself as he was able to shut down that push.
You know, and the problem there is Aggressive X saw the gun, moved out, and just missed the shot, because that could have gone a lot worse for Marymount. It went bad, but it could have been a lot worse.
Oh yeah, could have lost 2 for nothing, as Dust goes ahead and makes it just that. 4 versus 2 is the count right now. And Marymount is scrambling for some sort of substance, some presence here on Vine, and can't find it. Scuba just finds a wandering Atomic and Warrior. Gets a headshot, able to take out 1 Tiki. There might get the spike down, but that's just the Orbital Strike used for fun. That is disrespect.
I think it's a really good way of, protecting against a fake plant and a kill.
Yeah.
I'm not going to go straight to disrespect. I'm not going to go straight there.
And just overall, though, they do find that round win. Now they are 10-7, and like you said, hoarding for cash. Yes, losers bonus is in because it's been 5 rounds in a row. But yeah, you see, still sitting on the SMGs. Pretty much everyone coming out with a Spectre.
And light armor. That's going to be huge against the team with full armor.
All right. Yeah, we do see, I think, potentially 1 Eris, I think is what I'm seeing right. So that's going to be on Pengo. Might toss it to someone else, we'll see. But so far, right? Atomic to Gamer, I think this is the one that kind of feels bad. I think he was kind of hit the most. Was one of the top fraggers all the way through, and it's kind of fallen from grace here. 8, 14, and 3. Has not had the best showing here. We go ahead and see the smoke getting dropped right on top of the boxes, so gonna be able to hide in that. Vortex ready to go. Ready to peek out as Dutch just mows it down. This is the Odin man in a nutshell. Aggressive act soon to follow. Quick frags coming out. Springfield are looking so dominant here in the second half of Bind.
And giving away position there in hookah was a member of Marymount.
Took a couple pot shots and just couldn't find anything. So Pengo ready looking down the sights. Saw someone skip over, I think. So firing through the walls is Warrior. And everyone is kind of split up here. It still seems Marymount is trying to find an opportunity to attack, but they're losing members left and right. Jellies gets drops Pengo, who had that spike. So that is going to force Marymount into an inopportune zone right there in A short. I don't know if they're going to be able to get this.
I think you got to try to save.
Well,
and now it doesn't matter.
Dead.
And now it doesn't matter. Atomic to Gamer, he's been there, carry the whole way. If he could come up with a clutch here, that would be the mental they need.
Well, scopes around, was able to walk in, but caught possibly reloading. There it is, aggressive act. Finds the 3K. You were wondering if he was going to get the 3K. Yes, he does. And Marymount looking at the face of defeat. 2 rounds from them and a loss.
You know, we look back, the last win on a round Marymount had was round 11 in the first half. They have not won in the second half of this map. They're 0 for Tuesday on the second half of this map. And their mental is gotta be shot right now.
Yeah.
They're in panic mode right now. It is absolutely panic mode.
Hard agree right now, because if they lose this one, they are stuck with nothing, right? This is a desperation buy for them. So we'll see if they can pull out. They have 4 ultimates, and I wouldn't be surprised if they use it now. Give me the drone.
They have a 5v3 here at B-side. They have a 5v3 at B-side.
Yeah, and they're going to try and rush it. Yeah, we go ahead and see them, but the Nanoswarm cuts off one of the members. That was so well played. Might give enough time for them to rotate. Atomic Gamer is going to straight down, but Scuba with the epic flame. Vortex and Warrior didn't see it coming. And with aggressive act, they nullify any attempt at B sites. They will go ahead and take it down. Tiki finds 1, and that's Pengo only finding some free kills on the back end before falling. 4-0 left on this match. Springfield 1 away from securing the Emergence Division win.
And the problem there, up in hookah, was aggressive act. They knew they were pushing 5B, and aggressive act had the line on everybody. It was Scuba that got the kills, but aggressive act was right there to follow up on the chaos Scuba cause. We talked about it earlier. It had to be a full team for Springfield here in the later games, and right now everybody on Springfield doing what they need to do.
Doing what they need to do, and not a mite less. Opening with Hunter's Fury, because why not? That's gonna be double Empress used on both arenas, so they are going at it right away. Dust sitting right in the middle of, I think, an unfortunate blind. He is going to not have a fantastic time. We go ahead and wait and see. Again, very quiet over on the A site with the Lurker over on Link. They're going to spray through. Jellies is going to find a pick on Pengo. That's going to be a little bit of a shock there as Warrior finds out that there's a few more members over on A site than he expected.
And I talked about it earlier. It's going to come down to rotation here. It's going to be a big rotation from Springfield, but if they rotate correctly, they can pick up a pick there on Atomic and then just sweep through here against the rest of the team.
That's what they're hoping. Still waiting to see here, as it looks like A has been cleared out. Again, they can't get the recon bolt just
yet.
They're
rotating the wrong way.
Yeah, they're rotating, and that's the run it back, kind of spotting them all out. So that's going to immediately call the re-rotate over through the defender spawn as Dust just mows them down. The Odin can do no wrong as aggressive act follows through. A return Hunter's Fury just to close out. Tiki closes it out with that snipe. It is all going to be on Vortex, who cannot finish it up, and ending on a flawless victory. Springfield win 13-7 in a reverse sweep here in the Emergence Finals.
Crazy to think about. Not a single round went the way of Marymount in the second half of the final map. Not a single round. At the end of the first half, I said Springfield needs this one. This is their moment. They need to take this one after the pause. They went down 0-2 after the pause. I said they need this one. It is required to go into the second half. They took that one, swept the second half, but it definitely was a team decision here on this map. 3-3Ks from Aggressive X. A 3K from Jellies. That was actually, I'm sorry, it was a 4K from Jellies, 2 3Ks from Tika, a 3K from Dusk. Everybody getting in on the action. And if you look right there, Team Diff, 5 on the top of the scoreboard. The entire team on the top of the scoreboard there doing what they can. And you're going to win if your entire team's on the top of the scoreboard. It's really hard to lose from that position. That being said, people stepped up from Marymount. Atomic to Gamer did not have the best game there. People stepped up from Marymount. Vortex, Pango, Warrior, they all tried to be that carry for that team, and they just couldn't quite find it. And your man, Tiki, the man you called out, top of the board there, average combat score 166 with an econ rating of 104 as well. Really good numbers. 3 first bloods for Tiki as well. You made that call. That was the one you were looking for, and you made the right call there, Orbital.
Yeah, and it was fantastic to see. And again, just to think that this is like the emerging group of people that we'll get to see play later on as well. I'm excited to see what they can do. Of course, that will go ahead and end the Emergence division with Springfield coming out as your champion. So congratulations to them. We will go ahead and throw it to a very quick.
I think we're going to get an interview. Right? I think we might be getting an
interview.
We are?
Oh, sweet. Who do we have coming
we're going to ads and then coming back to the interview.
Okay. So we will go do a very quick break. Thank you so much to everyone watching. Go ahead, get a little bit of water. Go ahead and go grab a few snacks. We will have an interview on the analyst desk as we get swapped over for our next match. Don't go anywhere.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 Classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
All right, we just got done with match one there, the Emergence Final, Springfield topping Marymount University. And everything I said nicely about Caleb Glooby earlier, I take it all back now after the conversation we just had. But Jacob, you were here, you were watching that Emergence Final. Springfield making the reverse sweep, going down 2-0 before the break, coming back, sweeping 3-0 on the back half to take a 3-2 victory. What are your thoughts on that one?
Just an instant classic. I mean, you feel for Marymount, obviously. Anytime there's a reverse sweep, you can sort of see the momentum building. Obviously, we talked after game 2, Jim, and obviously when you talked about Springfield, they got off to those great starts, they just couldn't finish. And they got over that hump in map 3, and I felt like they just began to believe. And they knew once they got that map win that they were on their way to victory. I thought they were terrific tonight. Thought they made the plays late, got the kills they needed to win that series. And congratulations to them. Obviously, congratulations to Marymount. We love that program. We love that group. But tonight, it was Springfield tonight, and they got the job done.
All right, our producer is going to be getting us a couple of people for interviews here. I think we might be getting the entire team from Springfield. Awesome. It's going to be fun to hear. It's always fun to get the team in here. They're always so excited. And then you, Jacob, have the honor of bestowing upon them a pretty nice piece of hardware.
I do, and it's the best part about my job, quite frankly. Yeah, when you get to present these trophies to these guys, and certainly excited to speak with them about this thriller. Obviously, a long match, but I think when you get the job done, especially in the fashion in which they did, it becomes a little bit easier to tolerate. And
it looks like we're joined by all of them here in the chat. I want to start with Scuba. Scuba. In those last couple of rounds there, you came alive in the last couple of rounds there. Came alive.
Oh, yeah.
Where was that? Where was that? Where was that at?
Had to restart the computer. Tell all my roommates to stop downloading things on the Wi-Fi just so I could finally aim. Not peek out and be in the middle of the site. Yeah, it's the worst. But I really want to my team's the big reason that I came back. They're just all using util for me and really putting me in spots that I can really get the frags that I need to.
There you go. I got to ask though, why no Viper there on map 5? I love your Viper.
Jim, when you called it spicy, I just wanted to play Viper on every map. I really did, but I had to go what's best for the team on that one.
And you played Viper on every map against Upper Iowa. I was just wondering. I'm just saying. No, Scooby, you played a great one there. Really topped it off for your team at the end there. And then I'm gonna move around here. Dusk. They were calling you out for that orbital strike there. They were calling you out for that orbital strike there on the planter. Do you want to talk about that one a little bit?
Yeah. So I mean, during that round, I was going to use the ult on a different area, but thanks to my teammate Gressvac Caden, he told me to wait. And then once that bomb went down, I just kind of pushed their Sova off site and hoped that it worked out for my team to swing him.
No, it did work out. That's a fact. You had some really great plays there. Your vision denial was really big for setting up your team. Kind of just talk about map 5 there, coming out of the pause. What were you guys thinking?
We kind of had to just reset because as we were going in, we just wanted to make sure our heads were in the right place, and we had a plan coming out of it while Scuba reconnected. So we just talked while he was trying to get in the game. But with that pause, we had a lot of time to actually figure out how we wanted to run through things, and it worked out.
It definitely did work out for you. Tiki, you were Orbital's favorite there going into map 5. And you definitely top of the board here, average combat score, your econ rating just lost out to Dusk. But top of the board, 3 first bloods. Like I said, Orbital called you out. He wanted to see you do it, and you did it for him. Kind of talk about the second half of map 5.
Well, the second half of map 5, I think of myself as more of a defensive player, just because I know attacking Sovas like to help out their team, and that's basically what I try to do on attack. But on defense, we try to play a game of just if you can hold it, you can hold it, and then you retake after. And there were a lot of times there where because of the hold on A, they had to go back B, and me and Scuba really played well together on that B. We both agree that was our best take there. And I have to give respect to my teammate Aggressive Act, of course, because of the pause, it did get a little bit messed up. So he probably would have been the match MVP if the score was a little bit fixed, but I definitely felt I was feeling pretty good there, and I'm just glad that we were able to get out with the win.
Hey,
all right.
Hey, Caden, I got to ask you, my friend. First of all, congratulations. It's awesome to see your group win a title. What was the mindset after you dropped the first 2 maps for your group?
For the guy who I have high expectations for myself, but I know my team also has high expectations for me. I felt a little bad, but I think that the reason why we won this series was just all of us play really well together off of each other, and we all were like, hey, we're all down right now, let's bring each other back up. And that motivation, that emotional engagement, hands down, is why once we reset, we started playing better. We started winning more rounds, and we won the actual game, which was amazing.
Lastly, Jellies, you there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. Coming in right behind there, 19 kills. I had talked about at the analyst desk with Jacob that it was going to have to be the rest of the team that stepped up. You did a really great job of that on map 5 there. What was going through your mind? You seem to be shooting better on map 5. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I said it to my guys as soon as we finished that game, but I had to thank them so hard for just kind of like carrying me through the first 4 games. I was just kind of out of it mentally, and they really held it together. And then I was able to just come alive playing off of them like pretty well in the last map. I'm just getting more confident, and it was kind of just the fact that like we got to that map 5, and I like knew at that point we were not going to lose it. We had taken 2 in a row, and we had flipped the script on them, and it was just we were going for that reverse sweep.
Well, and you guys got it, that's for sure. Jacob, are we doing your bit now? Is that what we're doing?
We are indeed, my friend. Gentlemen, congratulations. We have a nice piece of hardware for you. We'll get this out there to Western Massachusetts very shortly. Thrilled for you guys, really happy. Congratulations, obviously. The trophy, the shirts, the headsets coming your way. But more importantly, tonight, you're NECC champions in Valorant, the Emergence Division. We congratulate you on a wonderful season, capped off with the title here tonight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can't wait to post up with that thing.
All right.
All over the gram.
That'll do it for us here with the Emergence Division. I believe we're going to go to an ad break. We're going to get right to Challengers Division. We're only running 2 hours late. It's Valorant. We're going to be here all night. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back right after this break.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch it.
Let's get ready to go, baby. Let's get this one all the way through. Another NECC finals here for Valorant. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the wonderful Fellow. How you doing tonight, Fellow?
I'm doing amazing. I'm glad that we're here to cast the grand finals for the Challengers division of Valorant today. It's the 7th seat versus the 1st seat, Montclair versus CSUDH, with CSUDH being that top seat at the current moment. And it's a little bit of a David Goliath story. I feel like we talk about that a lot when we commentate, but it happens all the time. So why not bring it up time and time again? Because it's such a great talking point. Everything is on the line for Montclair, but this seems almost like a quote-unquote cakewalk for CSUDH, but I'm still fairly confident in Montclair. They've been able to 2-0 a couple of players in the bracket itself moving into the grand final, 2-0 against Southern New Hampshire University, and then before that they got a forfeit win, but it was the exact same scoreline for CSUDH. So even though the seeding looks a little bit unfair, this could be a complete toss-up because both these teams have done the exact same moving up to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when you've got a team that's kind of being slept on as of the current moment and doesn't necessarily bode well when you're facing off against the 1st seed, both of them started off with a forfeit win right off the start. So obviously you got Montclair, who came through and got a forfeit win against UC Davis's 2nd squad, and they were 2nd seed. Right? That was a big win. And then, of course, CSUDH got their bye against Midland, who had forfeited. And I'm not sure the reasons why the forfeits had happened, but they do indeed happen sometimes. But they'll be taking those victoriously, and then they'll also find victories. Last week or last time we got to watch those semifinals, those 2-0 victories, CSUDH against Sacramento State. I think actually we casted that, if I remember correctly, maybe. And then SNHU, the 3rd seed, with Montclair. Montclair, no joke, has the hardest bracket I've seen in any part of the NECC. They faced 2nd in week 1, even though it was a forfeit. Then they faced 3rd in week 2, which wasn't a forfeit. They won that by all rights. And now they've got to face the 1st. That is the most difficult bracket I've seen, and they've made it through it.
Yeah, so you got to give credit where credit is due, and this is the final battle. This is the quote-unquote boss fight. You call it the raid boss, and I think it's a very funny quote. And again, it fits quite well into the predicament that we put ourselves in. But you mentioned CSUDH. Yeah, we've casted them quite a lot. They're our bread and butter at this point. I think we've casted so much of the Challengers division. They're like family to us at this point. We've talked over so many of their clutches time and time through, and I'm hoping they can present on the last matchup where it matters most, because that's the end of them. That'll be the end of the season after it, and their year overall. There is no summer season.
Absolutely, and it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this one's going to pan out. Will it be that quick 3-0? Will we just see CSUDH do what they've been doing time and time again, or will it go down to the wire like we just saw last game for that full attempted return? In fact, didn't they fully get the reset?
Yeah.
I
well,
mean,
I don't know about the last map. I don't know who won that, but
who
it was
won the last
2-0.
map? Producer, who won the last map?
Yeah.
So was it a sweep? Was it a full sweep? Reverse sweep. That's what I'm saying, the full reverse sweep. Yeah. Yeah, we had that on Monday as well. Sorry, Sunday as well in R6. So we've seen a lot of reverse sweeps. I mean, a team that had literally never lost a map the entire season, not just undefeated, but never taking a map off. And a David out of the Goliath story taking 2 back-to-back. I mean, that was a match in general for the ages. But we'll be starting off on Fellow and mine's just absolute favorite map right next to Cafe Dostoyevsky in R6. It's Icebox. And we're going to see the lineups already being picked up. I like to see Reyna come through. Divine is opting to bring that. And we're going to see an Astra as well. So that's going to be interesting to see whether or not they're fully capable of bringing that and making its full potential known.
I think put in the right hands, Astra is an amazing agent to bring on the board, and she's been brought a lot during the Challengers League for Professional Valorant, for example. So hopefully these players have been doing their homework in that position. They've been seeing what the pros can do with this specific agent and actually be able to somewhat replicate that moving into this first matchup in Icebox. And one thing I do like about Icebox is the amount of aggression that can be had on this map. I think it's the most aggressive map in Valorant at the current moment. I could be slightly wrong. I am wrong. Okay, that not surprising.
He's being told he's wrong. You know what?
Haven or
I'm
Sent.
going to go ahead
Okay,
and
thank
say
you.
that our producer's wrong, because I think Icebox is more fun when it's aggressive. So Well, it's
You
probably
can be
not
aggressive on
the most
Icebox. It's a little
aggressive.
bit easier, but not
Icebox
the
is way more
easier.
TDM style because teams don't necessarily have this high level of play necessarily yet into it. And a lot of teams just don't like to play it in the first place. We've been seeing it a lot of recently because more and more teams have been able to be a little bit more well-versed when playing and have got some strategies under their feet, but it really does seem to kind of still focus on that TDM style. But I'm hoping to see a little bit more of this strategy. I know Viper has been phenomenal when it comes to this map, but we're not going to be able to see that. Instead, we're going to see Omens try and clear out sites and make sure that they can take full control of the map, and that's going to be up to Lawn if they can manage to hold this one out and try to actually get to a position to actually play with it.
Yeah, and as prep phase comes in, we'll actually be able to figure that out. Looks to be mostly a B-sided push coming out by CSUDH. They're putting in all their manpower from that general direction, so the rotation will most surely come out on the side of Montclair. They're well aware that the jig is now up, so apparently going to be the case now. And push coming out, Sage Wall's activated as well. The plant can possibly go down because there is no Sage to counteract it in the current position. There we have it, Spike being planted. A great setup so far for CSUDH, but they lose the first entry. Divine finds one on Alon, but they recover quite effectively. DCMH and Dongle find kills of their own. Both ghosts at hand. They've reclaimed that man advantage, and now with the Spike being down there, in a very favorable position. They just have to sit back a little while longer and just let the card play out in their favor. And DCMH making that quite effective, picks up a second for himself into the round and make it a third for the Sage. Now, amazing marksmanship, and it's just up to Dingo Baby, and he loses DCMH as well. An amazing start to DCMH's round, a 4K, and CDSU or CSUDH will take that first round.
Absolutely. They look spectacular right now. Already starting off strong, taking a round lead, and they managed to push in, find a high level of success, and were able to continue pushing forward. And, of course, when you've got a player that can find 4 kills, just one shy of that ace potential, it bodes well for the confidence. The mentality is going to be hot. For your opposing team, maybe not so much. Maybe a little bit of a preparation or a reset needs to come through, but it looks to be a full 5-stack rushing now towards this ace site, taking the high ground up on Belts. Chris looking for some long shots. Clumsy on the opposing side. They're going to Astro Weld them down. Gravity towards their side, but Chris does find the first frag into Divine as Lawn cleans up yet another now into Clumsy. They're just rushing site. Dongle finding Flume. They're continuing to push forward. Riggs up top. Now sees one onto DC, but they can't really get the position to take the kill. But Bo will finding Riggs, and now it's just Dingo Baby. They're the last person standing, and I'm not necessarily sure they have what it takes. They'll need to find all 5. Looks the wrong way, and Bo Bick will find their second.
I'm quite shocked that we actually saw an AK buy happen by Lawn, and speaking of AKs, you're probably going to see that across the board on the side of Montclair because they lost the first 2 rounds, ended up saving to try to counteract those losses, and now they'll try to make up for it in this 3rd round. But Spectres and a single Vandal is still a pretty formidable weapon set to go up against. Obviously, the Vandal's a little more favorable here, but it's not the end of the world. So everyone is sitting quite pretty at the current moment. So this is actually any team's game, or team's round, my mistake. But Montclair might have a slight advantage as long as they play their cards away.
Yeah, just stay alive. Don't get yourself caught off guard.
Stay alive, Forehead.
Yeah, I mean, just shoot back. I mean, what's really the question, I think? Oh, man, a bad situation to be in. Divine taking a bit of damage, but it doesn't seem to be that CSUDH is really going to push forward just yet. They're kind of playing off of it. An Astra Star will be placed down. The Constellation could be a little bit difficult to deal with, but it's not going to matter. Flumies will find it instead onto Dongle. And now they're a little bit damaged in the process, but they can still manage to find 1 or 2. Lawn finds a nice shot into Clumsy. Night in the other direction. Now tied back at this 4v4.
Things still quite even. There's still a minute on the clock, so plenty of time to play with here for CSUDH as they begin to just keep adding all that pressure in towards the B bomb site. Turret will give away Bobik's intentions, but it's not that big of a deal. The jig was pretty much already up. He's going to get a bit aggressive here. It works out quite well, though. Riggs down for the count. The AK now in the hands of Bobik, and the spike is now planted. A great recovery so far for CSUDH, but Dingo Baby has something to say about Bobik's aggression. He'll shut it down. Lawn, though, refrags onto Divine, picks up a third on the round. Impressive plays by Lon. He could get the 4K. It's just up to Flumsies. He picks up a 3K for his own. Now a 1v1, but Chris of the Win is playing this quite passive. He wants to win this third round and basically shamble the economy of Montclair down to just very little seconds left, and he wins the 1v1. Great timing there by Chris, and now 0-3 favoring CSUDH.
Man, Flumies just did not expect them to be playing behind that stage wall. Just had no idea that was going to play up. That barrier just doing everything it could, and it in fact just completely devastated their opposition. I don't even think that was intended initially. I thought they maybe thought it would come down to the firefight, but no, Flumies just looking the wrong direction, anticipating them to sit a little bit farther back, maybe towards that yellow crate, and they were indeed just as close as they were. But now the fight has to go through, and just like you said, Montclair, their economy is going to be in a pretty bad position. You're going to have to see Clumsy sitting pretty with a bit of a stretch, I guess you could say, for a firearm, bringing that Marshall through, but the rest of the squad really having to rely on Sheriffs and Ghost across the board. But a push now coming towards this B site. Lure coming out here from Dongo, looking to maybe step forward, but it'll be Chris who actually plants the spike first. Once again, this barrier doing everything it can to cut off the site and cut off the sight lines.
Sage is a really strong agent on both sides of the table because that wall can also deny the plant in the exact same instance, but we're not really seeing that on Montclair because, well, Sage just hasn't been able to deny it, and because of that, the plant is now down. Clumsy picks up a nice kill, 5-on-3 favoring Montclair. They could just stack up with the man advantage and try to go for that defuse. They'll attempt it. Divine right on top of that spike, but the Sky Ultimate comes out. It's going to slow them down. That will allow DCMH to pick up 2, but eventually Dingo Baby will shut things down. Chris for the win, though. Wallbang double kill coming on out, bringing things back to 1v1, and Dingo Baby, no time and no health. Chris again, clutching the round force team, but this time it's a 3K in his hands, and now 4-0 for CSUDH. My God, Scott, they're on a reek of havoc right now.
It may be 4-0 for CSUDH, but it is 5-0 for Chris right now. They look spectacular. Well, you've got initials at the top of the board. I mean, it bodes well, 6-2, but it doesn't seem to matter when Chris is popping off on all cylinders. An absolute raid boss, as I describe it. They are unstoppable, and everything that Montclair has attempted to bring to the table just has not worked out. They're going to have to change up the strategy. Icebox is not working in their favor, but if you take a look in this right side of the screen, an A push seemingly coming through. CSUDH looking to maybe continue this punishing reign, but an operator in Flumy's hands may try to find one, does indeed, connects into Dongle as they dangle their poor little body out in the open and will take the L early on in this round, but Initials will revive them back. Dongle's here to stay.
Well, great use of that ultimate there, but that operator is still on the board. It can one-shot pretty much to the body and higher, so you got to be careful when peeking Flumsy at the current moment. He's in a great position right now. He could try to go up for the high ground to try and pick up some couple more pop shots, but he'll be a little bit more laid back. He's expecting this A-sided push, and actually appears that CSUDH is backing up. They're going to go for the full rotate. I don't entirely blame them. The B-bomb site has worked out for them time and time again, but actually they just seem quite undecisive. They don't even know what they want to do at the current moment, but I mean, I don't blame them still because they have to go up against that operator, and it's a very formidable weapon to go up against in these last 40 seconds.
Yeah, time goes through. Flumy's attempting to take a shot forward, an attempted Omen through the shadows, but it's not really going to matter at this point in time. They've got to step forward. An attacker killjoy ability does go off, looking to lock down the objective, but none have been detained. Clumsy dropping down some constellations, hoping to make it a little bit more difficult for the default plant to go down, but they have not dropped the gravity well. But Lon will drop Divine, finding a second now into Riggs, and this base-sided mid push is not working out. Dongle takes Clumsy. Lon finds their third, but felled by Flumy's, and Flumy's cannot last against Initials. An absolute unstoppable rampage. A CSUDH are up 5-0.
And now they have an operator as well. Bobik will hold on to it. Maybe he'll give it to somebody else. But still having that operator for free and another round win, 5-0. We haven't seen any success so far from Montclair, and they're going on another one of a somewhat economic-based round. Just a couple of Spectres and pistols at hand. This is looking horrible for them right now. It's just been down bad after down bad after down bad every single round. They really haven't seen anything come out favoring them just yet.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation, and like you said, being this down bad kind of wears down to the mentality. And while you do have, your sight lines cut off, as it's going to be a position where Unfortunately, Lon's eyes are going to be removed from their retinas as the Lear will blind, but taking the shot, and it seems to be that Divine just didn't want to push that. They didn't want to risk taking the kill, and that may work against them because Lon has been playing exceptionally well. 7 kills to their name, and Chris still unkillable with 0 deaths. This is very interesting, but take a look at this split we've got going here. 2 looking towards B, 2 holding that middle side, and then 1 on A site, but it'll be Dongle on A site finding Flumies. Now set up in a 5v4. It looks to be that Montclair's decided to full send defend B, as they've got 4 players, the last 4 situated. They're actually going to try and push this. CSUDH have not been aware that they've fully sent in this direction, and they're going to attack the full force -1 of this Montclair side.
Ooh, Riggs with a nice one-tap with that Sheriff, but it won't be even for that much longer. Lon picks up a trade onto Divine. The man advantage back in the favor of CSUDH, and they'll attempt this plant, but a great defensive hold is still being held by Montclair at the current moment, trying to waste as much time as possible, but they're losing these gunfights against Dongle. He picks up a 3rd for the round. Now the plant can go down. It's just up to Dingo, baby, and he's going to lose to DCMH. His doppelganger will reign supreme, and 6 rounds in a row will be had for CSUDH.
Oh my goodness. Well, Initials is unstoppable right now, and I can't say that enough about literally everyone on this CSUDH side. When you've got Lon with 8 kills, you've got Initials with 8, Dongle has 6. Finally, Chris will have been felled, and they'll only be 5-1 at this point in time, but the fact they only have 1 death, I mean, that is 2 times less than the second highest deaths on the team for your teammates. I mean, that's literally 6 times less deaths than the entire opposing team. I mean, it's monstrous to see that, and CSUDH have definitely been throwing their name out here pretty early on, taking this 6-0 lead. And now, take a look at the aggression they're putting towards A site. They haven't put a single person afloat. They're all full committing to A, and it's up to Flumies, and it's going to be up to this clumsy player. Hopefully they're not too clumsy because they're about to get caught off guard.
Technically a 5-on-2 until the rest of these teammates can come back to defend the site. Flumies, though, a great impactful kill on the Dongle. That's going to slow down the push just a little while longer, and the Killjoy ultimate lockdown coming into effect. It's going to be great for Montclair. It'll push back their opponents, wasting even more time, but they still have about 50 more seconds to play with, and on top of that, the Reyna all the way in the back, Divine watching the flank. They basically have to commit to this A-sided push, but they're going in through mid instead. They're going to make me eat my own words, and I'm still quite unsure as to what they want to do here. They're trying to debate the enemy team, I suppose, of Montclair. Smoke being thrown in towards the middle. I'm quite baffled. They're still going to try and go towards A. They don't have a lot of time to spare here, but I could work out possibly just because they've been able to waste a whole lot of time and confuse the heck out of their opposing side of Montclair.
I mean, they've debated them for sure, as you do say, but with 2 players kind of floating towards B side, it's going to be a pretty dreaded situation, but Bo Bick finds Flumies, another opening pick, an operator shot from Lon takes the rafters, player of Dingo out for the count, and now you've got a devastating 3v4 setup, despite them initially having that player advantage. They're trying to hold on. Lon is looking to kill one more player on that ramp side, but Bo Bick finds the first and a clumsy. Divine gets a nice shotgun judge, the judge, jury, and executioner to Initials, but Chris continuing the killing rampage, and it's just Divine left. Can the judge judge them all, or will they be judged themselves? Time will have to tell. Spotted out now, looking to throw out the Lear. They'll dodge it just slightly, and Chris will clean up for their seconds. Once again, CSUDH will take yet another attacking round win.
There wasn't much Divine could do there. His best option was to just go for another kill. He had a judge. It wasn't that expensive. I mean, I guess it could be, since they basically have been on the economic downfall the entire time of this match, because they haven't won a single round. They literally have not done anything good. They've just been having to buy Spectres through most of this first half. I mean, it could be a possibility. I don't want to jinx anything, Scott, but maybe we'll see a flawless first half, and maybe even a flawless 13-0 for CSUDH if they just keep bombarding their opponents with all this heavy firepower and artillery, because right now Montclair has not been able to do a single thing about it yet in these first 7 and now 8 rounds.
Man, Divine finding the opening pick and being able to sidestep away and, you know, not wanting to take anything for granted, but a second pick now coming out here. Montclair coming in and gunning from the start. Riggs finds one, now refragged by Lawn, and it's up to Lawn, Initials, and Bobik. Can they handle it all? Shots coming through. Divine does get flashed out. They're tossing some smoke, some windscreens onto the objective, but Flumies has the Blade Storm, finds one on a refrag as Bobik had just found Divine, but a 3v2 in play. Another one connects with the Blade Storm. They're looking to find some more, but a flank comes through. Initials may find one to Dingo, but Clumsy's not far behind. And finally, a round win for this Montclair side. They may have stopped the bleeding, but how long are they here to stay?
All right, I'm not going to say I jinxed it, but maybe I jinxed it. So I'm sorry, CSUDH, but congrats, Montclair, on your first round win. And now you can full buy, but the problem is, again, if you lose this round, a lot of your players won't be able to full buy again another round to follow it up. So you have to win this one as well to keep yourselves afloat for the time being. And even though we finally saw a loss for CSUDH, they don't really look that bewildered about it. They still have plenty of money, and they're still full buying. So it's only a slight paper cut, I suppose. And they have that Band-Aid brand to help heal it up just fine. But oh, you can't heal that with Band-Aids. Flumies rips the body off a DCMH, and a great entry to be had so far from Montclair. Make it a second. Oh my goodness, Flumies. He'll finally be shut down by Lawn, but the damage, Scott, has already been done, and the A push is coming into effect for CSUDH.
They'll be able to get the spike down, Nary untarnished in that aspect, but they've lost 2 players taking onto the objective, and now they're playing an uphill battle. It is a post-plant snare. It looks like Lawn's looking to maybe from the shadow step away, but they're going to be shot out as they attempted, I believe, to go into the defender spawn. But this attacker lockdown will make things difficult. 2 players now on the rafter side. Dongle caught off guard and now finished by Clumsy, but Lawn finds 2 into Riggs and Clumsy. The attacker killjoy does go off. They'll narrowly escape and not be locked down in the process, but it is a 2v3. Chris looks to find one, can't finish it off. Divine takes him instead. Luan finds a 4K. They may just get 5, but they may have to get 6 to win it, and they're not even going to get the 5th. Dingo finds the kill, and Flumies will be able to defuse, but is it in enough time? Just barely! Strike dart get defused. Montclair escape yet another devastating round loss.
Oh my god, talk about down to the wire, Scott, and they'll be able to keep a decent buy for this round. Still some Spectres, but oh my goodness, that Resurrect really came in handy, because then no one would have been there to cover the plant, or pardon the defuse, sorry, if that Resurrect did not come into effect. So a great play indeed, and that will guarantee a second round win for Montclair, but they still have a long ways to go if they want to begin to even things up, let alone take an advantage up against CSUDH. These are just minor trip-ups when walking down the park at the moment for CSUDH, because it really seems like they're just going for a breeze right now up against their opponents in Montclair.
Yeah, a difficult position to be in. Bobik is looking to gather some information. Will Eagle flash out, and Divine will narrowly avoid having their retinas removed, but Bobik's going to go in once again, flashing, attempting to blind Divine. They'll rush forward, but it's not going to be enough. Initials will find the kill to Divine, and now Riggs holding sight, leered out in a bad position behind Yellow Container. Cannot last for long. Chris and Lon find Riggs and Dingo Baby, and now a 2v5 in play. I'm not sure Clumsy and Flumies have it in them, but with a player like Clumsy flanking behind here from this attacking side spawn, they may be able to catch a player off guard, but I don't think it's going to matter too long. Luan finds Flumies, and it's just Clumsy remaining, and they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, again, nothing much that they could really do, I suppose, after they just got devastated on the entry, and then Flumies basically having to recover from that entirely. It just wasn't winnable. Now they lose another operator. Right when we saw a glimmer of hope for Montclair, it just came to a crash. It halted, and now we have CSUDH back in a great advantage. They're still an advantage, but at least their opposers were winning, and only 2 more rounds left until we go into the second half, and we're still seeing these semi-buys. This is really worrisome for Montclair.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, it doesn't necessarily bode well. It's just 2 rounds away. They're just trying to force every single time. Maybe they're hoping that it's better on their attack, and it may just be the case. Luan looking for a nice operator shot will narrowly miss, but Flumies will not. Connecting to Dongle and Initials will go ahead and bring back the Resurrection. Flash comes through, Flumies' eyes out for the count, but they're going to be healed up by a supporting player. Looks to be Initials and Luan kind of taking a step back, wary of this push as Clumsy has gotten pretty deep. Divine from inside the attacker spawn themselves. They will try a shot, but Initials will clean up and find the kill. And now that 5v4, Clumsy is still sitting in that defender-sided spawn. And only 2 players are actually near on the side of A. Hopefully Riggs can rotate in time, but this might just be another done-and-done round.
There's plenty of time to get this spike planted down, and there's so much present in the middle of the A bomb site. Everyone's here for the party except for the Asher going on the flank, which is Clumsy again, but that spike now being planted down, essentially a 5-on-3, now essentially a 5-on-2 because Clumsy is nowhere to be found. Lawn picks up one right as Clumsy gets one with the Spectre headshot, but it's not going to be enough. The 4-on-2 post plant. This is such a great position. Riggs missing out on some vital shots, and Dongle trades the player on the back flank. It's just up to Riggs, but oh my God, what beautiful shots! He still has to find 2 more, though, and time is not on Rick's side. He'll go for the player underneath Hell. He's got to make this quick, though. He still has to find the player of Bobek, and he's just sitting in the back. Another one-tap comes out. He whips at the Vandal. There's not much time, though. He has to commit to this defuse, and Bobek is aware of this. He goes out for the push, down only a few fractions left of the round, and he can't get it in time. Everyone dies in that explosion, but still, it will be a round win, favoring CSUDH.
Round in the
What a great way to attempt to go for it. Now, time was not on their side, but good night. Can we not josh on Riggs for such a phenomenal showmanship with the high noon wielding revolver? I mean, that is just phenomenal to behold. And while we do have this last round before the swap, this may just be yet another attacking round to go in favor of CSUDH, but I don't think it really matters seeing Riggs pop off like that. I think that we've already got ourselves a player that can maybe do it on the attack as well. Maybe we'll see as much of a winning streak go off as we've already seen 7 rounds at the very beginning, one back-to-back. I'm not too sure, though. It could come down to this pistol rounds to really just make CSUDH's economy struggle the entire half.
I mean, that's what did the trick against them, I suppose. Sage Wall at just the right time. It'll slow down this tube-sided push coming out, and Dingo Baby just sitting in the far back picks up one, but there's still plenty of players down that long hallway inside of tube, essentially, and it's going to be traded out, or not traded out. A 5-on-3 now. My mistake. Divine kills Dongle, not the other way around, so a pretty decent start so far for Montclair, but they've got to continue this aggression because we've seen these 5-on-3s, and they've been working out still quite well for CSUDH. They get those trades, then they get that presence back in the bomb site, then they plant the spike, and it's basically over for Montclair. They really have to win this and keep this man advantage in their favor if they want to make it a 3-9 split.
Push coming through. Flimmies does manage to find one as they attempted to push through the attacker spawn by Belt, but immediately refragged by Initials. And now Clumsy is looking for an opportunity. Doesn't necessarily have the greatest gun in hand, but I don't think it's really going to matter. CSUDH only have 2 players. They've got 2 strong rifles, a Phantom and a Vandal with that full armor, but I don't necessarily know it's going to be enough. Audio cues have come through. Divine is aware of this push coming from Green. They're going to be sitting pretty inside of pocket. Could turn around. They're not aware. One's up top. They're going to catch him off guard. Finding one. Spraying and finding the second. Divine finds 3. And Montclair will stop the bleeding once again. But it's nary too late. It's already a 9-3 at the halftime switch.
An amazing split, though, for CSUDH regardless. But again, it really might not matter if they just lose this pistol round and then get the favor returned to them. And oh, just look at that penguin. Ain't he cutie? The bear was to his left as well. It's also really nice to look at too. Thank you, Mr. Observer, man. We appreciate you for spotting that out for me. Glad you can hear me as well. Thank you, Bulby. But like you mentioned earlier, the pistol rounds are probably the most impactful rounds in Valorant altogether, just because you can be in a horrible position right now, 3-9 not favoring Montclair, but then you just win the pistol round, then the round after that, and just start this forward momentum favoring yourself, and you can start recovering. And with Icebox having that favoritism towards attackers for the most part, that TDM style of gameplay, this could really be where Montclair starts to shine, and that might be the case because Divine finds the entry and a second. Oh my goodness, I think I called it, Scott.
I mean, they're starting off strong. They're making their presence known. Ghosts have just done everything for this side right now. This may have been one of their best starting rounds, if not the best starting round in terms of opening picks, without taking a loss in the process. But Bobik looking to scout out. Divine finds a third, but Dongle will refrag. Riggs manages to get Bobik, but again, refragged by Dongle. And now it's just Dongle standing. They've got to fight this in a 1v3. Plant has been down. A bit of a post-plant scenario. Time not on their side. And if you're from Montclair, you have the opportunity just to take a step back and play your own game. Lear comes out, now looking for maybe an opportunity to drop no player in hell as they come off Rafter side. Can maybe poke Diffuser or Spike at this current moment. Player sitting below, gets Astral Gravity Welds, and they're going to find one into Flumy. He's looking to find the second, but Dingo does not let it happen. And that last two players, Dingo and Clumsy, will just walk away sitting pretty with a first round win in the second half.
And now we're going to have to see that save come out for CSUDH so that way they can full buy on the third round, try to counteract the Spectres that are now being bought on the opposing side. So a very necessary round win for Montclair. They're still down by 5 rounds, a really big deficit, but they're almost guaranteed to win this round. It would have to be a miracle play for CSUDH to recover from that first loss. So it's then going to turn 5-9, and then that could continue on forward, and just this slow recovery coming out by Montclair. I would start to be a little bit worried if I was on the side of CSUDH, because if I keep making a couple of hiccups here and there, it could really start to pay quite heavily moving forward. And oh no, Flumys and Divine finding the 2 first kills, now 3 kills of the round. They are just collapsing in the bomb site. Chris finds one, but he can't find another. A 4K for Flumys, my god. Jet popping off with a Spectre at hand, and just like that, 2-0 on the second half for Montclair.
This does not bode well whatsoever. I had made the joke, and it really started off as a joke apparently, and that we were going to see a really quick start, and we're going to see maybe Montclair try to make the return, and they found 2. And that could set a mentality booster. That could be the confidence they needed, but this is that dreaded third round in each half. You're going to be seeing the opposing side of CSUDH be able to full buy rifles aplenty. All Vandals, not a single one preferring that Phantom apparently. Get out of my way! You also have it coming off. Loomies has the Blade Storm, looking to maybe try and supplement the fact they don't have a rifle by bringing out the ultimate, but it's well deserved at this point in time. 18 kills as they look to maybe take an aggressive stance towards A, but they've got 2 players on B as well. Divine finds Dongo, refragged back by Lon. Flumys right clicks, I believe, and actually, or left clicks, I don't know. They still have the ultimate up, but does waste at least one of them. Yes, it was indeed a left click, but they've already pushed up. Chris finding Riggs, attempting to find the opposing player. Flumys, they'll take a step back and try to escape.
Guiding Light trying to find something, but it isn't really going to get that much. And the plant, the spike is down inside of B. They've been able to debate CSUDH, and now the retake has to come into effect. So far, not a lot of action happening just yet. This rotation coming into full effect from the backside near that CT or defender spawn, if you want to call it that. Not a CSGO reference, I swear. And time is dwindling down. They've got to make this quick. They have to find another impactful frag and then get that defuse down. Luan will try to start things off strong, but Clumsy will do it instead. Chris down for the count. Luan will eventually make up for it, though. That defuse by DCMH is going into effect, but they need coverage. It actually works out in the end. Bobik trading places, and DCMH picking up the last 2 on the round. 10 and 5 now, and the full buy will actually work in the end for CSUDH.
A great ability for them to just say, hey, you may be able to get a few starts, but we've got the better weapon. Our arsenal's a little bit more packed, and we're going to make full use of that. Does manage to win the round, but now you've got 2 players on your side. That's Dongo and Chris, who don't really have the economy to be able to full buy, to full send it. It makes it a little bit difficult. You're going to have to see Bobik buy a Vandal for Dongle. Chris just goes with the bull and really hopes that, you know, if they mess with the bull, they'll get the horns. But as anyone who's ever used that weapon, it can be something else to try and maintain any level of play with it. But I think Lon has the worst side of it, having to use a Guardian. But an 8-sided push seemingly coming through. Only 2 real players defending this A site as aggressively as they should be. But with Dingo already planting, not a good situation for CSUDH.
And down just like that, right as you finished off your sense in this 5-on-5 now. Flumy's gonna lose his fight up against Lon. He actually wins with the Guardian at hand. That's a great start, but it's not going to be the end of it. They still have a lot of work to do in this position, and right now, the game is just to play keep away currently up against CSUDH. Chris from behind picks up one, but he can't find another. Riggs will trade things out on his doppelganger. Luan from around the smoke won't get anything, though. Initials and Dongle still luckily pick up some kills for themselves, and now to 1v2, 1v still 2, and now 2v0. Luckily, in the end, they'll make up for it, and they should have just enough time to get that defuse off. In 11th round should be won. It'll be down to the wire, and they'll make it.
A little bit close. Yeah, a little close.
Actually,
but
a lot of cigars actually for CSUDH. My mistake. Close, but a whole box of cigars.
There you go. Yeah, and
That's
not any
nice.
like any old cigars, some fancy ones as well. Because I mean, they're looking pretty hot here with the
Some good
5 to
Cubans.
11. Yeah, they're looking
The real
spicy
stuff.
here. These are imported. They've got themselves sitting
Oh,
pretty,
yeah.
looking very nice. This 5 to 11 scoreline doesn't necessarily bode well if you're a Montclair State fan. It's just not looking well in map 1. Maybe you just pray for map 2 to go a little bit more in your favor. I think it very well could, but I think this one just might be out of the books.
It's possible. Only 2 more round wins have to be had, and when we're seeing these entries favoring CSUDH all of a sudden, it's looking to be that case. They already have a 5-on-4 advantage. Down goes Divine, one of your best players other than Flumies, of course, and he's really nowhere to be found except 6 feet under as Initials from a cheeky angle, expecting that top 2 push will shut down the other top fragger on the side of Montclair, and this already looks to be a horrendous position currently for Montclair. They're still going to try to work the way in towards the A bomb site, so there's a possibility of a recovery, but they're down horribly, and the rotation's coming out as well on the side of CSUDH. They are here just to straight up deny this. They just have to play their cards right. That's not how you start things off, though. Riggs gets 1 refrag. They're still down the man count, and Luan will bring things back to a 2-man advantage for his team. Spike being down, but they should have no troubles whatsoever recovering from this. Luan picks up another Clumsy, will trade things out, but he's got to find 3 more, and it won't happen. And just like that, the site now back in the hands of CSUDH. They'll take their 12th round just figuring out what weapon skins they want to have in their arsenal, and the diffuser's down. We're going to match point.
Yeah, I think skins equal wins, you know? I think skins equal wins. It really does make sense to pick up the most pretty one, you know, the prettiest one. It's like the mirror on the wall, which is the prettiest gun of them all. And they had their pickings, you know? They could see all of them on the ground. They could just pick up all of them. And I mean, take a look here at the scoreboard real fast here, John. Look at this Montclair side. Not only are they having to force because it is that match point, that dreaded match point, but they're not even capable of buying full armor to back up those rifles. This just might not go their way, and they're looking to full swing in, and Empress comes out from Divine. They're looking to step onto the objective, sitting on green as of the current moment, maybe looking to take some control of this yellow box. Bulbig goes out with the Wolf, trying to hunt just a little bit longer, but this astral wall cutting off the map in half, making it difficult for even them to be able to plant in a safe position. A wall save from here, but Initials missing the shot to be able to deny, but a 5v5 post-plant scenario, still anyone's game.
That is most certainly true. No one has ended up dying just yet, and the Killjoy lockdown comes out. Divine with the entry. Great start. They still have control of this bomb site, but that lockdown should detain at least a couple of players at the current moment. Down the last couple seconds, Clumsy picks up 1 on Ndongo. It only detains 1 player, though, that lockdown. Chris gets another one. He's got to find a couple more, though. Gets a second. Still has to pick up 2 onto Dingo Baby, and another as Riggs gets resurrected as well. Time not on his side either. Divine picks up a 3rd for himself on the round, and 6-12 will be your new score line, with Montclair getting their 6th round win.
This is Valorant. I mean,
indeed,
this is Valorant. And
I don't know what gave that away.
I mean, a lot of colors. You know, well, actually, if you said
Yeah.
colors, then it could be a little bit too much like Overwatch. Let's change it.
True.
A lot of tactics. Wait, that might be Siege.
Let's
Let's think about this.
Valorant's just the best of everything. They don't have all the bad stuff from these games, and they have all the good stuff. It's nice.
Yeah,
Not
I
too
can't
fast,
spray
not
through
too
every
slow.
wall in human history and bust everything open like it's paper, like Siege, and I
That
don't
is
have to
so fun,
worry
though.
about bright colors as a colorblind individual like Overwatch. So I guess a lot of good things to go through with it. But John, look at this push that they're trying to go towards A, but take a look at CSUDH's split. They've got a player flanking Riggs, looking to maybe deal a lot of damage and cutting them off guard, but it's not gonna matter. Lon finding 1, refragged by Divine. Dongle takes 1 in return, and it's gonna be Dingo to clean up as well. This attacker Killjoy utility, it does manage to detain 1, but it's still a 3v3. It could go either way. Clumsy dropping some constellations down, maybe looking to make some support with it, but Riggs finds Initials. Chris and Bobik, the last 2 standing. They could end this off right here if they manage to clutch this, but with only a Frenzy and a Judge in their pockets, it doesn't look good.
They'll still attempt it though. Bobik getting quite aggressive. Works out in the end. Now picking up that Vandal, a much better weapon. And hold on a second. They could actually recover. Chris picks up one on a Clumsy. Now Dingo Baby is in a really tough predicament, but they have to start that diffuser. They don't have much time left to begin it, and it will have to come down in these last couple of seconds. Time ticking away. Dingo Baby around the corner picks up one, but it might be enough time. It's already been half set though. Never mind. It's plenty of time apparently. And 13-6, a victory for CSUDH as they take map 1 on Icebox.
This was a spectacular victory. I mean, we saw it go to what, five full games, 5 full maps in the last matchup. It does not necessarily bode well for Montclair State for making it through all 5. We may see a reverse sweep. We did just see that, but when you've got Lon dropping 24 kills and none of their players being bottom fragging, neither Initials nor Bobik at the bottom, they're still 3rd to last and 4th to last. I mean, you've got to see the entire side of Montclair State just pick it up ever so slightly. They have what it takes. They're doing a lot of things to keep that up and keep the mentality up, but it's going to be more and more difficult as that 6-13 scoreline for map 1 continues to weigh down in your head. And I think the biggest notion here to remember here, John, Icebox was Montclair's pick.
Ooh, that's rough. I wasn't heavily attentive to who was picking what map. I just wrote them down. That way I could always remember them in case I want to question about it. So thank you for bringing that talking point. That's really worrisome for Montclair because they were so confident in going this map and they lost it. But enough with the banter. I think we are going to go into a short little break and then we'll return.
No, we are
no
not.
break.
We are
We're going to go all the way through.
Go.
You know what?
We go, John.
Like
we don't
more.
stop this.
No, I like that
we're only
more
stopping.
because
We're
now
going to bring it to
there's
the
no
booth.
dilly-dallying.
Yeah, we're going to bring it to the booth between map 2 and map 3.
Okay.
And then that's our only break. So we're going to be jumping straight into map 2, and that's Haven, John. So we're going to be seeing CSUDH's pick, and they're going to be starting off on the attack, hoping to maybe start once again in a pretty dominant fashion, because obviously we saw them take a massive lead at half, and I believe it was 9-3 at halftime. And they looked hot doing it. They had a 7-round streak in a row. They lost 2 back-to-back, but took 2 again, only losing the 12th round after that. It's just not looking for Montclair's favor. They're going to have to hope that this first half, where they have the defense, is able to deny any of CSUDH's side, because they have not been able to do that so far.
No, and maybe their agent selections will help them a little bit more. Haven is a slightly different map, of course, and not just because of the 3 bomb sites. I know that's the dead giveaway. And yeah, we're going to see a slightly different lineup coming out by Montclair. They have a Cypher, Reyna, Jet, a Brimstone, and a Sova. Now, you don't see Brimstone all the time, or at least I haven't, but he's still a great agent. All of his utility can be utilized quite well to both deny a push coming out and also allowing pushes to happen just because of those smokes that he can throw out, those signal smokes.
Yeah, I think seeing a Brimstone come through, it was super quick as well. That Brimstone pick was, I think, picked before we'd even changed the screen, more than likely. So to get off of us, I mean, they locked that in quickly. Clumsy. Hope that wasn't a Clumsy misclick, right? Because it was just that quick, but we're seeing a Cypher come through. Obviously, a Sova needs to come through as well. When you have a map like Haven, Sova is just basically an auto-lock guarantee. And we're going to have to see whether or not it's going to be enough, because that's a sub-player for Montclair. They have switched out a player. They now brought Swole into the count, and maybe that's enough to kind of change it up. But in all honesty, they're going to need a lot to change up. And I'm not necessarily sure just one player is going to be enough. They've got to change full strategies and find the direct way to counter the CSUDH's attack.
Yeah, because aggression has been their go-to, and I mean, I don't blame them. It's been working out so well for them. And now on Haven, another slightly attacker-favored map, this could be a repeat, and we could already go 2-0 map score favoring them. So it's a lot to consider for Montclair. They are probably not in the best position right now, morally standing. They've just got to keep their head in the game right now. It's the best they can do, and the more rounds they can try to get, the better off they'll hopefully be moving into that second half, where they can try to repeat that exact same aggression. And for that first map, they did a pretty decent job in the beginning, and then they just kind of slowed down towards the end. They weren't really able to keep up.
Yeah, you got to keep that tempo going, right? I mean, it's a pacemaker. You've got to... Oh, my goodness! Divine, okay. All right, finding a nice shot into Lon. A A nice cheeky ghost shot, and now they're trying to go for another one. Dongle narrowly escapes their death, now throwing a Lear out, blinded out as that Cypher utility of that spy cam is not able to spy anymore. You can also put a smoke off. Recon darts aplenty. Divine finds yet another from up top, able to overheal now. It's going to go as Bobic finds a frenzy kill into Flumies, but Clumsy finds Bobic. It's going in both directions, but Divine finishes off strong. The 3K onto Dongle, and Riggs will not be outdone either, finishing off the last kill.
And there we have it. The first round that they needed most. Amazing work by Montclair. I knew they had it in them eventually. So, shockingly, we didn't see CSUDH's push really work out for them whatsoever. So now they have a lot to reconsider and a lot of fine weapons being selected. The other LMG on the board, the Ares, and also Spectre is now on the board too. So this is actually a very interesting lineup that I didn't anticipate to witness. But hey, me being a solo player, I know a lot about LMGs, and I know that they can be very annoying to deal with when you can just spray and pray in certain situations, especially when you have those brimstone sky smokes in your abilities as well.
Yeah, it makes it difficult, to say the least, to really get yourself in a substantial position, but it looks to be a C-sided push. But there's a map like Haven where you have so many objectives to choose from. You've got 3 whole sites, and in R6 we would call them tertiary objectives. There's really no tertiary besides maybe B. But Divine once again finding an opening pick, immediately refragged back as Initials will hunt, but Riggs from inside of Garage finding a nice cheeky kill through the doors. They're trying to continue this reign. Initials finds Swole, Flumies finds Lawn. They're going to be able to take away the Trip Dart Mine, but it's not going to last for long. Riggs gets and avenges their tripwire and finds the kill. It's just up to Initials. They're going to have to fight this in a 1v3.
He'll rotate back to the A bomb site, but the trap wire is able to give away his position, and also the spy cam as well, shooting a dart inside of him. So they've got great intel. The spike may be down. That's great economically standing, but a nice kill would come out as well by Initial if he wants to make things a little bit worse, and it doesn't happen. A 3K for Riggs, and the defuse coming out as well. A great round for Riggs in particular, and there goes your common 2-0 split, and he's letting that diffuser being held by Clumsy as well, so he can charge up his ultimate ability as well moving forward into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 rounds in the books, you're going to be able to finally see CSUDH just come swinging with, you know, their main arsenal, the full rifle buy with armor. They're going to be able to try and swing forward, but when you've got to deal with LMGs still in the pocket of your opposing team, when Montclair has the ability to just continue to spray angles with these Ares, I mean, it's kind of hard to face the God of War. And they've done a pretty good job of taking control in Garage, sitting a player inside of B, and just holding strong. Swole has maybe not been able to find a kill, but I think that when they are able to gather the information and act on it as well, it'll be an entirely different game. Tripwire already shot out inside of B, looking like CSUDH are looking for maybe the option to step up and just run through mid, but at this point in time, it's still anyone's gain. Swole just got pot shot through 2 walls, straight through the window of Garage, and then shot through. That is nasty. I would be just so upset.
I think that was a headshot too because of how much damage it did. I don't know the multiplications when it comes to 2 separate walls being shot through, but man, that's still a whole heck of a lot of damage. Lawn, though, not going to deal a single bit of damage to his doppelganger. It'll be Flumies to find that entry, and they're still able to slow down this push quite well. Dongle, though, from up above inside of Garage will pick up a refrag on Riggs, and this push coming in towards the C part of the map will still be attempted, but it's definitely been slowed down. Dongle, though, trying to pick up the pace. A second for himself, making a third. Oh my goodness, he is just annihilating the opposition, and Bobic picks up one as well. It's just up to Clumsy from the back near Garage. He'll try to stall this plan, picks up the kill onto the player defusing. Down goes Chris, but Initials will refrag at the exact same instance. 2-1 split with CSUDH, and a little bit of a downfall round-wise, but they're able to keep most of that economy from the full buy quite alive.
Yeah. It really comes down to a problem with economy. And why is our notes entirely wrong then, producer? Why is not a single one of these names players not even on the list? I mean, this notes is something else. All right, back to the game. We have a bit of a personal dispute with our producer. Throwing verbal vernacular. We just blame all the problems. It'll be fine. But at this point in time, you've got a position where you had 2 players that had lost their weapons for CSUDH. They'll be able to buy 1 back and get a full rifle, but once again, Chris is having to opt for that bull, and it kind of makes it difficult, to whether or not you can actually get a kill. They managed to find 1, but immediately was felled again because they weren't able to transfer the spray, and that spray is just awful. Anyone who's ever used it knows it's just awful.
Yeah, can confirm. And right now, a little bit of back onto the normal subject of the story. Clumsy gets a great opening kill with that Sheriff, one-tapping Bobik's Chrome Dome, but DCMH will get a trade back in that 4-on-4, and we're seeing currently CSUDH a little bit all over the place, and that's going to favor Clumsy quite heavily, but DCMH a second kill for himself, and now that seeing bomb site in the hands of CSUDH. Lawn picks up 1 onto Flumies, and the plant now being confirmed all the way in the back part of the C bomb site, and Dongle claims the head of Riggs. It's just up to Clumsy on the flank. He has a Bulldog to work with, not just that Sheriff, but if his intentions of this flank are made aware of by the opponents that he has to go up against, this might not be enough for him, and it's not gonna be. DCMH with a 3K to end off the round, and now the round differential is no longer an advantage or disadvantage. It's equalized 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, this might just be where CSUDH just continue their tear of dominance. We know that Fine will be able to see another Montclair full buy. This may be their last one. You're going to see Riggs full buy the Odin. Hopefully Odin is with them because they're going to need all the help they can get. DCMH has enough money to buy Chris a weapon, but it does take it a little bit. I think it was actually Bobik who does buy the weapon for them. It could have been Dongle as well, but it's not going to be DCMH actually holding on to their economy. Right here. Clumsy looking to be the only person actually holding the internals of this C site. And CSUDH are kind of just testing the waters for every single objective at the same time.
Wow, great spray by Lawn, but sadly it didn't really do all that much, nor kill Clumsy. He's on incredibly low HP, but he lives to tell the tale for a while longer, so his utility that he has in his back pocket will still be around for no longer, because Lawn eventually finishes off his prey, and we're going to see, most likely, the C plant coming into effect. It's just been favoring CSUDH so heavily, they've been able to get past these defensive holds because we've seen just such a thin spread coming out by Montclair. They have to defend 3 bomb sites for Pete's sake, and right now that's really been shown to not been effective for them. A 1v4 in the blink of an eye, all up to Divine, and the C bomb site, again, it's just a booby trap, essentially. He can't do a single bit here. He'll try to pick up 1 on Alon. He dashes away, and Bobik around the corner will finish off the lone player of Divine. 3-2 now, and CSUDH is just marketing off of this aggression they've been displaying again, like we said earlier.
Yeah, I think you were going to need Divine intervention to actually manage to win that round.
Honestly, man.
Just Divine was not enough. Just not enough throughout. But I think if you've got to keep one thing in mind, if you are Montclair, you may be down bad 3 rounds back-to-back, but it's not 7, which is what it was at the beginning of Icebox. So you're still only 1 behind. You will probably take the L in this round, play some cheeky angles. I think we call them off angles, maybe even apex angles or apex positioning inside of our sticks. Trying to bring forth some angles that maybe be able to catch a player off guard. They brought out the Bladestorm. Flumies has done a pretty good job of getting 1 or 2 kills with it, but spraying a couple of those daggers downfield may not be enough, and they're not able to click in time. Dongo will find it instead as they attempted to step through the sky smoke. And Chris, who's sitting pretty inside garage, maybe looking to step up into window, could catch Divine off guard as well.
Oh, this is not looking good. He doesn't check the back part of the top area. Chris gets a freebie, and Lawn follows up as well. Clumsy will get 1 in compensation, but he's got to make it a little bit more effective, and he does it. Now Lawn having to look 2 separate directions. Clumsy with a 3K. He's popping off in the middle of the B bomb site. The spike may be down, but the man count is now evened up after an amazing 3K by Clumsy. Now, we're going to see a little bit of a more passive position coming on out. Clumsy with a 4K! Oh my goodness! He could go for the ace, but he has his ability out! Oh no! DCMH gets the denial of the ace, but luckily, Riggs is there to win his 1v1, and now 3-3 as the diffuser will be finished off just in time.
Man, Neural Theft came out as well. They really wanted to guarantee that round, and it was an important one. You played those cheek angles. You had Clumsy sitting inside of B, finding not just 1, not just 2, but every single person but that last. And it is exactly what they needed to keep that in there, but you can't rely on 1 player to do everything. You can't rely on having that 1 player be your standout player to carry you. you've got to have everybody else catch up. And if that means you need to maybe babysit a player to assist them, then that is totally fine to do so. Have some assistance. Have them play for a refrag. Have them play an offshoot angle, protect you. Double peek angles if you have to. I don't think these teams are necessarily, I don't want to say capable, but I don't think it's going to be easy for any one team to win a 1v2, and that's exactly what the opposing side of Montclair needs to force the side of CSUDH to do. But an early pick comes through. Flumies with the operator down B. Finds one kill to Dongos. They attempted to peek, but there comes the Bladestorm from Lon finding Swole. They'll connect as they were up on plat. Now forced into a 4v4, tied back up. Flumies still holding this mid side.
Lon just again with that aggression, whips right onto the bomb site, and that Bladestorm is such a difficult ultimate to go up against in certain situations. Spike now coming down as well. Orbital strike though, it'll force Chris off, but luckily he escapes with his life. Divine and DCMH finding kills of their own, eventually shutting out DCMH, and Divine inside the garage tries to make things work out for his team in this 3v3 now post-plant, as there's nothing left for Chris to be denied by. Flumies gets one with the operator, down goes Lon, but they still have a lot to work out up against Bobik with a wall bang as well, all the way down C long. It's just up to Flumies, and his best option here with that operator is to just, in fact, save it. It's a 5,000 credit gun. The best thing to do, just keep it in your arsenal for that next round, so you'll better be prepared for the 8th one. So just like that, a guaranteed win should most certainly be had for CSUDH, but it would be nice to get that kill on the Flumies, but he's all the way. He's gotten the heck out of dodge. He's all the way inside of A long. There's no way he's died in this position, Scott.
I mean, it is a, but I'll see you later. I will see you later. And later means next round or possibly even the round after that. I mean, when your team is not able to win a round that you full sent in like that, and you had Lon, who only had a shorty, stepped up with the Bladestorm, says, I can do it with only the Bladestorm. Does pretty darn well with it and attempts to go for the shorty. Did you see the shot that actually connected through as they stepped around the corner? It found Clumsy's head, wasn't able to kill, and Bobik goes, okay, I'll spray here, finds it because of that radar. Sorry, not radar, because of the... Sorry, my brain for a second here. Yeah, the recon bolt that came through and just takes one shot, and that's all she wrote. What a great way to finish that one off. CSUDH showing a little bit of clinical precision and teamwork, but Divine's pop to the Empress. Lear comes out, being able to cut off the sight lines of the opposition. Now trying to fight their good fight. Divine wins the fight against Lon, and already a one-man disadvantage for CSUDH.
And that's what you need to keep things a little bit more evened up. And for once, we're not seeing a C-sided push. What's gotten into CSUDH all of a sudden? They're heading in towards a lobby, both the short and long part, and they're going to try to take control of the A bomb site. There's plenty of intel, though, that Spy Cam going to be able to spot out somebody once the time comes, and Riggs has fully transitioned on out. He'll use that dart. He'll impact one of Dongle, pull it out almost immediately, though, and the push being somewhat denied quite well. Swole gets a kill with the pistol of the Ghost, and Divine picks up a second for himself on the round. Hunter's Fury comes out. Bobik able to dodge the first arrow, but he still has 2 more to worry about. Another dart impacting him. He'll have to remove it, and that's where Divine pops around the corner to shut him down. Dongle gets one in compensation. He whips out the Empress ability, but it's all for nothing. 4-4 now, your new scoreline, and what a game of tug of war we are witnessing between these two teams on Haven.
What a great way to keep this one neck and neck. And unfortunately, you and I have a little bit of experience when it comes to neck and neck gaming on for that game we had for the finals on Sunday for R6. Every single map was just so close throughout. I think every single map actually ended 3-3 at half except for one. It was insane. But we may see this one also be evened up at that halfway point. You still got to deal with 4 more rounds, 2-2 each. You know, split that one evenly. Say, hey guys, don't worry, we'll share and we'll keep our fair share. You take your fair share. But Flumies with the operator, looking for an opportunity for a shot. Finds and connects through a wall into Dongle. And now they're going to be trading out, looking to step forward. Hunter's Fury comes out. It's going to be dangerous position. Flumies is attempting to escape and will be tagged just ever so slightly, but it's nowhere near enough to gain the kill and nowhere near enough to give CSUDH that refrag.
That's almost why you have to have information backed up along with the Hunter's Fury, or you're basically just shooting blank shots in the dark. It's hopeless. What a waste of an ultimate there, all for nothing. I mean, you hate to see it, especially when I'm such a big fan of Sova, and still that man advantage favoring the defenders right now of Montclair, and they've been able to slow down this push quite well coming out. It's basically just resorted into a B-sided push, and unless you're attacking this bomb site with only pistols, I mean, it's really difficult to get control of this B site, and the coverage right now by Montclair is so strong. I don't know if we're to see this 5th round win favoring CSUDH. They might have to chalk this one up as a loss.
I mean, they've got an aggressive stance coming towards B. Well, when you've got everybody sitting inside these links over towards A link and C link, then it doesn't necessarily bode well. Clumsy sitting inside smoke at the corner, looking to step forward. Bobe gets caught off guard from his Flumies, finds their own at Alon, and they'll find a third in a DCMH. Divine does get a shot through a wall into Chris, but a flawless round now for Montclair, and that is a big one to take, not only flawlessly, but also bringing them back into the lead. They're really making this one difficult, making CSUDH fight for this map, and that's exactly what we want to see.
Man, I mean, you just don't peek Flumies when he's got the operator, man. He just doesn't miss. A spectacular 3K and another great round win to be had for Montclair. And what we've been seeing, I mean, this is pretty 50-50 at the current moment. I thought we'd see a lot more of a dominant presence for CSUDH, but they've kind of lost their pizzazz at the current moment. And especially when going up against Flumies, it's been really difficult for them. He's holding down this long angle currently, waiting for the perfect moment for someone to get past that smoke coverage by the Omen, and it'll eventually happen by Dongle, but Flumies with the pop shot through the smoke gets one on a Chris. The daggers are shown out, but it doesn't matter. Swole with an amazing 3K. It's all but for nothing. A buddy ace comes out by Flumies and Swole. In the blink of an eye, a 6th round win will be won for Montclair. Wow. I can't believe it just happened.
They're too worried about Flumies. The raid boss. I love to use that term.
They're in their head right now.
Yeah, they're too worried about the raid boss. They're not paying attention to the ads, the things that actually also deal damage. And at this moment in time, it's weird to think of a player like Swole who just popped off with a 3K back-to-back-to-back, all in the same mag, mind you. But that's exactly what it was. They paid too much attention. They tunnel vision forward, and Swole catches them off guard as they were sitting close to that C garage ramp. And now they're going to be in a difficult position. A player stepping forward, Divine, trying to maybe find an early pick, but with 3 players as they stepped back forward into that courtyard will not go in their favor. Dongle finds the kill, and now with Clumsy sitting behind, I believe that is actually going to be back of B. They have a crossfire angle, does in fact find 1 kill to Dongle, but DCMH finds Swole, making it back into that 1-man lead, and they'll get the plant down into the C site.
It was a deadly angle by Clumsy, but no one's contesting him. He has to go to the C-bomb site now, and Chris lights up Riggs through the wall with a nice headshot, and 2v4 now, post-plant situation. Not looking good at the current moment for Montclair. They'll try to make things work out. Clumsy with another frag, a 2K for him up against Lawn, but still, gotta make lemons that eliminate. You're still down that man advantage. Every angle being watched. The wallbang will be attempted. He won't need it though. A nice headshot by Clumsy. A 3K for him again. Could he pop off once more and get the recovery round for his team that they need most? Bobek looking away at the wrong moment. A 4K for Clumsy. They can go for the plant. The smoke. Perfect coverage for Clumsy. And right now, Clumsy's looking it down with a sightful eye. DCMH gets one, but the diffuser, it's still being knocked down. No! Oh my goodness. Clumsy just sticking it. Pros don't fake. That's the one-liner that you'll hear for tonight, and that's what you'll be witnessing on Haven.
Yeah, and to finish it all off, a little bit of tactical crouching as well. What a spectacular way to clean up that round and find such a massive level of success. Montclair is looking spicy. They're saying, wait, I take that back. I mean, 7-4 right now. This is just such a good level of play. Clumsy with 13 kills. That round was saved off of Clumsy. They are definitely not looking clumsy in this map. Last map was hit or miss on Icebox, but I mean, on not even their map choice, they're looking great. But this is that last before the switch. We could see the CSUDH side just make the return on their chance for defending, but I'm not necessarily sure it's going to really matter because I think Montclair's looking to put another nail in the coffin against this DH side.
Alir ended up coming out by Divine, but he had to end up backing up eventually. There was just far too many people for him to deal with at one instance, and oh dear, this angle being held by Flumies. He'll miss the first shot, now have to back up. The daggers come out as well by the opposing jet now of Lawn, and they'll try to make something happen in that instance, and the B-bomb site now being pushed. There's really no one here to try to help out Clumsy by himself. eventually it'll happen, but now the bomb is basically in control of CSUDH. They'll go for that plant. Orbital Strike comes out, but it's far too late. The plant now being confirmed, and not a single kill will be had. 5-on-5 post plant. Riggs gets the kill on the lawn. Down goes your daggers, and Divine gets one. Oh my god, Riggs with a 3K with the Odin at hand. It's just too much for CSUDH. Now all up to DCMH. It'll be a fourth for Riggs. H4 split will be our first half as Riggs pops off against the B plant.
I mean, that 2 flawless rounds, John. 2 flawless rounds. I mean, you can't look better. You cannot look better in that half than Montclair did. You can say, oh, well, CSUDH was 9-3 on their half, but Montclair was a team that just got 9-3 and now it's 8-4. I mean, a team that nobody was anticipating after map 1 to have a lead of 4 rounds at this point in time. Sheesh, not boding well. Montclair is just a few short rounds away. They only need 5 to guarantee it. And I think they are just going to try and finish this one off. If they win the first pistol round, almost guaranteed to win the second as well. It's just the way the cookie crumbles. And then they'll only need 3 on top. This could be it right here. This pistol round is probably one of the most important ones we've seen this night tonight.
Yeah, because if Montclair ends up winning it, like you said, they only need a handful of rounds left, and they'll have map number 1 or part of map number 2 in their hands, basically removing that advantage from map number 1. Lon, though, he doesn't want that to happen. He'll find the entry onto Divine. That'll slow things down a tad bit, and we're beginning to see a C-sided push, but a little bit of hesitation coming out by Montclair. They're down that entry, and they're like, you know what? We don't want to push through that smoke. We're going to go around, rethink what we had planned out. We'll go for plan B. And you know what? On a map like Haven, there is room for a plan B. It's not the end of the world. And right now, that plan B is in terms of an A-sided push. And there's only one player currently covering it, and that's Chris. If he just gets overcrowded in this position, this could be a great round win favoring Montclair. And we could actually have our shots called out perfectly.
Yeah, Chris, who is sitting in tunnel, forced to now take a step away, now in heaven. But this is a bad position to be in. You may be a player down, but that's a post-plant scenario. This defensive side of CSUDH can get this handled, but just information has to be gathered. You still have a Killjoy to face off against, got to deal with turrets, got to deal with alarm bots, got to deal with so much utility in that Nano Swarm nade, but Chris finds one with a nice click to the head, but Dongle gets clicked as well from Flumies. Lon swings in with a frenzy, Flumies finds a second, attempting to get a third, but can't get it done because Bobek will find it instead. Clumsy traps and will be felled in the end. Lon finds 3 with a frenzy, a flurry of kills. And we will see CSUDH manage to take the first pistol round, all but guaranteeing them the second. We'll have to see if they can put their money where their mouth is and if this SMG buy will be as fruitful as they want it to be.
And, I mean, they ended up winning that round just purely off of them getting that entry and just keeping that man advantage in their favor, because that post plant was really tricky for them. And if they didn't just have an overwhelming presence in that bomb site, that could have been a completely different story, a new leaf in the chapter on the map of Haven. But that's not what happened. So now SMGs will be bought out for CSUDH, and they'll try to recover from their round deficit with another win, perhaps. And they're going to have to go up against a C-sided push coming out by Montclair. Lon almost denying one, or he actually does. Bobik got his kill basically stolen. The Marshall kill comes out as well on the Clumsy. Another one. Oh my god, make it 3. No one's buying armor in this save round. DCMH gets free pickings. It's all up to Riggs, and he's already on a fraction of HP. Just like this, we could already see a 6-round win be won. The flanks coming out. The Owl Drone is perfect information, and Lon gets the pickup kill. A buddy ace for DCMH and Lon again. And there's the 2-0 that we prophesized, but it's in the hands of CSUDH, not the opposing side of Montclair.
Yeah, and this puts them just 2 away from tying it up at that 8-8 score line. And, well, they're going to have to face now Montclair's full rifle buy. Take a look at this economy here. They weren't able, 2 of their players were not able to full buy armor. They only have light armor. They do manage to get that full Vandal buy, except for one player. Divine just really opting to stick with this SMG. Doesn't want to overextend, overuse their economy. It is not limitless. Money may be printed, but money printer do not go burr sometimes, if you know what I mean. But it can be difficult. Lon holding this C push. Tons of audio being given off here as Montclair is just letting everyone know that they are here trying to push up. As more utility coming through, Lon is able to take one drone out for the count. DCMH still sitting inside window, but it doesn't look to be that rotate we've already seen them go for. Flumey is going for a smoke onto site. Divine's rotating up the B, maybe able to catch one player off guard. If they get into a good position, Bobic will not see what's coming.
Oh, when he spots out the arm, he could time this up perfectly. He's shift walking as well. There is literally no sound cue. He wraps around in a one. Down goes DCMH, your sniper player, and Bobic tries to get the refrag. It will luckily be successful, but now he'll have to sacrifice that judge play, which could have been so strong for denying the C-side push, but luckily it's been a complete rotation. The spike now being planted down in the opposite bomb site, and Flumies gets one with the Vandal in hand. Now the man advantage and the spike is down. This is a much better position currently for Montclair. They just have to let time play out to 0 seconds, and they'll have this win in the bag currently. Dongle, though, he'll try to go for that defuse. He'll bait it out, wraps on the corner, picks up one, sprays down, trying to get a second. Luckily, though, Chris gets one onto slow, but Flumies still wants this round to be won. He'll get 3 at the very end, somehow winning it out. It's just a 2v1 now. Now the lone jet player of Lawn has to clutch in a man deficit. He'll push around into Flumies. He'll pick up that kill, but has to get another. Time not on his side. The intel being gathered. That spy cam will end up shutting out Lawn, and he doesn't have enough time. He'll get exploded via the spike, and barely a round win coming out at the very end for Montclair.
Yeah, Lawn did get half of it. So that is a boon to your side. You got half of it, which, you know, may just be a pat on the back. May just be a consolation prize, right? I mean, ultimately, I don't think it'll super matter, but this next round's going to kind of be where CSUDH can kind of full send. We know DCMH has been absolutely phenomenal with the Maverick now bringing out, Marshall now bringing out the operator, and this could be just pure hearsay. Well, they only have light armor. They have the best gun in the game, bar none, maybe the Odin, just because the name is cooler, but this could just be it. DCMH has a strong hold on mid, and it looks to be a weird split. One player holding Garage, but a 2-2 split for this A side as it come up short and long.
It could work out just to throw off guard the only player currently of Bobic, but he is on that Sova. He can gather a lot of information with that recon dart. It is on cooldown, but only 10 more seconds left. Riggs with a nice pick onto Chris, and Swole at the perfect moment eliminates his clone from the opposing side. A 5-on-3 now, and the plant in the middle of A is going down. Spike being confirmed. This could be another great round to be had for Montclair. They are just locking down this A bomb site, and we honestly might just see a save. DCMH has that operator and a Phantom by Dongle. He can't full buy the next round. He only has 700 credits, and Lawn is also saving up for something pretty. He has 3,800 credits and only a classic. They might just give up. The shadows, or pardon the dagger, comes on out, but it really won't matter. He only gets one, and Flumies returns the favor with his own blades, and there we have it, a 10th round win already. We actually might see Montclair recover from their previous losses.
And Flumies was actually, so close, was actually able to make it to the operator. That's a very unfortunate position.
Oh my god, you're right.
That was exceedingly close. They had to updraft twice to reach it as well, but I mean, when you see the committed Blade Storm from Lawn, you know that DCMH is like, okay, we've already full committed the ults, let's just go for it. And they did, and it doesn't work out. So they're gonna show that it's high noon somewhere in the world and attempt to come through swinging with the hopeful utility, but the first pick does not go in their favor. Divine finds one, a second now into DCMH. Lawn looking to connect, gets down, misses too many shots, is only able to tag once, and it's going to go back in the other direction. Divine gets their third, and this C site handily in the favor of Montclair State.
I cannot believe Divine just got away with all that. I mean, he was going up against Sheriffs, and with that pistol, you have to go for the head, or you're basically done deed, especially against full ARs on the opposing side. And the plant now going down 2v5. Only Sheriffs in the hands of both Chris and Bobic because no one else has died. He whips out a 4K for Divine. He'll go for the ace, and he gets it! The knife kill, the disrespect by Divine, single-handedly carrying that round, and 11 round wins will be had for Montclair.
You do not get to take an ace and make it an ace off of beating the upside of your opponent's head inside Garage. There is no bigger way of disrespect. It is glorious by all accounts. That is nasty. That is easily the coolest play we've seen in this map right here. And it is just the first ace we've seen in this entire match. It is very, very nice to see them come through. Montclair are looking to take this map. They just need 2 more. And CSUDH, they're getting greedy. Look at them taking a 3 players stepping up through Courtyard. Now rotating over. They've heard the audio cues of them stepping towards the A site. They've got so much they have to worry about, but they can't deal enough damage. Clumsy finds Lawn as they able to tag 1 player coming through short, but now Montclair's going to rotate back all the way around and look towards either going B or C.
The only thing I could really see guaranteeing a win here for CSUDH is Hunter's Fury. That's pretty much it. And a lockdown just to try to slow down that plant or just detain whoever's still left in the middle of that bomb site. And the bomb site of choice right now is currently C. Dongle gets a nice trade onto Divine. He won't get that ace like we saw previously. And Flumies picks up 1. That Hunter's Fury, like I mentioned, it picks up 1, but it's far too late to deny the spike. And Flumsy brings back that man advantage with the operator in hand. It's just the 2-on-3 now. Bobic trying to get back into the bomb site from CT spawn. DCMH picks up 1, though. Down goes your operator player, and a little bit more breathing room, but it's still an even situation. It's still any team's game. Riggs in the back. That smoke will be able to deny him of not getting that information, but he hears the sound cue. Hunter's Fury as well, trying to stop that plant. Swole trying to return the favor. He goes for it again. Not the proper timing, but he's wasting so much of that time. Bobic picks up 1 on a Riggs, but it won't be enough. They didn't even get the bomb down to half, and a clutch will be had for Swole just by wasting that precious time. He'll meet his maker, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, match point right now for Montclair State does not bode well right now for CSUDH. It seems to be the teams are winning their opponent's map. We saw map 1, which was actually the choice of Montclair, won in a very handy fashion, and this one as well. And it could actually be the exact same fashion. We may see this also go in the same exact direction. I think it very well could be Haven, CSUDH's pick, looking to be Montclair's. They're going to continue to try and find this one. They're able to full buy, but for CSUDH, they're having to have 2 bulls on their side, and well, if you mess with the bull, you're supposed to get the horns. Everyone knows that weapon is pretty bad at actually showing off the horns. And while Bobic will be spotted out, leered out as well. No eyes, they'll swing on both corners. Divine finding 2, but DCMH is able to find Clumsy. It doesn't seem to matter though, as Swole will begin the plant. It's Lon and Chris. They find 1, attempting to go for another as a step through connector. Chris is able to find their own towards Long of A. Lon is attempting to maybe step towards the objective in a 2v2. Now brought back to that 1v2. Chris has dropped the lockdown in play. But Flumies has dropped their team and dropped Chris. An unstoppable map for Montclair and a devastating loss for CSUDH.
That was the correct play, don't get me wrong, but the Killjoy's teammate, they needed to wait for that lockdown to be confirmed, because then you have to get into really uncomfortable positions, but it didn't end up happening. A 13-6 victory for Montclair, so they won't give their opponents a series point just yet. The map score now going to be 1-1 going into the 3rd map of Bind, and I believe there will still be no breaks whatsoever. We want to keep this train chugging along, so we're going to wait a couple of seconds.
Yeah, we're going to be heading over to a panel for in between, so we'll be shooting you guys on over to that. My name's Infernos, joined here by Fellow. We'll be right back after a couple words from our panelists to see what they have to say about this phenomenal matchup.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
Here we go. What else could he ask for? Montclair, the number 7, after losing map 1 6-13, comes back and says, hey, we're here for a reason. Slaps Dominguez Hills around 13-6 on map number 2. You knew it coming out in the pistol round. Montclair coming out hot in that pistol round. Jacob, what are we thinking here? 1-1 going into map number 3.
Well, I'll tell you this. I thought that Montclair, even though they dropped one, I thought they began to sort of get their feet underneath them and they got some confidence. And I think that early on they got smacked a little bit, and it was, even chat was like, oh, this is get your brooms out, sweep time. They're going to roll all over them. And then all of a sudden, that really wasn't the case. And Montclair seemed to get them some traction. They began to start to believe. And I think that, they've played really well over the last 2 months. I know they're the 7th, but they've had a great run over the last 2 months. I think this is a group that obviously they're peaking at the right time. They've made this run. They're here in the finals for a reason. I don't think this 7th seed, I don't think this is a fluke. I don't think you get here. You certainly don't get this far without being a good program and a good team. And they're showing that here tonight. I don't know what the map 3 or 4 or potentially 5 holds for us. But I think Montclair has said that we're a force to be reckoned with. And I don't think this is going to be a walkover like many people thought it was.
Definitely not going to be a walkover. Were you watching? Let's talk about the 5K for Divine there. They talked about it. The announcers talked about it. The disrespect with the knife kill coming out of the window. The ace there for Divine there in one of the later rounds of map number 2.
Pretty impressive. And I thought that was sort of symbolic of, an underdog that's like, hey, maybe we're here, right? Like, that's one of those things. It's like when, I live in the basketball world. I live in that side of it. It's like when somebody dunks on somebody from the other team, they sort of stare at them. And it's like, hey, you might be the better side. You might be the top side, but we're not going anywhere. We're not afraid of you. And I think that was one of those type moments like, hey, you better respect us because we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, and they definitely are not. Everybody on that team contributing to those wins. It was really fun to see a couple of flawless rounds as well. Now, on the same side, Dominguez Hills, they're here for a reason. They're number 1 for a reason. Couple of flawless rounds on their side as well. Lawn, Dongle, DCMH, all of them pulling their weight for that team. But on that particular map, it was all Montclair all the time. Jacob, if I'm going to put you on the spot, who goes map 3? Who's map 3 going?
Oh boy. I'll say that CSU DH regroups here and they get their feet underneath them and they win map 3. I'm not willing to say that they win this series and they win this title just yet. Maybe we'll talk about it after game 4 as we head into a potential game, a championship deciding 5. But I think CSU DH, I think this break helps them maybe a little bit more. Catch your breath, talk about some things internally, say, listen, guys, we've been knocked on our heels a little bit. Let's do what got us here. We've had a great season. Let's get reorganized and play better, quite frankly.
All right. Well, you heard it from Jacob Van Ryn first, guys. He says Dominguez Hill's going to take map number 3.
Who do you have?
Oh, no, I'm asking the questions here, Jacob.
No, come on. That's not fair.
I love an underdog. Montclair and 4. Montclair 3-1 and 4. That's what I'm going for right here. I'm big dogging it right here. I'm big dogging it. We're going to try to get back to the action, though, because we're all and actually, we're not going to try to get back to the action because our producer says we need a minute.
Tell you a story while we have a second here.
Sure,
This is what we've dealt with tonight. And God bless our team. God bless our staff. Unbelievable group of people. We talk about Caleb, all of our game managers. Here's what we've dealt with tonight. We've dealt with an Overwatch situation. We got Overwatch tomorrow night. We got 4 championships coming up tomorrow night in Overwatch. Our 5th one to be played Thursday. We've had some scheduling issues there. So we tried to navigate that. We weren't ready for that. I was on a call just moments ago talking about some pipeline opportunities, some high school showcase type stuff with our guy, Chase DeWitt. He runs our Rainbow Six. He's an awesome dude. And now you and I are talking. I love this stuff. It's past my bedtime. I'm old. I'm not supposed to be awake at this point. And here we are. We're in game 3 tonight. You and I are looking at like a 2:33 o'clock end time, and there's no place I'd rather be. I love it.
I tell you what, Jacob Methuselah Van Ryn speaking truth right there. If you get that joke, then you're as old as me and Jacob.
You're as old as I am.
As our producer says, he is good. We're going to get right back to it. Heard it here first. Jacob Van Ryn says Dominguez Hills in map 3. Me, Coach Jim, the dad bod god, says forget that. Montclair going to take it 3-1 at map number 4. We'll see what happens, and we'll be back after. You're going right back. More Valorant on the NECC coming up.
in that last map, and oh my lord.
Yeah, it's
Hey, Caleb. I mean,
okay. Welcome back, everybody, to some more NECC action. I hope you guys enjoyed that little commentary, the booth of Jacob and Coach Jim. But you're now back to the duo combination of Infernosis and Fellow, and we're coming at you with Bind. Map 1 went in favor of CSUDH handily, but Montclair with the clapback finds their own on Haven. And now we're going to see who can win the penultimate Bind here in Map 3.
Well, at least we'll see no technical reverse sweep. It's been evened up 1-1, not 2-0, no decisive victor. And Montclair just playing the same game that CSUDH dished out onto a map number 1. And it was a pretty decisive win for the second one for Montclair. And now we're going to Bind. So maybe we'll see the exact same thing happen out. I don't know. The only thing I know is that the agent lineup is slightly different now, which is always nice because now you have something new to talk about. And one agent in particular is the Rays coming out. No, Jet?
Yeah, I mean, we're back to seeing... Thank you very much. We're back to seeing the Brimstone, so we know that that's coming into play. And take a look from the left side. It looks like DCMH is also hovering it, maybe thinking about bringing that one in as well. And we're going to see whether or not Rays is also brought from the CSUDH side. They're hovering over it as well. They, in fact, do bring it up, and we're going to see a Breach as well. So the Brimstone Breach combination, you're going to have to forgive me and Fellow when we screw up and say the other one for that name. It's going to happen. You can't have two names or two dudes that look exactly alike and not expect us to say it incorrectly. That was a massive oversight, right? I mean, come on. It's such a difficult one. But nonetheless, I like to see a Cypher get played, especially when you know you're defending first. A Cypher on this map is just so unilaterally strong when it comes to defending a site nearly alone. You can pull the same thing off a little bit when it comes to Haven, and it's mostly capable of being done on the A site, but they didn't take advantage of that, and they kind of paid the price pretty handily for it, because Chris was not on that pick, and they didn't play so hot in the process. But the other map you're used to seeing a Cypher capable of holding one side alone is going to be Ascent. And Ascent's a fun one to also be able to watch. I think we're going to actually see Ascent next on Bind. So no matter what, Ascent will be played. And we'll have to see whether or not Split will be played as well if we go to all 5.
Oh boy, I was going to say, the 5th map, it is going to be Split. That's the one nice thing about only having 5 maps up until now, because Breeze is going to be added in quite soon, was that you knew what 5 maps are going to. There's literally no room for any different kind of variety. The only variety you can have is in your agent selection, and right now it's not a very various-sided push. It's just B long. So far, Divine will mark it off of that single-sided push coming out. Dongle down for the count. There goes your Breach that we had a slight discussion about earlier, and this is pretty aggressive so far. A great start for Montclair. Divine picks up a second. That spike now being planted by Clumsy, and Divine tries for a third, but his luck will run out eventually. DCMH gets that refrag, but still a really great position for Montclair to be in for the first round.
Yeah, a 3v5 does not necessarily bode well for CSUDH, but now holding this elbow of B Hall, maybe looking for an opportunity to find a kill. But really and truly, no one's sitting in elbow. They'll drop a Sky Moat down. DCMH looking for maybe a chance. That's not going to matter because Flumies finds Chris. A spray through. DCMH finds one, but Recon bolted out. Information gathered. Lawn getting caught off guard. Gets taken out by Swoll's Tart. And oh my goodness, they'll even electrify themselves in the process. And they'll start us off strong for an electrifying round 1.
DCMA's running out of ammo now. He could have killed Sova inside of container, perhaps. Maybe. That could have been not that same situation, but he still had to find 2 of their agents, so I don't think it would have been a win regardless. But it would have been nice anyhow. But the first round win, like you said, favoring Montclair. Great start. And now they're going to go for an A-sided push, so they're keeping things a little bit spicy for the time being, and it's not going to be everyone pushing in from the exact same position. We see Reyna and Sova now altering from their original direction they were heading towards, and now they're going for a shower-sided push, so trying to thin out the herd up against CSUDH, and they're not going to waste any time whatsoever with this thinning. They're going to get as much map control as physically possible. DCMH already down for the count, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, the spike now being planted as well, and Chris for the win tries to deny, but Clumsy gets off at just the right time, and now in the 5-on-3, again, the spike will be confirmed. My goodness, Scott, what a fast, action-packed round that we're witnessing.
Absolutely, with Bobik Lawn and Dongle needing to do everything to find this win. Oh, they'll try and tap their way to victory, but it'll be Divine who actually gets the kill. Refract back by Bobik. They'll take a step forward, but Flumies is there to find it. And now it's just Lawn inside of Metal, trapped, praying for their life at this point in time. It does not mean well. They do not have a good position, stuck just outside of Vent. And it doesn't seem to be that Montclair is going to push for the kill. They don't really have to. I mean, this is pretty much obviously going in favor of them. Really no chance to defuse, but Lon will find one. And now is going to die to the bomb in the process, trying to get one before they do, but Rinks will find it instead and be able to escape as well.
Another 3-0 player count, 2-0 round count for Montclair. An amazing start again, just like we saw in Haven. So maybe just a little bit of jet lag, I guess you could say, on map number 1 with Icebox, which is shocking because like you said, and I have said now as well, that was their map pick. You should be the most confident on the maps that you want to pick and go to first because the Decider is the map that is the least likely to go to. So maybe Icebox should have been at the Decider. But anyways, because of that 0-2 that we typically see, a full buy will be had. Full armor, full rifles, phantoms, and vandals alike. So a great position for CSUDH, but they've got to mark it off of it. They can't just be sitting around twiddling their thumbs. They've got to find these entries, and they've got to keep these 2 bomb sites in their control throughout the entire minute and 20 of this third round.
Yeah, I mean, look at the aggressive stance they're taking forward. Oh my goodness, Flumy's jetpacks in, but Bobik's able to find 2. DCMH finds one of their own through a wall to Clumsy, but Bobik finds their 3rd. Oh my goodness, Flumsy getting the judge, jury, and executioner, finding 3 in the process. They'll clean up on this B-side long. Now cleaning up on side of 4K for Flumies. They got rocket ready. They're going to drop the party. The showstopper has revealed and reared its ugly head. And you're going to know for a fact Chris for the win will step back, hoping to not face the loss. And now they'll be able to take in a step forward, waiting for the chance to hear the diffuser go down. No real way to wallbang through that. It's just not going to do enough, but Chris now has the audio cue to go forward, not peeking in the right direction. It looks like Flumy is going to sit inside of this B cubby, holding a positional advantage, and Chris will have to give the audio cue as well. We'll throw down the cyber gate, maybe cut them off in the process, pings them out as well, and now Flumy's has their time numbered. Their life is on the line. They'll remove the spine dart, but Chris is there, swings and finds the win like the name implies, and finally CSUDH will take a round in round 3.
Oh, so close, but unlike the first time around, no cigar for Flumies. He's not going to get the ace and clutches around for his team. It's going to be 1-2, but at a drastic cost for both sides. The economy, it might not be so strong. I don't even think we'll see a full buy come out for a second time in a row for CSUDH, but at least they were guaranteed 1 round win after the end of that. But trying to go for that dart pullout was not the play. You only have to deal with 1 enemy. You both know where you guys are roughly located inside of the bomb area. You gotta try and just wide swing around your opponent, try to throw him off guard before you get pinged again, and then just try to aim up for that headshot. It is a 1-shot after all with that Phantom in such close quarters gun engagements, and you really hate to see it so close to such a great successful round for just himself alone.
Yeah, and John, I'm not necessarily sure what we're seeing right now from Montclair. It looks like they're kind of poking at the gates to step towards the A side, and they'll actually be able to find one. Clumsy tags one and taps their head and removes them from the count, and that is not a good situation. Now at a 1-player disadvantage, DCMH shooting their teammate in the process, not seemingly aware of that, but a hunt will begin. So we're now going to have a difficult situation. Divine is looking to continue this hunt, prowling now as you would. The Lear comes out to blind, and they'll be able to step on and have full control of B side. But this is a masterclass bait. They'll come forward, now taking a step away, somehow surviving. A lot of utility being used, but Bobik finds Divine. But now this entire A site has been taken. Montclair 10,000 IQ. Nobody anticipated that.
Oh no, Hunter's Fury comes out. It'll deny Clumsy of remaining alive, but not the plant, sadly. 3-on-3 post-plant. Again, favoring Montclair, and that bait was such a great way to waste so much time and allow for the A bomb site to be back in the hands of Montclair, and now the tables are sadly turning up against CSUDH once more. Flumies gets 1, but Chris with 2 impactful kills makes it a 1v2, all up to Riggs in the back area towards A lobby. And he might be able to deny us for a little while with that nano swarm, but it might not be enough. It will not. Chris for the win gets it. And finally, the nade goes away. He'll get that diffuse off and have Neural Theft to work with for the next round.
Yeah, and a close one at that. I mean, you have to dive onto it. A very good attempt to continue to have that. And what a great masterclass way of actually being able to get that plant down. You see baits all the time. Typically on the attack, you see your Cypher player go towards A when it's a B split. You'll see your Cypher clear A alone, just gathering information, playing slow, playing cheeky. We didn't see that. Instead, we just saw Divine using ult. They used an ult to full get sight and gain substantial control, but an issue arose, and that's that Divine died a little bit too soon, and the plant didn't go down quick enough, and when you've got to face the Hunter's Fury, well, they're pretty mad at you. Boombot now comes through. Lon is going to be able to gather information that players are coming up. This B short. One down. Lon able to find it, but Dongle finds one to return to Riggs. Now stepping away with a boost pack. Full safety net, and now it's a 5v3, and very shortly into this round.
Just like that, CSUDH, they're doing much better, surprisingly. I didn't think they'd have it in them, but now it's a 5-on-3. Divine now being concussed for a little while, but he's not being approached towards to enough where it would really matter just yet. Clumsy up above in towards Hookah. That shock bolt narrowly missing and wouldn't have killed him, but a little bit of damage does go a long way. But still, a great man disadvantage. That recon bolt now spotting out Divine. They know the jig is up towards B long, so Dongle is just waiting to pop another one, just slowly slowing down this push coming out, and it's already mostly hopeless unless Clumsy can win this 1v1 against Lon. He'll do that with the Spectre at hand, a pristine headshot, but now Bobik will take the place of Lon. 30 seconds left on the clock, and we're still seeing this B-sided push. We haven't seen a rotation come out just yet. They have to commit, essentially, unless they want to try and go for A in the last dying moments of this round. It'll end up being that case, and now Divine will try to go for this debate once more. He gets one kill in the process. Down goes Dongle, and the A-sided push coming into effect. All the presence being on the other side, though. Chris is well aware, though, of the bait coming out. He denies one on a Clumsy. He has to pick up another, though. It's all up to Swole pretty much in this position. He has no coverage just yet. Chris shuts down Swole. Now up to Reyna. She doesn't have Spike. She peeks around and towards Showers. Down goes Chris, but two more kills have to come on out. She'll get one in the end, but the time has already expired, and CSUDH will reclaim their round advantage.
Absolutely, taking it in spectacular fashion, 3 back-to-back. Dominguez Hill's looking pretty good as of the current moment, and Lonnie was unfortunately having to buy a judge in that last round due to the economy. I think they may actually be forced to do it again. I think that if they full buy and go for a rifle, they'll only have 100 in their pocket with armor. It's kind of questionable as to see what they're going to do. I think they are kind of tempted it. They'll actually be able to do so. They'll get bought from a teammate. I believe it was DCMH that helps to assist, but 4 rifles in the hands of this Montclair side. They're only going to have 1 SMG, which leaves Divine the ability to step forward and be able to find those really early picks, which Divine has just kind of done a very good job of doing so. They've been divine in their application of finding those picks, but now they're going to step forward. Cybergate comes through, information gathered. Divine able to find the kill into Chris. Now Flumey stepping forward from this A short side, taking a peek towards the objective as one tries to defend behind Cybertruck, stepping back towards Vince, and it looks to be that Montclair will get the plant down, but an orbital strike actually denies for a little bit of time, but Clumsy steps back on. Dongle finds Divine on a refrag, and now a post-plant scenario because it does eventually get placed.
Oh, the showstopper comes on out, but will it be successful? That's the real question. Long with the blast pack, hops in towards Shower. Shock bolt, it's down to 1 second. He rips it around. It luckily lands on a Swole, and Dongle rips the head clean off of Riggs' shoulders. It's just now a 3-on-2. The man advantage back in the favor of the defensive squad of CSUDH. Long gets a headshot wall bang onto Flumies, and now Bobik covering the plant as well. Clumsy's not here to deny it in time, and the refrag comes out, but again, it doesn't really matter kill-wise because the spike has already been diffused. 4-2 now, favoring CSUDH, and again, they are managing to recover so well in this position, Scott.
I mean, that is insane. The timing of that, I think Bobik would have had it no matter what, would have been able to pick it back up from that halfway point and have been able to finish it off, but it was so exceptionally close when Bobik is just staring towards Shower's side. My heart's going, no, wrong way, Bo. And I love to say Bo knows because I'm an old, classic fan of the Bo knows football, Bo Jackson, right? And I love to say Bo and say Bo knows the position, but they weren't. They didn't know. They didn't know the player was sitting A short, and it assumed it was a Shower side push, but it indeed wasn't. They do manage to find the refrag right after the diffuser, the spike was diffused, but a 2-3 split. 2 players peeking towards Shower's side, rotating back as now it's going to be 3 players sitting pretty inside Hookah, maybe looking for an opportunity to step forward and contest. Lon taking damage towards side, a concuss going through. Chris managing to find one into Divine, clearing the player outside showers. And now an answer has to be made. Your Sova player of Soul has made the rotation as well. Now looking towards this B short side. But a B long play does not go long for long. Clumsy out against Dongle.
And they're spiked down and B long. They have to recover it or they're just gonna end up losing this. Lon, though, with the aggression, he's well aware of this. Down goes his doppelganger of Flumsy. Riggs on already very low HP. He gets swung out by Long and he loses the fight. It's just up to Swole now in a 1v5. 30 seconds left and he doesn't even have the spike in his back pocket. He has to confront his opponents head on in a bout and it doesn't look like it'll work out for him. Won't! A flawless round favoring CSUDH and they are just unstoppable at the current moment.
That is a nice shot. Bobik has had so many good plays. We saw the Hunter's Fury come through to, stop the plan initially and then to clean up and secure on that big, eventful second round win for this CSUDH side, which was, I believe, round 4 in total. And now they've just continued that dominant reign. We're seeing now 5 back-to-back round successes. They're looking for their 6th. Their economy is looking much better than Montclair's, but Montclair only needs this victory. And if they manage to get this victory, it's still not going to super matter. This loser's deficit will definitely, come into their favor, but if they lose too many players, then they're going to lose those rifles as well, and they won't be able to sustain themselves for much longer. A push coming through. DMCH shockingly winning the fight against Divine as they weren't able to keep the shots going forward. Amali will be dropped out, hoping to find 2. It's Chris connecting to Flumies, and of course to Clamsy, but refract back by Riggs. Riggs punching through a Sky Smoke is in the moment stepping forward as this play comes forward. Riggs taken out from the vent of Dongle, and now it's just trying to clean up. It's just one of Swole, and there's not much they can do.
I thought he was in the middle of the bomb site, and oh yeah, he definitely is. Down goes Dongle, but still another ace situation that he most likely won't win. Nope. Too many angles to look afterward, but at least he gets DCMation compensation. A nice shock bolt from the grave 6 feet under. 6-2 now for CSUDH, and they've been able to deny this aggression quite well moving forward. I am incredibly shocked, to be honest, Scott. I thought they lost it all after Icebox after a really devastating loss on Haven, but Bind just must be their map. They lost that first 2 rounds and then just recovered 6 rounds flawlessly. It didn't even matter they lost the first 2 because now they have the upper hand against their opponents. And look at this. It's an eco round essentially coming out by Montclair. They're doing horrible right now.
Down bad. I mean, this is
tremendous.
What is it? What do we call a major 2008 vibes right now? I mean, it is not
for real.
Voting well, but a push through. Wow, the Lear cutting off the sight line of Bobik, but a nice showstopper comes through from Flumies. They'll take 1 refract by Dongle, but Dongle felled by Clumsy. And now a difficult position, a 2v3. They don't have very many weapons when it comes initially in this push, but they've been able to pick up 2 very strong assault rifles and a Spectre for Swole. Swole steps through into Hookah with that Owl Drone, but not able to actually find much impact. Chris coming from this hall side has a little bit of tertiary support as Chris is in the back of sight, narrowly avoiding some distance. He sees one, a little bit of trigger discipline, but now it's back to a 2v2. Lon hoping to watch this Octagon play, stepping forward now into Gardens, maybe hoping for one, but Riggs is sitting elbow backside of Halls. Chris has no chance. Clumsy finds Chris, and Clumsy finds one! It's a 3K for Clumsy, and they're anything but.
Oh, CSUDH almost having that, but Clumsy had something to say about that. One of the best players, impact-wise, on the side of Montclair, other than, of course, Clumsy and also Divine as well. I mean, that makes sense also on the board-wise, too, because Clumsy's only in 3rd and only being beat by Divine and Clumsy. So, hey, or Flumsy, sorry. But, man, great just timing, I guess you could say. He was just very cool, calm, and collective. He knew he had that backup from the player inside of elbow, and he wrapped around the corner as well in case something bad happened, but nothing bad ever did happen. And now a slow start to a recovery ends up happening, but, I mean, they are still down by 3 rounds. It isn't looking the best for Montclair currently.
Yeah, an Orbital Strike seemingly going down, an interesting position to do so. It doesn't really find much impact, but CSUDH still kind of holding strong, hoping for the best. They're trying to replay this one up. Clumsy is planting down, is stepping as Flumey steps into a tripwire and saved off as that Cybergate does come through. Post-plant scenario and still a 5v5. Neither side getting the advantage over another, but Clumsy's looking for the boost. Finds one into Chris as they step through U-Haul. Dongle stunning forward. Tries to maybe try and get another as well, but here comes Lon. They've got the big showstopper shooting it towards Showers, but it finds none. And there's Clumsy on a 3K, fragged back by Lon. Now a 2v4, boost back coming forward. Lon has to spray, can't find any, and instead it's Divine. And Flumies finds the last, and yet another successful attacking round. This time 2 back-to-back. They stopped the bleeding, but they need to keep the bandage still on.
Man, Clumsy, Flumsy, and Divine, just the 3 musketeers right now. They are the sole reasons why their team is remaining afloat up against CSUDH, my personal opinion, because we've seen those instant entries coming up by either 3 of those players, and time again, they have just been such a huge pain in the neck currently for CSUDH. They may still have that round advantage, and I believe this is the last one to go into the second half, so still any team's game, but now a mostly save-sided round coming up by CSUDH. It's not looking all that good. They'll dodge a Hunter's Fury for the time being, so another waste of an ultimate, but at a slight cost of a lot of players now being on quite low amounts of HP.
Yeah, Flumy's looking to step forward, but a shorty was attempted by Lon, but it's not going to matter. Riggs and Flumy's finds Dongle and Lon, and they're going to have to use that teleport to get a little bit closer, but it does not seem to bode well. Every single player for this Montclair side has just run forward and found themselves into the objective. When Orbital Strike dropped by DCMH, it actually finds one, and they find Divine as they attempted to step through that B hall, but Spike is down. It's a 3v3. Chris is stepping forward through Hookah, looking for maybe an opportunity, but Bo only has the Sheriff, now picking up the old judge of DCMH, maybe hoping for a little bit of assistance as they step through out of B halls, coming onto the site now as they look to step towards Metal. They'll take out the turret of the Killjoy opponent. DCMH still looking to maybe support as the cyber nades do come down. Chris spraying with the ghost, hoping to tag. Does actually manage to look towards the enemy, but it's not enough. DCMH make it an ace, but it's going to get taken by Chris. DCMH did get a 4K, all while Bo will take and defuse. A thrifty round for the defenders, and CSUDH will not be stopped. They'll take the second to last round before the halftime switch.
Now only one more round until the half, and both teams can fully buy. This is a complete 50-50 sided round. It's going to come down to whether CSUDH can deny this aggression that we've been seeing by CSUDH, or will they just collapse against the true gun skill by Clumsy that he's been able to display with these entries, especially on the A-sided push. And look what we're seeing in the prep phase. You see all those players stacking up. They're heading in towards A. This is Clumsy's element right now. He's in the zone. Let's just see if he can actually back up what he's been saying earlier.
An Orbital Strike goes down into U-Haul, hoping to maybe catch one player. It, I think, does manage to tag one onto Chris, but it doesn't manage to get any kills. Lear does go down. Chris now to force a step back. It will be a plant that comes through, but here comes the Hunter's Fury, finding a lot of damage and actually finds a kill into Clumsy. Chris is stepping up aggressively through U-Haul, misses the shot, and Riggs will not, finding the kill, and a 4v4 underway. Swole sitting in Showers, wary of the player coming from behind. Dongle looking to maybe step forward and not aware they're actually sitting inside pocket of Showers. Swole finds the kill, and now a short cubby push. Lon finding Flumies. DCMH finds Riggs. It's Swole in Showers, and Divine sitting in pocket cubby, maybe looking to find one, but it'll be Lon instead. Swole just hunting. Showers play, hoping for these shock darts to be able to actually get the kill, but it's not going to be enough. Lon will get the defuse out, and Bobik will find the kill. A phenomenal ending to a phenomenal half, and CSUDH up by 4 rounds.
The favor being just directly returned now. We saw this in the exact opposite on Haven, and CSUDH, they're trying to reclaim their throne right now, and they're going to have to be on the exact opposite position, the attacking side. Both these teams have done relatively well up until now on their attacking half, but maybe with Montclair on this defensive hold, maybe they'll actually see a little bit of a redemption arc on this third map. I mean, still a lot to be fought for. Whoever wins this technically has the advantage of map point, but no matter what happens, we're still going to a 4th map, so a lot can be attested to when moving on to that one in particular.
Yeah, and John, I bring forward this question here because we both stink at Valorant. Like, we're absolutely
we're atrocious. This is the reason why we cast.
Yeah. When it comes to facing off against an agent as strong as, Reyna can be, dealing with the Lear is the most important part, right? Getting rid of that sightline devastator can be the end-all be-all. And I think that the side of CSUDH have done a pretty good job of that, and they'll manage to give themselves a little bit of success. Frags are now going back in both directions. It seems to be that CSUDH have taken the lesser end, and even more as Floomies finds Dongle. DCMH just stepping through teleporter, followed quickly by Chris. They're going to now rotate over to A site. These cyber nades on top of the objective will not bode well for them, and DCMH is going to get that spike over to the opposing player who's a supporting player. They'll get the spike down, but not a good situation. Just seems to be a monetary boon. But this 4v2, it's looking like Montclair are going to take it.
Most certainly so. Riggs annihilates Chris with a quick shot to the head, and Floomies wraps it up on a DCMH, the defuse going off right afterwards, and the first round win on the second half now being won by Montclair, just as they ended up winning the first time on the first half on this map. So maybe we'll see them get another 2-0 perhaps. Who really knows? I don't know. You don't know. We all don't know. We just have to wait and see. Huh?
I want to see DCMH bring out the sniper. Where is it?
Well, you get to see Clumsy. I don't.
But like
it's
DCMH,
close enough. It's the
though.
other Brimstone player, you know.
That's true.
It's
That's
close
true.
enough, right? Maybe he'll pop off. I mean, Clumsy's been doing a really good job. I've been hyping him up a lot. So
I mean, not so clumsy, right? I mean, the name definitely does not apply.
Yeah,
but
he's a fibber. He's lying to us, man.
yeah, liar, pants on fire. 3 rounds down. I mean, maybe that's the problem. Maybe it's because you've got somebody on your team that is lying to everybody. I mean, just SMH my head. I think that's the way it goes. But I'll tell you what, I think Swoldemus is also a little bit lying to us as well. Their stat sheet isn't the most swole, but they do definitely have a massive amount of utility that they've been bringing to the table. It does seem to be a utility difference, because Bobic may be able to do that and find kills, but Swole still getting that utility and information to their team.
Maybe instead of hitting the gym, he should be hitting the aim labs. That's all I'm saying. But, you know, not pointing any fingers. He's doing a great job on Sova, just gathering that intel and trying to deny the plant. So I'm not really making fun of him. I thought it was a witty one-liner.
That is a witty one-liner.
It kind of was, but
nothing but love all around. I mean, Swole's difference gave
Swole.
them map too, so.
Yeah, we still love you, man. And Clumsy and Riggs showing plenty of not love on their opposers, and Clumsy adding even more pressure. Chris picks up 1, but he leaves it all up to his teammate of DCMH in a 1 versus 4, and he's blinded by, I think it's his own smoke, or at least a brimstone smoke, and he's just at the doorway of showers waiting for the inevitable Swole, looking to try to get a 6th kill of the round, and he gets it. So maybe he doesn't need to hit the aim labs after all. He was just saving it for later, like dessert perhaps. You never know.
Yeah, and when you get 1 consolation kill, Chris was able to find 1. It's more, you need more. If you were doing his hills, you need more, because you want to make it so that their economy is even worse for wear stepping into the 3rd round. You want them to have to be forced to buy an SMG. It's actually kind of like a double-edged sword. I'm actually going to bring this up. You kill 4, and then they can buy rifles. And then that makes it difficult because they could have a rifle in their pocket, but you kill none of them, and then they still have those SMGs they had. It works both ways, but it does look like the player who was felled is going to opt once again for an SMG. So I guess not that big of a difference all in all, but it does look to be another A-sided push. 2 coming from the shower side, 3 coming from short. Already a player in U-Haul lawn, dealing some nice damage into Riggs as the boombot came through as well. This alarm bot sitting up top will make it a little bit difficult. Sorry, not alarm bot. This turret up top will make it difficult. Divine steps in, managing to overhill, and it saves their life again as they find Lon and Bobic. They're going to be refranked back by Dongle, sitting in a nice cubby position behind double box, but a flanking player will make this a little bit more difficult as Floomies is on the prowl.
The plan can now go down, 3-on-3, but now 3-on-2. Clumsy hits the headshot. The only thing you gotta worry about, he picks up 2. No way, Clumsy. How do you get away with this? And now it's all up to Chris for the win. He has the Vandal and a spike, but pushing up against Clumsy right now is a death sentence, and it's gonna be just like that. He executes his opposition. A 3K with the Marshal. He doesn't need an operator. He'll just hit his shots via the head, and my God, what amazing marksmanship by Clumsy. Again, not being clumsy whatsoever with that rifle at hand. And a 3-0 round lead so far in the second half for Montclair. They're redeeming themselves in the second half.
And this is where you're going to see that Killjoy difference. You kind of have to struggle through your defensive half when you bring a Killjoy. you kind of can worry about it. I mean, when you get over the lockdown on the attack, you have effectiveness. When you have alarm bots, you've got the ability to set a turret a little bit more aggressively on the attack. There's so much more you can do with a Killjoy in the attack in comparison to bringing a Cypher. This is where we'll probably see Chris kind of fall more into an entry role, where they're going to be a little less, I guess, strategy defensive oriented. They'll probably do a flank watch, kind of like what's similar in R6, but beyond that, probably just an entry position, but we're already seeing 2 entries go. Divine and DCMH are already taken out for the count. Clumsy firing, attempting to catch a player through hookah window, but Flumies is sitting inside of this B cubby. Could be caught off guard as well. Already Lon stepped onto the site, but Flumies with the judge, finding and connecting to Lon, attempting to get to next, but Dongle will take it on the refrag. A 3v3. Bobik knows there's one sitting inside B-all, but Chris will complete the kill with a Phantom. They'll toss out the Cybernade, hoping to maybe do some more damage, and a shock dart as well. Oh, what the heck was that shot? Swall finds Bobik on a random spray. Riggs finds Chris, and now it's just Dongle stuck in a 1v2. Has a whereabout of one sitting inside B-Hall, aware of one probably an elbow. Not much they can do. They can't really peek this B-Hall because it's going to go in one way or the other, but a great job from Montclair to peek at the exact same time. Nothing they can do about it, and they're going to tie it up 8-8.
Swole calls that one the bicep extension, but 8-8 now, evening things up. My goodness, you just won 4 rounds in a row. Quite impressive work by Montclair, to say the least. And again, Swole, that funny little one-liner, he had a pretty decent impact at the very end. He basically forced the lone breach player of DCMH to just kind of play mother hen on that spike on very little HP, and it was just a given loss. He had to fight 2 separate people from different angles approaching him at the exact same time. It was only a matter of who got the kill and with what weapon. So we figured it out. It was Swole with the Spectre, and then he got the defuse, one thing away from getting that Hunter's Fury as well. So a pretty decent precision overall for Montclair, and we're going to see an Orbital Strike, I believe, go out, but doesn't look to really find anything just yet. Riggs gets 1 on the entry, so another great start again for Montclair. They are just dominating right now on this defensive side of Bind.
Yeah, despite being Owl Drone, still winning that fight, kind of monstrous. And Lon, who steps up on top of double boxes, felled in the process from player from Heaven. Riggs finds one through a wall, but Flumies finds DCMH on the opposite side of that spike plant. Dongo from behind finds one out of stepping out of U-Haul, but a double peek. Montclair is unstoppable when they peek 2 at a time. I stated at the end of map 1 that if they wanted any chance, they needed to play it in 2v1s, and they've done just that the last 2 rounds, and possibly the entire last 2 maps. I mean, this might just be the reason why we're seeing Montclair bring comebacks and win maps.
I suppose so, and going into the bracket, although they were the 2nd lowest seed other than Midland, I mean, they had the exact same statistics against CSUDH, so it's only fair that they're pretty neck and neck, both winning a map apiece, and now on Bind, it's 8-9 with Montclair basically reverse sweeping on the second half. They only need a handful of round wins to just end it off right here and there, but they gotta keep this forward momentum in their favor. And I mean, I still wouldn't count out CSUDH just yet, because once they get a singular round win in their favor, then they're gonna force their opponents to start running for the hills a little bit more than anticipated.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of fear right now for this side of Dominguez Hills. They've got a lot of questions, and they need a lot of answers. And it's coming down to a little bit more than just getting the frags. There's a problem just natively with their strategy. And an interesting Showstalker comes out here as the Flumies had attempted to go for it towards Hookah. Does not manage to do any damage, but DCMH finds one. Divine and a refrag to Chris, but Lon finds the double refrag back to Divine. 1 player in ammo, and Orbital Strike does go down, forcing them off the objective, giving time for this Montclair side to maybe make the return, and a Defender Killjoy does come out. I think they'll be able to get the spike down if they wanted to, but it doesn't seem to be the case. DCMH will now be able to step forward. Bobik finds a kill into Clumsy. It's just Riggs at 11 HP. Knows there's one inside Hookah. Bobik is spraying, looking for an opportunity, and finds it through the wall with the Phantom. Riggs is rigged up and rigged down, and they'll get the plan off to just make things worse. A great recovery round for Dominguez Hills as they'll tie it back at that 9-9.
Right place at the right time for Bobik, and I was worrying about this exact moment. We see that singular round win coming out, and it appears that CSUDH burned through a handful of ultimates for their opponents, so now there's just Hunter's Fury for Bobik, Lon with his Showstopper, and only another Hunter's Fury as well. There really isn't much to go off of except for the weapons at hand because there are 2 full buys, so a bit of a coin flip moving forward into this 19th round. So this could be a great advantage so far for CSUDH as long as they just, again, keep this aggression in their favor because it's been favoring both teams quite heavily. That Hunter's Fury, though, by Bobik, it spots out one and a great entry as well. Again, that aggression, that could almost instantaneously seal the deal as long as the main advantage is simply kept by the attacking squad.
Yeah, and that actually forces the side of Montclair to take a step over. You saw the rotate, you saw the side of Flumies, and you saw the player of Swole make the rotation away. They're still trying to decide. Here comes the Showstopper. Lon looking to find some connections, not able to do so, but Divine finds one instead, refragged back by Lon. They've got control of this B site, but you've got to deal with the last 3 players, Clumsy, Flumies, and of course Swole. They can be flexing on top. A Hunter's Fury does come out. It will deal a little bit of damage. This one might just kill, and it does just that. It also tags Chris. And now you could have to be back in a 3v3. Clumsy finds Chris as they attempted to hold that long side. Bobik has an angle into Clumsy, wins the fight narrowly, and Lon wins their own onto Swole. And now it's just Flumies on site. Lon gonna get cut off, narrowly avoids the shot, but still finds the headshots and gets that attacking sided win. Dominguez Hills finds themselves a mountain, and now Montclair's gonna have to climb it.
What a flick indeed. Oh my goodness, Lon. What? Wow, I'm actually quite speechless from that. That was amazing. I really thought Flumies had that one in the bag because his opponent looked the wrong way, but nope, apparently not. And all of a sudden, it took 2 rounds for CSUDH to finally get their footing back on the right track for the second half. They've reclaimed that round advantage, but things are still relatively even, so to speak. Mostly a full buy on both sides, but now we're seeing that economy kind of trickle down on both sides. No one's really looking that good either way. We've seen a lot of 1vX that are normally 1v2s, 1v1s trickle down or dripple down if you want to be that accurate about it. But you know what? After that one-liner, you just take it away, Scott. You laugh it up.
We got triple down economics. I did not know this was taught in my history class. This is a new way. I mean, if we were taught that, I would have remembered it a little bit better, but an early pick comes through. Divine finds Lon, does take a lot of damage in the process. They attempt to step away and do manage to get back through that B window, but with 3 players tempting and teasing their way towards B site and 3 players defending, this might not bode well. You only have 1 player looking towards the opportunity of stepping towards A, but with 2 defending, I don't think Bo's going to really have much they can do with, so just kind of leave that tripwire to do the dirty work, and DCMH is going to look towards Garden. The Octagon finds the first kill. Divine does not get Divine intervention and will be felled. No savior for them. They're going to be stunned on. Dongle looking to step towards. Sees 1 player. Does flick over. Narrowly gets the kill. Now down to 3 HP. And they're going to be shock darting, shock bolting sight. Swole looking to deal some damage. It's a little bit too far. Chris played in a little bit more of a different position. And they'll throw down the cyber wire trap. They'll throw down, making it a little bit more difficult to go forward, but a 4v3 does not necessarily bode well for the Montclair side.
Oh, perfect time for the Sky Smoke as well. That's going to cut off a major sight line on the defensive squad. They now have to push in towards Elbow, essentially, and it's not the best position currently. They're wasting so much time. They haven't found a refrag. They're still down on that deficit. A little bit of intel comes out onto Dongle, but he's basically a freebie. He eventually gets shut down. Riggs picks up 2, and Clumsy gets 1 for himself as well. But the orbital strike from above, that could deny the plant completely. It does just that. There might not be any time left. Oh my goodness. No way! It'll be down to just the wire, essentially, and it works out! DCMH with a massive clutch, the ultimate being placed at the right place and the right time, and that will guarantee the 11th round win, favoring CSUDH.
We saw the exact same thing Montclair pulled off on last map of Haven, and it just got clapped back. Dominguez Hill says, hey, you can do it, we can do it too. And they're going to take their 11th round win with that 11-9 scoreline, just 2 away now for Dominguez Hills if they want to sweep these last 2 and just take this map. But no matter the case, it's going to be a difficult one. They don't have enough money to get Chris a full weapon, instead having to go with the bull. And those horns aren't very sharp. I've made so many horn jokes this entire game. There's another joke to be had there, but I'm not going to make it. But they're going to trade Boombot for Boombot, stepping a little bit towards Hookah's side. Still teasing that 4v2 split, but it's really just a 2-2-1 because they have one player sitting maybe near courtyard, standing on a drone, your Cypher player, two players inside of Hookah looking to step forward towards this B window, and then one sitting inside that split. I mean, an interesting push, but it doesn't look like Montclair is going to try and step away from it.
Doesn't appear that Montclair really knows what they're going up against currently. It appears to be a B-sided push, a little bit half and half on both sides, as a matter of fact, and we're just seeing the spike holder of Chris just sit in the back. He also wants to know what's going on, because I guess he doesn't have the info either by his team. So we're going to just play a little bit of game of cat and mouse, see who pounces out first from either the mouse hole or towards the trap, and still nobody. Still really undecisive. The A rotate eventually comes out, and this could actually be another spectacular bait, just so long as they're able to shut down Divine. But even if that happens, they'll have the intel via that dead player. Lon, at the right moment, picks up two. Flumies gets a trade, but Dongle picks up and returns the favor onto Riggs. The blind effect comes out. Dongle with another. It's just up to Flumies, and he's guarding the wrong bomb site. A is now a death trap for Flumies, and he's all by himself in a 1v4. We might just see ourselves go to match point in just a moment here, Scott.
Hold down for a second here, John. Let's take a look at the economy. Flumies is kind of in a position. You have to save. This might be the only rifle you have. This could very well be the only rifle, but I want to show you why we're seeing Dominguez Hills win this, why we're seeing them do it. You're still holding tab, still having all the information as we do see Flumies saving. 20 kills for Clumsy and 19 for Divine, 17 for Flumies, but take a look for the opposing side of Dominguez Hills. It's a lot more even. 17, 16, 15, 13, 13. It's narrowly a full flush all in a row. We could have had the straights, but that's not going to happen. Oh, Chris does actually bring the straight. We've got 17, 16, 15, 14, 13. We figured it all out. This is why they're winning. They're playing poker. I mean, it's just way more even across the board. Their team is splitting this a lot better. This is a way better Dominguez Hills on this map consistently across the board than we've seen in the last two, despite them taking Icebox in a pretty one-sided affair.
I mean, CSUDH must have their luck stat filled to the brim, all 10s along the line, because the house should never be losing this horribly, but I mean, right now, that's exactly what we're witnessing, and we're really seeing a show come out for CSUDH. They are just playing inside of the heads of Montclair in these last couple of vital rounds, and like we said earlier, you can't really full buy this position, and we're not seeing that. A whole load of Spectres, and against Phantoms and Vandals, I'd like to take my money towards the full ARs and not the SMGs, but that doesn't mean we cannot count out Montclair just yet. If they just remain calm and don't overextend themselves, they should still be able to defend this next round and get themselves prepped up for another possible win, but it's only going to take one for CSUDH to bring us to the fourth map with them in the hands of Series Point.
Yeah, and when you've got 5 players just stepping up so aggressively, it's going to be a 5v3. You do have Lockdown come through, which I think may use as an opportunity to just kind of take a step back. Maybe even float the idea of actually rotating back to A, because this lockdown could be difficult to deal with. You've got plenty of time to do so. Lon is actually sitting inside teleport room, kind of just waiting for one to teleport across, hoping that rotation will come through, and it's not a bad decision. You'll force your team to fight that 4-on-3, but all in all, it seems to be working. A rotation does seem to come through. You've now got yourself spitting in 2 inside B short, 2 rotating and actually technically I believe, 2 rotating and teasing towards A short as well. But when you've got Bobek that steps to B, it immediately gets taken out. Lon has full control of B, doesn't seem to be aware, but Clumsy finds Dongo refragged now by Chris. He's going to try and take a step forward, but Divine finds the kill instead, now cleans up to 2, and the house may have been losing, but the house always wins in the end, and they're continuing to show that. Leered out, eyes out, and Divine in finding the 3K, and Montclair stay in this one.
I mean, I called it. Just remain calm. Wait for a mistake to happen, and you'll market off it. That's pretty much the go-to for pretty much any game. As long as you let your opponent make the first mistake, you're almost guaranteed at least some type of compensation. And for this, we're going to see another round having to be fought out, and a possibility of overtime. We either see one round being won by CSUDH, or 2 rounds being won by Montclair, and then we go to the infamous and most annoying to deal with infinite overtime. And that's something we're not used to all the time, but it is not a breath of fresh air. I hate it, but it is cool. It's cool.
I mean,
but
it's
I don't
cool.
Like it.
Yeah,
but it is infinite.
I liked you saying locked out the 10 luck stat. I've still been just thinking about that in my head this entire time. Now I'm attributing every map to like a new casino in Fallout New Vegas. I'm just contributing it to a new casino. They win it and they get kicked out because you've won too much, right? Can't go back to it.
Yeah.
So now like they don't want to go back to the last one, which was Haven, and it's because they just lost so much. And now they're trying to get locked out of a bind. So I mean, my brain has been churning on this the entire time. You can tell I'm ADHD is all get out because my brain, instead of being focused on the game, is just like, wow, where's Victor? Like, I mean,
howdy, partner.
Oh, we found him. He's here. But here comes the showstopper trying to go around the back corner. Lawn really cannot get any impact off of it, but it does give them the sight. But still a 5v5 orbital strike will go down. Everyone is able to step out of it, but it does buy time. Here comes Donga to flash out. Now they're looking to step forward. B Halls. He does find the kill. Lawn gets it with a judge. Now peeking once again, knows the position. Chris will drop the spike down. Clumsy sees the tripwire from behind, but Bo has the rear, watching and waiting. But it's going to be Elbow where the most damage is to be had.
5-on-4 now. CSUDH, they don't even have to save technically. They can just sit completely on the bomb site. If they all die, it doesn't matter. It's the last round for Pete's sake. And they can end up winning it. Flumies gets a trade, but DCMH returns the favor. So does Clumsy and Chris for the win. But Chris for the win is so impactful at 3K to seal the deal. And we are going to ascend with CSUDH favoring themselves 2-1 series point.
Nice. I mean, like, what is there to say? What a great neck and neck battle the entire way through. And look at this scoreboard right here. Look at the consistency. Meanwhile, what Divine, Clumsy, and Flumies were all top at that 265, 264, and 238 scoreline for their average combat score, it doesn't matter because the winning team is 219, 219, 217, 210, and then Donga with a mere 189, but not mere, still 30 up, 38 up above Riggs. But it's just consistency from Dominguez Hills, consistent the entire way through. There was nothing that Montclair could do to figure out an answer. They had Flumies, Clumsy, and Divine do everything they could. Literally everything. They pulled out all stops. When you have to have two players drop 22 kills to get a 265 and 264 combat rating and still lose, there's something wrong, or Dominguez Hills is doing everything right.
Yeah. I guess it's all going to come down to this last matchup on Ascent. And again,
it is Victor.
We're just going to... What's up?
It is Victor. Yes, indeed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was really funny. I was balling. And not the good kind of balling where you go shooting some hoops. No, I was like crying in my seat. It was actually really funny.
Dude, that one really had me tickling my ribs.
You really doubled down. I liked it.
Yeah, I full sent it. I went back 2 rounds later back to that joke. Like I'd been thinking about it. I've been mulling it over for so long.
Yeah.
Like that was such a good setup. Now I think our jokes for our 6 are a little bit better. We have a little bit more time to conglomerate them, really mesh them together, glue them up.
Yeah,
but
you get a lot of downtime in Rainbow Six. Yeah, that is the one thing I like about Valorant is there's no downtime. So your play-by-play almost instantaneous.
And it comes to bite you in the rear because you can't be as funny sometimes, you know.
Yeah, but sometimes making jokes in the moment, in the heat of things, it sometimes works out pretty well. And then also our color bits are like super just short. I love it. I don't have to be smart. I can just yell at a video game. People are like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Dude, he sure sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Wow, look at that Hawaiian shirt.
Hey,
he's so cool.
Dude, yeah, look at that Hawaiian shirt. The dude next to him, though, what is he just wearing a basic polo? Like, yeah, sorry, I'm colorblind. I don't know how to shop. So, I mean, don't laugh at that. You really took that one.
You knew what you were doing there. You knew I was going to laugh.
I know you too well. I know you too well, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunate.
I mean, I'm not colorblind, but some of these colors, man, they want you to be colorblind. I'm telling you. Like, okay, for starts, navy blue and black, there is a discrete difference if they're both together. But like, if you're in a camera like mine where it's just horrible quality, you really can't tell. It's a black suit, okay? So it doesn't matter, all right? Just an example of some things while we wait for the lobby to be set up, because we're going to give them some downtime, but not, go the full mile,
You want to know something else that grinds my gears?
What?
I was on my campus today, and I bought some food. I won't name where, but they gave me a small fry instead of a large fry. Now, I probably need the small fry in comparison to the large fry, but I ordered the large fry. Now, I just feel that just grinds my gears. I figured we have a platform to speak here, and I wanted to vent, so I was just gonna take the opportunity while I could.
Yeah, I took a nap today and then had a snack. That's the gist of what I've consumed, other than like a light lunch and breakfast. Because in school they give you like no time to eat, so I just like scarf down whatever I can. Then have like heartburn the rest of the day because it runs in the family. So it's not fun. I hate it.
You mean no one runs in your family?
No, they don't. Actually, that is true. That is true. Good one. All right, moving on away from the banter a little bit. We'll get a little more heavy into it. Ascent now with, I believe it is CSUDH defending first again, like they did on map number 3, and they've already hard locked all of their agents.
They're attacking. Dominguez Hills is attacking, unless it's incorrect. And they've
CSUD. What?
Let's see.
Yeah, they are. On the map ban, it said otherwise.
Oh, it's bugged out. It's bugged out.
Well, okay then.
All right, interesting. We'll go with that. We didn't understand that. We have, thank goodness, we have our great producer here,
Caleb,
who definitely didn't give us the wrong notes. It definitely doesn't make fun of Fellow's outfit like every single time we cast, and he owns up to that one. He owns up to that one, but he won't own up to the other. All right. He goes,
oh man,
he's just jealous, John. Okay, he's jealous. He's jealous of the drip.
I'll say the drip, maybe. The lackluster casting, probably not. No, he probably has me on mute most of the time, anyways. Until he knows I'm going to make a mistake. He's like his third eye of truth. He's like, oh yeah,
send that wrong. Mark it. 2 cents off. Just takes away a penny.
Not the pennies. My pennies, man.
Every time you mispronounce a name, it's 2 pennies. You say the wrong ability, 1 penny.
Oh,
pay the price. Oh, he said he would be out of money. No.
Thank you, Caleb.
No, I call it boost pack. That's all it's used for. That's all it's used for is boosting. You don't use blast pack to attack. It's just a boost pack. All right, whatever. I call Boombot BattleBot. Like, I mean, like, are we really nitpicking these names?
Yes.
All right. Apparently so. Apparently my own university doesn't like me calling paint shells paint cans. So I mean, apparently I'll never make that one up.
Need to just cough for a quick second. All right. Should be good to go. And actually a mid-sided push coming out by CSUDH, which isn't entirely shocking to say the least, but I just feel like directly approaching from the bomb side might be a little bit better. But hey, it gives them options. Now they can pick to go either in through market or go towards tree and attack the other bomb site. It looks to be market, and right now it's working out quite well for them. Bobik with the entry onto Riggs. It's just a full man push into market, and there's really no one here to counteract it though, other than Flumies, who is waiting so patiently. It works out for him, and Swole gets one as well, but DCMH and Lon are there to trade. It's now a 2-on-3 favoring the attacking squad of CSUDH, but they still have a lot to go up against, and one of their players of DCMH on incredibly low HP, but it's only up to Flumies now. This should most certainly be a guaranteed win, as that spike is now being planted, and the coverage is perfect.
Go for like a golf play like that. Flumies in the 1v1. Bobik lining up the shot. Takes it. Spectacular. Great. Amazing job. Wins around.
He lines up the shot, and then 5 seconds of silence, and it's good.
It's good. Nails it.
It's good.
Lines it up. Puts him down.
Masterful.
Sinks it. Masterful. You gotta mix in the Twitch lingo into it as well, bring the internet culture in. He misses the shot. No hole-in-one opportunity. Mighty Sag.
Same idea.
We even got our producer laughing at that one. Oh my goodness. But I mean, Ascent is a map, John, that you have to take control of Courtyard. If you're not able to take full control of Courtyard, then you kind of make it difficult on yourself. And attackers, they get top mid. They actually get to have the high ground facing off against bottom mid, which is strange. And basically any tactical shooter like this, whether it be CS or Val, kind of like one of a kind, but it kind of will play against them in a lot of ways, because you've got to worry about a player sitting in Puppy, which that's technically high ground because you got to go across Catwalk. You can gather information pretty well in Owl Drone. You've got the sniping position, obviously. DCMH continuing the reign with the snipers, and it's going to give them that first pick. And now Swole facing off against Bobik finds the shot with a headshot. Classic. And gets themselves set up and back to that 4v4.
And right pick or the right click, sorry, by Divine comes out. Clumsy gets one, a nice headshot as well, returning the favor. And Dongle and DCH ended up trading things out, but Divine is still alive and kicking. DCMH now in a 1v2. He's got that martial work with. He'll trade out for Spectre. Probably the better decision because you can't always hit your shots that accurately, even if you are the mad lad of DCMH himself. And he's going to try to play a nice little game of Ring on the Rosie, but he loses. He gets knocked off the carousel, and Divine gets a 3K for himself. Yeah, he definitely
had the bricks. Couldn't get out of the way.
He got a brick thrown to his head. He's out cold. Don't call 911.
Yeah, that's
down bad.
Down bad. But I mean, hey, take a look in the top. It's a 1-1. You see a pistol round that doesn't actually go, or the second round that doesn't actually go to the team that won the pistol round. So it's interesting. I think that's only the second time we've seen that in this matchup so far. I think it happened in second half of Haven, if I remember correctly. I think I do. I have a pretty good brain when it comes down to that. But, I mean, it's pretty strange. It's pretty rare, I guess, to say that you see that happen. But it does, in fact, happen occasionally. Already, Recon bolted out. Chris now having to step through some mollies, maybe looking for an opportunity. Drops the turret inside, maybe looking to gather some information on top of it. They've stepping forward. He's going to teleport over, shadow step away. But DCMH finds the kill with a stinger into Flumies. Riggs tries to go in, but DCMH has the blades. Gets taken down by Riggs in the process, but did find Clumsy before it was over. A 4v3 Swole now attempting to play inside tree with Divine. Lear's going out, trying to cut the eyes off. Riggs up on this catwalk side. Bobik with a frenzy to Divine. Lon with a Sheriff to Swole, but Riggs is not out for the count until Bobik says they are.
And a 2-to-1 split, done the awkward way. 1-1 and then 2-1. So back and forth action. And we're going to see somewhat of a full buy kind of on both sides. It's kind of just a matter of if you have it, buy it. And if you don't need to, then it's all good. We're seeing more or less a full buy coming out on the side of Montclair. I almost mixed up their name at the end there. My apologies. But luckily it didn't happen. But they'll full buy. That's the point I'm getting at. Sadly, Riggs cannot buy the 50 armor, only 25, but that's completely fine. They have an amazing lineup, and oh boy, the Odin coming out by Swole. Whenever I see that lineup with a Sova in the hands of anybody on Ascend, I know we're in for a wild ride, because that is the best way to either deny the B lobby push near Octopus or the other push coming in from A to try and deny that post-buy situation.
First kill does go through. Lon finds Clumsy, and more utilities being tossed towards that garden side tree room, and it will work out for them. Bobik will get the spike down and stop just for a moment and allow Lon to do it instead. Now they're going to use the Owl Drone, spot one out, now being forced out. Dongle is getting tagged out and will be felled by Riggs in the process, but a Paranoia does connect instead. DCMH finds Demine, but Flumies finds the refrag, but Lon not far behind, connecting to Flumies. We're in a 3v2 situation, both players for this Montclair side up top. Riggs finds a nice shot into Chris. Bobik finds a refrag onto Swole as they step downward, but Bobik from hell brings Riggs down there as well, and it's going to be a nice, successful round once again for this Dominguez Hillside.
And now Bobik's got the Odin, so he can return the favor, even though Swole wasn't able to do the best job. He did gather a lot of intel, though, with that Owl Drone, and also I think he attempted for some shock bolts as well to try and do a little bit of pity damage, but it didn't really matter in the end. That round was still won by CSUDH quite effectively. They had that bomb site down quite effectively, and they're going to keep trudging their way in through the A bomb site. I mean, it's been close a couple of times, and technically this is the only place they've lost a round to, but you know what? Now they're much more successful on this approach, and what it looks to be, a lot more players are on the side of B than you can really say, hey, this could work out perfectly for the side of CSUDH as long as they just keep the same aggression that they've been having before, but all of a sudden they've now got cold feet, and they're just sitting basically towards their spawn. They're fully rotating in towards their spawn, Scott.
I mean, they've taken both sides. They're kind of putting an aggressive stance towards this courtyard, which is not a bad decision. Defiant's a little bit closer than anticipated, sitting in a really nice cubby position. This could be going so one-sidedly in their favor, but it's only a frenzy in the pocket. Lines him up from behind and finds the kill, but now the position is known. Dongle's got the flank. Divine has to look out, but it doesn't seem to be Dongle's aware. Turning and peeking. No ammo left in the frenzy, and Dongle will find the kill, narrowly avoiding their own fate as they were almost fell just like Lon, but a 4v4 will be the story that is left to be told, and the question remains, will it be a fairy tale ending for Montclair, or will Dominguez Hills show the, what's the term? Will they be the Rumpelstiltskin, I guess, to the opposing side and really put a damper on their train?
What do you want to call it? It's 20 seconds left. The B-bomb push actually coming out after a very long and thought-out rotation in this 4 versus 4. The recombo will get destroyed, but it still spots out Chris and his brethren of Dongo, so some intel will be gathered. Default plant now going into effect. That turret now going to be pretty decent coverage, and Bobik with that Odin. I mentioned it earlier, and now it's finally showing its true colors eventually. Down goes 1, 4 on 3 now. Bobik takes a heaping ton of damage, but as long as he can stall this push coming on out by Swollen, doesn't really matter because their time is currently on the side of the attacking squad of CSUDH. They have that bomb down. Dongo gets 1 on the Swole, and that Odin is still in the hands of Bobik. Eventually, it gets shot out by Riggs with the Sheriff, but it's all up to Riggs. He gets a 3K, having to get a 4th, but he's going to end up backing off instead. He'll go for the save, forcing Dongo to do pretty much the exact same thing, and a round 1 by CSUDH, but at least Riggs was able to preserve that Odin, so his Sova player can reuse it for the 5th or 6th round.
Our observer just messaged me and said, "Big bad wolf, my guy." That wasn't what I was looking for, but that's a good one as well. I was thinking of the Grim Fairy Tales. I was like, is it going to be a fairy tale ending or a grim fairy tale ending? That was what I was trying to go for, but brain don't work
the
so
FNAF
good.
Bad
Smooth,
ending,
you know? Is that the bite of 87? Like. I mean,
yes, Mark.
Right now, Dominguez Hill's biting down hard, though. Montclair really just struggling to keep afloat. And right now, they're finally able to rebuy back full armor. They've got an Odin of their own. But Bobik, who had the Odin previously, is not bringing it this time around. So an interesting choice, but it makes sense to have an Odin on the defense to be able to spray through that B wall connecting inside of B main. But I guess as an attack, you can do the same thing, but it's just not as common.
Yeah, other than rotating bomb sites when you notice which one the attackers are going for, you don't have to move a lot, which is really good for the Odin or any LMG because you can just sit there and just spray and pray. However, with the AR, you get a lot more mobility, so that's kind of why CSUDH isn't taking it unless they get it for free, kind of. There's a free sample kind of aspect, because that's how Bobik had the last time. He got it off the dead corpse of his doppelganger, but an attacker Killjoy ultimate, that lockdown going to come out and no players detained, but it'll give some breathing room, allowing for the plant to come down, and a defender lock comes out at the same time, along with Hunter's Fury. It's so many ultimates coming in through the bomb site. It's just a bloodbath, and Flumi starts off the massacre with a headshot onto Chris. The spike now being planted. Riggs gets a trade. A 5-on-3 now favoring the opposing or the defensive side. My mistake, but Lon will try to even things out slowly. He notices the push from behind in towards Garden with that Odin, but he actually wins it. Riggs, though, picks up a 2nd for himself. Down goes DCMH. The defuse now being attempted. Lon with a 3rd, though. He'll finally be shut down, and Bobik isn't peeking at the right time. The diffuser, it may be diffused, and yeah, no, that's it. It's just a defensive round 1 for Montclair.
That's it. Done, done.
I'm not even gonna try to over-exemplify it.
Pros don't fake, fellow. Pros don't fake.
That happened twice now, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
they. I mean, what do you expect from Montclair? I swear that the S of Montclair State, you know, stands for sneaky. they're sneaky.
Super tactical.
Super tactical. You're really coming out strong. I mean, they've really pulled out all stops here when going for it, but I think there becomes a couple more problems to be had. They finally managed to stop the bleeding, but if the economy for this side that is DSUDH is still hot and strong, which it's about 75% there, and it could still go in their favor. I mean, no armor for Divine, an SMG for Clumsy. I mean, no gun for DCMH. They only have a pistol, but like we can ignore that for a second because at least they have armor.
I think he's just saving for an operator, perhaps, and yeah, that's pretty much all I can think of. There's literally no other reason to not buy anything in this position unless you're saving for an operator, and normally it's the Jets' role to have that operator in hand, but we're seeing another A push, the typical for Ascent, I suppose, and it's not working out that well. Riggs has been able to deny it time and time again, and eventually gets thwarted by Chris for the win with that Bulldog, so a little bit worse for wear currently. That Hunter's Fury coming out, though, it can deny the plant for a little while longer, but there's plenty of time to just go back on it, and eventually get something. There goes Chris, and Flumies and Clumsy all get kills of their own. In the blink of an eye, we've turned a full 180 degrees, and now it's up to Bobik on the flank from the top area of a Rafters. He'll try to find something, perhaps. Not a lot of intel to work off of. he can assume that someone's probably inside of Hell and guarding that spike from the default position. He spots out the head. Great lineup with the crosshair plays, but he doesn't know anyone's near Hell. He has to turn around, and Flumies is playing this perfectly. He's just waiting for that plant to go down, and then he can recover from it, and finally it'll happen. The lack of intel ended up bringing down Bobic 6 feet under, and we're beginning to see that recovery transition for Montclair.
You need intel, please. We'll get dropped down to your knees. That's exactly what happened. You know, when you're playing a Sova, you can recon bolt and gather information, but in all honesty, I think it was on cooldown, if I remember correctly. And it was like it was coming up soon, but it was going to be exceedingly close, but not a super winnable position at that moment, and no faults for Bobic in that spot. But they're going to go into another round. Since they had bought last round, they're looking very, very worse for wear. I mean, they are down bad. They're bringing out Sheriffs. They have one Phantom for some reason. Who knows? And they've got a Spectre. So if they can win this, it'll be a great, thrifty round. And if they lose this, it's not going to be the largest shock of the century.
I don't get it. Yeah, if your team's going to go for a save, you should probably follow up with them. I really can't fathom that, because now if Dongle dies and loses everything, he has nothing to work off of. Then he has to save when his teammates are not going to give him a slight chance of any type of remorse. And speaking of the rest of the team, they're all flanking behind or rotating, my mistake, and Divine markets off with an entry, but he can't dismiss far enough away before Dongle sweeps him away, and he'll pick up a second for himself. Amazing shots come out by Dongle. That gives them back that man advantage, but they're going to have to still try to fight for this B bomb site. It's almost completely well known by the defensive squad of Montclair that this rotation is coming into effect. Clumsy in a great position, but Dongle with the flick of the century! Out of nowhere, down goes Clumsy, and Bobic picks up one as well. Now Swole in a 1v4. He's right outside of Market, looks away at the wrong moment, but luckily gets the spray down on DCMH, but still to find 3 more and get that defuse. I don't think he's going to try and attempt it, but I guess he's proven me wrong. The recon bolt comes out trying to gather any intel. It only spots out Chris, though. He'll go for that wall bang, but he's going to miss out on the recoil control, and that will not guarantee him a kill there. Goes to the shock bolt now instead. Still can't find a single thing. Time is just ticking down. I mean, the best decision he can really do here is actually sit here, try to find some type of compensation kill, but no! He looks away at the wrong time, allowing everyone to remain alive in that 3v0, and CSUDH denying the comeback for Montclair.
It was kind of nuts, actually. A thrifty round to guarantee that, where you basically had to rely entirely on Dongle to give your team any chance, and that's exactly what happened. I mean, nuts, by all accounts, nuts.
Crazy.
I'm gonna give it sheesh out of 10. You know, I'm gonna give it that.
Oh, absolutely.
Like it wasn't like a sheesh kind of moment, but it was a sheesh. You know, I'll bring it into that one. It wasn't Dongle getting all 5, and I would have given it the full sheesh, but it doesn't seem to work that way. But we will see the Blade Storm come out from Flumies, and this may actually work in their favor because they're looking towards an A-sided push with all 5, but the rotation that's coming through right now for Montclair looking like they're also bringing all 5, only having 1 player lagging behind of Rig sitting inside of bottom mid.
I don't like the looks of this. It appears that Montclair is well aware of what they're about to have to go up against. That Molly slowing things down for a little while. Divine trying to walk right on through it, but he doesn't really need to, so he'll just back up instead with that Ghost in hand. And it's really looking undecisive currently. The A bomb site, it still looks to be the go-to currently, but we're seeing a flank coming out, or at least an attempted one. Or no, never mind, I'm reading the map wrong, that's my mistake. We're still seeing a full dedicated A-sided push, and that attacking lockdown will force a little bit of passiveness coming out by the defensive side that can allow for the spike to be confirmed, but that's only going to prolong the inevitable. They're still going to have to get into this 5v5 gunfest, and that could still heavily favor Montclair as long as they just hit some vital shots.
Yeah, with Dominguez Hills giving the spike down and having to play in this post plan, it's going to be interesting whether or not they can hold strong. A player stepping through tree, Lon will find a kill into Divine. A Blade Storm wasted out, but Bobic finds 2 from below in Hell. It looks like they're going to be able to clean them up as well. Chris and Lon finding the last 2. That was 3 wallbang kills from in Hell down up into the top of Catwalk. Man, that is just that is ever that. I mean, I don't even have words. I'm stuttering. That's how insane that was to see that. What was the last game we watched where we literally had wallbang it for like 9-10 rounds in a row? That right there is just 3 in the same. Riley, yeah, that was
Yeah.
it was their other team. It was Dominguez Hill's secondary team.
Yep, that was great. I love Riley. I miss him, man. Still, yeah, that was still their main.
That's their main team.
It was the main team. Whoops.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
A little bit of a money deduction there. That sucks. And that sucks for Divine too. We could have found so much more profit off that, but DCMH will get a trade. But Flumies is there with the operator, the most worrisome weapon to go up against in probably the best hands of the moment, that jet player of Flumies. He's able to slow down the push just by a little bit, but it's going to be up to Swole, and he only picks up one on a Bobik. Chris can now go for this plant, and he has the coverage via Lawn by his side, but in this 3-on-2, it's just up to these 2 agents that are basically fully committing to this bomb site. They have to just wait this one out and hope for the best, and I think Montclair's in a much better position, especially now in this 1 versus 3. Now it's all up to the lone Killjoy player of Chris, and he's already on a little bit of low HP, and there we have it. Flumies gets the last kill and the defuse in the blink of an eye. It turns back around the favor of Montclair.
Well, a pretty quick round. And while the plant does come down, which does bring a little bit of monetary value to the Dominguez Hill side, it ultimately doesn't matter. They're up by 2. They can still full buy in this round. They can bring full armor, full buy abilities, and they'll be able to do the round after that, almost guaranteed. When you've got Lon, who's got 7,400 before buying. I mean, it's going to be an easy last 2 rounds to finish off this half. I'm sorry, not last 2 rounds. Am I dumb? Yeah, last 2 rounds. Sorry, there's a weird thing I was saying that was making me think it wasn't.
Numbers are hard.
Numbers are hard, man. Maybe that's why I don't do math so well. You know, maybe I don't do math too good. But
yeah,
when you have an economy this well and sitting so pretty with such a massive influx of success when it comes to being able to keep your economy stable and not like devastate it. You're just able to play how you want to play. These last 2 rounds, play your own style. Do what you need to do. Because you can make mistakes and still profit off of it. Much like we see Chris, who just walks up the middle of courtyard, a mistake by all accounts, and yet still beats Flumies in bottom mid. Divine steps inward as well, now sitting inside of a cubby pocket of bottom mid. Bobik is behind, sitting by Pizza. Divine finds one, they're going to shadow step away, but there's Bobik to find it instead. Clumsy finds Lawn, but Bobik gets Riggs, and it's back to a 2v2. Bobik is hunting at this point in time, seems to be hurting, kind of like little Bo Peep. But Swole sitting inside a defender spawn finds DCMH, and it's just Bobik. I think they'll actually need to find the 4K if they want any chance of winning this, and they're not going to be able to do it.
That was not the ideal play going into that round. And now we're in the last round before the bye, and like you mentioned, the economy is stable enough for a full buy coming out by CSUDH, but they could have at least been gatekeepers about it. They could have maybe made things a lot worse, because look at the money on the opposite side. If that wasn't a win by Montclair, you would not be seeing Vandals and Phantoms in this position, nor an operator, because Flumies just either bought it back or someone picked it up from the dead body of that jet who was basically by themselves inside of B.
I like the idea of bringing an operator, but I don't like the idea of losing your Sova early. Bobik taking a sleep of the fishes. Yeah, it's kind of not a good position, but Lon will refract. Divine is not going to be able to find yet another, and now a position as Swole will bring out the Owl Drone, hoping to step forward and attack her. Killjoy will go down the lockdown, and Swole's going to be in this. I don't think they're going to have time to step away either. They're going to get detained, but they're going to go Hunter's Fury. They're full committing to this, but it doesn't seem to matter. DCMH finds Clumsy. Lon sees the player is not able to find the kill. Why can't you hit that shot? Swole will find it instead with the Odin, low on HP and stuck in the reload. Chris finds the kill. That's one of those moments where you reload and you didn't have to, but you still do it, and it costs you the death.
That's a Call of Duty moment right there if I've ever seen one. Now 3-on-2 post-plant. CSUDH could at least give themselves a 2-round advantage, 7-5, as long as they just play the patient game. And same as the last matchup, they can just sit literally on the bomb, and it doesn't matter if it explodes as long as they win that round, because then the sides will be switched and nothing will transfer over from the previous ones. And the Blade Storm, it'll be denied via that smoke coming out by Flumies. Now that Jet ultimate coming out as well, the lockdown. Riggs picks up one, now 2, It's just a 1v2 now, all up to Chris, and he loses the fight via the operator, but there isn't much time left. Riggs might be able to get it, but it'll be down to the wire once more. We'll either see 6-6 or 7-5, and it'll be 7-5 with 0.7 seconds left on that defuse. A narrow victory will be had. Oh my goodness, that was so close, but yet so far away. So close.
I give that one a give it the old operatic. Did you say that was a COD moment?
Yeah,
I was really hoping you would. I was gonna say that it's a COD
after
moment.
every kill, man. It's such a
no,
pet
I
peeve.
casted COD before. You reload after every kill. It's just what you do. It's an SMG game right now. Well, everyone only rocks SMGs, except for, I guess people are rocking 2 assault rifles, but most people are rocking SMGs. I mean, you reload after every kill. Why wouldn't you? It's like you
I mean,
win
yeah,
your
in
one
a
and
kill
then
game like
that's it.
that's fine though. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just when I see another
You can't
game,
do that
it's
in
like, oh,
Valorant.
Lord.
I
You have
agree with you. I
Odin,
was
man.
hoping you'd say that. I was shocked. I say that was as good at like synergy as the New Vegas. Oh my goodness.
Well, at least that's the one redeeming thing about us. We have pretty good banter, and we think alike. Our brains are synapsed pretty much the exact same way, which I don't know if that's a good thing or if that's actually incredibly terrifying, because I don't know how well that would bode out for us intellectually speaking, but
All
so
5
far,
of our coherent brain cells lumped together.
we're trying to, you can hear the cogs turning when we're commentating, because that's how hard we're trying to think about the words we're articulating.
Says that, but
man.
also manages to phrase it in a way saying articulating, like brings out big fancy word. All right, flexing his vernacular at this point in time. But as you see, Floomies is able to find an early pick on a dongle, but they plant it off. Floomies finds a second onto DCMH, who was able to frag back onto Swole. But as their recon bolt destroy Divine sitting on the objective, it is a 3v4 pistol round, not boding well for this Dominguez Hill side, which might not bode well for the round after as well. If you remember, it was a 1-1 split for that first 2 in the first half. But playing on site, taking a shot, they'll win 1. Divine finds Bobek, now trapped as Chris will find the return. Riggs is in a position to maybe contest, but it doesn't seem to matter. Lawns finds Floomies. They're going to go for a 2v2. I don't think they have time to actually go for the defuse. Lawn may be looking for an opportunity for it. Will be able to hop on. Time not on their side. Right click from Chris, finding 1. Now Clumsy is going to have to rush for it. He might not be able to get in time. He turns his head. He gets it defended. Spike defused. Lawn, the turn saving their life.
Oh no, I realized he was going for him. Like, oh, he's saving his head from getting blown off. And it worked! The last few seconds of his vital life was used just to get that defuse confirmed, and it paid off. Oh my god, that's gotta sting. You killed everyone on the opposing team, but at what cost? You still lost the round. Now 8-5. Statistically, this should favor CSUDH, and they should get a 9th round win, but then they have to worry about that full bye demon moving forward into the 3rd round of that second half. But right now, they're gonna, believe it is, try to defend this heavy B-sided push coming out. It's just everyone stacking up from B lobby. Wide swing comes out by Divine. It picks up 1 onto Lon, but Bobik with that judge is able to find 1, but not 2. Riggs gets a trade. Plant now being confirmed by Clumsy. A decent position, and the aggression coming out by Montclair, again returning the favor on a CSUDH, is working out so well for them on the second half now.
It's interesting to see them actually full buy here. Well, not full. I guess buying as much as they can with these SMGs and soft buy, but it's interesting to see, and it's seemingly working out for them. They're going to try and step forward. Divine finds another with a stinger. This time will be felled by DCMH. They're going to try and step forward. Flash does come out from Dongle. They're going to do a second one as well, blinding out the competition. But this turret doing 1. DCMH finding a kill, but refragged back by Riggs. Turret officially out for the count. They try to shoot towards the back of Boathouse, but it's not going to matter. Riggs will clean up with the 3K. They've got 16 kills, tied with Bo Bick for the top frag. But another 1-1 trade for a beginning of a half. This is unprecedented, I guess you could say.
That's twice now.
3 times.
Happened again. Well, yeah, 3 in total. Didn't it happen the first time in this half?
Yeah, it did. It did.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. But yeah, you were right about it being on Haven, I believe. Yeah, you were right about that, because Icebox, it was 2 2-0s for CSUDH. So we can still remember. It's in there somewhere. You just got to give me a minute to think about it. But yeah, amazing recovery round by Montclair. Them fully committing actually ended up paying off. And I think they'll go for it again, a little bit slower paced, but everyone's pushing in towards A. It's a dead giveaway at this point. The door being shut now via the switch, so this is basically full site coverage. They have to worry about the top area inside of Rafters, but they have full site control. It's not that big of a concern, especially when you're only going up against SMGs and pistols against the opposition.
Yeah, and now you've only got, I believe, 2. You can maybe bring a third over to help on that catwalk, but as of the current moment, I think it's just kind of playing for exits. Clumsy may be able to get fragged out from Chris if they do come up in time, and Chris is looking for an opportunity. Paranoia does get tossed out from Lon. I believe it actually does connect to one, but Swole and Clumsy find their own. Swole finds a second onto Dongo as they try to step through, but DCMH finds Swole as well, and Flumies finds the last 2. Bo Bick and DCMH will have to swim with the fishes. An 8-7 scoreline, and finally we'll be able to see what could have been a completely full send by once again from Montclair. They instead will have the 3 Spectres and then 2 Vandals and then a mostly full buy from CSUDH. They're, oh wait, never mind. They sold the jet for a second.
Yeah, DCMH, that's the he I'm referring to. He wanted to go for an operator buy next round. He was just short this round of a couple hundred credits, so he'll stick with his friends and just go for the full buy of an AR instead of saving up, being a little bit frugal. That's not going to happen. So a couple full buys, at least on their side. Not the same for the opposing, though. 3 Spectres and 2 Vandals, respectively. So not the worst position for CSUDH. They just have to make sure they don't make any massive mistakes coming out. And Divine going for the entry. It doesn't work out, though. The Spectre is not good enough against that Phantom, but Flumies gets one on Alon. He'll trade things out and now has a Phantom of his own to work with. So not the worst predicament whatsoever, but it could have been a little bit nicer if they had that entry guaranteed.
Yeah, now in a position, they're going to step on a site quite quickly. Clumsy able to take out Chris, but this back boathouse player of Dongo may be able to take in their own position. Stun does go through. It'll be step forward. Dongo finds Riggs, but Flumy's not far behind. DCMH on a refrag back to Flumy's, but a spike down. DCMH and Bo Bick kind of needing to figure out what's going to work for them. Clumsy on site, sitting down and pretty swole in the back of boathouse. They're going to have to contest this position, and it's not going to work out in their favor immediately. Swole and Clumsy with 2 phenomenal angles. Those Vandals connecting straight to the forehead of their opposition, and we're tied back at that 8-8 margin. And it's looking like it might be an 8-9 because Dominguez Hills has no money and mo problems.
Yeah, they got that funny up that round, not that money up, that's for sure. And now they're going to have to pay the price via just buying some pistols and going for a save. It's the better move, though. I mean, you kind of have to. You can't always just buy Vandals and Phantoms and hope for the best because you're not always going to win every round, so that's okay. But a full buy now favoring Montclair. They are pretty stacked up at the current moment, so maybe they'll get an advantage in this position. The Blade Storm comes out almost immediately, and Divine again on that mid-sided aggression. He gets spotted out by a little bit of intel, but Divine still picks up the kill regardless. They have the entry, they have the positioning, and oh my goodness, Divine is just popping up against these pistols. He runs out of ammo, eventually meeting his maker, but the damage, Scott, has already been done. The plant now going down in a 1 versus 4, and Bobik has to try to find some type of miracle play to clutch this out, and he is going to find something at least. Down goes your jet player, but still having to find 3 more on such little HP.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to go well. And Owl Drone out, just gathering information. They now know a player's in hell. You can go for that. Maybe Recon Dart, gather the information. Maybe go for that. Maybe save the Phantom. I think that is actually what's going to happen here. And that's not necessarily a bad play whatsoever. I mean, it's going to be kind of scary. Swole has to step away. He does have his 2 supporting players. Look at the teamwork and coordination for Montclair. They know that if the player is on catwalk, if they are walking across, then they can peek that when they hear him run out of hell. Well, they'll be there to refrag or to just find the kill and save them. They're assisting. They're not just saying, hey, run away, we'll leave too. They're saying, hey, we leave together. You know, brothers in arms, quite literally locking arms as they try to escape, leave no man behind. And take a look at the leaderboard real fast. The reason why we saw Dominguez Hill win the last game was because, or last map, was because they were even across the board. We're now seeing a little bit more of that from Montclair right now, where they actually have a 17, 16, and 14, and then 11. I mean, really, it's just Bo Bick, DCMH, and Lon on the opposing side, 18, 13, and 12. A little more spread out, with that top player being a whole 5 kills higher.
A little bit of bind fever apparently, and oh, what a great entry by Flumies. He tries to go for another, dashing around the waist with that, and he almost finds something, but nope. He'll have to eventually evade his way around. DCMH is in a great position to try to find that kill, but no! Oh my goodness, he still gets the frag with the operator. A 4-on-3 now. What did we just witness by Flumey, Scott?
You gotta hit those shots.
Oh
I mean,
my
there is no
God.
other answer.
It is
Flumey
another!
gets another onto lawn. I mean, it's Flumey's game right now. Every time we've seen the operator in Flumey's hands, they've just done everything. And the ace will be stolen away as Riggs finds Chris, but it's just Bo Bick. They've got to find something. They've got the position of Clumsy was planting. Shock bolting down. Clumsy now down to 60. Armor removed. And Bo Bick has to think twice, think thrice, think whatever 4 times is. They've got to think a lot. I mean... It is not a good situation. They'll find one into Swole, making it into a 1v3, but this might just be another save round. They'll bring out the Owl Drone, mark the position, seemingly aware there's probably one inside of Hell. 2 players, one by the side of Winery, one being main, and Flumey's will guarantee.
Oh my God, that's why you never peek Flumey's with the operator. He doesn't miss. I mentioned it earlier, and I'm still correct about it, so I'm very happy to see that. Oh my goodness gracious. Right now, it's not looking good for CSUDH. We might have to see a 5th map if they don't change something immediately, and they almost have to give away this round in particular. They're going to go for not a full buy, more or less semi, more or less, couple SMGs, a light LMG of the Ares, and a Sheriff as well, so it's a lot of frugalness, trying to just keep themselves up and running for the next round perhaps, so it's not looking good. We might see match point tip in the favor of Montclair very, very soon if not held or not dealt with properly.
Yeah, you've got to deal with something right now because Dominguez Hills, they are just getting denied at every angle, and they're down bad. Down bad to such a high degree. It's really not going super well. Dongle will take a step down and pay the price accordingly as Clumsy will swing around to go for it. Shock Dart does seem to go out, and they'll try to go in for it as they drop another one, but a Molly ready to be tossed. Divine finding Chris. Bloomies may actually get fragged by Lawn if they're not careful, but it'll be Swole who actually saves the day, flexing on their opposition, really showing off that Swole nature. But DCMH has popped the Blade Storm in a near fruitless round. Seems to be a little bit contradictory, or maybe even a little bit wasteful in my opinion. But apparently Bo Bick is
Bo Bick's just vibing. And now he's dead. Okay.
And now they're dead. Bladestorm still in pocket, not going to win the fight. Flumies once again just rearing their head around the corner. Dominguez Hills, you've got to change something. It's just not working anymore.
I think a good start, just don't pick Flumies. That's probably been a really big issue. And oh no, we might see the contest. We might see the 1v1. 1v1 Rust mode right now. DCMH buys an operator as well. It's a full send, if you want to call it that, for CSUDH. They have to win this round or they can't recover, and we'll go to a 5th map. It's almost guaranteed at this point, Scott. And the biggest battle will be ahead of them almost immediately. DCMH, he has to win that gunfight against Flumies, or at least be prepared for any type of gunfight near that middle area. And no one's peeking him just yet. He's still remaining quite passive. It's actually Flumies in the back towards the top of mid towards his spawn instead, so he's not going to encounter the other operating wielding jet just yet, but it could happen much later into the round where there will be much more impact towards that fight.
Absolutely, and we already see the attacker Killjoy going out. It looks to be that Montclair's looking to full commit once again, but with the place that lockdown is, you can actually kind of defend a little bit more of a substantial position. Bo Bick already able to find one onto Divine as they attempted to step through. DCMH now in a position maybe to contest towards A, taking a shot, not able to connect to it, but still holding tree as of the current moment, can clear that pretty quickly if needed to. Flumies attempting to step away, but here comes the Hunter's Fury having a dash out of their own. They're trying to contest forward. It does seem to tag one, but it doesn't seem to matter. Still with that one-man advantage, Riggs trying to cross across Courtyard Lawn, be able to catch him off guard, and indeed does, finding the kill. They're still trying to get that rain. They need to clear out this switch door. Try to step out of tree. Flumies just waits for Dongle to walk into their crosshair. Find Chris on Rafters as well. Why not? And now a 3v3 in play. DCMH can just step forward, find their prey, and act for it. Bo Bick finds Flumies finally ending their reign. Swole trapped by Winery and one in Hell. Clumsy just has their position, takes the shot. Nothing they can do. Finds another. Bo Bick on a trade, but there is just not enough time. They'll throw the shock dart, and that's all she wrote.
It works! Oh, man. Oh, no. Swole with a great just shock orb to really add insult to injury. It was a valiant effort by Bo Bick, but it just wasn't enough at the exact same instance. And now we're going to match point. no money whatsoever. Oh no, there is some money because they got that plant down. How can I be so forgetful? So some weapons will be bought, but they can't have an operator. Flumies, even with the operator going up against himself, he was still uncontested through a majority of that post plant, which allowed for it to be down for so long. I mean, I thought in the 5-on-3 that should have been a win, but Flumies traded things out, and now we're looking down that gun barrel of match points. Scott, I don't think we can see a recovery coming out.
I don't think so either.
I think we're going to map 5.
It will take a divine intervention and divine team. So the higher power seemingly on the other side of this map. It seems to be that Montclair is about to get kicked out of the casino as their luck is padded out in this one, and we're going to be heading to that last map, which is it's going to be another interesting one to say the least. It's really going to come down to who can full send on a map like Split, who can really set themselves up for success the most, and it's probably the most reminiscent of, I'd say, Bind. Right? I mean, having a pretty substantial mid, having like a window leading over. I mean, it's similar to Bind, but I'd honestly say it's a little bit more similar to it's kind of hard to tell. Maybe similar to Icebox. Who knows? It's still anyone's game. This could be won by either side.
It'll obviously be determined by a split. I can almost guarantee that we're not going to see this be a win. And I think the timeout that we're seeing by CSUDH was far too late. If they were going to go for this, just should have done it on the round where they fully bought and were actually in a fighting chance to win this out. A little bit too late. That's awkward for sure, because you're almost guaranteed this loss unless you whip out all the magic cards out of your sleeves, a nice ace or a trick up your sleeve, I suppose, and it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Divine finds the entry on a dongle. Lon gets a trade, but, I mean, we're slowly knocking on heaven's door pretty much, Scott.
Yeah, I do like that the fact that Paranoia actually just tagged everyone that was stepping forward, but they couldn't really act off of it. Bo Big trapped inside of the backside of Boathouse. Riggs will be able to find the kill, but Lon is on a bit of a tear, finding themselves one. A spray through DCMH, missing every opportunity, could have been saved, and now it's up to Chris in a 1v3, and every player on the opposing side at near max HP. This is not going to go well. Has to wait out for this recon bolter, Pigot to take the shot, but an orbital strike will come down. Sees one player swollen, can't get it done. We're going to map 5 in this best of 5. What is this curse you and I face here, John, of always going to a map 5 in a finals? This is pretty consistent for us. I think this is pretty interesting, but this one's not a reverse sweep like the last match either, or the R6 match on Sunday. This is back and forth, 1-1, 1-1. So 2-2 going into map 5. Montclair State tying it up on Ascent. We're going to have to see how the last map of Split manages to pan out. We'll see you guys on the desk in a few short moments, and then we'll see you guys for map 5.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.
What a map number 4 right there. I think we lost Jacob's camera. He's going to be right back. What a map number 4. Montclair is saying, no, we want to go 5. We don't want to go home early. And so we're going to get extra action once again here in the second match of the day. Montclair taking that one 13-8. They had some great rounds there. Thrifty round where Divine got a 3K, Riggs got a 3K in round number 5. Riggs got a second 3K in round 14, and Flumies got a 4K in round 18 after that picked up the operator, was basically on a tear after that one. Everything seeming to go Montclair's way in that one. I don't know if Jacob can hear me right now. We still don't have his video. We lost his video there. Jacob, can you hear me? There he is.
I'm here, my friend. Sorry about that. My apologies.
Not a problem.
We got a lot of moving pieces here, but most importantly, we got a thriller. Another game that's going to go 5. And we were sort of both right. We talked about who would win Game 3. CSUDH got that one, and Montclair responded beautifully there in Game 4. So kudos to them. They've acquitted themselves really nicely tonight, and this has been just a terrific showdown. They can't ask for anything more in our game.
You really can't. And if you look at the scoreboard at the end there of map number 4, it's really well proportioned. Dominguez Hills actually had the person at the top of the scoreboard as we lost Jacob's camera again. The next 3 were from Montclair, but then just like hit and miss back and forth on the bottom. So it was just a really great round back and forth. You didn't know who was going to win it. Montclair kind of took it there at the end, but until those last couple of rounds, it was neck and neck the entire way. Actually, I say that, I take it back. Montclair didn't lose a round after the half.
Yeah, they went.
I take it back.
They went on that run.
I take it back. I'm stupid. It's first time all night. Hashtag Coach Jim is wrong. Put it out there, guys. Give me some shame. Definitely shame. Coach Jim shame. Hashtag Coach Jim is wrong. I have the notes right in front of me. I wrote it down and I said it wrong. They weren't back and forth at all. Montclair just put their foot down and said, "No, it's over. Go home. We're going Game 5."
Yeah, and I think that's what's impressed me the most on Montclair tonight is that oftentimes when you're a lower seeded team, you get that momentum and you take map 2, I should say, and you even this series up at 1 apiece. You come back and then CSUDH really sort of asserted themselves. Map 3 was a lot like map 1 in that they were the better side. And sometimes when you're in a do or die situation as Montclair was there, you're like, okay, we gave it a good run, we got a map, but it's not our night. They're a little bit better than us. But they said, no way. Here we are. This is our map. We're going to win map 4. We're going to send this 5, and they did just that. And they went on that huge run at the end of that map. They took control of play. That they were undoubtedly the better side. And now we'll see if CSUDH once again can respond, come away with the title.
Well, and let's be honest here. With an 13-8 win, like they actually had more rounds in map 3 when they lost. They actually have, if we just went by the rounds won right now, Montclair's winning. Montclair's winning right now by 2 rounds. If we just go by rounds won right now, if that was the tiebreaker, that would be all we needed right now.
I think that for Montclair State, obviously I'm a big momentum guy, and I think when this 5th map gets underway, I think who asserts themselves early is obviously in the driver's seat. I think the grip will get a little bit tighter, the nerves start to amp up a little bit, things like that. So I think, Jim, whichever team gets off to a good start here in this 5th map has a very good shot to win this championship. But I'll say this. I think most people coming into this one, they saw the 1 next to CSUDH, they saw the 7 next to Montclair State, and they said, this is going to be a roll. This one's going 3, probably, maybe 4 at most. And Montclair State has said, no way, no how. We're here. We got as good a shot to win this as the top seed. I don't care what your record is. I don't care what the seeding is. We're as good as anyone.
I was Montclair the whole way. I've been saying good things about Montclair the whole way. I thought they were going to do it. I think it makes for a great story. I'm a man who loves himself a great story. Mr. Producer, how much longer do you need? Oh, 4 minutes. We got plenty of time. Jacob, what do you want to talk about, buddy? We got time. What do you want to talk about?
I'll say this. Obviously, a lot of things happening, a lot of moving pieces. We are in the process of working with both of our Champions Division teams about what the schedule is going to look like for our 3rd and final game. We'll keep people posted on that when we know. But I want to say this. There are only 2 7s in our entire champion. It spans 19 divisions. And Montclair State is one of them. That's the 2 lowest seeds. And there's a player in Hearthstone that's a 7 seed that's playing for a title tomorrow night. or excuse me, on Thursday night. So those are the two lowest seeds. For Montclair State to do what they've done tonight has been ultra impressive. And I know they got off to a slow start this year, so their record's not really indicative of how good they played over the last 6 weeks or so. But they have shown, and this is the goal of our divisional model, they have shown that on any given week within your division, if you play well, you can win. And that's what's playing out. And that's what we love to see. I mean, I'll be honest. That's the best thing about this divisional model is that if you play well, you do things the right way, you communicate, you do the VOD work, you prepare, you practice, you can have these results. And that's what we're seeing. And that's been the goal of this all along. It's awesome to see. CSUDH has been a Titan since day one in this division. But Montclair State is showing they're as good as them. And this is very even. And I think going into this fifth game, I think it's a total toss-up.
You know, I will back you on the divisional model thing. As a coach in the league, I think it's great. It means that a lower team isn't just going to get stepped on every week by somebody that's supposed to be them. It's the same reason the NCAA does it. That way you don't have somebody like a Michigan going up against somebody like a Mount Union. Mount Union is a great school for football, but it's Division III, and their players might actually get hurt playing somebody like Michigan. Let's be honest.
It's different. It's different. And I think that, you know, for us, it's definitely not perfect yet, and we know that. But I think that the more we grow, the more teams we add, the narrower those margins get, right? You don't have those big gaps. And I think that's what we're most excited about. But, you know, you see a Montclair State making a run like this, and not just making a run, like that's almost a pejorative term. Like they are showing that they belong with the top.
Like we said, they're winning. If we're going by rounds, they're winning right now. They're up.
Exactly right.
They're the front runner right now, baby. They're the front runner.
So to say you're making a run like the Cinderella thing, that's not the case. They are showing that they might be the better side in the top against this top seed CSUDH team. So this is awesome. It's fun to watch. You know, we're thrilled with these two sides, and it's been a thriller. This is, you know, another terrific showdown. We got two 5-map thrillers, and that's all you can ask for.
I feel like whichever way this goes, we're going to have some great time in the interview. We're going to have great interviews after this one, no matter who wins. Somebody's going to be super excited no matter who wins. Caleb, did we give you enough time there, Caleb? All right. That will take us to map number 5. Why would you ever leave? Why would you go anywhere? Map number 5. Montclair. Montclair.
I got CSUDH.
Montclair. We're going to find out right now. We're going to game 5.
Welcome back, everybody, to the last map for this best of 5, the Grand Series between Montclair and CSUDH. And we're going to split with, I believe it is CSUDH defending on the first half. If the map ban was done properly on that end, maybe not. You'll have to reread it. Oh, that's correct. All right, good. It was just that one minor hiccup in the last map. So that's not too bad. But need a reminder, fellow, joined here by Infernosis as well. And we've been through quite a storyline so far. Back and forth, 1-1, 1-1, and now 2-2. Overtime pretty much, and we're on the last decider map, so this is for all the marbles pretty much.
Was that like math? Did you just do math? Like, I didn't know you could.
I hope.
Actually, like, I'm actually pretty shocked. I think, like,
I don't know. Maybe. I'd hope so.
I can't do math. And let's make more references to things, but not like boomer references. Let's don't pull out references that only like Jim knows. Right, like I know some 70s, 80s classics, 90s song references I can make, but like media from then, like celebrities from then, I can't handle. Let's do some like Zoomer humor references, right? Which is mostly just your humor references, since I just like steal your bits when it comes to these things. Like let's go,
yeah,
to Baby. I've never listened to a Baby song, so but we'll get ready to jump right into this. We'll call it a let's get right into split, so we can
all right.
I pulled a near Keemstar there. I was like getting ready to
let's get right into the news.
Into the NECC finals. Valorant. What division is this?
Challengers
division. There we go. Something like that.
And then champions will be up next. Hog champion.
It's gonna be really late.
Oh
maybe.
Boy.
I mean, could not. Who knows? It's all up in the air. We'll figure it out. Everything will work its way out in the end. As Bob Ross says,
there are no mistakes, only happy accidents.
Beat the hell out of it. That's what he calls it, I guess.
Oh yeah, there. Okay, well, if you're gonna be so blunt about it, then yeah, sure, go for that. Then why not?
That's like the one thing Bob Ross
Beat the
said.
devil out of it.
Yeah, beat the devil. Yeah, that's another one he does. Yeah, I love Bob Ross, dude. You're not talking like Bob Ross in this cast.
I mean,
like golf commentary, but like slightly different.
It's like you would make fun of it in Twitch chat, but like you'd still want to listen to it because it's kind of nice, actually. Like you don't mind it. It's like the comment of being like, "Oh my god, I'd love to hear your voice when reading me a book or something." Like it sounds, it's like kind of, yeah. It's like the impression of like, "Oh my god, you're so boring," but like a lullaby help me sleep. I could use some sleep.
Yeah, it is getting later, so
yeah. I am a
actually
teenage boy with sleep deprivation. I really need some rest, so that would be nice. I would like a book read to me, to be honest, like I was a little boy again. That'd be kind of nice
to read somebody Dr. Seuss book.
Also, I can't read, so having them read it to me would be actually pretty helpful.
I mean, you could pay me; it's fine. I got paid $5 to read. I think Green.
You can read?
Yeah, shockingly enough.
That's crazy.
One of my favorite pastimes. It's maybe why my vernacular is booming.
Bussin'. That's why it's bussin' right now.
My vernacular is quite bussin'. My literary analysis of the current events be bussin'. It's like big fancy words. Just zoomer humor. First pick to go through, though, Divine with a frenzy to the head shots, to the head box of Dongle, and now a 4v5 underway. Bobic is taking the option to step towards screens, but I don't think they're actually going to have the option to do so. Instead, they're looking to maybe still stay in heaven, still stay up top, maybe step along to that catwalk and be wary of a player. But, I mean, they're all on site. I mean, there's not a single person not on site.
I don't think they can leave the bomb site, though. They're kind of just setting themselves up inside of a grave, pretty much, but that's fine. As long as they end up winning the round, a win is still a win. Flumy's with a nice cross shot towards the player up above, and Clumsy and Swole wrap it up. Round number 1, a victory, and they do get out alive, but it doesn't matter. Win or lose, death or not, they're still going to buy SMGs, and with having pistols at hand, it's not a big deal. You get to put them in a secondary holster, so it's completely fine, right?
It's okay.
It's okay.
There's no mistakes. Only happy little accidents. No mistakes. Well, I think we're gonna need some trees, some friends for the lone ones on the side of Dominguez Hills, as they all have one death and no gosh darn kills. So it looks like their stat sheet needs a friend.
Needs a little bit of improvement there, but now we're seeing a B-sided push coming out, quite surprisingly. So the variety is through the charts right now. Divine gets an entry on a DCMH, and Riggs gets one on a Chris. The bomb site now back in the hands of the attacking squad so far. This is an amazing start for Montclair. Already starting out that common 2-0 victory, most likely. Lon gets one, but cannot wrap up another. He'll get traded out by Flumy's, his doppelganger, and Riggs from underneath shuts down Dongle. 4 of their players remaining alive, and they're in a fantastic position. But now they have to go up against full buy, which is not cool.
Yeah, not cool, bro. Not cool, bro.
Bro, really killing my vibe right now, that full buy.
We jump from Bob Ross to just like stereotypical like 70s, like the people you'd see with an not cool, bro. Like
it's like the turtle from Finding Nemo.
Really buzzing my vibe right now, dude.
Yeah.
Yo, step off, man.
Literally the turtle from Finding Nemo right there. If you, if any of you have watched that movie, I'd recommend it.
Let loose.
Oh my goodness, we are just full of banter on this 5th map.
Starting this one, yeah, we're starting this one off with full banter. First pick to go through, that'll be on A site as they attempted to fend off, but Dongo was not able to, and Divine will be able to find yet another second one for them as they step up the ropes. And it'll be Bobic who is felled. Player inside of the site. Divine finds yet another for the 3K. Now, it looks like we'll probably see Divine continue the hunting spree, hoping and praying. And they killed those players, but they did not pick up the rifles. Instead, Flumy's will have done just that. And Divine looks to not get as greedy as I anticipated them to be.
It appears that CSUDH is completely lost. It doesn't appear that they're going to win this full buy round, and now the full weapons are in some of the hands of Montclair. This is really not good whatsoever. They still have some vandals to work with, and I think they'll go for the save because it's almost impossible for them to win this 5-on-2 situation without a little bit of luck on their side. It appears they burned through all their luck on the map bind, to say the least, so they're just going to sit in the spawn and just wait for the bomb to explode. So another round basically won by Montclair, and at a major cost. Their economy is in literal shambles. What you would call a 2008 moment.
Really bring
you say that all the time.
Yeah. It's funny every once in a while.
It is funny. Yeah, it actually is.
It's funny in a major economic downturn kind of way.
Like, oh yeah, that was horrible for the U.S., but hey, it's not a problem anymore.
Yeah, at least Bitcoin's booming. Am I right, guys?
To the moon.
Down 10,000 in 2 days, you know. Yeah, to the moon. Diamond hands. And I'll tell you who's got diamond hands right now. Seemingly the side of Montclair. They're up 3-0. It doesn't look like Dominguez Hills really has an answer to what's going on. They're kind of getting these rounds kind of stripped away. There's not really much they can do about it. They're struggling. Dominguez Hills has just not found an answer, and they're going to hope that a Phantom Force from Bo Bick and then the Sheriffs from DCMH and Dongo will be enough, but if any recollection in the last few rounds, it probably won't be.
Most likely not. Bobik anticipating this B-sided push coming out, though, but the Sage Wall is there to mostly deny the anti-sight lines that can allow them to get into the bomb site now. Flumi starts things off strong. Clumsy and Divine all getting kills of their own with a various amount of weapons. It's all but over. DCMH, though, blinded, still gets the kill and backs off, and not entirely scot-free, though. The diffuser, or pardon the spike, is now planted, and in another 2-on-4, or this time, not 2-on-5, we might just end up seeing another save because, again, the economy is just horrendous right now on the defensive side of CSUDH.
Down bad. I mean, this is a major...
Again, down horrendous, honestly,
yeah,
or tremendously.
It's down
even worse now, yeah.
What was all the words we were told to say on Sunday? It was just basically that over and over again, but...
Yeah, we didn't do that this time, sadly, but that's okay.
It's still always times. We can always ask them to bring up words for us to try and sneak into our vernacular. If anyone wasn't there Sunday, then it's always an option. Just give us words. We'll sneak it in somewhere. I managed to bring pinto beans in somewhere. I could probably bring in some other stuff elsewhere. I'll find a way. Then there's a will, there's a way. But
lawnmower, buffalo sauce. We had a wide variety of stuff, and we kept going. Yeah, we did not stop.
Someone said pandemonium. I think they anticipated that to be a difficult word to bring in. No, not in the slightest.
No.
Pandemonium's easy. That round was pure pandemonium. Frags dropping in both directions. Nothing they can deal with it. An easy victory for the defensive side.
I think we both used that word on Sunday, too, just to really reassure. I know we used the same word of something. Yeah, we were like just making sure chat heard it so they didn't get mad at us. And right now, I don't think CSUDH fans are really happy with their players right now. They're down 0-4, and nothing has really been working out for them. Any site that Montclair has been able to go to, it's been pretty much done relative ease. They've won the entries, they have complete control of the site, and then they just kind of just collapse, or anti-collapse, I suppose, because they just sit inside of sight. That deck, or pardon that rope-sided push, being denied for the most part up until now, because Chris across the ways will get something, and okay, Lon, he waits a little bit too early, but it doesn't matter. He ends up cleaning up that kill. I was going to be a little bit concerned, but CSUDH, for once, looking quite phenomenal, but Clumsy will get a trade, but they're still down the man disadvantage, but only by 1 now instead of 2, 4-3.
Yeah, maybe safe? I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It's hard to recollect what it might possibly go down to, but Dongo's going to stun into sight, but Dongo's actually going to get the secured kill off of it, as well as Swole. Not so Swole will be flexed on in the opposite direction, and now Clumsy stunned out as well in a poor position, sneaking on top of ground, has the high ground, has to play against 2, looking to Indiana Skywalker. Finds Clumsy! You're a mad lad! Now needs to find the ace if they want any chance. They're gonna get stunned by that nade. They're gonna find Maybe for 1, gets the kill, but Clumsy got the ace! Nothing they can do about it. Yet another Montclair win. What the heck did we just watch?
We just witnessed a man single-handedly carry out that round. Wow. What a way to stop yourself. I was going to comment on it earlier, but I was like, Scott's in the zone, just let him commentate over it. No one knew he was up there. Nobody knew. 3 people went past him. He's just sitting in the corner waiting, and it paid off. The patience is so high. And it was worth it because now they're up 5-0 Montclair. Oh my Christ. They're they're unstoppable. They might, I'm going to say it, they might have a very decisive win on the 5th map where it matters most, because it seems all of the stamina is just drained on the side of CSUDH.
Yeah, I mean, this is like Icebox. This is looking like Icebox instead of Montclair being the team that's getting devastated. It's Dominguez.
Oh my god.
Flumies, Divine, Riggs, just line them up and clap them down. Clumsy finds DCMH, and it's just Chris for the win. And it's looking like it'll be FTL for the loss real soon. Chris is just walking around with a judge. Sorry, Bucky, not judge. Maybe looking for a right-click, instant kill. Maybe you can go for that. There's one player low. You're going to have to deal with Divine, but it's not boding well, and they just shot him through a wall from heaven. It's not going to happen. Flumies finds the kill and a flawless victory for Montclair.
Well, okay, the first half so far being amazing for Montclair. 6-0, and around that should have been lost on the 5th one was redeemed by one man and one man alone. Oh my goodness gracious. I still foaming at the mouth. I really cannot get over that. And I bet CSUDH really can't either, because they still haven't recovered yet. But hopefully this full buy can do them the trick. Even an operator in the hands of Bo Bick, who is 0-6, but maybe the fact that this gun can one-shot pretty much anywhere on the body will give him at least something to work with, and it will. There goes Divine. No more Reyna to be had on either side.
Well, you still got the resurrection.
Never mind.
Literally calling out. There's Clumsy to just bring it back. Does not seem to care. A giant concuss will come through, and Lawn will show stop Floomy, so they may have been able to revive Divine back. It's a bit of a trade for trade, a tit for tat kind of moment. You bring back the 8-kill lead tied with Clumsy, and you kind of lose your 5-kill race. So while I think it could be a positive boon, Floomies had the ult. Floomies has the ability to drop that in, and Divine necessarily doesn't. So a bit of a difficulty. They're peeking up, have an opportunity, sees the sight line, decides to step away. Wanted to peek the ult orb, but doesn't seem to grab it. Chris narrowly avoiding a kill, finds 2 in the process. Riggs gets one of their own into DMCH, but it does not seem to matter. It's only Divine and Riggs left in a 2v4.
Riggs somehow not using up that ultimate orb. He could have gotten from the shadows, or maybe I just didn't visualize all the way through, perhaps. But 20 seconds left. Divine heading up above and towards heaven. He'll get one. Down goes Lawn, but he can't get another. Bobic with the operator will shut him down. And now from the shadows comes on out in the last few moments of the round. He goes for a complete bait and switch onto the A-bomb site. Breach is well aware of it, but Dongle is the only one here at the current moment. Some vital time being used up, but Riggs, incredibly low HP. One shot will do the trick from any of these weapons. He has to play his cards perfectly here. He has to get the blackjack of an ace and a jack perhaps to try to bring this one back and make things 7-0. He comes out from behind. There goes your operator player of Bobic. He can now try to cover out this play, but Chris with a 3K will finally guarantee his team their first round win after the 7th one is had.
Well, it only took you forever to get to that point, and I want to point out, I think the longest streak we had for wins was in Icebox, and it was 7-round wins back-to-back. We didn't get that here. We got 6. So
close.
Montclair was not able to clutch it up. They were not able to bring it to the 7th, so that ultimately means that Dominguez Hill wins it in the end. They're making the comeback all the way through, right, guys? I mean, sure. Not exactly what's been happening so far. The scoreboard definitely shows a different market, and especially since, Dominguez Hills was able to win, but 3 of their players extremely low in terms of monetary value. Bo Bick didn't buy full armor, didn't have a teammate buy their weapon, and instead goes soft armor, light armor, and Vandal. So an interesting decision. They're not really sharing their economy well. It seems to be maybe a little bit of team coordination kind of lagging, but Floomies is going to boost pack over, launches the showstopper, but narrowly misses as DCMH will drop to the low ground, takes a firefight. Divine finds Lawn, but DCMH finds Floomies. They're going to take one in the other direction. Chris finds 2 back-to-back, refragged by Riggs, who gets taken from Bo Bick, and now it's just Swole left standing in this 1v2. They know their position. They'll concuss the site. Nothing they can do about it as Dongo will clean up with the assistance from Bo Bick.
2-6 now. Plenty of time for that defuse to come out because it literally just got put onto the ground. So a slight recovery again for CSUDH. They've got a long way to go, and their economy is still not the best. it's a little bit better now. Maybe we can see an operator be bought by Chris and give it to one of his teammates, but he won't opt for that. He'll just fully buy himself out, perhaps. Yes, he will. He'll go for the Phantom pick. So that makes a little bit more sense. And Bo Bick instead gets the operator. So both teams right now in a really good position. And of course, CSUDH would love to have this round win in their hands. They can slowly fight back and forth against their opponents. But man, if Montclair wins this, it's going to be a couple of just unwinnable rounds followed up after this one, if that does in fact happen. It's going to rely a lot on Bobic in particular finding that entry perhaps, or at least keeping the operator in his hands to make things a little bit easier moving forward perhaps. But a couple of Killjoy ultimates coming out on both sides, 2 lockdowns in pretty much the exact same position, but I don't think neither one of them will have any impact on the round except just wasting a minor fraction of time.
Absolutely, and while you have both lockdowns going through, which is interesting to see it replicate, it's actually the attacking lockdown that manages to detain one player, but it will not be able to last very long. An operator shot narrowly missed as Bo Bick just cannot hit the shot, and his teammate of Dongo will pay the price accordingly because of it. And now you've got yourself in a man disadvantage. Dominguez Hills has a couple things they need to try and work out because this is just not going in their favor. DCMH is still sitting in heaven. Bobic will opt to bring out the Blade Storm. Maybe this will be enough to guarantee them victory, but I actually think that Clumsy may be able to find Chris here. They're peeking in the wrong direction. Clumsy does indeed, and now they're trying to step through. Bobic finds Divine, but rings on immediately on the refrag as Swole finds Lawn. Swole will be flexed on, but it doesn't seem to matter. DCMH not able to outlast Clumsy.
And now not everyone can fully buy. It's 2,300 credits for Chris and 1,900 for Lon. We're seeing this poor economy affecting CSUDH again, just like map number 4. They were close to winning it in that situation, but on this first half, they're nowhere near close to bringing things even. They've got to win 5 rounds in a row, and that'll bleed into the second half. This won't even be all the way through. We're on the 10th round. After this, only 2 more left, and then we go into the second half. So maybe we'll see a redemption arc of show itself. But in the meantime, I don't think that'll happen anytime soon, because right now we're just seeing an overwhelming presence in the hands of the defensive squad, and Divine gets that entry on the lawn. Almost a refrag came out, but not close enough. And a second now for Divine as well.
Divine is kind of on a rampage, and Riggs, who was trying to assist, is no longer going to be available. Dongle now officially shutting down Divine and removing them from any chance of continuing that spree, but it seems to be most of the players right now for Dominguez Hills kind of situated towards heaven, but they'll be able to find Bo Bick from the backside of Garage towards that A main. Defensive position available, the attackers having to defend their own post-plant, not boding so well with that one-man disadvantage. You've got the ultimate coming out. Swole managing to find Bo Bick. Now in a bad position. Dongo able to flash out around the corner. Now in this backside cubby of B site. They're trying to play against it. Swole is trapped inside of a smoke. It gets sprayed through by Dongle. Dongle finding that one an immense pleasure. They'll be able to take themselves in a position to be able to get this diffuser down, and they will do so successfully.
More than enough time, and that's exactly what CSUDH needed moving forward. They might be able to pick up a couple more rounds similar towards that. Their retake into the bomb site in a completely even situation was flawless to a point in that 2-on-2. Dongle just hitting all of his shots when it mattered most, and that allowed him to get that defuse off with relative ease. So, moving in around number 11, it didn't really affect the attacking side of Montclair that much at all. Next round, that might be a completely different story, but both these teams not looking all that well at the moment. Only one ultimate as well from the Shadows from Riggs, so it's going to rely heavily on this gun skill moving up, and it appears to be a full commit in towards A-Scott.
Yeah, Lear's going down, Smokes as well from your player of Rig. And DCMH, technically, as they try to enter. They're trying to keep themselves in a position of stay safe, but a back on the back of side. Dongo finds 1, 2, 3, line them up and kick them down. They'll line them up in stride. And that, as you like to call it, the buddy ace of DCMH and Dongle, finding so much success. 3 for Dongle, 2 for DCMH. And another successful round for this Dominguez Hill side, but Montclair still in a pretty big lead. They'll be able to mostly buy here in this round. Only Swole will be lacking in terms of a main hand firearm, having to get a Spectre bought for them from Clumsy, but 4 rifles and 1 SMG in this last round before the swap.
Yeah, it's not that bad. And oh boy, DCMH with the operator at the last second. It doesn't matter. We're on the last round before we go into the second half. Might as well fully commit. Am I right? I mean, one of the best guns in the game, too. Can pretty much one-shot about anywhere. Divine and Lawn find the 2 entries of the round, though. That operator's still a big nuisance later on. Lockdown comes out by the attacking Killjoy of Swole, so that can allow for the B bomb site to be in the hands of Montclair for a little while, get that plant down, but then they have to worry about the retake. DCMH down for the count. Divine with a 3K into the round. He tries to go for a 4th, but Chris will deny him of that quadra kill. Spike now being planted. The advantage slightly favoring the attacking side of Montclair, but they still have to worry about that operator, as is most likely have been picked up by now. But no, it hasn't been. It's just Vandals and Phantoms on the board currently, and a Spectre as well by Swole. Playing a little more passively as well because of that, but time not on their side whatsoever. It just appears that Montclair has to sit this one out. They have the man advantage. They're allowing the abilities to come on through. A nano swarm almost happening, but not at the right time. Clumsy picks up one onto Chris. It's just up to Dongle. He's got no coverage. He'll try to throw out some sort of hope with an ability, but nope. It won't matter whatsoever. Swole picks up the last kill of the round. It'll be an 8-4 split again. A little bit of deja vu as we go into the second half.
Unfortunate that it was a near comeback to make it that 7-5 when at one point in time it was 7-2. I mean, at one point in time it was technically 6-2, but they managed to win that round to make it a little bit closer. But they had kind of surmounted this comeback. They have attempted to climb the hill, so to say. And now they're 4 rounds behind. They'll have to double their round count if they want to continue to stay in this one. And while I was actually really hoping we could see that come through, because I had a nice bit I was planning to. I was going da 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 da. And I was gonna be like, Phantom Gamer.
He's a Phantom.
Yes, because he's using the Phantom. I gotta bring it in sometime. You gotta bring it up somewhere. But nonetheless, it was a good attempt. Nice try. They just kind of had you locked in from B main. There's nothing too much to do about it. But a map like this, you have to gain control of mid. If you're able to do so, it entirely changes the pace and sets you up for success. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now from Dominguez Hills Lawn, finding the first opening pick to Divine and setting themselves up a pretty substantial control of this B site. And mid, Bobic swings in with a frenzy, finding one. Swings, finds a second on top of the turret, taking Swole out for the count. And it's just Riggs and Flumies. And now it's just Riggs. DCMH on a tear. Riggs finding Bobic, but DCMH will not be outdone.
Mentioned it earlier, it's going to come down to that pistol round, and CSUDH end up winning it. So this might be a much more neck-and-neck game of split than I originally anticipated, with that 8-4 split, doubling the odds in the hands of Montclair. But them losing that round is a pretty huge upset, to say the least. But now this is going to give a big glimmer of hope favoring the attacking side now of CSUDH. They have full Spectres. They are committing 110%, and only seeing classics. There's literally nothing being bought except for abilities possibly, and it does find one kill for Flumies. There goes the classic at hand, but it's just a sea of red. Oh my goodness, Scott. We didn't even get through 10 seconds.
Dongle kept whipping out, trying to flash. Dongle was just in a repetitive nature. Just couldn't get the ability off. Went time and time again trying to get the flashpoint off and couldn't get it done. Just kept getting stopped. That was honestly funnier than anything else we've seen tonight. Maybe not the New Vegas one, but just the constant attempts to bring out and use a utility and just constantly being denied.
I was like, oh yeah, this could, this is definitely favoring the attackers at the curve. Well, they have Spectres, of course, and yeah, no, they just mop the floor. CSUDH, they pretty much had that around the bag. I wasn't really anticipating anything else, so yeah, it makes sense. We're gonna see a little more passiveness though coming out, because CSUDH is well aware that they're going up against a full buy currently, but there's not a lot of presence on the A bomb site. I'm quite surprised. It's just the race currently of Flumies, and he's just sitting in the middle of the bomb site. He picks up one, but can't get another. Now that plant can go down. The rotation is happening. Everything seems pretty evened up 50-50. The guns are obviously favoring the defensive side, but it just might not matter. Lawn picks up one on a Divine. The 4-on-3 now. This actually could be a 3rd round win in a row for CSUDH.
Bad position to be in. They can manage to maybe tie this back up. Hopefully he can get that 3rd, which is so strange to see. But with Dongle still holding and having the ability to have this Vandal that they picked up, it kind of gives them an advantage. Attempt to defuse Lon, finding a Spectre kill onto Swole, but Riggs continuing onto Chris. But Dongo with the Vandal finds Riggs, and now you'll see these last 3 players for this Dominguez Hill side pick up those rifles and flex out their arsenal just a little bit more, while Swole will be able to swole up and flex his own muscles. It looks like the Dominguez Hill side will flex on them with their weapons instead.
And Montclair, only 1 round away from losing their advantage and having things equalized. And they're going to have to go on an equal... I tried merging the words equalized and eco. I don't know what I was thinking there, Scott. I'm so sorry you had to listen to that. But an eco round again against a full buy that was pretty much guaranteed for free, for the most part, on the side of CSUDH. This is a really horrendous position to put yourself into. This could be evened up quite easily unless something major happens to not favor the attacking squad of CSUDH. Lady Luck would have to be not on their side whatsoever. For example, Clumsy, he could find a big left click right there and make it a right click, my mistake, but Lon gets the trade eventually. Flumy's with the showstopper to eliminate his doppelganger, but at least he found 1 in compensation.
A 3v4 in play, and while this does seemingly favor the side of Montclair State in terms of numerically speaking, it doesn't favor it in terms of economy, doesn't favor in terms of arsenal, and it doesn't favor them in numbers anymore. DCMH finding Divine does take some damage in the process, but it's not going to be enough to really warrant any sort of attention to it. Riggs nearly avoiding a concussive blast, maybe trying to peek towards it. Flumy, attempting to clear out the turret on site with their weapon, but I don't think it's going to super matter at this point in time. A 3v3, Rick still has a sheriff. Not much they can necessarily do unless they connect onto the headshots. We've seen it already today. It could definitely replicate itself, but a player behind screen, Flumy finds Chris. They try to step forward. Rick's trying to bait out shots, but DCMH, assisted by Dongle, finds Swole, and now Dongle finds Riggs. Flumy's on a 3K, needs to find the 4K if they want a chance. Now Dongle hiding behind screams. Flumy's looking the wrong direction, and they're gonna find the kill. Dongle lines him up and takes him out.
Oh, Flumy's almost had that one in the bag, and if he killed Dongle and got to the spike at just the right time, he could have defused and had that one. It would have been close for sure, but we're not going to see that side of the story. In another reality, perhaps, we saw that clutch come out, but not in this one, sadly. 8-8 now. Finally, things evened on up. Things looking great for CSUDH. On the second half, where they needed to overperform, they're doing just that. They got a 3-0 start, and now 4-0. They're rearing for 5-0, but they've got a lot to worry about. One weapon in particular, that operator that I've mentioned so many times, but for good reason. It is the literal strongest weapon in the game, and that's why it's so expensive. It's a really high-risk, high-reward type weapon, but put in the right hands, man, it is a devastation, but we're not going to see that just yet. A lot of common gun skill coming out. That Vandal eliminating Bobic from the equation of 5-on-4. Now favoring Montclair, but that could easily be traded on out like we saw on the last round.
Flumy's has an operator. So this could just be done and done. When Flumy's gets an operator in their hands, it leads to success, typically speaking. And we've seen that time and time again, and the question really comes down to, can they maintain that? And it doesn't seem to be, because it seems that Dominguez Hills has just been on a tear. They've managed it. They're now in the 4 rounds. If they want to tie it up and hit that 6, then they'll need to win the next 2. And they can kind of take a loss. Their economy can take a bit of a hit. Bic may be a little worse for wear because of it and will be forced to buy and then have no money. But everyone else has 3,500 plus. And they can kind of maybe make a mistake or two if it's necessary. But when you're facing Flumy's with an operator and you know the operator's in play, I am fearful. My hand is going to be shaky. My aim is going to be not so hot, and it's going to work against me, but it looks to be they're heading towards this A site. Flumy's in a bad position. Dongle finds Divine. They're going to rotate back now, I think, but Flumy's finds Dongle. They're actually going to commit to this. DCMH needs a position to step forward. They miss it out. It's going to be a showstopper that narrowly misses to complete the kill. They're swinging back, trying to connect. A 4 seconds plant timer. Lon is going to have to contest. Chris finds the kill into Riggs. They get the player up on rafters. Lon finding Swollen. Chris finds Clumsy. It's just one remaining. Flumy's with the operator, who's trapped now in screens. They'll be able to drop it in, but they're trapped inside. There's the nade, and Chris completes the 3K, and it's going to be another Dominguez Hills round win.
And the operator picked up as well. Oh my goodness gracious. Just all that utility I say a lot of nice things about the operator, but when you're in a 1v3 and everyone's just running at you like chickens with their heads cut off, you can't win in that position. That's the one thing the operator can't do, is just kill multiple people in the exact same instance, and that was pretty well witnessed in that instance, and especially against a nade. Can't really do anything in that corner, but the round count finally favoring CSUDH after a long and hard-fought victory. Eventually, they reap the benefits of having that advantage, and they really have their opponents of Montclair on their hind legs. They're already retreating. They've got pistols for the most part in their hands, only a singular Spectre in the hand of Flumies, so this could be another guaranteed round win, 10-8. Then we're only 3 rounds away from the match being completely over. It's going to come down to another reverse sweep, basically, favoring the opposite side of Montclair now. They have to basically do what's happened to them multiple times in these last couple of rounds.
Time is just going to work constantly in favor of one side or the other, and kills are now working in the favor of Dominguez Hills. They'll find 2. Dongle finds Divine. Meanwhile, as you had, I believe it was Lon who managed to find out Flumies, and it's a very eventful pick, but when you already have an arsenal and your opposing team doesn't, it's maybe not be the most impactful. This round may just be a guaranteed loss for them anyways. Turret does deal some damage as they attempt to dash forward, as Bobic is trying to keep up with consistency's sake, but a player holding this back corner elbow tries to peek out, and Bobic will not miss the opportunity, the operator-tunity. And now Bobic is about to have a second as well. Don't groan at my joke there, fellow. And misses 2 back-to-back, but it doesn't seem to necessarily matter. And so Clumsy and Riggs find 2 of their own. This could actually be a little bit closer.
They can now pick up some heavy weaponry here. Clumsy with a nice 1-tap. He does a little bit of damage to Bobic. Now 1-on-2. It's just up to the jet, basically. And nope, I meant to say Sage, and it doesn't matter. Dongle towards the bomb site eradicates the last player. A nice shot indeed was had. Especially with those 2 pistols. I am quite bewildered that we actually saw so much bloodshed favoring Montclair, but it didn't matter. It just didn't matter. The 2v1 still was not winnable, so another round will be had for CSUDH. But now they actually have to go up against some serious weaponry as full buys are across the field. Also, Scott, I wasn't groaning at your weapon. I mean, your joke, sorry. Not weapon. You don't have a weapon.
I saw you. I have these guns, baby.
I was groaning, but not your joke.
I'm better than Swole Dominus, dude. I got these babies. Let's get it going. And by babies, I mean my vocal cords. About the only thing I got going for me. So. But no, I think this could be another one of those deciders. The economy for Montclair is going to be even worse. It doesn't look well for them if they lose this, and that may just give it all away to Dominguez Hills. It'll take a miracle for Montclair to come back if they lose this round.
I almost had a brain fart there. I'm not even gonna mention what I was thinking about, but
you're a smart fella, not a fart smeller, dude. You got this. Don't ever.
True. I really thought that Bobic was an enemy of the raise in front of him, but no, it was not. I was like, how would that be possible? And I was like, it didn't. Anyways, though, 55 seconds left, and I'm anticipating a B-sided push. We have Chris basically leading the way in towards the back near garage. It's not by himself, though. He's got coverage from both the Omen and Breach player, Dongle and DCMH, so they'll be able to back him up. A lockdown comes into effect, too. That's going to force a little bit of passiveness coming out. Riggs on incredibly low HP. That Nano Swarm not going to kill him, though. He's able to evade it. He'll get blinded, though, by the Aftershock, and now is in a really tough predicament. He picks up 1, though, for Shovels, and Flumies gets a trade on a Dongle right as he ended the life of Riggs. But the Operator, it's far too formidable, especially against Clumsy. The showstopper, though, comes out, now forcing things into 1v3. We could finally see Bobic meet his demise. He'll try to make things work, though, and actually changes his mind, which I don't blame him for. It's a 5,000 credit weapon, and you do not want to give your opponents that weapon when they just end up winning a round off you. But Montclair, they'll finally see some success after a long strain of defeat. Another 6 rounds in a row finally ended off favoring Montclair in the end.
This is going neck and neck. Well, you think we're going to see that dreaded infinite overtime actually come through on map 5 nonetheless?
This could be the one. This has been the closest. It was another close matchup a while ago, but this one is the closest. And it is on map 5, so why not, right?
Yeah, we could probably come forward. But what map was really close? Wasn't it Binds?
Yeah.
I think it was Bind was pretty close.
Icebox and Haven were blowouts, and then Ascent was it was like quote unquote close, but like due to the economy being so horrendous at the end, it didn't matter because it didn't matter round based. It was just because
I just got a
they couldn't
message
do
from our
anything.
observer saying, "Shush your mouth." He's like,
Yeah.
"No infinite overtime, no." I think it would be entertaining to say the least. I gotta be here anyways for the next game as well, so it doesn't actually matter to me that much. But as we already can see, it looks to be Dominguez still trying to take control of mid, and that's exactly what you want to have as a player. They're going to try and clear out that sage wall as well, make sure the ice will try and melt and freeze out, and Divine's kind of moving to that pocket corner. DCMH narrowly missing the opportunity for a shot, but maybe they're aware of the positioning, or at least have an idea of it, because they are hovering their reticle every once in a while in that position.
50 seconds left. Not a single drop of blood has been on the battlefield just yet. Still that 5-on-5. We're seeing an A-sided push come out of nowhere, essentially, after Shock's coming out trying to impair the visions of their opponents, but hasn't found anybody. Neither have they found Divine. He gets away with a free kill on the lawn, but Swole cannot be in the same position. DCMH shuts him down, a 4-on-4. Now the plant can now basically go down and will be confirmed by Chris. All of a sudden, everyone's coming alive in the scene of crime, and right now it appears to be favoring CSUDH as they have the map control of the A-bomb site.
Yeah, difficult position to be in. They're kind of trapped on site. Any sort of major area of attack utility will kind of mess them up. And in fact, here it does come through. We're getting an ultimate from Dongle trying to affect them, but DCMH finds their third. Refragged, and Dongle finds 2 in a row! Line them up and tear them down! They dangled in front, and Dongle finds the kill. Now at 19 kills to their name. And it's once again another telling here as Dominguez Hills has been way more consistent. They may have Dongle at 19, but they've got 14 on DCMH, 14 on Lon, 12 on Chris, and 10 on Bobic. Meanwhile, Swole is lagging behind with 5. The Killjoy just hasn't been the answer in this map, and it may be their downfall.
I think you're onto something, Scott. I just gotta admit it, but apparently CSUDH's onto something too, because they only had 1 upset round after that 6 rounds in a row, and then they bring it right back into their favor. 2 rounds away from winning this outright entirely. There is no 6th map. Breeze will now be displayed on NECC until the next year, perhaps, so we're gonna have to wait and see how that one gets played out. It's just gonna be on split for the rest of the evening, but again, it appears to be somewhat of an A-sided push. We're seeing the last couple remnants of CSUDH begin to relocate themselves in towards the A area to help out the rest of their team. So we'll see that one-sided push once more, but maybe not. We're still seeing a little bit of a unfamiliarity, I guess. They're not really 100% sure as to what they want to do, and maybe they'll just change things up almost entirely. We've seen this bait-and-switch tactic performed by CSUDH time and time again, and it's kind of been half and half. Sometimes it works out perfectly, and other times it's completely denied, and Riggs might be the player to try and deny that, but he's being soft-pinged currently. They are aware of his presence up above on that elevated position near the box area, so even though he may have a decent crosshair position and elevation, he may have the high ground. He doesn't have the best weapon to go up against these Vandals and Phantoms.
Yeah, only had Paranoia as the utility using it. It doesn't actually find effect, but Flumies does. Able to tag 1, blinded immediately after with a flash from Dongle. DCMH does, in fact, find Divine, but Riggs has moved away. DCMH gets fragged out immediately. They'll try to find a second, but Dongle will take it instead. But with 13 seconds left, Dominguez Hills has to plant. It has to be able to save the plant as well. Let's see if a lockdown comes to fruition. Clumsy will use the resurrection to bring this back into a 3v3, but an operator on the side of Bobic for this Dominguez Hills may be a giant 7.62 caliber, 50 caliber nail in the coffin for their side. Small's going to go ahead and drop down the lockdown, hoping that this will be enough to guarantee them positional advantage. The players sitting inside of this B cubby are forced to move away now, and they're going to be loving arms of the opposition. Swole finds Dongle. They'll dash away. Clumsy is able to take out Chris, but now it's just Bobic left standing with that operator. They'll drop down the turret. Nothing they can really do, and Flumies will actually just stick the defuse, and it's going to be Bobic forced to just walk away with it and save the operator.
And that was the best play by both CSUDH saving that operator, but also Montclair. I want to talk about them a lot more in that position. They used all of their ultimates, but they needed to. They wanted to deny that match point, and it worked out perfectly. Now, it's not looking all that good for CSUDH. We're still seeing a pretty decent bite back by their opponents. It's still neck and neck, but only 2 more rounds still. We didn't change anything on the side of CSUDH. The only difference is that their opponents of Montclair are catching up, but only slightly. They've got 3 rounds to win, Both weapon sets looking pretty decent, but again, if this is a loss by Montclair, they might not be able to recover. And now they've got no ultimates to work with unless Flumies picks up some kind of entry or an ultimate orb to get his showstopper, because he is only one click away from doing just that. But even then, it's going to take a lot more than a showstopper to stop the showing of CSUDH.
Absolutely, and with Bobic with an operator holding strong, able to cross across from screens, narrowly avoiding Clumsy's view. A foot was narrowly able to be seen, but this isn't Rainbow Six Siege. No Jackal to track the footsteps, but there's the shoulder. Can see he's going to find the kill. Easy as lining them up, and Divine taken out as well, despite tagging the player of Dongle. It's not going to matter in the end. The Nano Nade, the Swarm Nade will go off. It doesn't seem to make much impact. Lawn up inside of Tower. One player away, but Flumies is able to deny Lawn, and now they're trying to step across. It looks like Flumies is going to step towards screen as well. Dongle takes Swole out for the count. Riggs and Flumies, the last two standing, but Flumies has the showstopper, launches it forward. It doesn't do anything at all, but Flumies finds the third as they take Chris and Dongle. It's a 2v1. Bo managing to take a step back as they'll dodge, but this is not a good position. 9 HP is having to take a step back from it, and Bo will find their 3K in return. And it's Dominguez Hill, match point and one away from victory.
Oh, Bobic channeling his inner Flumies that round. We've seen that player pop with the operator, but not the same for Bobic up until now, and it's where it matters most. Guaranteeing his team of CSUDH a match point, and they're one round away from winning this series. Like I said earlier, no sixth map. This is the last decider. We've already gone to the first 4 of Icebox, Haven, Bind, and Ascent, and now Split is the only one left, and we either see 2 rounds, one back-to-back favoring Montclair to go in infinite overtime, or we see one decisive win coming out for CSUDH. And right now, they're at a massive advantage. They could end it off right here, right now. Plenty of ultimates to play with. The Thunder Shock, the Blades as well, and also Chris's Lockdown. That could be more than enough. And Lawn is only 1 kill or ultimate orb away from getting his showstopper, similar to how Flumies was around prior.
It's a difficult position to be in here, John. I mean, this is a high-octane moment. Montclair, they're in a position where it's take all. Everything has to go. They're in a weird semi-forced buy. I mean, Swole is sitting with a frenzy. That's not a bad decision. Maybe Swole was having to give money over a better gun over to a teammate. Prioritize giving it to a player that's finding maybe a little bit more impact, finding a little bit more success, and let Swole play a little bit more strategically in terms of their positioning, hoping and praying for a better position. But at this point in time, when an attacker lockdown does come down on that B site, it's going to make it difficult. That might just be a bait and switch, though, because everyone else on this attacking side is rotating in a different direction. It's Chris who's managed to completely take control of B, but I think they're seemingly aware that it is a bait. Bobic finds Swole. Flumies takes Chris. It's going to be the ultimate from Dongo that goes off, trying to rear up the opposition. A very close call as the showstopper goes across, but Lawn still does find Riggs from in tower. Divine and Flumies finding their own 2. It's a 2v3. Dominguez Hills is on a deficit in players, but it's their post-plant scenario. They have the advantage of positioning, but do they have the time?
They most certainly do. They just cannot get wall banged above near heaven. Some shots coming out. None of them seeming to land, though. And as more and more time dwindles down towards 0 seconds, it's going to heavily favor Dominguez Hill. Right now, though, still at 3-on-2. After shot comes out, Clumsy picks up 1. It's all up to Dongle in this position, and he loses the fight. That's huge! And now the defuse can be gone. There isn't enough time to stall it. And just like that, there's still a fighting chance for Montclair. 12-11 now. Oh my goodness, they barely made it out alive there.
Mr. Observer, we may see the overtime, but I want you to take a look. Goodness. The economy right now, they're going to be forced to buy. I think Flumies is going to be forced to buy a better weapon for Riggs. They have the money to do so. I think don't be stingy with it. In fact, it goes through. They're going to buy it up, called it exactly how it is. You're going to see Swole bringing out the Judge and hoping that can hold yet another angle to maybe get 1 player, maybe 2 on an exit frag out. The utility is what's really important for Killjoy at this point in time, but you desperately need to find kills. It's that 1-round differential. Game is literally on the line in both directions. Can we see Montclair State crawl their way back into this to lead it to overtime despite taking a 6-round lead at the beginning and throwing it all away at the beginning of their other half? This is total, utter desperation from both sides, John.
And there's really no ultimates either. Flumies has his showstopper, but that's it. But that could be a great entry or some type of denial, perhaps later into the round. It's 1:10 left on the clock, and seeing a very mid-heavy sided push. They want to get control of that B side heaven, maybe go for that plant perhaps as well, and then just try to remain on top of things towards that B bomb site. But now we're seeing a little bit of regression moving backwards now. About a 2-on-2 split moving into this B bomb site, but there's plenty of coverage on the opposing side of Montclair. And this right now is the most even round we've been seen to, except for on the pistol rounds, of course. So this could really turn either way. It's all going to come down to A, if that showstopper finds anything, and B, if this plant can possibly be denied. And we're just seeing right now CSUDH walking in circles. They have no idea what to do because the coverage right now is so amazing on the defensive side. They're now going to go into the A bombs like in the last couple of seconds of the round. Their rotation might be slightly faster, but only 20 seconds left. This could still be devastating. Riggs picks up one though. There goes Dongle down for the count, and Divine has a deep angle, but that Shadow is able to deny him of having it any longer. He'll have to get a little bit more aggressive. He's now in the middle of elbow. He can try to deny that plant. Riggs picks up a third though for the round. Long gets one to Swole, but it's not going to be enough. 8 seconds left. Bolvik gets a nice one tap to the head and the clumsy. He can try to save the operator, but that's the best he can do. We're going to overtime, Scott, as time is now on 000.
We are heading to the dreaded infinite overtime. No points, no plan. We're going to have to see how these two teams face off. Who can get the better of their opposing team? It is literally neck and neck, winning and losing the same amount as their opposer. An almost exact differential. If I want you to hold tab and look at that center of your screen, 6 back-to-back, and then losses sporadically in between. And then on the opposing side, 6 back-to-back with losses sporadically between. It has been so neck and neck. It's gone all the way to game 5, and it's going above and beyond. This is actually one of the most intense matches in terms of time and consistency of these players I've had the pleasure of casting. Only games that's come close have been the grand finals on Sunday for R6, and this one may go even longer.
Possibly could be, because now we are in an infinite loop perhaps, unless 2 consecutive wins are won by either side, or had not won. I'm not going to say win twice in a row, but oh man, I didn't think we'd get here, but apparently you're some kind of prophet, Scott. Must have taken from my notes or something, perhaps, because I always get everything right when I make the guesses, but not anymore, supposedly, at least for Valorant, that's for sure. But I don't know, but oh, what a nice shot by Bobik. There goes your entry, and doubled up now as well. CSUDH not happy about losing those past couple rounds to bring us to overtime. They have something to say, but so does Clumsy. 4-on-3, still anyone's game.
Time definitely not on their side. Clumsy's going to go for that ult orb, and now in a difficult position. It's going to be fragged as Chris takes Swole. 2 players left right now for this Montclair side. Flumies and Clumsy, their top 2 players. If there's 2 you're expected to rely on for this type of position, it's going to be these. But they're making the rotation, coming through bottom mid, through Link, and probably through B main to step through Garage and maybe rear their face on side. But Chris, who's been the better killjoy in this matchup and that dynamic competition, they're in the position to actually deny objective. Clumsy has the resurrection, but nobody's been dead nearby. They don't actually have the ability to bring it back with any success. DCMH on site, spots one, finds an easy one-tap shot, spots the second, can't clean up, but Chris will, and we're going to the next round. Bobik started us off, and his team will clean it in.
CSUDH really stealing away that round, I suppose. Let's see if they can do it a second time, though, because if not, then we go right back to where we left off, and another 2 rounds will have to be won. So, we either see that, or we see 14-12 favoring CSUDH, and the side switching as well. So now, it appears that CSUDH is on the attacking side, and they've been able to show a boatload of aggression on these bomb sites. If they get early map control, and just overwhelm their opposition of Montclair, they could take this away pretty easily, but that's going to come down if they're actually able to successfully do just that. It appears to be mostly a mid-sided push, favoring more towards B, but they always have that backup plan of Dongle waiting around the corner near A lobby just in case some kind of rotation occurs.
Take control of mid, take control of the map. That's exactly what you need to do in a map like this. Whoever can take control of mid and contain control, then you set yourself up for success. And while you do have to worry about Mailroom, you do also have to worry about Heaven. But you can't let this one player of Dongle that's kind of putting pressure towards A catch you off guard. When you've got Floomy sitting inside of I believe, Ropes, and you've got your player that is Swole sitting inside of Tower, you have a way to defend a site, but basically everyone for this Dominguez Hill side is sitting in mid or rotating through sewers. They're still testing the waters. They're putting 2 towards this A short side and maybe hoping to go through ropes with the other 3, or maybe just hoping to buy time on the A side before eventually making the full switch over to the B site. Time will have to tell, but it looks like Montclair has decided to rotate over. Bo Bick finds Flumies in a very eventful first frag. Now setting up a little bit of space as you're going to see the player of Divine that goes up rope and maybe heads into heaven themselves. Could be a cutoff position as they're going to now go through ropes themselves. It looks like Dominguez Hills has decided to full commit to A, and this may be a good decision, but it could bite them in the rear as well. Bo Bick finds a second, but can't clean the third as Rinks will take them out instead from the defender-sided spawn. Clumsy finds their own into Chris, and now you're back to that 3-on-3. Clumsy from up close finds Dongle at elbow. DCMH will be able to plant, but he's going to get pushed, and Clumsy finds the kill. It's going to be stopped. No time left, and Montclair will lead us to yet another set of overtime rounds.
Being reset once more at the last fractions of that round. It was redeemed by Montclair. They still have a fighting chance. Oh my goodness, Scott. I'm amped up. I'm so amped up right now. I can only imagine these two teams at the current moment, and with everything being reset after every single overtime round, except for where exactly you're being positioned at, defender or attacking side, this is so incredibly close. Ultimates could possibly come out and rear their heads, or maybe not, perhaps. It's so close. This is the most fair competition I've seen so far in Valorant in such a long time, and I'm glad we're able to commentate it at this very moment.
Yeah, it's a difficult position to go through. Divine's just taking a step forward, but Dongo will find the kill instead. Flume's in a refrag, but DCMH finds 2, finds 3, and now it's just Riggs. They get one shockingly by shooting the boom bot and take DCMH, who's at low HP in the process, but it's still now a 1v3. They'll need the 4K to complete this quadfecta, trifecta ultimate. They need this if they want to try and keep this one going, but it's a massive difficulty on the shoulders of Riggs. It's not the game on the line. They can take an L in this one, but here comes Bo. He tries to go for the shot. Remember, no armor if you buy an operator. You just don't have the money when it comes to the overtime rounds. And with 55 seconds still on the clock, Riggs is just buying time and praying that Dominguez Hills will be able to just make a couple of mistakes and he'll be able to capitalize on it. But at the current moment, they're not overextending. They're setting themselves up in a position to maybe, I guess, frag in return, maybe just wait it out. They know what they need to do, and they're buying their time because of it.
Everywhere but his backside is on lockdown. He can retreat back towards his spawn, but he'll have no time left. He basically forfeits the round either way, and he's just still sitting in the back crevice. He has not budged a single inch whatsoever. He finally works his way right back around. He either goes through A main or through the ramp area. He'll choose through A main, trying to head back in towards the site. There's really no coverage. Bobic is still up above, though, near heaven. He'll try to pre-fire around, perhaps possibly, but he's just waiting. He checks the wrong corner. The plant now down. Riggs could clutch this out, but he has to win all of his gunfights, and that won't happen. Bobic is just waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and that will be right then and there. And the defuse being had 14-3 now with CS. UDH back in a 1-round lead. 1 round away, perhaps 2, from bringing us to an eventual end of the grand finals for the Challengers Division.
This is actually insane at this point in time. Match point for the Dominguez Hills side. Of course, if we just see Montclair win it, then it's just going to keep going. Whoever wins 2 back-to-back is what guarantees it. You've got to win 1 on both sides. You got to come up from that deficit. You've got to do absolutely everything to give yourself the eventual lead. And at this point in time, both teams are staying in it. They're sticking through it thin and thin. Thin and thin, thick and thin. And I mean, it may be 2 a.m. for some of these players. It could be to 8. Who knows in California? I don't even know the time zones. But at this point in time, it is 2 a.m. So it's a massive, massive late deficit in the fact that they were underdogging to this point to lead up to this point and actually make it to map 5, win all the way through their playoffs as a super underdog team, and also contest to this stage. It's monstrous to watch.
And they've been really keeping things tooth to nail. It's been so close, an eye for an eye, basically, against every single gun engagement. And we're going to see again, CSUD8 really not sure as to where they want to approach them. They've been trying to throw off guard their opponents, but it hasn't been working out in this overtime situation. They have to just fully commit, in my personal opinion, just try to outnumber their opposition, because right now they're evenly spread out. 2 on one side, 3 on the other. They could just all 5-man push in and just win their gunfights, get that plant down, just try to keep things stable for themselves after the plant. But they're not really doing that. Up until now, they're basically fully going in towards the B-bomb site. The calls will be given, and now the rotation is had. 30 seconds left, but that plant will be down in just a matter of moments. Bobic and Chris finding kills of their own. This could finally be the last nail in the coffin. Clumsy, though, trying to deny it. He gets the headshot on a dongle. Riggs follows up as well with a headshot of his own. Now evening things up. Chris, though, bites back on Riggs. It's a 3-on-2. Now the man advantage in the favor still of CSUDH, and they're able to sit pretty for a little while longer. Time and time, getting closer down to the final moments of that round. Chris and DCMH having such beautiful cross peaks. Chris with a 3K. He might go for the 4, but the lockdown is the much smarter move, and DCMH will get the final kill of this matchup, and they'll end up winning things out 15-3, 3-2 series.
This is actually monstrous to a degree that is insane. Montclair State, the 7th seed coming into this all the way through, massive props, massive respect. Cannot understate that enough or overstate that enough, as I mean to say. It is insane. And the fact that Flumies, Divine, and Clumsy, once again, the top 3, just uncontested on that combat score. But the fact that we saw Dominguez Hills be the more consistent team wins them the game. And it's going to be a painful loss for Montclair State. But hold your chin high, hold your head up. You absolutely slaughtered it, you killed it, and you contested the number 1 seeded team in this in a match that nobody anticipated you to do so. Congratulations on making 2nd place, and congratulations to CSUDH for winning 1st.
I mean, and statistics as well for a little while too. 25-19 for Flumies. He was giving it his all. He was the top fragger of that game. He was the quote-unquote MVP, but it didn't matter in the end. It was 15-3 for CSUDH. They brought it back. I really thought that the underdog had it finally. I thought we were going to see a literal David and Goliath storyline because you and I talk about that so much. We've seen the bottom of the barrel seats go up against the best, the literal best in their division, and they give them a run for their money. And it has been spectacular. But we don't have to stall for any longer. I think we'll go in towards the analyst desk, perhaps, with Jacob and Jim once more, and then we hope you all have a great rest of your night for us. But to me and fellow, good night.
Which one of you is gonna read me a bedtime?
Who won? Okay, we're behind. We don't know. What was the final?
50.
You have it right there. That one went the distance. Couldn't go any longer. Dominguez Hills taking that one 15-13. Oh my God, Jacob, we were sitting here watching the end of that one. Did you think it was ever going to end?
Instant classic. Just an absolute thriller. Jim, we talked about Montclair came out aggressive. They got that big lead early in the map, and Dominguez Hills just sort of chipped away. They went on the attack, and that really seemed to turn the momentum. And what a classic! I mean, just a terrific series.
7 straight winning rounds for Dominguez Hills from round 12 to round 19. Craziness.
Unbelievable.
I believe we're going to be getting interviews. Is that before or after the ad break here, Mr. Producer? Okay, we're getting them in here for interviews. Jacob, I don't even know what we're going to ask him. There's so much happened in this. I don't even know what we're going to ask him. Just great plays all the way around. Dongle with some tremendously good 3Ks, some good holds. DCMH with a 3K in round 27, which got them the lead they needed to take it. Bobic with the operator doing work. We talk about, the bottom of the kill board is Chris for the win. And Chris for the win had a couple of great 3Ks. I honestly, we could ask everybody the same question. How did your 3K feel? What are you looking forward to asking this team?
I'm just excited. I love talking to these guys after the title, and it's amplified after you have a series like that. I mean, simple as that. You're physically fatigued, you're mentally fatigued. I mean, that was a war, and I mean, I'm looking at the clock. It's 2:00 on the east. Just an absolute battle and a thriller. And huge kudos First of all, to Montclair
Hey.
State, they were awesome as the 7th seed, but we're thrilled to talk to the champion from CSUDH as they hop in here with us. Gentlemen, first of all, before we ask you a question, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Long series. Long series.
I want to ask DCMH first. In round 27, you picked up a 3K, you held it off, gave you guys the advantage that you ended up using that advantage to win. What was going through your mind right there?
I'm gonna get 3 kills and win.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Crazy round. That was your second 3K of the match of that map. You also got one in round 20, which kept you guys with a lead there at 11-9. Is Omen just like your pocket or?
I mainly play Omen, yeah, but then we just pop on whichever champion we need to play, pretty much. But for the most part, yeah, I play Omen.
All right, Bobik, you have the operator there, a deadly man with that operator, single-handedly like first blooding how many rounds? Is that your go-to, or is that just something you like tonight? You're like, no, I'm feeling it, guys. I'm gonna go for this.
Sometimes. I mean, I pick Jet on split usually, but I mainly play Sova for the most part. So I think I just kind of pull it out when I play split. It just fits the character.
Fair enough. I mean, it was on point. It was right there. I don't even know how some of the shots connected. I'm like, his cursor was never even on that person. I have no idea how that connected there. Dongle, you seem to be everywhere at once. Anytime Montclair thought they had something going, all of a sudden you hit a 2K. Like basically you just showed up and hit a 2K. Good positioning all night. Talk about just moving around the map and your rotations.
Yeah, we pretty much had it planned out the whole game, so I was kind of just doing what the team needed.
Hey guys, let me ask you, and any of you can answer this. It's for the whole team. Obviously, it's map 5. It's do or die. Championships on the line. Your seasons come down to one map. What's the mindset after Montclair jumps out to that lead? Are you okay because you're turning things around? If you get a little momentum, you feel okay, or what was going on with the comms? How were you guys feeling as that was going on?
Pretty much the whole time in the beginning, I think we were having a really rough time getting kills and stuff like that, getting picked off. But for the most part, I was just yelling at my team. We still got it. We can still do this. Like, respect to Montclair for playing as well as they did. But I always believe that we would win no matter how far we go down the hole. That's pretty much it. You just gotta believe in yourself.
I mean, can't say it much better than that. Lawn, you really carried the first couple of wins there. Not exactly your best map on that last one, but you came up clutch when they needed you. Kind of talk about the entire match, just like all 5 games.
Yeah, so that first map, it was not too bad. I was pretty worn out by the last few games, but that first map, I was fresh. I was feeling good. The shots were connecting. And then, I just started like feeling that lag. That's all. Just a little high ping I was playing on. Just kind of not used to it. So it felt like I was, getting like peaker's advantage on their side, and whatnot. But yeah, pretty much throughout those games, we were just trying to make the best calls, work as a team. Even though with in my opinion, we had the worst ping, like we're still able to come through.
Alrighty. Chris, I believe you're the last one I need to ask something to. And basically you on the defensive side, with the utility doing some work there. But once again, just across all 5, your play might not have shown up on the scoreboard, but everything you were doing helped your team out. Just kind of talk about being there for every member of your team and helping set some people up for some really great shots.
Yeah, I was just filling wherever no one was at and just rotating where I needed to be and just hold my spot down.
It worked out for you a lot. And in that 5th map, 2 different 3Ks, including the 3K to stop the bleeding in round 7. You guys were down 6-0. 7th round comes up. If you guys had lost that one, it might have gone downhill. You pulled off the 3K in that one, got your guys a win, got you guys some cash in pocket. How did that feel right there, stopping the bleeding?
It felt amazing just to turn around the game,
We just needed that one.
It was a huge moment. I think Mr. Van Ryn here is reaching for something. You guys, Jacob's got something to give you right now.
Yeah, guys, we sent these out to you guys after championship last semester, and we're thrilled to do it again. Congratulations on winning an NECC title once again. This time, a thriller a classic, one that we'll be talking about in the NECC for many years to come. We're thrilled to have you. Congratulations on an absolute terrific match. Kudos to you guys. We'll get you the shirts. We'll get you the headsets. We'll get you the trophy. Congratulations. Well deserved here tonight, friend.
Thank you. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you for having
much.
us. Thank you for having us.
Yes, yes.
All right, that'll bring us to match number 3 coming up after this ad break. I think we're going to go right to it. I don't think we're going to come back to me and Jacob. I think we're going to throw it straight to Infernosis and Vincent with map number 1. Me and Jacob will be back after map 2. Don't go anywhere. Boise State and UC Davis coming up. Don't go anywhere.
What will you like today? Another Cloud 2 classic?
I'll stick with the usual. Maybe take a little bit off the sides.
Oh, that's fresh.
The HyperX Cloud 2 Wireless. Legendary comfort goes wireless.
Hey, watch your head.